My name is Li Yi. Hobbies? None. Things I hate? Loan sharks and that scumbag uncle of mine. My life goal is to pay off all my debt before I hit 50 so I can finally kick the bucket in peace. But reality? Yeah, it doesn't give a damn about my plans. And then, on a beautiful Friday afternoon, the sky literally ripped wide open, and monsters crawled out of nowhere to feast on people like it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Me, cursed with bad luck since birth, got skewered through the gut by a monster in the first minute of the apocalypse. As I collapsed at the feet of a stone statue called Qing Tian, I thought, well, that's it for me. Little did I know, that statue was the ultimate scammer. It used its dark eyes to parasitize me, forcing me to accept the infinite shadow system. The system told me to use the shadows to cleanse the world and become a savior. I spat out a mouthful of blood and smirked. Save the world? My ass. Save my wallet first. From that day on, rumors started spreading about a demon even more terrifying than the monsters. A young guy with pitch-black eyes, maniacally charging into dungeons, smashing bosses, looting gear, and plucking monsters clean to sell them for cash. The monsters actually shrieked in terror when they saw me. I'm no hero. I'm the debt collector of the entire world. Why me? The scene shifts to a rainy alleyway where loan sharks are forcing him to sign papers. One guy growls, the father owes, the son pays. You have to settle the rest. The other guy gets louder, your parents are dead. That doesn't mean you're off the hook for the debt. Our young lad, face full of rage, yells back, my parents died working in the mines for you people. You should be compensating me, so why the hell do I have to pay? Another flashback flashes by someone in protective gear holding him down, whispering sweet lies, just succeed in awakening. We'll have a glimmer of hope. Even if the success rate is 1 in 1,000, someone has to take the risk. Pinned to the ground, mouth spitting blood, he screams in despair, why does it have to be me? A 1 in 1,000 chance? Why don't you go try it yourself? He gets thrown into a deep pit, that cynical question still echoing in his head. You guys are scared of dying, so why am I the one who has to? He claws his way out of the abyss, the injustice boiling in his gut. Why? Why me? And then, a massive shadow monster appears in front of him, ready to finish off the weakling. Even though the monster's claws pierce his chest and his body feels like it's shattering, he screams in agony and resentment. Why do I have to put up with all this? The monster lifts him up, and he wonders in helplessness, just because I'm weak? But even in those final moments before death, his willpower flares up stronger than ever, his eyes burning bright. So what if I'm weak? Who decided that the weak have to die in silence? At the same time, a notification panel pops up. Linking system to unidentified organism. Analyzing data. Shadow system activated. Let's rewind time a bit more to when things were still normal. Our guy, Li Yi, introduces himself. I'm Li Yi, a seasoned space mining pro. My daily grind is putting on protective gear and risking my life mining energy stones in another dimension. A coworker slaps his shoulder, laughing. Not a bad month. At this rate, maybe in a year you'll have your parents' debt paid off. The older guy puts an arm around him. Work for another 3 to 5 years. You might even be able to buy a small apartment. Li Yi obediently replies, yeah, I'll keep at it. But the second the guy turns away, he mutters with a scowl, ugh, heartless capitalist. Once the debt is paid, I'm out of here. Work another 3 to 5 years? Go do it yourself. The scene shows miners walking into a glowing blue energy portal. The narrator's voice booms. Exposure to radiation in interdimensional zones has a 1 in 1,000 awakening rate for regular people, but it's also deadly. The scene shifts to a military truck, miners sitting face to face, silently moving through a barren wasteland. Li Yi's internal monologue kicks in, bitter and painfully real. If life didn't force us to, who the hell would want to wear protective gear and work in another world? Meanwhile, on the truck, a conversation breaks out. Someone asks, is that the guy you were just talking about? The other guy replies, tone full of pity. The one whose parents died in an accident 3 years ago? Not only did he get zero compensation, but he was forced to take on their debt. A fat man sighs heavily. Yeah. Back then, the NG Corporation insisted his parents caused a loss of millions of dollars. Poor kid. But the guy next to him scoffs, what's there to pity? I say he's just too weak. If it were me, I'd risk my life to make that corporation pay. The argument gets heated. I thought you meant make them pay with their lives. Are you stupid? They're dead already. What good is trading life for life? Better to earn some cash instead. Hearing that, Li Yi, who had been silent the whole time, lifts his head. His blue eyes flash with a cold, sharp light, and he mutters the word weak like a challenge. He sinks into deep thought as the desolate mining area appears. Sometimes, a person doesn't become weak because of who they are, but because this society, this world is just too damn crazy. His thoughts are cut short when a manager steps out of the tunnel entrance, waving his hand to signal, everything's ready, time to get to work. But the moment they step inside, the ground shakes violently. Someone screams in a panic, tunnel collapse? The manager snaps, collapse my ass. It's just a minor tremor, what are you yelling about? Meanwhile, the other miners start whispering, earthquake? I've never heard of earthquakes in other dimensions. Right. I've worked in tons of areas, never heard of this. Could it be monsters? Fear starts spreading like a plague. Then maybe we shouldn't be working here. I heard this place had interdimensional mutants before. They're even harder to deal with than the bug or beast clans. Yeah, let's quit. It's too dangerous. Seeing the chaos, the manager pulls out a knife, shouting to intimidate them. Everyone, shut up. This area was cleared by an awakened 3 years ago. There's no way mutants would show up here. He keeps going with his grand speech. Say one more word and I will, but his words are cut short as a razor-sharp claw pierces through his chest, blood splattering everywhere. The other miners watch the scene in horror. The supervisor just got killed. A young miner looks up, his face deathly pale, stammering, "This is." Blood sprays onto his face, and he only manages to choke out one word before dying. "Monster." And then the perpetrator appears. An interdimensional mutant lunges into the crowd, starting a bloody massacre. Screams echo everywhere. "Run! Move it!" Li Yi takes off running, filled with despair. We're more than 10 kilometers from the exit. His eyes narrow in terror, a haunting question surfacing in his mind. Are we really going to make it out alive? As he runs, he thinks, this is completely beyond anything we can handle. Suddenly, an incredible force slams into his back. Li Yi is sent flying, crashing hard against a rock wall. He coughed violently, struggling to get up. But then, an even more brutal sight unfolded. He saw the surviving co-workers scrambling onto the only truck, firing up the engine. Someone screamed, "Wait for me!" The truck started to roll away, leaving Li Yi behind, reaching out in desperation, "Take me with you!" But fate has a sick sense of humor. Just as the truck was about to escape, a massive shadow dove from the sky. 2 razor-sharp claws slammed deep into the cabin roof. The claws pierced the metal like it was tofu, aiming straight for the people inside. The truck was hoisted into the air and smashed into the ground, exploding into a fireball. Someone's desperate cry for help echoed, then went silent. Li Yi knelt on the ground, stunned, watching the monsters rush toward the wreckage. He muttered, "They're targeting whoever's in the vehicles." Following the previous scene, a deafening explosion tore through the area. The truck turned into a massive, blazing fireball, sending the mutants flying. Li Yi quickly shielded his face from the intense heat, his eyes wide with shock at the sheer destructive power. Suddenly, from the flames, the shadow monsters thrashed about, writhing in agony. They were burning alive, shrieking in pure misery. Seeing that, a thought flashed in Li Yi's mind. Is fire their weakness? He glanced at the burning debris scattered on the ground, a flicker of hope sparking in his eyes. But before he could act, a freezing gust of wind whipped past. "Damn it, another one on the right," he yelled in panic as a giant mutant lunged forward, its sharp claws slicing through the air straight at him. With an instinctive reflex for survival, Li Yi ducked the lethal blow and snatched up a piece of wood still on fire. Gripping his makeshift torch, he stepped back, whispering confidently, "Gotcha." Without hesitation, he lunged forward and swung the flaming torch right into the monster's face, shouting with all his might, "Get lost!" Sure enough, the shadow creature froze, raising its hands to shield itself and shrinking back from the flames. Li Yi thought triumphantly, "Just as I figured." No more waiting around. Having grasped the enemy's weakness, he looked back at the terrified miners, barking orders like a natural-born leader. "Everyone, listen up. These things are scared of fire. While the fire's holding them back, let's get out of here." 10 years ago, mysterious portals suddenly appeared all over the world. Bug clans, beast tribes, and mutants from other dimensions flooded Earth through these gates. Only high-level awakened evolutionaries, those mutated by the radiation, had the power to go toe-to-toe with these monsters. The rise of these high-level evolutionaries didn't just give humanity the power to close the gates, it launched a whole new era of exploring and harvesting energy from these other worlds. However, the truth is always harsh. Li Yi's voiceover snapped us back to the brutal reality. Unfortunately, we aren't high-level evolutionaries. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, he dashed ahead, urging everyone on. "Hurry up!" His mind was filled with the bitter realization, we're just ordinary people. Just trying to stay alive in this world drains everything we've got. The miners scrambled to pick up burning branches, forming a flimsy wall of fire. Grab everything flammable you can find, he commanded. Facing monsters from the gates, they didn't even have the strength to outrun them. An older miner held a torch with trembling hands, sweat pouring down his face as he whimpered, but these torches won't last long. Li Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to the man. The storage room. There's gas in the storage room. We can use fire to block the entrance until the rescue team gets here. With the defensive plan set, he shouted to the crowd standing up. Back to back. Form a circle and back away slowly. Protected by the flames, the team struggled back step by step and finally made it inside the mine entrance. Li Yi let out a sigh of relief. Good. Time waits for no one. Li Yi turned to the chubby co-worker. Hurry up, spill the gas at the entrance. The guy, sweating buckets, nodded frantically. You got it. He kicked over the oil drum standing nearby with a firm kick. A trail of black sludge poured out, pooling right at the feet of the monsters prowling outside the cave. Throw it! Li Yi swung his arm and hurled his torch forward, and the others followed suit. As soon as it hit the gas, the fire erupted instantly. It caught. A giant wall of fire roared to life, turning the air scorching hot. The mutants were hit by the blast of flames. They were forced back, roaring in impotent rage. Only now did everyone dare to let out a breath of relief. The old miner walked over and patted the young guy on the shoulder. Lee, the old man said, sounding truly grateful. Thanks. If not for you, we'd all be dead out there. The chubby coworker joined in, plopping down on the ground and promising enthusiastically, yeah, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I've got your back. While everyone was savoring the relief of staying alive, Li Yi suddenly glanced to the side and muttered, Huh? Sitting right there on the back of a truck parked deep in the cave was a massive statue, shaped like a warrior with cracked, eerie bat wings. He asked curiously, This statue? The other two looked over, and the old miner explained clearly, We found it in the mine a long time ago. Must be something the supervisor was planning to smuggle out and sell on the black market. That's why it's here. Looks like it's been here for years, Li Yi noted. But his attention was cut short when the radio crackled from the group of miners behind him. Sector 7, come in. Everyone crowded around, overjoyed. We got a signal. Hurry, ask when they're coming to save us. The old miner quickly pressed his mouth to the radio, shouting, Sector 7, reporting, we're under attack by mutants. We need an emergency rescue. A cold, monotone voice replied from the other end. Report received. Rescue team will arrive in about 2 hours. Until then, please stay safe. The old miner froze, his face turning ghostly pale. 2 hours? He grabbed the radio, screaming desperately, Can't you guys get here any faster? Hello? The only response to those desperate pleas was the indifferent static crackling through the cold cave. A deathly silence settled over the miners. Real panic began to gnaw at their minds. What do we do? Our suits only have enough power for another hour and a half. Another guy held his head in despair. Same here. I don't want to die. My wife and kid are waiting at home. The chubby coworker gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, maybe we should just grab a vehicle and bolt. Even if only one of us survives, it's better than sitting here waiting to die. Li Yi stayed silent. He lifted his left hand slightly. The digital display on his wrist was flashing a warning yellow. 6%. He thought dejectedly. The suit's power is running dry. I hope the rescue team gets here soon, though you know damn well how slim those chances really are. Breaking the dead silence, someone with a grim face spoke up clearly. Everyone, hold up a second. Listen to me. But let's be real. Life isn't a fairy tale. A miner with a twisted smirk cut in, saying something truly chilling. Our gear won't last until the rescue team shows up. In this mess, someone's got to take the fall. The fat guy standing next to him, the same loser who promised to have your back earlier, shot a greasy look toward the weaker ones, like the elderly and the orphans. As he spoke, he jammed a metal bar right into Li Yi's face. Spitting out pure venom, he hissed, You've got nothing to lose and you're drowning in debt anyway, so staying alive is just a waste. Why don't you do us a favor? He pressed the weapon against the kid's head, threatening him point blank, Hand over your suit's battery, yeah? Li Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Before he could even finish a word, the fat guy swung his club, landing a brutal blow on him. He roared, Still trying to fight back? You think you're tough enough for that? Li Yi collapsed, clutching his chest and coughing in agony. That scumbag didn't let up, stepping forward to taunt him. Come on then, fight back. Let's see what you've got. The ultimate irony? The same old miner Li Yi had just saved was now helping the fat guy pin him down to steal his battery. The fat guy grinned, feeling all high and mighty. Let me help you out. Who knows? Maybe a little radiation exposure will help you awaken your power. The old guy added with zero shame. Yeah, and if you awaken some super ability, you'll be our savior. Talk about biting the hand that fed you, the guy he saved is the one stabbing him in the back. With his life support stripped away, Li Yi clawed at the dirt, his eyes bloodshot with pure hatred. You bastards. If I awaken, the first person I'm taking down is you. The fat guy grabbed his hair and yanked his head back, laughing coldly. The awakening rate is 1 in 1,000. And you? Forget it. He turned away to announce the loot while Li Yi choked on his own blood. Got another battery, boys. Swinging a pickaxe over his shoulder, the fat guy turned to the rest of the stunned miners and flashed a demonic grin. So, who else wants to try awakening next? The whole group went silent with fear, their selfish instincts kicking in. The rest of them scrambled backward, frantically pointing fingers at each other to save their own skins. Take it from them. Don't take it from me. Amidst the chaos, one guy bolted, running for his life toward the truck. The crowd screamed, "Get him!" They chased after him like animals, swarming the truck until it started shaking like crazy. A second later, the stone statue on the truck bed toppled over with a crash. The miners panicked, turning to run while shrieking. Stop it! If it breaks the fire barrier at the entrance, we're all dead. Lying helpless on the ground without his helmet, Li Yi watched as the last line of defense crumbled into dust. Desperate screams filled the air. It broke the fire barrier at the entrance. Mutants, run! They're pouring in. Gasps of air escaping his lungs, Li Yi looked up, staring right at the statue. He wheezed. Are you laughing at me? Just then, the statue's giant face broke into a grotesque, twisted grin, its eye sockets glowing with an eerie purple light. He thought bitterly, even you damn statue? You're mocking me too? Suddenly, a mutant pulsing with dark energy leaped down right in front of Li Yi, causing a massive shockwave. His eyes widened in terror. The hideous beast stood over him, its claws dripping with blood. Facing death, his mind screamed. Why? It grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. A burning rage against this unfair world exploded inside him. Why do I have to take all of this crap? With those sharp claws piercing his body and blood pouring out, Li Yi choked out the question, just because I'm weak? And then, his darkest memories flashed before his eyes like a fast-forward tape. Faces of heartless relatives with blood-red eyes stared back at him, shouting, Get lost! Your parents are dead. Don't expect us broke relatives to raise you. Your parents' death has nothing to do with us. Can't pay the rent? Then get out. Just because your parents are dead doesn't mean you don't owe us that debt. The memory shifted to a rainy night that changed everything. Li Yi was kneeling in the downpour, surrounded by debt collectors in sharp suits, spitting out filth. Beat it, kid. We don't do business with deadbeats. Get out of here. Are you crazy? You want to investigate how your parents died? You want to sue the corporation? Files were hurled straight into his face, soaking him to the bone. The boss roared. Every single complaint you filed ended up in my hands. You don't want the compensation money? You want the truth? Fine, I'll give you the truth. The cruel reality hit the teenager like a ton of bricks. The truth is, your trash parents broke the rules and caused the accident. We're not paying you a dime, and we're actually suing you for the millions of dollars they cost the company. Under the pouring rain, Li Yi could only clench his fists, shivering and biting his teeth to endure the crushing helplessness. The guy in the suit kicked him aside, lecturing him like he owned the place. I told you, kid, if you'd just signed the compensation deal and taken the few grand, none of this would have happened. But no, you had to keep digging for the truth. He could only groan in pain. Ugh. Laying limp on the cold ground, he heard the death sentence for his youth. Now, I'm in charge of collecting your debt. $30,000 a month in interest. Pay off the principal in 3 years. I'll have my guys show up on the 15th of every month. If you don't have the cash, don't blame us for getting nasty. And that cycle of misery brought him to this point of total despair. The debt collector's voice dragged him back to the harsh reality. He looked down at him, flashing a smug, condescending smile. You look pathetic, so I'll give you one way out. He pointed to the only option left. Go be an interdimensional miner. That's the only job where you've got a chance to pay off this debt. The flashback ended, throwing Li Yi back into a life-or-death situation. I'm gonna die anyway, he thought, and bit down hard on the mutant's arm, blood spilling from his lips. I'm gonna die anyway. But even if I die, I'm not letting you walk away easy. Despite his face covered in blood and mud, his eyes burned with a fiery rage as he dug his teeth into the beast's shoulder. So what if I'm weak? Who says the weak have to just lie down and die? But no matter how strong his will was, it was no match for raw power. The mutant swung its arm in rage, flinging the kid away like a broken doll. With blood streaming down his face, he muttered through his dying breath, "That stench on this monster. It's absolutely disgusting." Suddenly, the giant stone statue cracked open, releasing a surge of evil energy that swallowed his body. A dark entity emerged, mocking him. "I thought you were going to unleash something special, but it's just more useless struggling before you die." Even though his body felt like it was shattering, Li Yi smirked, revealing his blood-stained teeth, and sneered back. "At least I got a bite out of it. What about you?" It was just a pathetic statue, crushed by that monster like it was nothing. The shadow entity narrowed its eyes, crossing its arms with an arrogant smirk as it made a deal with the devil. "Right now, I'm the only one who can save your hide. All you've got to do is hand your body over to me. You think he's gonna beg? Not a chance." Li Yi made a face of pure disgust and screamed right in its face, "I'm not interested. I'd rather die than be a puppet, especially for some ugly freak like you." Hearing that, the shadow entity didn't even get mad, it just let out a wild, manic laugh. "Dying instead of surrendering, huh?" It immediately stretched out its shadowy claws, forcibly merging with the teen's body, and spat out a cruel remark. "You idiot. You really think you have the right to refuse?" At that same moment, a system notification flashed right in front of his eyes. "Shadow system activated," and the counterattack begins. The mutant that was just torturing Li Yi a second ago was now frozen in horrified shock as shadowy tentacles suddenly wrapped tight around it. Not even giving it a second to realize what was going down, that pitch-black energy swung hard, smashing the monster's head face first into the dirt, leaving a total mess behind. Li Yi stood up straight from the dust. One of his eyes glowed with an eerie purple light as an oppressive, tyrannical aura radiated off him. "So you're the one who crushed my statue, huh, you little ant?" A shadow-infused foot stomped down on the monster, and he delivered a cold-blooded verdict. "I'm the type who holds a grudge." Dark energy condensed into an angular set of armor, enveloping Li Yi's body and turning him into a true Shadow King, completely ignoring the pack of monsters howling like madmen behind him. With just a flick of his hand, a scythe of darkness ripped through the air. The humanoid mutant, so cocky just a moment ago, suddenly panicked as a massive, jagged black void filled with fangs opened up. He commanded calmly, "Get lost." That giant maw swallowed the whole mob of monsters into the abyss without a hint of mercy, leaving behind only the sound of desperate roars fading into the darkness. Watching the monster's carcass smoke and dissolve, he dusted off his hands, his voice dripping with disdain. "That stench is absolutely disgusting." After cleaning up the monsters, it was time to settle some scores with the internal rot. Radiating an insane killing intent, he turned to look at the miners who had just betrayed him. Now, time to take out the trash. The fat guy and the old dude were shaking as they tried one last pathetic threat. "If you lay a finger on me, I'm reporting you." Right then, the evil shadow's voice echoed in his mind, sounding way too excited. "I'm honestly curious, if I give you back control, what are you gonna do? Obviously, payback is in order, right?" Shadowy tentacles slithered out, coiling tight around the legs of the three scumbag miners. They panicked and fell to their knees, crying and begging, "Please, spare us. You can't do this to us. We were just trying to survive." Even now, the old dude was still trying to BS his way out, face slick with sweat. "Plus, if it weren't for us, you never would have evolved." The fat guy chimed in shamelessly. "Yeah, exactly. Maybe we went a bit too far, but hey, you've awakened now, haven't you?" Li Yi, now back in control of his body, glared with those eerie purple eyes, his gaze cold enough to freeze bone. "Oh, so now I'm supposed to thank you people?" They actually fell for it, nodding frantically. "No need for thanks. Just act like nothing happened and let us go, all right?" Yeah, sure. How stupid. Pushing someone to their death and then expecting to be let go? Li Yi raised his arm, and a massive, razor-sharp dark blade materialized. He said, "Totally relaxed. Not only am I going to let you go, I'm even going to give you a helping hand." And he meant it. The shadow blade tore through the air. Thwack! It sliced the fat guy's oxygen mask clean off in a heartbeat. The guy's eyes bulged in terror. With his protection gone, the foreign radiation poured straight into his lungs. They collapsed, clutching their throats and choking, blood spraying from their mouths and noses. The coworker, trembling, wheezed out a regretful lie. "Li Yi, you." By now, the betraying miners had been stripped of their gas masks. He walked toward the remaining people with the battery in hand. "Don't kill me. I didn't do anything. But Li Yi just coldly dropped the 2 life support batteries on the ground in front of them. Now, their batteries are yours. It was clear the shadow wasn't happy with this humane approach. A giant, shadowy face manifested behind him, growling in disappointment. Cut the useless pity. The shadow stuck to him like a crappy advisor, whispering deadly thoughts. It's only gonna get you killed. Ignoring the nagging, Li Yi strode toward the exit and snapped, "Shut it, I don't need your sermons." The shadow demon wasn't about to back down, firing back a challenge. Let's see if you're still so tough when you're staring death in the face. And death was actually waiting for him at the door. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, Li Yi froze, stunned by a massive horde of monsters. He gasped, "A mutant? It's a whole damn crowd, pal." Seeing the perfect chance to be sarcastic, the shadow floated beside him with crossed arms and smirked. "Didn't expect to see this many outside, did ya? Either hand over control or deal with this trash yourself." Without another word, Li Yi charged headlong into the fray. Even so, his legs betrayed his will, shaking like crazy. The shadow didn't miss a beat. "Your legs already trembling before this bunch of losers? Think real hard. Without my power, you're nothing." His pride flared up. Li Yi launched a perfect spinning kick into the face of the nearest mutant and gritted out, "I told you, I don't need your sermons." The hit landed perfectly. He felt a major shift in his body and blurted out in surprise, "So light." Right after, he easily swiped away a razor-sharp slash from a monster, blocking the attack like a seasoned martial arts master. Stung by the resistance, the mutant opened its disgusting maw and let out a piercing screech right in his face, making Li Yi's eyes widen in terror. But this time, he wasn't the weakling who'd just take it anymore. A cold blue light flashed in Li Yi's determined eyes. He dodged the monster's snap by a hair. Slipping back a step to keep his distance, he felt the power surging through every muscle. His reflexes and speed had also skyrocketed. The shadow was definitely an annoying prick, still floating behind him, trash-talking. "Even with the shadow system bound to you, is this really all you've got? How pathetic." Pushed to his limit, Li Yi concentrated a massive amount of purple shadow energy into his fist, eyes glowing with fury. "Let me handle it." He shot forward like a bullet, smashing his fist into the mutant's face with overwhelming force, and roared at the nagging shadow, "Shut up!" Looking at his hand still wrapped in eerie black smoke, even Li Yi was shocked, wondering why his power had spiked so much. Watching the monster fly away, he thought, "Just using my body won't be enough to really finish them off." Li Dirt snapped his palm open, focused his mind, and condensed dark energy, thinking, "Man, I wish I had a weapon." In a blink, a pitch-black, sharp-looking short sword materialized in his hand. He was stunned. Wait, a dagger made of pure shadow? Armed and ready, his whole vibe changed. He gripped the dagger tight and charged at the giant monster, growling, "Let's see if you can take this, you freak." The shadow blade sliced through the mutant's thick hide like a hot knife through butter, splitting it in two with a single strike. Li Dart smirked with newfound confidence. The sweat on his face was now the mark of a real hunter. "So, I actually can kill these things." He spun around to face 2 more monsters charging his way, his eyes glowing with a vibrant purple fighting spirit. Did I just evolve? He dropped his center of gravity, dodged a razor-sharp claw, and immediately struck back. His shadow blade left a purple streak as it effortlessly sliced the monster's rock-hard head off. Surrounded by massive mutants, Li Dart moved with lethal grace. He grinned. "Finally, I've actually got the power to fight back." He leaped into the air, raised his shadow dagger high for the finisher, and let out a roar of pure release. The monster's blood splattered over the parched earth. A disgusting, clawed hand was severed, landing with a wet thud in a pool of blood. The fight was over. Li Dirt tilted his head back, gasping for air. His face was smeared with enemy blood, but he was wearing a totally satisfied grin. "Ha-ha!" He sprawled out on the battlefield littered with mutant corpses, soaking in the rush of his first real victory. Then, as a proper reward, a blue system notification pinged. Evolution complete. Li Dirt, human, rank A. Moments later, he was in a sterile white hospital room, deep asleep. The doctor frowned at the chart. No injuries, no illness. All vital signs are completely normal. "Why isn't he waking up?" The nurse explained. "It's normal for someone who just leveled up. His stamina is completely drained. His body's adjusting to the new rank." The young nurse looked at him with hearts in her eyes. "Wow, he's an awakened. What level do you think he is?" The doctor sighed. "Excited much? We'll see when he wakes up. Come on, let's hit the next room." As the doctor walked out, the nurse lingered for one last look. "He's so hot." Meanwhile, no one noticed a mysterious black mist slowly rising from Lee Dirt's body. A cocky shadow phantom hovered over the bed, complaining like a landlord stuck with a dumpy property. Why? Why a human? And such a pathetic, low-tier race, too? A measly rank E. With my status and power, he should have been at least rank S or A when he awakened. Even rank B would be pathetic. But rank E? Seriously? He kept trashing him, but as he looked down at the sleeping guy, he had to begrudgingly admit one thing. Still, for a rank E to trigger the shadow system and manifest a shadow on his first try, that's actually pretty interesting. It's just a shame this little talent is a rank E. He couldn't even handle 1/10,000th of my power. Woken up by a chill on his neck, Lee Dart looked at the floating shadow with pure annoyance. You again? What even are you? Why won't you just leave me alone? The shadow flared up, radiating massive killing intent and launching into a long-winded, arrogant monologue. Listen up, you pathetic human. I am the ancient entropy destroyer, ruler of the other dimensions. I command you to surrender your body to me. Once I reclaim my throne from those traitors, you'll be handsomely rewarded. But Lee Dirt wasn't buying it. He just gave him a look. A system message flashed his inner thoughts. Right, ancient destroyer. Never heard of him. Probably just making stuff up. You look like a giant cockroach. No way I'm giving my body to some ugly black blob like you. Insulted, the shadow exploded with purple aura, hissing, How dare you? Ugly? A tiny human. How dare you? Enough. Surrender your body now. That is your only reason for existing. Lee Dirt just rubbed his chin, his brain spinning with unstable theories. Why is he obsessed with me? Surrender my body. Is this a haunting? Wait, does he just have a crush on my looks? This guy seems mentally unstable. Better not trigger him. But if he tries to force it, I could handle myself, but I don't even know this thing's gender. What if it's... Ugh. Why is it so ugly? I'd rather starve than agree to this. Should I threaten to kill myself? Would he even get it if I tried to explain that we just aren't a match? But what if I make him snap and he drags us both to the grave? Feeding the demon with my heart, sinking into hell together. What do I even do if that happens? Too annoyed by these bizarre thoughts, the shadow finally exploded, waving his arms and breaking the silence. Enough! What kind of crazy stuff is going through your head? He grabbed Lee Dirt's hospital gown by the collar, shouting, Why did I have to pick this rank E human? If it wasn't an emergency, I'd rather possess an old dog than this rank E disaster. Losing his cool, the shadow tore open a rift in space. Lightning cracked as he tossed Lee Dirt straight into a portal with a final, brutal ultimatum. 3 days. If you don't reach rank D in 3 days, I'm wiping you out completely. Thrown through space, Lee Dirt hit the cold stone floor hard. Still in his hospital gown and barefoot, he looked around, confused. Huh? Wasn't I in the hospital? Where am I? The shadow floated behind him, sounding like a cold tutorial NPC. This is the insect nest. The rank E trial of my clan. Located inside the dungeon gate, Lee Dart scrambled to his feet, staring into the pitch-black cave where glowing red eyes were watching him. The shadow's voice echoed, cold and steady. Every member of the Skybone clan only gets one shot at this trial after coming of age. Since you're being possessed by me, it's reset my challenge count. Before the introduction could even finish, the host showed up to greet the guest, a massive beetle with thick armor and terrifying mandibles lunging out. The system board flashed green. Shield beetle. Li Yi was stunned. Shield beetle? Wait, how the hell do I know what this thing is? The shadow smirked, explaining, The shadow system I gave you is reading from my database. You'll get used to it. You've basically got a hacked encyclopedia now. Let's fight. Li Yi gripped his dark dagger tight, his eyes turning cold and focused. A shadow system, huh? But monsters don't give a damn about fair play. They opened with lightning-fast slashes from their scythe-like legs, tearing through the air straight at the kid. Using the razor-sharp reflexes of a freshly evolved rookie, Li Yi backed off, raising his dagger to parry the beetle's deadly strikes, sparks flying everywhere from the impact. He was sweating bullets. Too fast! Taking the relentless beating, the shield beetle hissed, its jagged mouth foaming with rage, its blood-red eyes burning with the desire to rip the tiny prey that dared to fight back to shreds. Win with agility, compensate for power with speed. Spotting an opening, Li Yi darted around the bulky attacks and zipped behind the enemy. Confident he'd found his chance, its blind spot was in the back. Li Yi gathered momentum and launched himself into the air, pulling off a clean backflip. He brought the razor-sharp dark blade crashing down onto the monster's giant back. Landing with a smooth, stylish slide, Li Yi held his cool combat stance, ready to turn around and see the result. But before he could even smirk, the monster's attack came roaring in. He scowled, clicking his tongue in frustration, blocking it with his dagger before sliding back away from the beast's follow-up. Li Yi broke into a cold sweat, desperate. Its shell is too damn hard. This is useless. The next second, as he jumped back up, he had to listen to the floating shadow's sarcastic jab. Is brute force all you've got? He shouted back while midair. How I fight isn't your damn business. The shadow kept egging him on. Then don't come crying for help when you lose. Pissed off at the disrespect, Li Yi went berserk, hacking away at the monster's head and mandibles, drenched in sweat. Damn it, does this bug really have no weak points? The screeching slashes kept hitting the armor mask like striking cold steel, bright yellow sparks exploding out, but it didn't even scratch the blood-red eyes staring at him with pure malice. So caught up in attacking the top, he forgot to guard the low line. The shield beetle took advantage of the opening and unleashed a massive thrust, slamming into the kid's chest and sending him flying. The sheer impact sent Li Yi reeling backward, smashing into the rock wall behind him and cracking it to pieces. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, groaning in pain. Collapsing onto the cold ground, his whole body aching, the shadow's mocking voice echoed again. Get up, you weak, pathetic loser. Suddenly, a sticky, greenish fluid dripped onto his sleeve. He raised an eyebrow, confused. This is? He darted his eyes toward the enemy's weapon. Sure enough, the same green liquid was oozing from the tip of the monster's scythe-like leg. Right then, the giant bulk of the shield beetle charged, swinging its two deadly blades coated in that slimy green gunk, ready to finish him off. Facing the giant shadow of death blocking out the light, instead of fear, Li Yi's mouth curled into a grin as he realized the truth. Is this your blood? Li Yi let out a confident, cocky smirk. His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. Found your weak spot, you bastard. The shield beetle went ballistic, charging at terrifying speeds, swinging its scythe legs like a bloodthirsty butcher. But its opponent wasn't that weak kid anymore. Li Yi roared in defiance, one of his eyes burning with a purple flame just like that arrogant shadow. Let's see who the real weakling is. Seeing that sudden change, the shadow floating next to him was stunned. That's shadow sense? Not giving the enemy a chance to strike, Li Yi put all his strength into one swing and screamed, "Break for me!" A sharp, blue blade of energy slashed straight into the monster's bleeding leg joint. The shadow got another chance to be a backseat driver, clicking its tongue, tisk, tisk, tisk. Using all that effort just to break one leg? What's the point? Li Yi gritted his teeth and fired back. There's no turning back. Without one of its front legs to defend, the opening is exposed. Just as predicted, the injured shield beetle hunched over, exposing its soft underbelly. Li Yi followed up with a calculated move. Hitting the weak spot will be way easier now. The shadow muttered, "Weak spot, huh?" Even though the tactic was clear, Li Yi still felt something was missing. But I need a more effective weapon. Instantly, the dark energy in his hands began to condense, forming a new weapon. A massive dark spear engulfed in mystical purple smoke appeared in his hands. Li Yi looked at his new toy, eyes glowing with satisfaction. That's it. He immediately used the tip of the spear to launch the giant shield beetle into the air, roaring, "Get up!" As the monster hung helplessly in midair, Li Yi readied his stance, whispering to himself. The only reason this bug was laying flat was because it was hiding its weakness. He rushed forward like a whirlwind, driving the spear deep into the monster's soft belly, shouting the final judgment, "Your weak spot is your gut." After finishing it off, Li Yi panted, sweat pouring off him, huff, huff. I won! The picky shadow circled around him, trash-talking, out of breath after killing just one E-rank shield beetle. Right then, a glowing blue energy crystal flew out of the monster's corpse and entered Li Yi's body. The system board popped up. Breakthrough progress to D+ rank, 0.2%. He was stunned. What is this? I feel a surge of power flowing through me. The shadow went back to being a condescending prick. You idiot, that's an energy crystal. It gives you a chance to level up your abilities. Li Yi just went, oh, a little XP pack. Suddenly, from deep in the dark cave, a swarm of rustling, clicking, and screeching sounds echoed rapidly. Li Yi tensed up. Something's coming, but I can't see a thing. Why not use shadow sense to check? The shadow suggested. A powerful surge of energy suddenly rose from the back of the cave, making Li Yi stumble. He was surprised. What kind of skill is this again? Just focus your dark energy into your eyes to activate shadow sense, the shadow instructed. Li Yi closed his eyes, centering his mind. When he opened them, a purple aura flashed from his eyes, and the system board appeared. Shadow Sense, Level 1, he said confidently. All right. Through his shadow sense, he saw a swarm of bugs firing poison spikes from afar, along with another monster charging at him at terrifying speed. A green streak of light whistled past Li Yi's face, and he barely managed to roll out of the way in the nick of time. The toxic thorn slammed into the cliff wall behind him, hissing with a deadly green smoke. As soon as he hit the ground, Li Yi had to keep dodging the thorns flying at him like rain. Damn, that's fast. What are these things buzzing around? He gasped. But the enemies weren't just attacking from the front. Another bug suddenly lunged at him from behind. They're coming again, Li Yi yelled. He pulled off a clean backflip, contorting his body to dodge a lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Even though he dodged it, he couldn't see the enemy's movements, clearly just white streaks flashing by. The shadow started trash-talking again. Is your shadow sense's skill that useless? Li Yi felt his blood boil. Why can't I see them clearly? It's not the skill that's useless. You're just too weak, the shadow retorted. I'm weak? Li Yi rubbed his eyes, violet flames surging around his sockets. Fine, then I'll just gather more power. Watching his move, the shadow couldn't help but be impressed. No way. An F-ranker can actually control shadow energy this well? This is getting interesting. After pushing his energy levels up, Li Yi's vision became sharper than ever before. Information on the enemies popped up clearly in his head. E-rank Thornbug, expert at long-range toxic spikes. E-rank Scythebug, known as the Death Reaper. The shadow was satisfied. Looks like you've finally synced with the database. But the excitement didn't last long. Li Yu's face went pale at what he saw ahead. Wait a second. This many? From the darkness of the cave, hundreds, maybe thousands of bugs with blood-red eyes came crawling out, covering every single inch of the place. The shadow dropped a sarcastic piece of wisdom. You humans have an old saying, if you see one cockroach, it means the shadows are already crawling with them. Li Yi could only scream in desperation. There are too many of them. Provoked, thousands of monsters growled, opening their jagged jaws and aggressively charging toward their only prey. Quick as a whip, Li Yi backed away, choosing a narrow spot to bottleneck their advance. Floating above, the shadow nodded in approval. Not bad. You even know how to pick a spot to avoid getting swarmed. Gripping his weapon tight, Li Yi poured in his strength, ready to take them all on. A blast of dark energy erupted, blowing the nearby monsters away. Get lost! A surge of power flooded his body and converged in his eyes. The shadow looked surprised. Oh? You awakened the second stage of shadow sense this fast? It crossed its arms smugly. A tiny F-ranker. What a fun surprise. At the same time, the system interface updated. Shadow Sense Level 2 reached. When the shadows become your pupils, every heartbeat of your enemy becomes their death knell. Suddenly, Li Yi held up his hand, condensing an energy orb, and didn't forget to look out at the screen to nag the audience. Don't forget to like, follow, and leave a comment. Thanks to the new skill, his speed was now so high he was leaving after images. He zipped through the swarm thinking, the bugs' movements, they seem to have slowed down, at least by half. Under the gaze of his shadow sense, glowing spots appeared on the monsters' bodies. Is this purple mark their weak point? He wondered as the system confirmed it. The shadow explained, this is the perk of your shadow sense reaching level 2. Seizing the moment, Li Yi swung his blade and charged. Once you see the weak point, breaking through their defenses is easy. They all have weak spots on their underbellies. He slammed his blade into the ground, triggering a beautiful area of effect skill. Shadow thorns, mass burial. Giant spikes erupted from the earth, crushing a whole crowd of monsters. Bright green energy crystals kept flying into him. Li Yi calculated. Each thorn bug only gives me 0.7% breakthrough progress. The progress bar on the system slowly ticked up to 1.3%, then 2, then 2.7. Not wasting a second, he gained momentum and dived straight into the swarm now that he knew their weak spots. Let's end this. Quick! He fired dark lasers from his hands, piercing through countless enemies at once. The breakthrough progress started jumping like crazy. I'm gonna take all you bastards out in one hit. Watching his energy beam pierce through their hard shells with ease, Li Yi thought to himself, I never knew Shadow Sense Level 2 would boost my accuracy this much. Suddenly, a sharp blade whistled through the air, and he just barely managed to twist his body to dodge. Huh? What the hell was that? The shadow seized the chance to mock him. Fast reflexes. Too bad your brain can't keep up. Li Yi stared at the one who tried to ambush him. I see you now. It was a scythe bug. To deal with it, he flexibly morphed his weapon. The shadow chirped with interest. Oh? He's changing the shadow dagger into a long whip. The dark whip lashed out, wrapping tightly around the creature in midair. Gotcha. He pulled hard, slamming the bug into the ground until it was nothing but mush. Try hopping now, you piece of trash. But there were too many enemies, and a barrage of venom-tipped thorns came whistling toward him. With insane agility, Li Yi dodged while condensing his weapon. You guys love shooting, huh? He spun around, slashing as he rushed the swarm. Let's see how you shoot when your asses are gone. Absorbing more energy, his progress hit 12.1%. Li Yi kept swinging his whip, targeting the flying monsters. You guys too! The shadow whip swirled like a tornado, sweeping the bugs out of the air and smashing them into the ground with a thud. Get down here, all of you! Watching that smooth sequence of moves, the shadow folded its arms and nodded, finally starting to look like someone worthy of this power, though your form is still a bit sloppy. Breakthrough progress skyrocketed to 34.2%. The shadow kept explaining like a walking encyclopedia. The gift of shadow sense significantly boosts your senses, reflexes, strength, and your ability to control shadows. But using high-tier skills drains mana. Li Yi's vision suddenly blurred, the images flickering and distorting. The shadow warned, but this gift also consumes a massive amount of mental energy. That's the price you pay for shadow sense. The monsters took the chance to swarm him. Li Yi staggered. My vision, it's fading. I worked so hard to get this power. The shadow coldly poured cold water on him. An F-ranker is still just an F-ranker. You're reaching your limit. Struggling to keep his grip on his weapon, he sliced a lunging bug in half. Power to take my revenge. Countdown timer appeared. 15 hours and 28 minutes. He gripped his blade tightly. How could I possibly die here? As he fought, dark memories came flooding back. Images of those scumbags in suits from the NG Corporation laughing. Those bastards. They dared to cover up the truth about my parents' deaths. Progress hit 58.7%. The timer dropped to 8 hours, and they had forced him to work as a miner to pay off debts. Time was running out, and progress was nearing 100%. Is it just because I used to be a nobody? Now that I have the power to change everything, I am never giving up. You slash your blade with cold precision, taking out countless creatures. I'm getting my revenge. I'm gonna drag those arrogant bastards straight to hell. The scene shifts, and Li Yi sits proudly atop a massive mountain of monster corpses. The progress bar is at 95.4%. Make them kneel and beg for mercy at my parents' graves. The shadow watches from a distance, looking beyond satisfied. Human hatred is just perfect for the shadow system. It's practically fueling the dark energy. The bugs keep rushing in like moths to a flame. The countdown is down to seconds while the breakthrough progress inches up 96.1%, then 96.9%. The shadow urges, it's time, move your ass and get it done. With his face smeared in monster blood, Li Yi pushes every ounce of his energy. The shadow freaks out. You're planning to dump all that dark energy at once? You trying to blow your own body to pieces? He grit his teeth, ignoring the warning he's so close to breaking through, and he'll do anything to get stronger. Forget the risk of exploding. Li Yi forces all his dark energy into one massive scythe. He charges right into the middle of the swarm and lets out a roar. At the same time, the countdown clock flashes its final seconds, from 2 to 1. And then the deciding moment hits as the system panel locks in time remaining 0 seconds. With one earth-shattering strike, he slams his purple energy greatsword deep into the giant bug's back. A massive explosion tears through the space, wiping out the surrounding monsters, followed by a sweet, glowing system notification. Rank D breakthrough complete, 100%, promoted to Rank D. As the dust settles, Li Yi stands there panting. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, but a cocky smirk plays on his lips as he looks at the floating energy stone. That was a hell of a grind, but now I can finally call you Little D, huh? Just as he's feeling himself, his eyes flick to the side, catching something. Standing out in the pile of corpses is a massive greatsword that makes him wonder, is that actually a weapon? The shadow hovering behind him chimes in. This bug nest used to be a training ground for my kind. That dagger, if you use your human classification system, has got to be at least rank A. Li Yi struggles to hug the sword, which is as big as his whole body, and questions, A dagger? Isn't this a great sword? What was your whole race made of giants or something? The shadow crosses its arms, unimpressed. Compared to my shadow power, these toys don't mean jack. Li Yi is way more practical, firing back. Yeah, we'll see about that. He stuffs everything into his system. Inventory wolf-tooth dagger +1, black gold dagger +1, hexagonal dagger +1. The shadow, intrigued, pushes him. Can you even use them any other way? Li Yi stands before the glowing space portal and drops the ultimate capitalist line. Sell 'em! Back in the real world, he gives a confident smile and points a finger. But only high-level rank D folks can sell gear, so the first stop is the registration hall. But life isn't that simple. The second the results hit, the whole registration hall erupts in chatter. Rank E? How the hell is it a rank E? The female receptionist pushes her glasses up coldly and hands over the judgment paper. Even though your physical stats are pretty decent, we didn't pick up any energy fluctuations, so you're stuck at rank E. Holding the results, Li Yi breaks into a cold sweat when the staffer adds, "The files show you signed up as a minor. Moving up to rank E will get you a 15% raise." Just as he steps out of the building, the shadow pops up, puffing out its chest. The shadow system is peerless. It's just that you humans are too dense to detect shadow energy. Instead of getting pissed, Li Yi strokes his chin, looking for the silver lining. Not getting detected is actually an advantage, even if it makes selling gear a bit of a pain. To solve the how to sell this stuff problem, he lugs the wrapped-up greatsword toward an alleyway flickering with neon lights, the black market, where all the shady deals go down. The black market feels perfect for the shadow system. As soon as he pushes into a weapon shop, his scruffy appearance earns him nothing but sneers from the customers inside. A bunch of miners, huh? Ugh. The smell of ore dust is everywhere. The shadow perched on his shoulder doesn't stay quiet either, roasting humanity as it looks at the swords on the wall. Humans are so ridiculous. Stick a few rocks on a piece of metal and call it a divine artifact. I'm starting to feel sorry for you guys. The shop owner struts over, waving his hand to shoo them out. Get lost. What's a miner doing in here? If you get this place dirty, your life wouldn't be worth enough to pay for it. Insulted, the owner pinches his nose and sneers. Customers? Look at your broke-ass self. You think you can afford anything in here? Li Yi loses his cool, slams the sword onto the floor, and rips off the wrapping. The weight of it cracks the floor tiles. I wasn't even interested in your junk anyway. Get your appraiser out here and tell me what this greatsword is worth. Just as things are getting heated, the owner jumps as a girl's voice rings out. Hey Hoach, you're a high-level rank D, right? In walks Chu Hoach, a rank D rich kid, and his girlfriend, Tathan, a commoner. She looks around with disgust. Why would you bring me to this dump? Chu Hoach just smiles smugly. The shop owner's attitude does a complete 180, running over with a sycophantic grin. Oh, if it isn't young Master Chu. Got something good to sell today? Chu Hoach pulls out his sword. Just picked up a decent blade from a portal, planning to sell it to buy my girl a new ride. Chu Hoach holds up a glowing blue sword right in front of the owner. This is the Gale sword. It buffs attack power automatically. The owner's eyes light up. Now that's the hot stuff for rank D. Standing in the corner, Li Yi looks over and freezes when he recognizes a familiar face. He calls out, "Tathan." Hearing her name, she turns her head. That reunion instantly brings back the shitty memory of Tathan throwing flowers on the ground, turning her back on him, and yelling, "Your useless parents are dead. Didn't you get millions in compensation? Look at you now, broke and in debt. A loser like you should stop bothering me." Back in the present, Chu Hoach glares suspiciously at his girlfriend. You know this guy? Tathan waves her hands frantically, acting the part of the posh girl to distance herself. Me? Why would I know a low-life miner like him? Must just be a fan. Yeah, a fan. I'm pretty big online, you know. Getting recognized happens all the time. Buying her act completely, Chu Hoach lifts his chin and struts forward, stomping his heel down like he owns the place. You just called her Tathan? Wow, standards in this place really hit rock bottom. Letting trash in here, aren't you afraid of lowering the class of this shop? Getting dissed and treated like trash, Chu Hoach immediately pointed toward the door, shooing him away like he was garbage. The junkyard's at the end of the street, pal. While you're at it, take your pile of crap and get lost before I lose it. As he shouted, he swung his glowing storm blade, ready to use force to kick him out. But Li Yi just lifted his massive, pitch-black greatsword with zero effort to block it. Clang! A deafening sound echoed through the room. Chu Hoach's high-end sword shattered into 100 pieces, flying everywhere. He stared, eyes wide, completely shook. What? How the hell is that even possible? Li Yi calmly lowered his weapon, looking down at him like he was nothing. Looks like your fancy sword is the real piece of junk here. Seeing that, Tathan's jaw dropped. She scrambled in front of Chu Hoach, panicked. How? Didn't you say this sword could cut through iron like butter and was worth a fortune? Chu Hoach gritted his teeth, pissed off. Embarrassed in front of his girl, he snapped. A surge of red electricity crackled around his arm. You little punk, you asking for a death wish? He launched a lightning-charged punch straight at Li Yi. Li Yi didn't even budge, just casually sidestepped, too slow. He said coldly, but not a bad move, I guess. Lightning fast, Chu Hoch spun around for a thunder kick. Is that so? He kept raining kicks down on Li Yi, but he dodged them all like it was nothing. Li Yi smirked. These attacks are way slower than the monsters I dealt with in the bug swarm. Chu Hoch's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, electricity surging again. This guy's just a minor, not even rank E yet? He roared, lunging with a flurry of punches. Why can't I hit him? I'm a rank D. Li Yi stepped back, black energy gathering in his hand. Not letting the guy catch his breath, Li Yi swung his hand. He controlled the eerie black smoke, snatching Chu Hoch's arm in a tight grip. Chu Hoch thrashed around in the air, still talking trash, glowing red lightning crackling as he screamed, "Miners like you belong in the dirt." Meanwhile, Li Yi held the other end of the dark energy tether tight. Hearing that, Li Yi's eyes flashed with a cold blue light, his smile turning dangerous. So tell me, do dogs belong on the ground then? Before he could answer, Li Yi clenched his fist, yanking the energy tether down hard. A violent crash followed. Chu Hoch slammed into the floor, shattering the tiles. He groaned in pain, erg. Seeing the big shot crawling on the floor, Tathan panicked, crouching down to whine. Hoch! Damn it! Li Yi crossed his arms, looking down at them from above, his mocking grin widening. Looks like young Master Chu really has a thing for acting like a dog. Fuming, Chu Hoch stumbled up, murder in his eyes, barking at Li Yi's back. Just as things were about to blow up, a deep, authoritative voice boomed from the doorway, making everyone freeze. That's enough, all of you. Chu Hoch looked over, surprised, Boss Wang. In walked Wang Defat, a rank D powerhouse, hands in his pockets, sporting a thick beard and followed by a crew of buff bodyguards in shades. He stroked his chin, sounding disappointed. Young Master Chu, I know you're a loyal customer, but isn't tearing up my shop a bit too much? Seeing a heavy hitter show up, Tathan pointed an accusing finger at Li Yi, snitching. That damn miner broke young Master Chu's sword. That's why he had to fight back. Boss Wang narrowed his cold, sharp eyes, muttering to himself as he checked out the poor guy in front of him. A miner? He walked over slowly, his gaze scanning Li Yi's massive blade. He asked, his voice dripping with pressure, You really broke the young master's weapon with that thing? Li Yi didn't flinch. He just leaned his sword on his shoulder, giving a weak smile, and hit back with logic. He jumped me first. If his sword snapped, that's not on me, right? Boss Wang turned to the battered rich boy and asked with a deep, rumbling voice, Young Master Chu, is that true? But behind that noble mask, the two exchanged a greedy, devious look in the shadows. Chu Hoch whispered, That punk sword. It doesn't look like ordinary junk. Same deal as always? Boss Wang smiled, showing his crooked teeth. Sure, I get the cash, you get the goods. After that quick, shady deal, Boss Wang turned back around, spreading his arms with the face of a reasonable, peace-loving man. All right, since young Master Chu trusts me, I'll play the mediator here. To cut the tension, Boss Wang took a step forward, putting on a fake professional smile. Young man, mind if I take a look at that sword of yours? Li Yi didn't suspect a thing and casually handed it over. Here. But the second the weapon left his hand, the boss's smug face vanished. His eyes bulged in shock as he felt the insane weight dragging his arms down. He broke into a cold sweat, struggling to hold the heavy sword, thinking to himself, this thing weighs over 100 kilos. No, over 50 at least. How was he carrying that so easily? Is he some high rank awakened? With that thought, he schemed. Need to test him a bit more. Putting on his calm mask again, Boss Wang narrowed his eyes, acting suspicious. Where'd a miner like you even get a weapon like this? Hearing the stupid question, Li Yi glanced away, his face stone cold as he clapped back. Since when does the black market need to run background checks on the goods? Caught off guard, Boss Wang laughed it off, trying to save face. Just curious, that's all. If you don't want to say, it's fine. But Li Yi saw right through him. He smirked. Trying to test me, huh? Not bothering to hide it, Li Yi put his hands in his pockets, acting cocky. Nothing to hide. I just found it while digging in the mines. Hearing that, Boss Wang sighed in relief, looking down on him. So he's really just a low-level miner. He started his scammer act, poking at the sword. It's sturdy enough, sure, but it's got 0 bonus stats, worth like a few $100 at best. He glanced over, adding, Young Master Chu's sword, if it wasn't broken, would be worth over 2 million. Then, playing the good guy, Boss Wang spread his arms, acting all generous. Here's what I'll do. You're just a minor. Times are tough. I'll buy this scrap off you. You just pay the kid 2 million for the damages, and I'll cover the rest. He grinned, showing all his teeth, acting like he was doing him a massive favor. Think of it as me doing some charity work. Young Master Chu, what do you think? Getting the hint, Chu Hoch smirked, throwing an arm around his girl. Fine. Since Boss Wang's stepping up, we'll do it that way. But to Than threw a fit, her face twisted in greed. No way. How's that damn miner gonna cough up 2 million? What about the car you promised me? Hearing her whine, Chu Hoch lifted her chin, his eyes flashing with cold, heartless cruelty. Don't worry, we can just sell his organs. That should fetch at least 2 million. Hearing about gutting her ex to pay for a car, she blushed with greedy delight. That sounds perfect. Surrounded by the Tokon guards who had just shown up, Li Yi kept his hands in his pockets, judging their pathetic little skit. You guys really thought this through, huh? He tilted his head with a smirk. What's the deal? Looking for trouble? Li Yi's eyes suddenly glowed with a deep, piercing blue, and a dangerous, wicked grin spread across his face. Oh? So someone really wants to scrap? A dark aura exploded from him. A surging wave of shadow energy wrapping around his body like flames rising from the underworld. He remained unbothered. Following their boss's orders, the black-suited guards charged in like moths to a flame, roaring viciously. Take him down! Confident in his goons, Boss Wang turned to walk away, waving his hand at the couple. These street fights are so damn boring. Let's head to the lounge and wait for the results. Chu Huai agreed eagerly. Sounds like a plan. But before they could take more than a few steps, a massive guard came flying back through the gap in their ranks, slamming hard into a wall in the distance. The scene was so fast that Boss Wang froze. He panicked, eyes wide as he screamed at his men. Damn it, be careful. If you break the merchandise, you won't be able to pay it off even if you sell your own lives. Ignoring the warning, Li Yi moved with precision, landing a high kick square on the next guard's chin, sending him sprawling with a smashed face. Chu Huai stood there watching the boss's goons get wrecked and sent flying toward him, his smug expression twisting into shock and rage. He kicked the incoming guard aside. Chu Huai muttered to himself, guess that mining job actually built some muscle. He's managed to build up some real strength. After clearing out the small fry, Li Yi turned back, his glowing blue eyes locked onto the young master, coldly dropping the verdict. You're next. Though a bit jittery, Chu Huai spread his hands to gather crackling red lightning, while Su Qing hid behind him, trembling and muttering. Since when is this miner so good at fighting? He sneered, trying to save face. I'll admit, your skills aren't half bad for taking out some trash. But before he could finish, he lunged forward like a speeding arrow, lightning snapping under his feet as he shouted arrogantly, in front of a D-rank awakener, you're still just a total loser. In contrast to all that noise, Li Yi just gently used a hand wrapped in deep purple shadow energy, grabbing Chu Huai's face and stopping his entire charge dead, to the shock of everyone there. With overwhelming force, he slammed the young master's face into the metal floor with a collision loud enough to crush facial bones. Chu Huai stumbled up, blood gushing from his nose, and forced himself to gather a glowing red ball of lightning in his hand. Screaming with insane rage like a spoiled child, even my dad hasn't ever slapped me, and you dare hit my face. Driven mad, he fired a massive lightning laser that tore through the air straight at Li Yi, hissing with hatred, I'm going to kill you. Facing the destructive blast, Li Yi didn't even bother to dodge. He reached out, using his shadow energy to form a shield that completely neutralized the red lightning, creating a massive explosion of light and thick smoke. Seeing his ultimate move countered so easily, Chu Huai's jaw dropped in fear as he stumbled back, stuttering, What the hell is this? It's like an invisible wall. Stepping out of the smoke, Li Yi approached, his leather shoes clicking with oppressive rhythm. Since I'm doing this for your dad, I'll teach you a lesson in his place. You unfilial brat! That made Chu Huai shrink back in terror, begging, You, don't come any closer. Meanwhile, Su Qing was frantically crying out for protection. Master Chu, aren't you a D-rank awakener? How are you losing to a minor? Not letting his prey escape, Li Yi snapped his fingers, activating his skill. Shadow form. Spiderweb. Instantly, pitch-black threads shot out, binding Chu Huai mid-air, making Su Qing scream in despair. Ah, what is happening? Left hanging there, Chu Huai stared at the man in front of him, his arrogant confidence shattered as he panicked and blurted out, You're not a minor, you're an awakener. C rank. B rank? Li Yi smiled, rotating his hands with heavy sarcasm. E-rank minor, certified by the association, fair and square. That casual confirmation completely broke Chu Huai's mind. That's impossible. Seeing Li Yi's purple energy-covered hand raised high, ready to strike, Chu Huai shut his eyes tight in fear. If you touch me, you're going against Boss Leopard. Li Yi's blue eyes narrowed slightly, showing cold, emotionless detachment. The loan sharks? The Black Leopard gang is behind this? Not only was he not scared, Li Yi hit even harder, landing a flurry of punches to the young master's gut until he coughed up blood, sneering as he spat out every word. Black Leopard gang, is that right? Boss Leopard, huh? Finishing the torture, Li Yi delivered a massive kick from above, slamming Chu Huai's gut and pinning him to the floor with a shockwave that sent Su Qing tumbling away. Lying flat in the crater, Chu Huai spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes glazed over, completely finished. The air turned suffocatingly quiet. Li Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp blue light as he gritted out each word with rage. The thing I hate most is you pieces of trash who run loan shark schemes. Seeing things go sideways, Boss Wang lost his mind in shame, swinging his massive sword to slash straight at Li Yi's face, screaming in desperation, "Die!" But Li Yi just lightly jumped into the air, using the tip of his shoe to stomp hard on his chest, pinning him to the ground with deep purple shadow pressure. Huff, huff. Now, the young master had completely lost his sophisticated air, holding his hands up in surrender, face pale as a sheet, frantically begging. It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I have 100,000 here. Let's be friends. Let's just pretend nothing happened today. Li Yi slowly leaned down, his shadow casting over the young master's blood-soaked face, mocking him coldly. So, your thick skin is only worth 2,000 per slap, huh? Scared out of his wits, he stuttered, trying to up the price for his life. 500,000. No, 1,000,000. Please, stop slapping me. Not bothered, Li Yi flicked his hand, releasing shadow tentacles that lifted him up to hang in midair. He chuckled, mocking him. Don't you love giving out high-interest loans? Go ahead and use your own rates. Those 50 slaps were just the interest. Now comes the principal. At his wit's end, he tremblingly pulled a powerful black card from his jacket, screaming in misery. 5,000,000. 5,000,000. It's all yours. That's everything I have. Li Yi's eyes flicked to the gold-plated text, instantly connecting the dots. An NG Corporation VIP card. Oh? So you guys are debt-collecting dogs for the NG Corporation, and you forced me to go work in those mines? On the ground, Chu Huai was still sobbing. It's true! Even if you beat me to death, I don't have another cent left, I swear. Ignoring the pleas, Li Yi quietly calculated his move. If that's the case, might as well let Chu Huai go to lure the rest of the snakes out of their hole. Retracting his dark energy, he threw Chu Hoch to the ground, where the guy went tumbling and started coughing his lungs out while clutching his throat. Hack! Cough! As Li Yi turned to walk away, he dropped a blunt reality check. The Black Leopard gang has leached millions off me over the years anyway. Consider this money paid back to its rightful owner. Seeing things settle down, Tathan scurried over to help her battered, pathetic excuse for a boyfriend up. He lashed out at her in pure spite. Didn't you say he was just some low-life miner? She winced, tears welling up as she pleaded. Hoch, are you okay? How was I supposed to know he'd suddenly get this strong? Fuming because he'd lost face, Chu Hoch backhanded her across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. She let out a sharp, painful scream. Arg! He roared, shifting the blame. If you hadn't told me he was a miner, I wouldn't have let my guard down and gotten sucker punched. Pulling out his phone with a face twisted in pure murderous intent, Chu Hoch gritted his teeth and swore, My money isn't that easy to swallow, you punk. The scene cuts to an abandoned street bathed in the grim, bloody moonlight. A figure in a long coat stands with their back turned, coldly picking up the phone. Speak. On the other end, Chu Hoch instantly flipped his attitude to bootlicking. Boss Leopard, you've got to step in and help me out. Some guy snatched the sword I was planning to bring as a tribute to you, and he even had the nerve to threaten to wipe out our Black Leopard gang. Hearing that, the scarred gangster smirked, revealing a sinister, glowing red eye. Send me his info. Back at the scene littered with corpses, a red-haired lackey walked over to report. Boss, we've secured the cargo. And what about the others? The boss narrowed his eyes, surveying the eerie silence. Others? Is there anyone else left here? The red-haired guy grinned savagely, his fingers dancing to control razor-sharp laser wires hovering like a death trap. Obviously, there's no one left. Leaving behind the gruesome slaughter torn apart by laser wires, the boss shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away, ordering his men. The brat Chu Hoch mentioned that one's yours to handle. Dead or alive, I don't care. At that same moment, Li Yi's system panel flashed an urgent notification. New update to the Shadow database. NG Corporation, the primary culprit behind the death of Li Yi's parents. The Black Leopard Gang specializes in debt collection for NG Corp. Li Yi's current debt is managed by the Black Leopard Gang. Leaving the drama behind, Li Yi pulled up his hood and walked into the crowded registration hall. A slick-looking staff member approached him. "Can I help you with something?" He nonchalantly made his request in front of the glowing bulletin board. "I'm an E-rank awakener. I want to see if there are any suitable missions." Immediately, a bald guy with a shirtless build and buck teeth walked up, mocking him. "Did some E-rank trash get lost? The lowest missions here are D-rank. You here to commit suicide? Ha ha ha." The crowd around them started chiming in with jabs. A red-haired woman propped her chin up and pouted. "That's hilarious. An E-rank actually talking big. E-ranks only have food in their mouths because we allow it. What a bunch of disgusting parasites." Pfft. The staff member also changed his tune, waving him off. "E-ranks, go stand out there and wait. Whatever team needs you, they'll come out and pick." The others joined in, pointing toward the door. "Yeah, door's on the left. Right next to the trash heap, trash belongs with trash." Not bothering to care about these frogs in a well, Lee frowned at his phone screen showing the transaction message. 5 million deducted, debt paid in full. Current balance, 0. He cursed under his breath. The 5 million I just made got swallowed by those loan shark scum immediately. My priority now is just to land a mission. Suddenly, the noisy space went dead, silent, as a sharp, high-heeled shoe, black and polished like a cold blade, stepped into the hall, making the crowd jump in their skins. The two arrogant punks from earlier were now dripping with sweat, their faces twisted in shock and terror under the invisible pressure. The crowd scrambled frantically to the sides, clearing a path for a gorgeous woman radiating a crimson aura that overwhelmed the entire room. Whispers of awe echoed. "The pressure is insane. Ugh, at least B rank. Is this the pressure of a B ranker? I can't even take a single step." Trapped in the sea of trembling people, a beauty with cat ears, floating platinum hair, and a skin-tight outfit with a short sword at her waist, glided past with pride. A red energy flame enveloped her like a war goddess descending to earth. Wherever she walked, people could only lower their heads and hold their breath. Someone curious and sweating buckets muttered, "Why would a B-rank awakener even show up here?" Hiding in the crowd, Lee used his dark magic-infused eyes to silently observe and analyze her. She radiated massive power, yet her appearance was like that of a delicate high-society lady. However, I can't feel a shred of killing intent. Is she hiding it on purpose? Too showy, yet so restrained. What an interesting contradiction. But contrary to the tense atmosphere, the masked manager standing next to Bai Yue spoke in a flat, monotonous tone that made the crowd shrink back. "A D-rank monster abyss needs a D-rank awakener as a minor. Anyone interested?" Amidst the trembling crowd backing away, Li Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, calm as could be, causing the people around him to start whispering, "Isn't that guy E-rank? Why isn't he reacting at all to the B-rank pressure?" One guy sweated, "An E-ranker should be kneeling by now." As others pointed, "He's even taking a step forward." Our E-rank miner smirked, his deep blue eyes reflecting both confidence and a bit of reluctance, thinking to himself, "Looks like it's gotta be me then." Seeing his abnormal presence, Bai Yue wondered, "That guy is just a miner? And he's doing fine under B-rank pressure. Interesting." At this, the manager bowed. "Oh, that's Miss Tan from Ba Longmon Street. I have plenty of D-rank awakeners. Let me show you." Ignoring the manager's pitch, Miss Tan pointed her slender arm straight at the hooded young man, her voice firm. "No need. Take that one," leaving the manager stunned and confused. The manager panicked, waving his hands and trying to explain the rigid rules. "He came late and hasn't lined up or registered. That's against the rules." Instantly, Miss Tan's eyes flashed with a threatening purple light. She snapped, asserting her absolute authority. "I am the law. I said take him," making the manager shrink away in fear. "Yes, ma'am." And just like that, leaving behind the shocked expressions of the manager and the crowd, Li Yi strolled through the big doors alongside the B-rank powerhouse, while the staff member bowed low, muttering to himself, "First time I've ever seen Miss Tan personally pick someone. Who the hell is this miner?" The scene shifts deep into the dungeon, where a savage humanoid monster swings a massive wooden club, its bulging muscles ready to crush anything without mercy. Immediately, a scarred hunter calmly raised a flute to his lips, closing his eyes to drift away into the melody as his system panel clearly displayed. Class. Musician. The magic notes dance in the air, weaving into buffs. The bard, still blowing his flute, falls back to size up the team charging at the monsters. Frontline, damage dealers, supports. Decent squad. Ahead, the hunters, swordsmen, and shield bearers courageously charge in to hack the minotaurs to pieces. Hanging back safely behind the defensive line, Li Yi calmly thinks, good teamwork. Plus, having a B rank covering them, everything seems to be going smooth. Still, he can't bring himself to be optimistic. Darkness ripples through his left eye. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as he spots something off. He looks down into the pitch-black abyss where dozens of monsters are swarming. Li Yi frowns, analyzing. Those minotaurs down there, way down in the pit, can't the others feel them? His shadowy manifestation rises behind him, arrogantly explaining, your dark magic eye has reached stage 2. Your perception is far beyond that trash. Hearing this, Li Yi crosses his arms, questioning, I get why the others can't feel it, but that rich girl should have noticed. The group continues deep into the pitch-black cave. Li Yi squints at the slender figure ahead, full of doubt. Could she already know, but is playing dumb for some reason? Just then, the bard leans into Miss Tan's ear, whispering a report sneakily. Milady, intelligence says the starlight crystal vein you're looking for is inside. Hearing the news, Miss Tan whips around, coldly ordering the miner with the massive backpack. Miner, follow me. Li Yi obediently answers, coming, but he's cussing her out in his head. What the hell? She knows it's dangerous, but she still wants a miner to tag along? They split off, heading into a darker area swirling with black mist. Li Yi watches the woman ahead with suspicion. This dangerous killing intent is getting stronger. Does this woman not care if her miner and henchmen die? Or does she actually think her B-rank power can keep everyone safe? Suddenly, Li Yi's boot hits a loose ledge, and the ground starts to crack. The earth crumbles, and both Li Yi and Miss Tan freefall to the bottom of the abyss. Thanks to their high-level skills, both stick the landing, releasing yellow shockwaves that blast the rocks away instead of face-planting into the floor. As soon as he finds his footing, Li Yi's eyes go sharp. He whips his head back, sensing a massive threat lurking in the darkness. A giant minotaur boss with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth emerges from the mist, swinging an axe as big as a house. D-rank minotaur. If you guys like this, leave a like. Miss Tan brushes back her platinum hair and arrogantly draws her long sword, leaving Li Yi behind, hoping for an epic carry performance. Oh, a B-rank awakener, huh? Tan Tuum channels her internal energy. Red magic flames engulf her body. Her cat ears perk up with murderous intent, and her combat stance looks incredibly aggressive and dangerous. But 1 second later, after getting a good look at the size of the boss's axe, the B-rank lady's arrogant face goes pale, and a huge bead of sweat slides down her cheek. She's speechless. Throwing all pride and B-rank status out the window, 2am scurries behind the E-rank miner, pushing him toward the axe's path and stuttering, Miner, you go. I'll back you up, she says, leaving Li Yi looking completely bewildered. His jaw drops in disbelief. Wait, I'm just a miner, okay? Hearing that, Miss Tan's face turns bright red. She squeezes her eyes shut, sweat pouring off her as she shakes like a leaf in the winter. Ignoring her classy image from before, she plops down on the ground, clutching Li Yi's coat, and screams in desperation, I don't care, you go up there. Li Yi looks down at the B rank, big shot with a look of helplessness and a hint of sarcasm. You're a B rank and you can't move? How is an E rank miner like me supposed to handle this? I'm just here for the paycheck. Why would I risk my life? The girl bursts into tears, sobbing as she unleashes her ultimate financial attack. I'll give you $1 million. Just get up there and take them out. Smelling the money, Li Yi's attitude does a complete 180. He keeps his hands in his pockets, watching her grovel at his feet. Since there's cash involved, the corner of his mouth quirks into a pragmatic smirk. Purple dark magic erupts brilliantly from his hands. Fine, I guess I have no choice. Without wasting a second, he steps forward with a badass swagger, summoning a razor-sharp dark greatsword. Time to get to work. Standing face to face with 3 giant minotaurs raising their axes and roaring at the top of their lungs, Li Yi coldly provokes them. Come on. The monsters rush in, slashing wildly. Turns out they aren't targeting him. A massive minotaur blows past Li Yi, lunging straight for Tan Tuum, making her scream and fall backward. Seeing his ATM in danger, Li Yi panics for his wallet. No, my million! Just as the giant axe is about to split her in two, a bright red magic barrier flares from the girl, sending the monster flying. Seeing his treasure is safe, Li Yi wipes sweat from his brow and mumbles, She still has that move. Guess I was worrying for nothing. But before he can even celebrate, another Minotaur leaps into the air, axe raised, ready to deliver a killing blow, leaving the girl staring up in frozen terror. The miner, driven by greed, has to leap into the air, swinging his greatsword with the power of darkness. A powerful blast of sword energy tears through the air, knocking the monster back right in front of the girl, who is still paralyzed with shock. Landing safely, Li Yi turns around, his eyes glowing purple with a teasing smirk. Hey, you really know how to grab everyone's attention? Feeling arrogant now, Miss Tan? Before she can even register what happened, the irresponsible Tan Tuom turns tail and runs for her life. I'm leaving these monsters to you. Immediately after, Li Yi unleashes a flurry of slashes, finishing off the 3 Minotaurs instantly. Seriously, you people are hopeless. At this point, the rich lady has ditched all self-respect, running for her life, sweating buckets. After a while, she stops to catch her breath, naively trying to comfort herself. I think I'm safe here, but she has no idea a giant Minotaur has appeared right behind her fragile back. Feeling a chilling, killing intent on the back of her neck, Miss Tan's eyes go wide. She realizes, terrified, that she messed up, trapped between the monster's hairy legs. She trembles. Why aren't you guys afraid of me? The answer to that naive question is a ruthless axe swing, slamming down without mercy. Watching safely from a distance, Li Yi frowns, analyzing rationally. That's weird. She clearly has a way to fight back, so why is she so scared? Facing death, Tan Tuom squeezes her eyes shut and screams, reflexively raising her hands to cover her head. The bracelet on her wrist instantly lets out a blinding red light. A massive red shockwave blasted out again, sending the Minotaur flying into the distance and saving the Missy's life for the second time. The beast went soaring like a punching bag, zipping right past Li Yi, while he just casually sidestepped with a chill look on his face. But the price he paid was that after tanking that lethal hit, her expensive protection bracelet cracked and shattered into a million pieces. Li Yi's calm eyes scanned everything. He'd already connected the dots and saw the truth. A protection item, huh? Don't tell me that flashy attack from before wasn't even her real power. He strolled over, staring right at the Missy, who was blushing red from embarrassment. Hey, you're a non-combat class awakened, right? She hung her head and muttered, admitting it. Yeah. With her arrogant facade now shattered, Tan Tuom backed away, hiding behind the rank E miner. Flustered, she ordered, Wait, you'd better keep this secret after we get out of here. Li Yi smirked, his hand hefting his greatsword as he prepared to milk her for cash. That's gonna cost you extra. The monsters kept charging in, ignoring the deal-making. Li Yi held his arms out to cover her, but they intentionally tried to slip past him to target the girl, making him suspicious. But why are these Minotaurs only attacking you? Turns out, someone's pulling the strings. A purple flame of power ignited in Li Yi's right eye, and the system panel instantly flashed. Dark Shadow Eye Level 2 activated. Piercing through the thick shadows, he spotted the musician casually standing on a high cliff, playing his flute. So he'd been masking his presence. No wonder I couldn't sense him earlier. The Minotaur's erratic behavior was being controlled by these weird vibrations. Hey, you miner guy? Tan Tuom's scream snapped him back to reality as another Minotaur swung its axe at them, and she huddled against him in fear. Li Yi slashed his sword wildly, grumbling amidst the monster storm. Seriously, this never ends. Surrounded on all sides, Li Yi stood in front of the Missy, weighing his heavy sword and thinking, damn it, these Minotaurs are piling up. I can't use an area of effect skill for fear of hurting Tan Tuom. If I can't break through this soon, I'm gonna get worn down until I drop. That familiar smirk returned, his eyes glinting with a super shady plan. All right, if that guy wants Tan Tuom, he stomped hard on the ground, and purple magic chains surged out from the shadows, binding the monster's legs. Then I'll play along and hand her over to him. With the monsters temporarily pinned by the magic chains, Li Yi stood calmly in the middle of the pack. He turned back and shouted to the clueless Missy in the distance. Hey, both your protection items are busted, and since you're a non-combat class, you'd better watch out so you don't get hit by the splash damage. Hearing the miner blab all her fatal weaknesses to the enemy lurking nearby, Tan Tuom turned beet red with rage, screaming in desperation. Why the hell would you shout that out loud? Right after that, Tan Tuom could only watch, stunned, as the rank E miner hauled his sword and stood tall against the beast horde. Suddenly, from the shadows, the musician flashed a sinister grin, confidently stroking his flute, and muttered with a sneer, just a low-life miner, almost ruined my whole plan. A non-combatant with no protection left. I'll finish you off personally. As soon as he finished, he raised his weapon for a lethal blow, growling, Tan to him, if you're gonna blame anyone, blame your ungrateful old man. But before he could feel smug for even a second, a sharp, crescent-shaped white light suddenly tore through the space, leaving a lightning-fast streak that sliced through everything in its path. The air froze as the arm holding the weapon was severed, flying into the air with splashes of crimson blood. Tantuum was left staring with a giant question mark on her face. Having lost his moneymaker, the flat-top musician's eyes widened. Sweat pouring down his face, he stuttered, unable to believe this brutal reality. What? He grabbed his bleeding stump in pain, glaring at the intruder. By now, Li Yi had calmly turned to explain to the stunned Missy. He was using low-frequency sound waves to control the minotaurs to attack you. Recognizing the face and seeing the system panel clearly displaying Control Rank D musician, Tan Tuam exclaimed in shock, Luden, busted. Luden suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his eyes flashing with a wicked red light. Ha ha ha, taken down by a miner? I really was too careless. Ignoring the fact that he only had one arm left, he suddenly erupted with a brilliant red bloodlust that wrapped around his body like hellfire. He growled in challenge, but don't think you've won yet. That eerie energy quickly spread, blanketing the corpses of the minotaurs scattered on the ground. Under the influence of dark magic, the dead monsters twitched as their muscles bulged and swelled. Their eyes glowed with a deadly red light as they were reborn. From the pile of bodies, a giant red energy wraith rose up behind Luden, churning like a bloodstorm. The musician screamed like a madman. Let me show you the true terror of a musician class awakened. Facing that terrifying pressure, Tantuum covered her mouth, her face pale with horror. This aura is rank C. Meanwhile, Li stood his ground in front of her, frowning as he analyzed it. Luden is absorbing the Minotaur's life force to buff himself. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked, and molten red lava erupted from the depths. Standing on a shaky rock, Li muttered, Lava? Could he be evolving into a rank C lava Minotaur? A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, but the miner's lips curled into a mocking smile. His purple eyes glinted with interest. Jumping straight from rank D to rank C? This cheating is so surreal it even makes me feel bad for myself. At that moment, a massive minotaur covered in volcanic rock and surging flames appeared. The system panel flickered, shifting from rank D all the way to rank C, and the monster threw its head back, letting out a roar that shook the whole cave. Not giving the duo a second to breathe, the lava boss swung its fiery axe, which was as big as a pillar, straight down at Li Yi with destructive force. Instantly, Li Yi held his greatsword horizontally, channeling his magic to create a purple barrier that stopped the attack dead in its tracks. As for the arrogant Missy from before, she was squeezing her eyes shut, biting her lip, and clinging to the tattered shirt of the miner as she hid. The force of the impact was so intense it created a blinding explosion, sending rock and debris flying, mixed with lava flames that lit up the whole abyss. Straining under the 1,000-pound pressure, Li Yi's sword started to crack and melt. He gritted his teeth, assessing the situation. So this is the destructive power of a rank C. The two of us alone. This is definitely too much. The pressure from the blow tore Li Yi's cloak, revealing a burning scar on his cheek and his shoulder, which was now smoking. Tantuum poked her head out, eyes wide, and stated the obvious, You're hurt. Not having time to argue, I saw that lava boss swing its axe again, ready to land another brutal blow. Li Yi scrambled back and reached out toward the young lady. The big, rough hand of a rank E miner suddenly grabbed the delicate hand of the noble rank B awakener, gripping it tight and refusing to let go. Just seconds after acting like the big hero saving the day, Li Yi suddenly turned and bolted for his life, dragging Tantuum along while yelling, Hold on tight! Getting yanked away at breakneck speed, Miss Tan stumbled. Just barely dodging the flaming axe as it slammed into the spot where they had been standing a second ago. While sprinting headlong, Li Yi whipped his hand behind him, unleashing a flurry of purple magic chains that cinched tight around the flaming monster's massive body. Luden, in his beast form, roared in fury. I can't move. Meanwhile, Tantuum asked in shock, You have control-type skills too? Ignoring her clueless question, Li Yi panted, giving her the harsh reality, I can't hold him for long. Tantuum nodded obediently. Got it. Dragging her right up to the entrance of a dark, foggy maze, Li Yi turned back with a dead serious look. Listen, once we're in this maze, just keep running straight ahead, as far as you can, okay? With footsteps echoing on the stone floor, Tantuum seemed to smell a rat, panicking as she clung to him. What about you? You aren't coming with me? The rank E miner suddenly transformed into a tragic hero, shoving her into a dark corner of the maze, standing tall to block the entrance, and declaring firmly, "I have to stay back and hold him off to buy you time to escape." Looking at the solid back of the guy she used to look down on, the rank B lady welled up with emotion, whispering, "Minor." But deep down, Li Yi was definitely just trying to protect his $1 million paycheck. He didn't forget to turn back and drop a charming promise. Li Yi smiled to reassure her as she stood there, confused. "Hide well. I'll come find you soon." Then he turned his back, facing the danger head-on, muttering the real reason for his heroics. "After all, you're my $1 million investment." At the same time, a notification popped up on his system interface, updating the data, a new entry in the dark database. Beast Abyss, the common name for the beast folk world. Beast folk encountered rank D Minotaur, rank C Lava Minotaur. After Tantuum was long gone, the lava monster roared in frustration, glancing around to find the enemy that had been standing right in front of him just moments ago. Damn it, where'd he hide? And then, as if answering his question, a mocking voice echoed from the cliff above. Li Yi sat there casually, dangling his legs, and asked, "Hey, looking for someone?" The monster snapped its head up and roared in rage. Without another word, it swung its axe, bringing it down like a hammer on his position, triggering a massive explosion. Quick as a flash, Li Yi leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the attack, and landed right in front of the beast. He smirked, challenging it. Guess again. Without waiting, he lunged forward, slashing his sword straight at the monster's stone armor. But contrary to expectations, the blade just sparked and bounced right off. Li Yi's eyes went wide. The stone armor was so hard there wasn't even a crack. Seeing that, the monster cackled with glee. "Ha ha, are you stupid? Trying to cut stone with a knife?" With that, it swiped its arm and sent Li Yi flying. He did a flip in the air and landed on the ground, his mind quickly analyzing. This lava area is a real pain to deal with. Thinking quickly, he immediately turned and bolted deeper into the maze to bait the enemy. He had to lure him into a more open space. The beast roared in pursuit, smashing everything in its path. Watching him run like a rat, after a short distance, the monster shouted a taunt from behind. "Is running away all you know how to do?" Li Yi offered a confident smirk, his eyes glowing with that familiar purple light. The system notification flashed. Magic eyes activated. No matter how strong it is, it's gotta have a weak point. Meanwhile, the monster had completely lost its patience, roaring, "I'll kill you first, then go find that little girl." It gathered its strength, shrouding its body in a giant fireball, then charged like a meteor, screaming, "Die, you little brat." Thanks to his magic eyes, Li Yi spotted a flickering purple energy core right in the center of the monster's chest. He felt a surge of excitement. "Found you!" He lunged straight at the incoming fireball, raising his greatsword high. His eyes were wide, showing intense vigilance. The monster suddenly rasped in mockery, "You think I don't know what you're thinking?" It suddenly changed its attack trajectory, swinging its axe in a massive strike toward Li Yi's side instead of a frontal assault. It roared. "Before absolute power, all your little tricks are useless." The surprise hit sent Li Yi flying, slamming him into the cliff behind. He spat out a mouthful of blood, muttering in shock. "This strength is unbelievable. Is this really just a rank C?" The monster didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, charging forward at a terrifying speed, roaring, "Let's see where you run to this time." Cornered, Li Yi clenched his fists, dark mana swirling around his arms, his eyes flashing with determination. "I need to wait for the right opening." He switched to guerrilla tactics, summoning short blades of darkness to constantly harass the monster. The monster sneered, "Oh, not running anymore? Trying to cut me with a dagger?" The constant slashes just bounced off the stone armor, leaving nothing but faint scratches. Ludin roared, "Useless! That scrap metal only scratches my itch." Meanwhile, Li Yi just patiently waited for it to attack again. And then, the moment the monster swung its axe, fully exposing the energy core on its chest, Li Yi seized the golden opportunity, shouting, "This is it!" He lunged with all his strength, stabbing the dark short sword straight into the glowing energy core, creating a sharp clanging sound. But, completely contrary to his plan, the stab just made a dry clink and bounced off. Li Yi's eyes popped, and he gasped in disbelief. What? A wave of intense heat from the point of impact hit his face, making him scream out. "It's too hot." Even the dark energy shielding his body couldn't completely block this terrifying heat. After retreating to a safe distance, he dusted off his shirt, muttering with a hint of admiration, "You're smarter than I thought." This guy knew how to guard his weak spot. The monster stood looming. Luden's voice echoing from inside the stone armor. I don't know how, but you really did find my weak point. It smirked, revealing sharp teeth as the flames burned even brighter. But knowing doesn't help. That spot is over 2,000 degrees Celsius. Tell me where Tantuum is, and I'll spare your life. Responding to the bait, Li Yi just flashed a look of contempt, his eyes filled with disgust. I never trust traitors, people who sell out their own kind. Hearing the insult, the monster raged, the lava beneath its feet boiling violently. You looking to die? It swung its giant axe down. Li Yi moved like lightning, doing a backflip in midair to dodge the hit, as the monster roared, taunting him. Stop dodging, you little coward! Li Yi just scoffed. Yeah, right, and unleashed his new skill. Shadow form, chain blades. Shadowy chains erupted from his arms, morphing into razor-sharp blades. One of the chains whipped around behind the monster, stabbing straight into its neck. It jumped, turning around, but barely managed to tilt its head and dodge. Li Yi didn't miss the chance to talk trash. Funny, coming from you. Snatching the opening while it was distracted, he instantly switched skills. This is it. Shadow form, chain darts. A barrage of shadow darts linked by chains flew out, pinning themselves all over the energy core on the monster's chest. A muffled explosion rocked the room as they hit the core. But the insane heat from the core melted his shadow weapons instantly. The monster let out a twisted laugh. Ha ha ha, totally useless. Li Yi clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn, what a headache. Without giving him a second to breathe, the beast leaped into the air, bringing its axe down from above, roaring, Give it up already. Pushed into a corner, Li Yi could only put his hands up to block. He felt his energy draining fast. I'm burning through way too much shadow energy. This is bad. Does he really have no choice but to ask Qing Tian for help? He immediately crushed the thought, gritting his teeth while narrowly dodging another strike. No way. Even if he died, he wouldn't let Qing Tian take control of his body again. And of course, there was a way more important reason keeping him in the fight. Besides, if he could take down this C-rank monster, he'd bag a ton of XP. He couldn't afford to waste this payout. What a true gamer, even at death's door, he's still thinking about the grind. Without hesitation, he poured every last drop of his energy into a final strike, charging straight at the monster's core. He roared, betting everything on one move. I refuse to believe I can't break this thing. The scorching heat burned his skin, making him scream in pain. But his hands stayed steady, driving the shadow darts even deeper. Break already! A cracking sound echoed. The energy core flared with blinding light. Break! Hit in its weak spot. The monster let out a blood-curdling roar. Its system interface flashed red, its health was bottoming out. It triggered Berserker Rage, attack power up 200%, crit rate up 200%, speed up 200%. It swung its axe like a maniac, sending Li Yi flying. Get out of my way, it bellowed. Li Yi was stunned. What the hell? Why is it going so crazy all of a sudden? The massive blow slammed him against the cliff face, and he let out a pained cry. Scrambling to his feet in a defensive stance, Li Yi felt the blistering heat from his opponent's attacks. So hot. Its attacks have a burn effect. Meanwhile, the monster muttered in rage. A filthy miner. Actually pushed me this far? Its eyes burned with murder as it hissed. It ends right here. Suddenly, a weird feeling hit him. Li Yi's eyes went wide, and his vision started to blur. He looked down at his body. A flow of shadow energy, purer and stronger than anything he'd felt before, was pouring out, sealing his wounds. Why is this shadow energy coming out of me, and why is it so much stronger? His shadow avatar appeared, its calm voice explaining, that energy was always inside you. Your body just couldn't draw it out until you were tempered by extreme heat. A wave of light enveloped him as the system notification popped up. Awakened basic shadow enhancement. He felt his wounds closing at a crazy speed. This shadow energy is healing me. No, it's doing more than that, the shadow avatar added. You just hit the jackpot and unlocked a new form of shadow energy. Watching the impossible, the monster muttered in shock. No way, is this guy really healing that fast? And the aura coming off him, it couldn't let its prey recover. It roared, I'm not letting you get away with this, and swung its giant axe down. But this time, Li Yi dodged the attack with a smooth slide. He kept dodging and countering. His speed was now a match for the monster's. The enraged monster couldn't believe its eyes. This guy, is he actually keeping up with my triple speed? It gritted its teeth in spite, muttering, what the hell? Is he really just an E rank? Then, a devious smile spread across its stone face. Heh, Suddenly, it leaped high, slammed its axe into the ground, and funneled all its magma energy into it. It roared like a madman. I'm going to drown this whole place in lava. Let's see you, run from this. A massive wave of magma erupted from the ground, surging straight at Li Yi. The monster stood in the middle of the sea of fire, roaring in triumph. Let the lava turn you into ash. But when it saw what happened next, the lava monster just froze, its yellow eyes wide with disbelief. Unlike his panicked opponent, Li Yi stood calmly in the middle of the fire, his boots coated in a layer of shadow energy, completely immune to the heat. He stretched, satisfied, feeling the new power coursing through him. So this is shadow enhancement, huh? If the basic form is this strong, I wonder what the top tier is like. He looked up, his purple eyes glowing as he stared straight at the stunned monster, flashing a provocative smile. Hey, Furnace Head, your fire's a bit weak. Insulted, the monster took a step back, stuttering. How? No way! Li Yi walked forward, strolling through the lava like he was taking a walk in the park. You seemed to enjoy the killing part just a minute ago, didn't you? He summoned his shadow short sword, swung it through the air with a flourish, and declared, Now, it's my turn. Hearing the challenge, the monster roared in anger and charged, axe swinging. But this time, Li Yi was a totally different beast. He glided through the fire, his two shorts dancing to create deadly purple arcs, easily dodging and striking back. His slashes were now strong enough to tear right through the monster's hard stone armor. The monster could only stare in shock. The system interface popped up to explain the massive boost. Shadow enhancement, defense, power, and speed increased by 200%. Feeling the stinging pain in the arm he'd just slashed, the monster roared in agony and fury. My arm! It backed away, glaring at its arch-nemesis, screaming, You bastard! Li Yi stood between the monster's massive arms, his short swords radiating a thick, dark aura, ready for the slaughter. Instantly, he slashed out a wave of dark energy that tore right through the monster's shoulder. He thought to himself, stunned. So when I'm in this dark enhanced state, even my charged attacks can hit from a distance? The monster clicked its tongue, flames erupting all over its body as its wounds healed up in a heartbeat. It stood tall and snarled. Your attacks are pathetic. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, cracking a sly smile. Infinite regeneration, huh? His left eye flared with purple fire, easily seeing through his opponent's core. I doubt it. Your energy seems to be running thin. Called out on his bluff, the monster roared in anger, swinging its axe as it charged. Then let's see you try again. But all it got were brutal, punishing slashes from Li Yi, who kept taunting, again, getting absolutely wrecked. The monster gritted its teeth and let out a growl of pure helplessness. Again? Suddenly, it felt its energy core contract painfully, and the flames on its body dimmed noticeably. Panicking, it gasped, What's happening? Li Yi stopped, pointing his blade right at the monster's face with a smirk. Your energy has hit its limit. Give it up now. Realizing he was done for, the Luden inside folded immediately, stammering, Wait, there's no bad blood between us. No need to go this far, right? Li Yi replied coldly. True, but Qin Tian paid me 1 million to keep her safe. Hearing that, the monster scrambled to offer a better deal. Money is no issue. Hand over Qin Tian, and once we're back in Dung City, I'll give you 5 million. Not just one. Li Yi's purple eyes narrowed calculatingly. Back to Dung City? You think I'm gonna fall for that? He exposed the guy's plot. You'd probably just bring backup to get your revenge and get me killed. The monster frantically waved its hands, trying to sound honest. Of course not. I'm not some lowlife who breaks his word. Li Yi gave a faint smile, the kind that makes your skin crawl. Oh, thanks for the reminder. He stood up straight, dark mana swirling around him as he plotted something even better. Handing a traitor like you over to Qin Xian's father. Qin Shaoshang will definitely be interested in the guy who tried to hurt his daughter. Saving her and catching the mole that's going to earn me a favor from the leader of the Longmen district. That payday is worth way more than 5 million. Hearing the plan, the Luden went pale, sweat pouring down his face. If I fall into Qin Shaoshang's hands, I'll wish I were dead, and the organization won't let my family off either. Cornered, he let out one final roar. Holding the crystal, Qin Xian was looking for high up in the air. In that case, don't blame me. At that moment, Li Yi's shadow manifestation rose up, voice heavy with shock. Why does he have a shard of the otherworld prison gate? It explained urgently. Once the shard is destroyed, the only connection between the beast abyss and the outside world will vanish. The gate will dissolve, and everyone will be trapped here forever. Hearing that grim future, Li Yi could only gasp. What? Meanwhile, the Ludin maniacally held the crystal high, laughing like he'd hit the jackpot. You forced my hand. Ha ha ha. Refusing to let the villain pull a mutual destruction stunt, Li Yi charged like a purple arrow tearing through space. In a blink, he dashed past the monster and snatched the crystal right out from under its nose. The monster could only stammer one stunned word in Japanese, Nani? Li Yi didn't waste a second, pouring all his strength into his short sword with a finishing roar. Die! The monster just threw its head back and screamed in pain as a flurry of shadow slashes shredded its body. Li Yi stood coldly watching the aftermath, the monster riddled with countless shadow spears, especially at its vitals. After one last roar, its stone body collapsed into the lava sea, leaving an orange-red energy core floating in the air. The core flew toward him. Instantly, the system flashed a notification. Skill upgrade. Shadow Demon Eye has evolved into Ultimate Shadow Demon Eye. He muttered to himself like he'd just had an epiphany. No wonder those minotaurs earlier didn't have cores. They were all getting sucked here. But this sudden level up has me a bit confused. Just then, the whole cave started shaking violently, rocks raining down everywhere. The shadow manifestation spoke up again. Without the energy support from the lava minotaurs, the beast abyss is collapsing. Cutting to the abyss exit, the whole team had made it out safe. The musician, Stone Eye, and the rest of Qin Tian's crew breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. For real, didn't expect an earthquake in there, lucky to be alive. Meanwhile, Qin Tian turned to look at Li Yi with a completely different gaze, admitting honestly, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Way above E rank. Interested in joining the 354th district? My dad won't treat someone as talented as you unfairly. Pulling his hood down, Li Yi coldly rejected the invite. I've got no plans to join any faction right now. Also, I hope you keep my abilities a secret. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. Fair enough, think it over. Then she handed over a card, keeping her promise. This is the 1 million reward you deserve. Li Yi didn't stand on ceremony, taking it with a wide grin, straight to the point. Thanks. With the payment settled, he pulled out that dull gray greatsword he'd picked up earlier. Oh, by the way, do you guys at Longmin District take this stuff? Qin Xian grabbed the sword, resting her chin on her hand to inspect it professionally. This blade, there's no energy fluctuation, but the material is nothing short of incredible. I'll take it back for appraisal. Whatever it's worth, you'll get your cut. Hearing that, Li Yi waved goodbye happily, thinking as he walked away, awesome, I'll be waiting for your text. Qin Xian seems to know a lot about gear. If she realizes what it's actually worth, our gear business is basically set. Night fell, and on his way back to his rundown apartment, he went back to his suspicious line of thought. But if she's just like that shady mine owner, then whatever. Either way, making 1 million is a win. Back in his crummy room, Li sat on his bed, holding the blue crystal up to the light. The shadow manifestation appeared again, a shard of the otherworld prison gate. What exactly is it, and does it matter? It explained mysteriously, as long as you collect enough shards, I can boost your power to S rank or even higher. Hearing about a legendary rank, Li Yi froze, muttering in a daze. S rank? Meanwhile, the shadow incarnate is lost in its own thoughts again. The fragments of the gate are reappearing. Could those bastards still be active? I need to speed up the recovery process. This kid is the key. An illusion of mighty shadow warriors flickers into view as it mutters, someday, we're going to have to fight creatures that are beyond human comprehension. Should I tell this dumb kid now? But it decides to push it aside. No, it's still too early. That would only freak him out. Better to let him get stronger first. All thoughts vanish as a status window pops up, officially confirming the promotion of minor Li Yi to rank D. Abilities include Shadow Database, Shadow Shapeshifting, Ultimate Shadow Demon Eye, and Basic Shadow Enhancement. Skip the ad. Elsewhere, a group of guards from the NG Corporation is standing watch in front of a brilliant blue portal. The sign clearly reads, NG Corporation Rank E Wraith Zone. A soldier reports that there is 1 Rank B guard and 3 Rank C guards. The other guy complains, they really deployed that many high-level warriors just to guard this thing. From afar, Li Yi pulls up his hoodie, observing with a pensive look, muttering to himself, just as I thought. With my current power, there's no way I can uncover the truth. The shadow incarnate beside him mocks. It's just a rank E spatial rift. What's even worth investigating? Zooming in on Li's glowing blue eyes, he thinks with pure determination, the death of my parents and the truth behind it are all in there. A wave of painful memories crashes over him. He remembers standing in an unfamiliar office, a thick stack of cash thrown onto the table. A cold voice echoes, here's 200,000. Consider it compensation from the Nuger Corporation. Take the money and sign this accidental death confirmation form. Li Yi was just a weak teenager back then, trembling as he looked at the manager with the curled mustache who was smirking. What? Not enough for you? He thinks, gritting out every word. I want the truth. Challenged, the manager loses his patience, grabs him by the collar, slams him onto the table, and roars. I told you already, there was an accident. Your parents and the other miners are all dead. Li Yi could only scream in despair. No! He lunges up, shoving the guy's hand away, and yells, Impossible! My parents were both rank C awakeners. How could they die in an accident? They must still be alive. Let me in there to check. Immediately, a guard as big as a bouncer steps up, grabs him by the collar, and lifts him right off the ground. He threatens in a low voice, Kid, anything can happen in a Wraith Zone. Even rank Cs can die. Li Yi keeps struggling, his logic rock solid. But this is only a rank E Wraith Zone. The Wraiths in there couldn't be stronger than rank E. Even if they were attacked, they could have survived and escaped, right? The guard tightens his grip and growls, You'd better watch your mouth. The guard's eyes suddenly flare with an evil red light. He raises a fist as big as a sledgehammer and shouts, You trying to extort more money? Seems like you're asking for a death wish. Just as the punch is about to land, a commanding voice booms from the doorway, Stop. A suave man in a suit walks in, causing the two subordinates to bow respectfully, President Nin. The system info window displays the identity of the newcomer, Ning Donghao, president of the NG Corporation, a rank A awakener. President Nin glares at the mustachioed manager, questioning coldly, I told you people to comfort the victim's family properly. Is this what you call properly? The manager can only stammer, I. After intimidating his subordinate, the president turns and crouches down in front of the teenager, collapsed on the floor, holding out the stack of cash with a fake, benevolent smile. Kid, take this money. It's not much, but it might help you get through your current hardships. But Li Yi firmly pushes it away. I don't need money. I just want the truth. Ning Donghao smiles, reaching out to promise with an air of sincerity. All right, we will investigate thoroughly and give you a proper explanation. Li Yi's memory continues. Back then I thought, with the promise of the NG Corporation's president, the truth would be exposed soon. But instead, they framed my parents as thieves and handed me a bill for millions in damages. The shadow incarnate appears again, crossing its arms while standing in the shadows, philosophizing deeply, Qing Tian, in power-saving mode. No matter what race you are, if you don't have power, you'll just get oppressed. Ending the flashback, Li Yi turns to look at his companion. Qing Tian continues lecturing. So, instead of staring blankly like a fool, find a way to collect more gate fragments. Once you're strong enough, finding out the so-called truth will be easy as pie. Li Yi turns away, muttering in frustration. Like I need you to tell me that? If it wasn't because your shadow energy can't be detected, if it wasn't because I got labeled as a rank E minor, would I really be stuck here with no one inviting me to a party? He continues his conflicting thoughts about this strange symbiotic being, and this guy too, one minute he says he'll take over my body. The next, he's helping me level up. Is he good or bad, and why is he shrinking? Has his power weakened? If he's actually crazy, is his claim that he can upgrade me to rank S just the rambling of a lunatic? As if reading his mind, Qing Tian goes berserk, his body surrounded by a furious purple current of lightning. Enough, kid. If I didn't see some potential in you, I wouldn't even bother with you. Li Yi innocently replies, I didn't say anything. Why are you getting so mad? Then he thinks to himself, See, he's lost it again. Is there any medicine to fix this nut job? Suddenly his phone pings. A quest invite was just sent. Scene shift to the entrance of another portal. Chemical zone, rank D Wraith Zone, portal entrance. A man in a suit is waiting, asking, Why did you take so long? Li Yi walks up and answers, Sorry, I was a bit far. I just ran over from another rank E Wraith Zone. Suddenly, a man in an orange hazmat suit with a scar on his face turns around and calls out, Li Yi. He's just as surprised. Uncle Hao, long time no see. You're on this mission too? Uncle Hao steps forward and pats his shoulder affectionately. You've grown so much. It's been 5 years since your parents' accident. Meanwhile, a group of hulking mercenaries standing nearby starts gossiping with contempt. Thought we were waiting for someone actually important. Turns out it's just some useless miner. The manager rushes to explain, Sorry, this mission involves excavation. We didn't want to bother high-level warriors. At this moment, the info window pops up. Kodai, Koni, Kotam rank C awakened mercenaries. An impatient mercenary shouts, Stop wasting time. Just tell us what the mission is. The manager hurriedly flips through his notebook. This portal zone is a rank D Wraith zone. Our mission is to find ice crystal ore and mine 60 kilograms for samples. Hearing that, Li Yi narrowed his eyes and sized them up. 4 C rank awakeners for a D rank spirit zone? That's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He kept watching another mercenary in a black cloak stood apart from the rest. Blackie, a C rank awakener. Judging by the killing intent radiating from these 4, none of them were good news. Plus, I can faintly feel the presence of another C rank creep lurking in the spirit zone. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the red-haired underling from the Black Panther gang was tracking everything over his phone. He flashed a savage grin. All my toys have gathered. In that case, he stood up, red laser wires coiling around his hands, his grin turning even more wicked. Let the hunt begin. An info panel popped up. Blood Leopard, second in command of the Black Panther gang. Li Yi's system panel updated again with a new item in the dark database. A portal fragment, an energy stone box that can level up an awakener, aka an XP pack. As they stepped into the portal, Uncle Hao asked anxiously, Li Yi, don't you need to wear protective gear? He replied calmly, No need, Uncle. I'm already an awakened ranker anyway. I can handle it. Hearing that, the mercenaries couldn't help but mock him. An awakened miner, what a rare species. Ha ha ha, another one chimed in. Brother 3, watch your tongue, at least the kid's a hero. King of the trash heap, ha ha ha. Uncle Hao quickly pulled Li Yi back and whispered a warning. Li Yi, don't pick a fight with them. He smiled to reassure him. Don't worry, Uncle Hao, I'm not that reckless. As they walked, he silently scanned his surroundings, his sharp eyes picking up on things that felt off. The vegetation here looked like it had been intentionally altered to hide something, and I can feel a hidden killing intent stalking us nearby. Suddenly, a streak of red laser wire whizzed past just behind his back. Li Yi stood still, muttering with a cold look. Can't hold back anymore, huh? He glanced at the mercenaries trailing behind, his mind full of doubt. Is he trying to scout from the shadows, or does he have another plan? Just then, one of the mercenaries turned around and barked, Hey, trash, move it, don't drag your feet. Uncle Hao hurriedly replied, Yes, we'll be quick. But in Li Yi's mind, a completely different plan was forming. A cunning smile flashed on his lips, the perfect time to use the environment, shake them off, and observe from the shadows. Thinking is doing. He suddenly grabbed Uncle Hao's hand and shouted, Uncle Hao, hold on tight! Then he bolted, dragging his confused uncle along. Huh? The two of them surged forward at a terrifying speed, leaving faint blue trails behind. The mercenaries could only stare in shock, muttering in disbelief. Damn, is that really a speed a miner should have? One guy started to chase, yelling, Stop right there! But the leader stopped him. Leave them. If those 2 pieces of trash leave us, they won't survive long anyway. High up on a tree branch, Blood Leopard sat dangling his legs, watching the 3 guys below. Did they sense the danger? He licked his lips, his red eyes gleaming with sick amusement. Good. If everyone were as stupid as those 3, the game would be so boring. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, the 3 C-rank mercenaries were acting all tough while scouting the path. The guy in the lead turned back, looking visibly uneasy. Boss, I really feel like something is wrong with this mission. Ever since we stepped in here, I've had this feeling like someone is stalking us. The boss brushed it off, oozing overconfidence. You're such a rookie, don't be paranoid. This is just a boring D-rank job. We're all C-ranks, you think we can't handle it? Before he could finish, a falling leaf mid-air was suddenly sliced in 2, silently and cleanly. The mercenary kept trembling, arguing, No, boss, I've got the chills too. It's like a cold shiver is running down my spine. Sensing the mood was sour, the bald guy at the back suggested, Maybe we should turn back? The boss clicked his tongue and snapped, Third brother, quit panicking. But his words were cut short when his eyes suddenly bulged, his pupils constricted, and cold sweat drenched his face in pure terror. Because right in front of him, a crimson thread flicked by, and third brother's head slid right off his neck. A wicked, sick laugh echoed from the shadows. Heh. The head was wrapped tight in red laser wires, and behind it, the killer appeared red hair and a crazed smile. He mocked the cowardice of those calling themselves mercenaries. The game has only just begun, and you guys already want to leave? Blood Leopard! The boss begged in fear. Blood Leopard, let my second brother go. We can talk about whatever you want. The mercenary caught by the neck wheezed. Boss, help me! Blood Leopard sneered. His voice gritted. Talk? You three brothers have provoked the Black Panther gang one too many times. Without letting the dying men utter another word, Blood Leopard ruthlessly jerked the shimmering red wires, growling, "So what the hell is left to talk about?" The brutal scene happened so fast that both the boss and the second brother were frozen in a cold sweat, their eyes wide in total horror. Losing his mind over his brother's fate, the second brother roared in fury, charging straight at the killer with his fist raised. "Blood Leopard, I'll take you down with me." The boss tried to hold him back, but it was hopeless. But recklessness always comes with a heavy price. The second brother's angry fist stopped mid-air, bound tight by the deadly red wires without mercy. The second brother gasped as he realized he'd walked into a trap. Blood Leopard lazily turned his back, glancing over his shoulder with icy sarcasm. "Take me down? You? How pathetic." And naturally, the boss standing behind didn't escape his miserable fate either. The laser wires whipped past, crisscrossing and shredding the boss's terrified face. His body stiffened, dark fragments began to appear, and he could only wheeze his final words. A demon. Using his last bit of strength, the boss turned and ran for his life, screaming, "Help!" Behind him, Blood Leopard spread his arms wide, enjoying the hunt, laughing maniacally. "Run, run faster! Prey that knows fear tastes the best. Ha ha ha!" While the mercenaries were tasting hell, in a bizarrely peaceful turn of events, Li Yi sat down on a rock. "Uncle Hao, let's take a little break here." Uncle Hao, in his protective gear, slumped down on a log, confused. "Li Yi, why did you leave those rankers behind?" Li Yi looked at Uncle Hao with a serious, probing gaze. "Uncle Hao, have you offended anyone or any group lately?" Uncle Hao replied blankly, "I'm just a lowly miner." "What kind of beef could you possibly have with anyone? Why are you asking such a weird question?" Li Yi's face remained cold, his sharp gaze cutting straight to the brutal truth. "Because this mission is a death trap. Someone wants to bury all of us in this desolate place." Uncle Hao broke into a cold sweat, stuttering, "You're scaring me, kid." Li Yi kept the pressure on. From behind the bushes, the battered mercenary boss staggered out. "Uncle Hao, if you know something, you'd better start talking." Suddenly, the bloodied boss pointed straight at Li Yi, roaring like a cornered beast. "Oh, you little piece of trash. Turns out you knew something was off and kept your mouth shut, just so my guys could end up dead like this." Despite the verbal abuse, Li Yi didn't give a damn. He stood up calmly, brushed off his rugged coat, and let out a chilling, sarcastic remark. "Looks like you aren't completely useless after all. At least you helped flush the mastermind out before kicking the bucket." The boss's eyes went wide. "What the hell are you talking about?" Li Yi's eyes suddenly flared with dark blue energy. He tilted his head and coldly passed judgment. "I said, you're about to die." Just as predicted, before the boss could even process it, Blood Leopard dropped down silently from the high branches. The deadly wires entangled their prey once again, leaving him only enough time to look up and gasp in despair. "What? When did you get here?" Not even sparing a glance for his squirming snack, Blood Leopard flicked his long tongue to lick the blood off the wires, his blood-red eyes fixed on the new spectator with excitement. "Who would have thought a miner like you would be this interesting?" The system panel blinked, ultimate skill, shadow eyes activated. Li Yi stood tall by the dying embers of the campfire, his eyes emitting a brilliant purple glow, ready to face the lunatic in front of him. Blood Leopard strode forward arrogantly, kicking the fire apart. Seeing the murderous intent, Uncle Hao panicked and stood in front of Li Yi, pleading, "Wait, wait, Blood Leopard!" "No, Boss Leopard, please, I beg you, let us go. We're just low-level miners, we've never done anything to offend you." The info panel scanned the enemy. Race, human, weakness marked, rank C skills, blood spider threads, high-frequency vibration cutting, effective range, 10 meters. Blood Leopard approached with a sinister grin. "Maybe you didn't offend me, but if you hadn't been blabbering your mouth off while drunk a few days ago, we wouldn't have known you were a survivor." Uncle Hao went pale as a sheet, sweat pouring down his protective suit. He trembled and swore, "That thing. I'll take that secret to my grave. I swear I won't tell a soul." Li Yi stood still behind him, his eyes calmly observing everything. Blood Leopard raised his razor-sharp claws, his eyes glowing with murderous red light, and with a spine-chilling smile, he gritted out, "I've always believed in one truth." Li Yi shouted a warning, "Uncle Hao, watch out!" But it was too late. A crimson blood thread shot through, piercing Uncle Hao's protective shoulder pad and knocking him to the ground. At the same time, Blood Leopard shrieked with glee, "Only the dead keep secrets." Li Yi frowned slightly, beads of sweat forming on his cheeks. He muttered under his breath, "You bastard." Li Yi immediately lunged forward, his hands forming twin blades of sharp darkness, taking a solid defensive stance against Blood Leopard's killer gaze. As he slashed away the incoming blood threads, Li Yi heard Blood Leopard smugly conclude, "Didn't think a miner like you had skills. No wonder you took out that brat, Chow Din." Blood Leopard grinned from ear to ear, his ghostly red eyes dripping with extreme sarcasm. "But that's your limit. Your kind can only take down losers like Chow Din." Without bothering with trash talk, he lunged with his thread claws, shredding the ground and massive boulders alike, while Li Yi ducked and weaved. He darted nimbly between the trees to create distance. Blood Leopard growled a challenge. "If you want to die first, I'll be happy to oblige." At that same moment, Li Yi's system flashed, shadow enhancement skill activated. From above, Blood Leopard slammed down like a bloodthirsty beast aiming for a killing blow, but Li Yi had already crossed his blades to block it perfectly. However, the immense pressure forced Li Yi to grit his teeth. He was secretly shocked. Even shadow enhancement can't hold up against his attack? Seizing the moment his opponent was distracted, Blood Leopard unleashed a barrage of kicks laced with crimson energy that cut through the wind, smirking, "Still got the guts to lose focus?" Taking the brutal hit, Li Yi's body was sent flying backward, slamming into an ancient tree and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Uncle Hao yelled in panic, "Li Yi!" But the boy, kneeling and struggling to get up, barked back, "Uncle Hao, back off." His mind was racing. Close quarters combat was putting him at too much of a disadvantage. He had to switch tactics. Blood Leopard licked his lips in a savage manner and delivered his chilling verdict. "Don't worry. Today, both of you are going to die." Li Yi's eyes flared with explosive purple energy. He snapped his head up and replied coolly, "Let's see who dies first." The system panel flickered, ultimate shadow eyes activated. He launched himself forward, dark energy swirling around his arm, morphing into a massive, pitch-black greatsword. The system displayed Shadow Transformation, Greatsword. The black energy sliced through the blood thread defense, grazing Blood Leopard and leaving him wide-eyed with shock, though he still arrogantly boasted, "That's it?" Taking advantage of the lunatic's moment of hesitation, Li leaped into the air, raising his blade to bring it down. "Of course that's not it." Blood Leopard looked up, his smile becoming even more twisted. "A miner with a bag of tricks, huh? But that's your bad luck." Not bothering to dodge, Blood Leopard used one hand coated in blood threads to catch the dark blade, causing the very space around them to tremble. He sneered triumphantly, "You're just a piece of E-rank trash." At the height of the tension, the ground suddenly split open, and a bald guy hiding underground launched himself up like a torpedo, roaring, "Blood Leopard, go to hell!" Unexpectedly, the bald guy's body elongated like a giant worm, coiling tightly around Blood Leopard, but the red-haired guy didn't even flinch. "Too bad your skill is actually your fatal weakness." Blood Leopard's cunning red eyes widened, his savage grin stretching to reveal his sharp teeth. "Close quarters is my true specialty." The mutated bald man's eyes bulged in panic, cold sweat breaking out as the deadly wires began to wrap around his face. He gasped, "What?" Blood Leopard spread his arms wide, and thousands of blood threads exploded outward, shredding the bald man into 100 pieces in an instant, screaming like a madman, "Die! Blood pudding!" "My bad." The fresh blood sprayed across Li Yi's cheek. He stood stunned, sweating, and thought, "A rank C guy taken out that easily?" Seeing the situation was getting totally mental, Li Yi smartly grabbed Uncle Hao's hand and bolted. "The power gap is just too huge. Uncle Hao, we'd better focus on finding a way to escape." Behind him, Blood Leopard was still arms wide open, basking in his victory, howling with laughter. "Ha ha ha." The maniac, Blood Leopard, covered half his face with his hand, revealing a single blood-red eye piercing through his fingers, his voice dripping with mockery. "Running away, are we? You think you little punks can actually escape from here?" Immediately after, he appeared deep in the forest. The silent scene lit by a crescent moon hanging above, leaves rustling in the wind. Finding a large, safe tree base, Li Yi knelt down to bandage Uncle Hao's wounds. He said, "Let me take care of your wounds first. Once it's fully dark, I'll find a way to sneak you out." Uncle Hao clutched his arm in agony and replied, "Just go on your own, kid. I'm just going to be dead weight." Ignoring the defeatist talk, Li Yi furrowed his brows, scanning him, and cut straight to the point. "Uncle Hao, what the hell did you actually do? Why is Blood Leopard trying to kill you at all costs?" Uncle Hao pressed his lips together in silence. After a moment of internal struggle, sweat pouring down his forehead, Uncle Hao looked up with an incredibly serious gaze. Because, in all likelihood, I know the truth about your parents' deaths. Li Yi froze. His purple eyes that were burning bright suddenly constricted upon hearing Uncle Hao's guilt-ridden words. What did you say? A flow of deep, purple dark energy swirled violently around Li Yi, as if wanting to tear space apart. He could no longer hold back his fury. He grabbed Uncle Hao's shoulders, gritting out every word through his teeth. Uncle Hao, you know something, don't you? Tell me right now. Uncle Hao looked at Li Yi with cloudy eyes, his voice trembling. At first I wasn't sure, but the fact that Blood Leopard came all the way here to silence me confirms that the Supreme Association is involved in this. Images of the past flashed back through his story. Li Yi's father had confided in Uncle Hao about his suspicions that the Supreme Association was conducting brutal experiments at the mine. And just a few days later, the accident happened. His parents were framed for stealing mineral ores. Li Yi grabbed Uncle Hao by the collar, veins popping on his forehead, and roared, "Why didn't you say anything back then?" Uncle Hao hung his head, tears streaming down his face. "I was wrong. I was just a lowly miner. I was afraid of losing my job. I had a family to provide for." Li Yi let go, causing Uncle Hao to fall back. "So you just let my parents take the blame and die for nothing?" Uncle Hao sat slumped on the ground, sobbing, "I feel so guilty. If it wasn't for the fact that I was so tortured that I got drunk and let it slip, this disaster never would have fallen upon us." Before they could even find release, a web of glowing red threads suddenly shredded the surrounding trees, cutting Li Yi off from Uncle Hao. Li Yi's pupils dilated in reverse, his rage reaching its breaking point. Blood Leopard had appeared. His blood threads tightened around Uncle Hao's neck, causing him such pain he couldn't even speak. Uncle Hao looked at Li Yi, his eyes full of remorse and pain. "I'm sorry." Li Yi stared blankly at the brutal scene. The sound of blood dripping onto the parched earth echoed in the terrifying silence. Blood Leopard licked his lips, laughing with delight. "I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Turns out you're the brat of those 2-rank C losers from back then." He waved his hand, and blood threads shot out like lightning, laughing loudly. "All right then, I'll send you down to reunite with your parents." Li Yi drew his weapon, his dark energy colliding violently with Blood Leopard's threads in midair. A slash from the blood threads whipped by, cutting into Li Yi's arm and making him freeze in pain. Blood Leopard hovered in the air, his twisted smile prominent. "So, how's it feel to see your own blood and flesh spilling? Isn't it exciting?" Li Yi gritted his teeth, the shadows around his body exploding outward, shattering the threads binding him. "Your blood threads aren't invincible." He summoned his great dark sword, his eyes burning with killing intent. "When you attack, that's when your defense is at its weakest. Eat this." The great sword swung down, and Blood Leopard panicked. "What the hell is this?" The strike created a storm of shadows, tearing apart the distance between them. Blood Leopard backed off, looking at the wound on his chest, his bloodshot eyes full of mania. "Trading damage for damage, huh? You've got guts, kid." Li Yi knelt on one knee, his great sword thrust deep into the ground, gasping for air. "Damn it, have I hit my limit already?" Seeing this, Blood Leopard sneered, licking the blood off his hand. "Turns out it was just for show. You scared the hell out of me." Instantly, countless red rays of light whipped by, shredding Li Yi's clothes and skin. Blood sprayed out, dyeing his white shirt red. Li Yi's body staggered, being dragged away by the threads. He pulled the wires leisurely as if walking a dog, smugly mocking him. "If you weren't just a rank E brat, I might have been done for." While Li Yi was left hanging in the middle of the woods, his hands tied wide apart, the villain roared out, challenging him. "Come on, you piece of trash, come and kill me." Blood Leopard moved in close, face to face, his eyes wide as he scrutinized his prey's helplessness. "What's the matter? Still planning to kill me with just that look in your eyes?" Then he threw his head back and laughed like a madman, showing off his sharp teeth. "Ha ha ha. Every time I look at ants like you wearing that look of bitter helplessness, I get an absolute rush." He pointed a finger straight at Li Yi's face, igniting the cruelest psychological bomb. "To make your misery even more brilliant, I'll tell you a little secret." The red threads wrapped tight around Li Yi's neck, squeezing until he couldn't breathe, all while the villain's voice echoed in his ear. "That old geezer got it half right. But your parents didn't die in some mine accident." Blood Leopard licked his lips with a long, grotesque tongue, his face twisting like a demon's as he leaned in close to deliver the chilling punchline. "They died by my hand." Blood streamed down from Li Yi's forehead, obscuring his vision, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blood Leopard continued to savor his pain. "Yeah, that's the look. When I personally finished off your mother, Your old man looked at me with that exact same expression. He spread his arms wide, reliving his tyrannical past, while a violent, deep purple aura began to surge fiercely from Li Yi. He stared at me, full of hate and helplessness, while I slowly hacked him to pieces. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Blood Leopard suddenly froze as a wave of hellish heat slammed into his face. He furrowed his brows in shock. Blood Leopard. No. My threads. They've been incinerated? In the next heartbeat, a terrifying dark explosion blasted Blood Leopard dozens of meters away, followed by a roar of fury that tore through the night. You animal! A foot clad in a black boot stomped onto the ground, shattering it into a spider web of cracks as a dark purple aura rolled out like a storm. Li Yi stood tall. The darkness behind him was no longer just mist. It had coalesced into the shape of a giant demon with burning eyes, ready to devour everything. Li Yi's eyes were now nothing but pure killing intent, saturating every corner of the space. He ground out each word like a brutal death sentence. I'm going to strip the bones from your body. Blood Leopard stepped back, narrowing his eyes at the giant shadow looming over Li Yi. He calculated inwardly. I knew it. This D-rank brat can actually use his own hatred to spark the shadow energy inside him. At the same time, the system blared with cold, authoritative notifications. Sudden spike in shadow energy detected. Adjusting rank. Rank adjustment complete. C rank. Shadow enhancement stage 1 to stage 2. Li Yi stood there, his eyes glowing with a haunting, deadly purple light. A green window flashed before him. New skill awakened. Shadow step. Body can enter one shadow and emerge from any other connected shadow. Contrary to Li Yi's surging power, Blood Leopard clicked his tongue in amazement as he saw the boy's wounds steaming. Injured that badly and already healing? It even has a regeneration skill? But then, he licked his lips, a manic grin spreading across his face. Yeah, keep it coming. He whipped his hand, firing deadly threads of blood toward Li Yi, roaring with delight. Prey struggling on the brink of death, that's the best part. Yet, the razor-sharp threads passed straight through Li Yi's body as if cutting through mist. He stood motionless, offering only a dull, unimpressed remark. Prey, you say? Thanks to the shadow step skill, Li Yi's figure vanished, only to suddenly emerge from the very shadow right behind Blood Leopard. He whispered into the guy's ear with a voice as cold as the grave. In the shadows, you're the prey. Blood Leopard jumped in terror. The arrogant look on Blood Leopard's face was replaced by cold sweat. He gritted his teeth. How the hell did this brat's power spike so hard? And his speed. It's fast. He hurriedly braced himself, swinging his arm backward, grinning smugly to save face. Too bad, that's still not enough to take my life. Li Yi floated in midair, waving a dark arm to command the attack. Then try this. Skill activated. Shadow morph. Storm of blades. Countless pitch-black blades tore through the air like a downpour. Blood Leopard frantically swung his blood threads to form a defensive shield, swatting away the rain of blades as they slammed into the ground. He roared triumphantly, Your little tricks are useless against me. His smile vanished instantly when the system screen flickered. Shadow Step, Thunderbolt Eye, linking Shadow Step to a thrown weapon for instantaneous teleportation. Li Yi turned into a purple flash, appearing right where a blade was planted inches from Blood Leopard's face, his eyes cold and sharp. Is that so? He whirled around, pouring all his strength into swinging a shadow blade forward like a cyclone. What about this? Blood Leopard barely managed to cross his blood threads into a solid barrier to block the strike. The impact sent blinding sparks flying. He snarled, Useless. Your little toy knives won't break my defense. Ignoring the trash talk, the energy on Li Yi's arm suddenly twisted and elongated, transforming into a massive, colossal blade that smashed downward. Completely overpowering his opponent and crushing the blood thread defense, Li Yi roared, Who said I was trying to break your defense? Li Yi's face twisted with rage as he exposed the villain's fatal flaw. You're a freak. You can't balance offense and defense. Because your energy control speed can't keep up with your reaction speed. No sooner said than done, Li Yi moved at lightning speed, his body splitting into multiple phantoms, raining down fatal strikes from every angle onto Blood Leopard and tearing his fragile defense to shreds. Blood Leopard's jaw went slack as he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His wide, staring eyes shattered in absolute disbelief this couldn't be happening. His knees gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, one hand clutching his bleeding chest, looking up at Li Yi's oppressive, hulking silhouette, groaning in humiliation. Why? How could I lose to a brat like you, ignoring his enemy's pathetic state? Li Yi raised a hand. condensing his killing intent into a crescent-shaped blade that crackled with purple electricity. He interrogated him coldly. Talk. Tell me exactly what really happened during that mine collapse. The blade of death was pressed against his bloodshot eyeball, but Blood Leopard stubbornly clung to his arrogance, smirking defiantly. I'll tell your mother when I get down there. Patience exhausted, a blinding purple streak swept across the frame with the speed of a thunderbolt. With a swift slash, Blood Leopard's right arm was severed, flying into the air to his own utter shock. My arm! The agonizing pain hit him like a hammer. The monster screamed in the deep forest. Li Yi calmly lowered his hand, casting a disinterested glance at the severed limb on the ground. He looked up with vacant eyes and delivered a sentence as cold as the underworld's verdict. My patience has its limits. Blood Leopard wheezed, grimacing through the excruciating pain, and bitterly spilled the filthy truth. Even if I tell you, so what? It was all Qi Shihao's doing. That year, your old man found out about his experiments. When the truth was exposed, he ordered us to kill your parents and stage it all as a mine accident. Hearing the mastermind's name, Li Yi's pupils constricted violently, the killing intent in his eyes burning like it wanted to incinerate the whole world. Qi Shihao. Like a drowning man clutching at straws, Blood Leopard staggered to his feet, his broken body dripping with blood, roaring in defiance. What, now you know it was someone from the NGG Corporation? You're scared, aren't you? Too afraid to do anything else, right? He grinned with delusional triumph, whispering a crazed threat. I suggest you be a good boy and let me go. But a flash of cyan lightning tore through the wind across his throat, extinguishing that smile forever. Ignoring the headless corpse that just hit the puddle of blood behind him, Li Yi turned and walked away. As the eerie shadows faded into the night, his eyes reflected a cold, ironclad vow. The people who killed my parents. I won't let a single one of them get away. A moment later, a downpour erupted from the pitch-black clouds, washing down like it was trying to scrub away the crime still staining the city. Standing lost in thought under a tree in front of the massive Choi Corp building, Li Yi kept half his face hidden beneath his cloak, his expression sharp and cold. Just then, a group of people walked out. He squinted, recognizing the mustachioed man hopping into a car under an umbrella Qi Shihao. Even though hatred was boiling in his blood, the shadow entity behind him suddenly rose up like a bucket of cold water. Even though you've hit rank C, I still gotta warn you, don't go looking for a death wish. It unsheathed its claws as a warning, eyes glued to the car. You should be able to feel it too. There's a rank A. Evolved human nearby. Li Yi bolted through the rain puddles, his gaze locked on his target. I know. The founder of NG Corp, the rank A evolved human Ning Donghao, was in the car too. Staring at Qi Shihao's aging face through the rain-slicked window, he muttered to himself, Don't worry, I'm not reckless enough to take on Qi Shihao right here. Morphing into the shadows of the night, Li Yi leaped into the air, gliding gracefully over the skyscrapers, though he couldn't completely trust what Blood Leopard had said. He landed smoothly on the empty street, tracking the car. First, I need to figure out if my parents' deaths were ordered by Qi Shihao personally, or if the entire NG Corp is in on it. Standing arrogantly on a steel scaffolding watching the car disappear, he ground out every word with lethal intent. Ning Donghao better not be involved in this, or else… So what if he's a rank A? Blood debts must be paid in blood. The system interface flickered with blue light, confirming his brutal stats. Li Yi. Skills. Shadow Knowledge Archive. Shadow Morph. Ultimate Shadow Eyes. Shadow Enhancement Stage 2. Shadow Step. As night blanketed the suburbs, Li Yi hid behind some large crates, watching a secluded warehouse that was still lit up. Black Leopard Gang's warehouse? What the hell is Qi Shihao doing here in the middle of the night? Inside, a burly, shirtless gang leader with a long scar was shouting orders at his underlings. Be careful. These are all experimental tools. Qi Shihao was sweating bullets, hurriedly wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, bowing and scraping as he asked the leader, Has that old miner, Uncle Hao, died yet? The Black Leopard leader narrowed his cold eyes and muttered, We have no idea where Blood Leopard is right now, and the interdimensional prison portal he used to sneak in has vanished, so we can't confirm if Uncle Hao is alive or dead. Qi Shihao turned pale, panicking. What does that mean? Blood Leopard isn't even a rank C. Han definitely underestimated them. Among those killed this time were 49 rank C evolved soldiers. The two ringleaders turned toward the massive covered machines. The leader urged, Get these tools inside quickly before anything else happens. This is a critical phase of the experiment. We can't afford any mistakes. The leader shot him a look. Is the money ready? Kuei Shihao nodded to reassure him, "Don't sweat the money." And in the corner behind the crates, Li Yi was listening with his eyes closed, not missing a single word. The truth was laid bare. A fierce purple fire burned deep in Li Yi's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. Kui Shihao. So it really was you. But his intense killing intent had tipped off the beast. The black leopard leader's eyes suddenly flashed with a vigilant red light. Instantly, he spun around and swung his hand, unleashing a flaming slash that shredded the wooden crates where Li Yi had been hiding, roaring, "Who's there?" Kui Shihao jumped in fear. "What's going on?" The leader frowned, muttering with murderous intent. Was I imagining things? I swear I just felt some killing intent. In another, safer corner, Li Yi leaned against a wall, panting. Sweat poured down his face. That was close. Almost got caught. Looks like rank C strength still isn't enough. Time passed, and a new day arrived. Standing in front of the flashy glass skyscraper, the grand sign appeared. The Tan Enterprise, owned by the president of the Longmon 3rd District Association, Tan Shishang. Li Yi's shadow rose up, crossing its arms mockingly. "Hey, why aren't you out looking for a job this morning instead of coming to a place like this?" He shoved his hands into his pockets, strolling into the grand lobby with total confidence. "Obviously, I'm here to find the third fragment, and while I'm at it, see how much your weapons are worth." A beautiful, elegantly dressed receptionist trotted over to greet him. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Li Yi replied curtly, his tone cold. "I'm looking for Tan Tuum." The receptionist kept her professional smile, asking, "Do you have an appointment?" If not, but an amorous couple approaching from behind cut off the conversation. In the narrow space, the vixen in the red dress pointed a finger right at Li Yi's face and spat out, "You lowly, pathetic little minor. This isn't a place for someone like you. How dare you say the young lady's name so casually?" Li Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised. "To Tin," she pouted, stroking the blue-haired guy's chin. "Tan Thieu, having this beggar here is just polluting the air. Aren't you going to throw him out?" A bodyguard in sunglasses stepped forward immediately. The blue-haired guy smugly ordered, "Do it." Li Yi stood surrounded by the guards, his voice calm. "Is this how Longmon 3rd District treats its guests?" The blue-haired guy kept his arm around the woman, spouting insults. "Guests? You think a beggar like you counts as a guest? You aren't even worth being a dog for the Tan family." Li Yi remained cold, silently assessing the situation. Are all the Tans this arrogant and overbearing? Looks like keeping in touch with Tan Tuam is completely unnecessary. He turned on his heel to leave, dropping a parting shot. "In that case, I'll take my leave." But the blue-haired guy wasn't letting him off that easy. "Leave? No way." Following his pointed finger, "Break his legs for me." The thugs all rushed straight at Li Yi. Without even looking back, he activated his shadow step skill. Li Yi blurred through the crowd like a ghost, easily knocking them all down and grabbing the blue-haired guy by the throat. A second later, Li Yi had lifted the tan air off his feet. Seeing this, Tu Tin stammered a threat. "You'd better let Tan Thieu go, or the Tan family won't go easy on you." Li Yi tossed him aside, sending him crashing into the ground with a loud bang, and coldly spat out one word, "Noisy." Leaving the group lying in a heap, he kept walking. "Today, for Tan Tuum's sake, I'll spare you." But his mercy only fueled the guy's rage. The blue-haired man struggled to his feet, his whole body erupting in flames. "Damn you! Who the hell do you think you are?" He gathered his strength and lunged from behind with a flaming punch. "I'm going to kill you right now." It forced Li Yi to condense shadow energy into his arm to prepare for the fight. At that exact moment, Li Yi's eyes flashed with an intimidating purple light, making the blue-haired guy freeze in his tracks. Suddenly, some guy in a mask pops out of nowhere, blocking the blue-haired dude's flaming punch with just one hand. A girl with white hair struts in from the door and snaps, "You've got some nerve causing trouble at the Tan group." Thinking he's got backup, the blue-haired guy points at Li Yi and sneers, "You're dead meat. Making a scene here? My sister won't let you get away with this." He keeps whining, "Throw him out, sis. Actually, that's way too easy on him. You should break his arms and legs." Before he could even finish, someone grabs him by the collar from behind. Pinned down by the masked man, he's totally confused. "Sis, what are you doing? It's me, your cousin, Tan Tang." The lady in the red dress tries to suck up too. "Young miss, this poor, pathetic miner had the nerve to call you by your name. Young Master Tan was just trying to protect you." Tan Si Yin glares at her, cold as ice. "He's my friend. Why the hell would it be a problem for him to use my name?" She immediately orders her crew to drag the lady out. "Throw these arrogant bodyguards and this trash employee out, and make sure they're never hired here again." The guys in black chant, Understood. The woman is kicking and screaming, Young Master Tan, I'm your girlfriend. I did this for you. Young Master Tan, say something. I even gave myself to you. Tan Si Yin turns to her cousin and warns him, Young Master Tan, you'd be better off calling yourself Tan the Animal. If you ever use the Tan family name to scam people again, I'm gonna end you. He whimpers in response. Yes. After clearing out the trash, Tan Si Yin walks up to Li Yi. I didn't think you'd actually come in to hang out with me. They walk side by side and she lowers her voice. Sorry about that. Some distant cousin really made a fool of himself. Li Yi just shrugs it off. It's cool. Every family has a few black sheep. When they reach a room, the secretary opens the door and announces, This way, miss. The chairman wants to see you. Tan Si Yin turns to Li Yi. Sorry, wait here for a sec. I'll be right back. He nods. No worries, go ahead. Standing there alone, he looks around, wondering, is it something important? The secretary's voice pipes up. Chairman Tan didn't say, just insisted you come immediately. Suddenly, a massive metal security door crashes down from the ceiling. It slams shut right in front of him, blocking Li Yi's exit. A tall guy steps out from the shadows, his voice booming, Kid. Li Yi's system scans him instantly, rank A, awakened, equipped with intimidating gaze and thunderbolt wrath. The guy interrogates him, Who the hell are you? Li Yi's eyes narrow with caution. He's doing the math, rank A with 2 skills. He keeps his cool and replies, Sir, is there some kind of misunderstanding? I'm just a miner. Meanwhile, he's thinking this mental attack is complete garbage. His dark energy augmentation is totally useless against it. The guy looks surprised, then quickly puts on his arrogant mask again. My intimidating gaze didn't even make him sweat. He barks, a miner, huh? Faster than a blink, he unleashes a blinding bolt of lightning that sends Li Yi flying. I highly doubt it's that simple. The guy stands there majestically amidst the crackling electricity, completely dominating the room. He slams another bolt of lightning onto him. After the impact, Li Yi plants his feet, using dark energy to shroud his body in a protective shield. The guy says, Whoa, you took my hit? Your strength is at least rank B, and you're still calling yourself a miner? He leans in, threatening, Talk! Why are you faking your identity to get close to Si Yin? If you don't come clean, don't blame me for what happens next. Things are getting super tense when Tan Si Yin bursts in, grabbing her dad's arm and tugging hard. Tan Xiaoshang, you purposely sent me away just to grill my friend, didn't you? Don't you have anything better to do? The scene goes chaotic as she starts pinching her dad's arm and dragging him away. The dad tries to play it cool, relax. We have a guest here, give your old man some face. She snaps back. You're an old guy, why do you care about face? Get out there and stop bothering my friend. In the background, Li Yi is standing there, totally speechless. He forces a smile and thinks to himself, Tan Xiaoshang, the boss of the Belongmen district, is this guy? Done dealing with her dad, Tan Si Yin turns back to apologize. Really sorry about that. My dad's just like that. He always thinks anyone who gets close to me has some shady motive. Li Yi waves it off. I get it. Your dad's just worried about you being, he's just worried about you getting scammed by bad guys. Noticing his phrasing, she asks curiously, You seem to know my dad pretty well. He scratches his forehead and gives a dry laugh. Honestly, it'd be hard not to, because right outside the glass, the great dad has his face pressed against the window, mumbling his plans. Does this punk have designs on my daughter? Even if he isn't one of those hair-dyed delinquents. But who knows if he'll change later. I had my daughter late. I can't let some random guy steal her away. I've raised my little princess for 16 years. I absolutely won't let her get hurt. If there's no other way, I'll do this. Or maybe that. Li Yi sighs, exhausted. He's literally saying his whole internal monologue out loud. At her wit's end, Tan Si Yin screams, Tan Xiaoshang, get away from here. The air finally clears, and they sit on the sofa. Tan Si Yin slides a black card toward him. There's a 5 to million deposit on this card. That heavy sword from before was made of special materials. The client wants to finish the appraisal before giving the final price. Li Yi takes the card. That works. But I actually came here for something else today. He pulls out a glowing blue tech fragment and asks point blank, Do you know where I can find more of these? Tan Si Yin studies the fragment. These nameless shards from other dimensions used to be everywhere, but in the last few years, someone's been buying them up in bulk, so they're pretty rare on the market now, she suggests. But you could try the auction at Belongmen District. Maybe you'll get lucky. Li Yi nods. Thanks. In his mind, the dark entity appears, looking fierce. Li Yi thinks, someone is collecting these shards. Could this be related to those people? Meanwhile, in another room, a masked subordinate is holding a file, reporting to his superior, Li Yi, 20 years old, has always been a total nobody. Just a few days ago, he was identified as a rank E awakened, but since no special energy was detected in his body, he's still just working as a minor. The white-haired boss reviews the paper, muttering, "Went from rank E to rank C in just a few days? Or has this little rat been hiding his power the whole time?" On the desk, a phone starts buzzing like crazy. That Hua guy, "What kind of wind blew you here today?" On the other end of the line, a voice says, "Old man, do you still have that heavy sword your daughter sent over?" The boss stood up, grabbed his phone, and shot back, "I'm not sure." "Why?" The guy surnamed Chu urged him anxiously. "Hurry up and ask if there are any blades left. We'll take every single one you've got," the white-haired old man said over the phone. "You're a crafty old fox, aren't you? Why are you in such a rush? That sword must have some special purpose, right?" Important info came from the other end of the line. "I can't reveal too much to you. I can only say that the material used to make that sword could boost the overall power of our entire army." The boss lowered his phone and carefully sized him up. His power and identity are way too mysterious. Even the weapons he pulls out casually aren't exactly standard issue. This guy, Li Yi, is just too unpredictable. Meanwhile, back to Li Yi. He was taking a leisurely stroll around the building's exhibit hall. There was a lot of stuff here. Maybe a fragment really was nearby. As he walked, he spotted the woman in the red dress from earlier, clinging to a different blonde young master. "Honey, sweetie, I really don't have anything to do with that Tan Teng guy. He's the one always stalking me. I even quit my job at the Tan Corporation just to get away from him." The guy surnamed Chu patted her soothingly. "So you quit. Big deal. From now on, I've got you covered." She acted all spoiled. "Sweetie, you're the best to me." But the guy surnamed Chu was frowning at Li Yi, thinking to himself, "That damn miner. Has Lord Blood Leopard still not dealt with him yet?" His arrogant nature flared up, and he tilted his chin. "Tell me right now, how did a bottom feeder miner like you manage to sneak in here?" Li Yi turned around and smirked coldly. "Looks like your memory isn't that great, huh?" Dark energy erupted around him. "Did you already forget what it felt like when I slapped you in the face a few days ago?" The guy surnamed Chu panicked and backed away. "You don't come any closer." From behind him, the Black Leopard gang leader stepped up to block the way. The leader clicked his tongue. "Chu-Ding, you really are an embarrassment to our Black Leopard gang." The guy surnamed Chu cheered, "Brother Leopard?" The red-cloaked leader stepped forward, threatening Li Yi. "Hitting my people is like slapping the Black Leopard gang in the face." His hand surged with energy as he pressed it onto Li Yi's shoulder and said, "Now, kneel down and apologize to me this instant." But Li Yi stood there, completely unmoved. With one swift motion, Li Yi stomped his foot, shattering the floor beneath them. He tilted his head, his eyes flashing with a powerful violet light, and said flatly, "Kneel before you, keep dreaming." Seeing Li Yi casually smash the floor in such a provocative way, the Black Leopard leader glared. "I didn't expect a little punk like you to be so stubborn." The woman in the red dress clinging to Chu-Ding hurriedly chimed in, "You damn miner. Don't you know your place, daring to offend Brother Leopard?" Before she could even finish, a cold voice cut through the air. Tan Xian strode forward, followed by security guards. "Black Leopard gang, this is 3 Longmen Street. You guys are always welcome to come here and spend money." Her eyes sharpened, bluntly declaring war to protect her own. "You're welcome to spend money here, but if you want to pick a fight, we'll be happy to entertain you." Knowing he couldn't cause trouble on the big boss's turf, the Black Leopard leader scratched his head and forced a laugh to calm things down. "All right, fine. I'll give Miss Tan some face today." Li Yi stood with his back to them, hands shoved in his pockets, his expression indifferent and unbothered. After clearing the mess, Tan Xian turned to call him, "Let's go. It's time for the auction." Just like that, Li Yi walked away leisurely, leaving behind the resentful and frustrated glares of the Black Leopard gang members. As they walked, Tan Xian looked back and asked, "Li Yi, are you okay?" He replied calmly, "I'm fine." Watching their retreating figures, the gang members wondered, what on earth is that guy's background, and why does the boss have beef with him? Chu-Ding turned to the leader, annoyed and questioning him. "He's the one who snatched the precious sword that was meant for you, and he even declared he'd destroy the Black Leopard gang." As soon as that point of contention was raised, the leader grabbed Chu-Ding by the collar and shook him. "He's the one who stole the legendary sword I was going to give you, and he even claimed he'd wipe out the Black Leopard gang?" The guy surnamed Chu panicked. "Yes, I'm sure." The woman asked, "What? Are you sure?" Just then, a man hurried over and asked, What about Brother Blood Leopard? The leader crossed his arms, pondering the situation. That kid was one of the targets Blood Leopard was hunting last time, and he's still alive. A wild thought flashed through his head, and the leader muttered, "Don't tell me he killed Blood Leopard?" Chu Ding dismissed it immediately. No way. He's just E-class trash. How could he be a match for the second boss? While they were busy making wild guesses in another display area, Li Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped. Dark energy flared brilliantly in the corner of his eyes as he caught sight of a far too familiar figure, Kui Shihao. His arch-enemy was walking right in front of him now. The killing intent radiating from Li Yi was as black and eerie as ghostly smoke. Kui Shihao, walking ahead, was startled and turned around, cursing. "It's that little brat." He glared at him. The image of the weak, helpless teenager from the past seemed to overlap with the reality before him. Dark memories flooded back. That spineless piece of trash from back then? Kui Shihao pursed his lips, his gaze filled with suspicion and contempt. How on earth does he know Tan Xian? Suppressing his surging rage, Li Yi walked past them casually. "Why did you want me to come here?" Tan Xian replied coldly. "Replacing my father. He suddenly wants to meet you." Li Yi tilted his head slightly, teasing her. "He won't try to lay a hand on me again, will he?" Tan Xian smiled smugly. "Don't worry. With me here, he wouldn't dare." Seeing Li Yi had someone backing him up, Kui Shihao turned to the man with him and sneered. "Didn't expect to run into you here, my dear nephew." Li Yi scoffed at that corporate fake smile. He delivered a sarcastic jab right to his face. "I'm just a nobody forced to work in the mines to make ends meet. How would I dare try to climb the social ladder and befriend an executive at the Tan Corporation like you?" Even after being called out directly, the guy still had thick skin. Kui Shihao closed his eyes and pretended to justify himself. "The way your parents' situation was handled was a decision from the higher-ups. I really wanted to help, but I didn't have any say in it." Li Yi, hands in his pockets, turned back and threw a razor-sharp look at him. "You sure have a silver tongue, don't you? Deep down, you know the truth." He continued walking, dropping one last sharp final line. "Oh, by the way, Uncle Hao, thanks for the message. You can't wrap fire in paper. You've done too many filthy things. Karma is bound to catch up with you eventually." Struck exactly where it hurt, the lackey with Kui Shihao flew into a rage. "This little brat needs to be taught a lesson." But Kui Shihao quickly held out a hand to stop him. "This is Tan Shisheng's territory. We can't take action here." The lackey gritted his teeth, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. "Since this kid knows things he shouldn't, we'll just have to have someone take him out." Kui Shihao smirked sinisterly. "Fine, I'll arrange it right away." Leaving the guards behind, Tan Tuom leads Li Yi into the lavish VIP room to meet her father. "Dad, I've brought Li Yi here." At that same moment, the MC's voice booms from the hall below. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's auction is officially underway." Tan Tuom turns to her friend with a smile. "The auction has started. You go ahead and talk to my dad first. If the item you're looking for shows up, I'll let you know." Li Yi nods. "Thanks." Once they're alone, Li Yi cuts straight to the chase with Mr. Tan. "I'm curious why Chairman Tan wanted to see me, so I'll just be direct." Mr. Tan takes a sip of hot tea and asks slowly, "The weapons you consigned to Tuam last time, you still have more, don't you?" Li Yi sits on the sofa, thinking to himself, Tan Shishang went to all this trouble to get close. It looks like he's dead set on getting his hands on the Qing Tian clan's weapons. He flashes a faint smile, playing the part of a cool-headed businessman, but knows he'd better hold back a little. Offloading too many at once isn't safe, and it'll tank the price. I just happened to stumble upon these weapons. I've only got 2 more left. Hearing this, the old fox sets his teacup down and drops a number that would stop a normal person's heart. "How about this? Including the one from before, I'll pay an extra 40 million. 45 million total, what do you say?" With just the 2 of them left, Li Yi begins his counter-negotiation. 15 million apiece isn't low, but you know as well as I do, for people like us, weapons are lifesavers. Tan Shishang narrows his eyes. "So, what's your point?" Li Yi takes a sip of tea and calmly drops his final price, 25 million each. That figure is clearly way beyond his expectations, catching Tan Shishang off guard. He chuckles with a cryptic look. "You brat, you've got some nerve with that price tag." Just then, Tan Tuom rushes in, interrupting them. "Li Yi, the item you wanted just appeared." Upon hearing the news, a black-cloaked figure with burning red eyes suddenly appears behind Tan Tuom, voice cold as ice, Tan Shishang. The old fox is startled and has no choice but to swallow his pride. Fine. I'll transfer the remaining 70 million to you right now." Li Yi stands up and walks to the balcony. Tan Tuan points down at the stage. That piece must be what you're looking for. Behind them, Tan Shishang mutters in frustration. That little punk, down on the floor, the auction is getting heated. The moderator's voice echoes. Number 14 bids 65 million. Number 17 bids 100 million. A blue fragment sparkles on the display stand. Number 6 bids 150 million. Li Yi calculates in his head. I knew the fragment was here. With over 70 million on me, that should be enough to win it. He raises his number 9 paddle high and shouts, 30 million. Inside, his heart aches. Even if it's just to scare off the competition, 30 million is a massive hit to the wallet. The moderator calls out, buyer number 9 bids 30 million. Do I hear any higher? On another balcony, Kuei Shihao narrows his eyes, recognizing his rival. Why is that brat bidding on this? The moderator starts the countdown, 30 million going once, 30 million going twice. Kuei Shihao immediately raises his number 2 paddle and yells, 50 million. He thinks to himself, let's see how much cash you've actually got to compete with me. The moderator's voice returns, 50 million. Buyer number 2 bids 50 million. Without a second of hesitation, Li Yi keeps driving the price up, 60 million. Seeing this, Tan Shishang tries to talk him down. Kid, this thing isn't worth that much. I'm telling you, stop pushing your luck and don't throw away the money you just made. Tan Tuam agrees. Yeah, that guy is just trying to drive the price up on purpose. Even back in the day, this would barely hit 10 million at its peak. Ignoring the advice, Li Yi stares straight at Kuei Shihao, determined. Kuei Shihao, you want it, but I'm going to fight you to the bitter end. He turns to look at Tan Shishang, dropping a loaded question. Between the Tan Corporation and the No-Go Corporation, he smirks, issuing a challenge. Whose pockets are actually deeper? Catching onto his game, Tan Shishang lets out a loud laugh. Obviously my Tan Corporation, but why should I help you? At that same moment, the MC keeps calling. 70 million, buyer number 2 bids 70 million. Li Yi calmly hits back. Because I have this. 2 massive heavy swords suddenly materialize and slam into the floor. Mr. Tan moves closer, his tone turning cautionary. I'll take these 2 for the previous price, but with only that small amount of money, you can't compete with the others. Li Yi replies with confidence. Chairman Tan, don't worry. Since I dared to speak up, obviously I can come up with the corresponding amount. Li Yi's attitude makes the old fox pause and think, could this kid still have a stash of inventory on him? The MC shouts, 70 million going once. Seeing his father still hesitating, Tan Tuam grabs his arm, anxious. Stop dragging your feet over such a small amount of money. If Li Yi can't pay, I'll cover it, okay? Mr. Tan gives in with a nod. All right, all right, all right. The MC continues, 70 million going twice. Tan Tuam grabs Li Yi's hand and drags him out to the balcony. She urges him on, Li, hurry up or that creep is going to snatch it. Li Yi mutters to himself as they walk. I seriously don't get the world of these big shots. Even hundreds of millions is just pocket change to them. Li Yi raises his number 9 paddle high and yells, 100 million. The MC immediately echoes him. Buyer number 9 bids 100 million. Kuei Shihao grinds his teeth, thinking, this item is way too useful for the corporation's secret operations. I have to have it. He raises the bid to 200 million. The auction hall explodes. 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. People start whispering, are those 2 crazy? Fighting over just one fragment? Is it really worth that much? They're just fired up, I bet. It's got nothing to do with the actual value of the fragment. The henchman standing next to Kuei Shihao speaks up, Chairman Toy, that brat is clearly going against us. Kuei Shihao growls, he's not even on my level yet. He raises his paddle and screams an insane number, 1 billion. The whole room falls silent, then erupts in shock, 1 billion. Buyer number 2 bids 1 billion. Tan Tuam is worried, Li Yi, that creep is just trying to provoke us. But Li Yi remains calm. No, with Kuei Shihao's personality, he would never risk taking such a massive loss. Unless, Tan Shishang coughs, reminding him, kid, think carefully. This is already 1 billion. Can you really produce that many weapons? Tan Tuam interrupts her father. I already said I'd cover the difference. Stop being a buzzkill, okay? Li Yi, hurry up and bid. Don't let that villain win. Empowered, Li Yi raises his number 9 paddle and roars the final number, 2 billion. The MC shouts along, excited, 2 billion. Buyer number 9 bids 2 billion. Does anyone have a higher bid? Kuei Shihao is stunned, while Li Yi smirks with a taunting grin. The MC starts counting. 2 billion going once, 2 billion going twice. The henchman stares at Kui Shi Hao, panicked. Damn it, where is that brat getting all this money? Kui the Hao let out a sharp breath, his eyes bloodshot with rage. It had to be Tan Shishang. Otherwise, how would that punk get his hands on 2 billion? The auctioneer slammed the gavel down for the third time. Congratulations to bidder number 9 for winning the nameless fragment. Tan Tuum handed it over amazing, but she was still curious. Is that thing really worth getting this worked up over? Tan Shishang stroked his chin, a satisfied smile on his face. I just love watching jerks get slapped in the face. After that insane final bid, Tan Shishang stood with his arms crossed, glancing at the young man with a look that was half angry, half amused. Bidding like that sure feels good, doesn't it? But 2 billion. Before the old man could finish his nagging, he sobered up, calculating the numbers. Not counting the previous items, you still owe me over 70 weapons. Can you actually cough up that kind of inventory? Li Yi smiled mysteriously, replying with a simple truth. The rarer the item, the higher the value. When you have too much, price doesn't even matter. He snapped his fingers. Instantly, the whole room turned into an armory. Over 100 massive greatswords appeared out of thin air, stabbing into the floor and releasing a terrifying pressure that even startled Tan Tuam. Li Yi crossed his arms, declaring arrogantly, "That's over 100 blades. Should be enough to cover the 2 billion, right?" Watching this unbelievable display of power, Tan Shishang burst into hearty laughter. This kid is straight up savage. He secretly gauged the kid's aura and strength if only he could put it to use. Tan Tuum stepped closer, calling his name with a complicated look in her eyes. Li Yi. She flashed a knowing smile. Next time you've got something fun going on, remember to call me. But her overprotective dad behind her was clearly jealous. Better not. If this punk wasn't tamed, he might just kidnap his precious daughter. He quickly called out, "Tuam, get home with your father now." Before leaving, Tan Tuam didn't forget to remind him, "Just come pick up the item you won in person. Bye." Li Yi bowed his head in return. "Then I have to thank Chairman Tan." Tan Shishang paused and turned back. "Oh right, let me give you some advice before you go. You've got tricks up your sleeve that I don't know about, but the NG group isn't small time. That's not something you can take down all by yourself." The old fox tried to pull him in. Sometimes, it's necessary to ally with people who share the same goals. If you're interested, hit me up. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Kui the Hao was lounging around. The Black Panther gang leader stood nearby on his phone. "All right, I got it." He hung up and reported, "Tan Shishang and his daughter have left. The one picking up the fragment is that punk, Li Yi. Should we?" Kui the Hao squinted, wearing a sinister grin. "We wait until he's outside the influence of the Three Dragon Gate district before we strike. No need for extra trouble." The Black Panther leader chuckled, flashing his white teeth. "Don't sweat it. This time, I told Uncle Hang to bring 3 C-rank specialists along. It's in the bag." Night fell. Walking down a deserted road, Li muttered to himself, "Looks like Tan Shishang has dug up quite a bit of dirt on me." That last comment was clearly just to pull me into his side. His shadow rose up and spoke. "If he wasn't trying to control you, forming an alliance for backup wouldn't be a bad move." Li Yi replied, "But he's only A rank. As long as you have enough fragments, I guarantee you'll reach S rank easily." The shadow sounded annoyed. "What's with that look? You don't trust me?" Li Yi answered calmly, "I trust you. Isn't that why I'm looking for a place to test myself?" "Yeah, right. Does he think S rank is as easy as buying groceries? There are only 9 S ranks in the entire world, and he says it's easy to become one of them. Why don't you try it yourself?" "Forget it. Better not say that out loud and piss him off." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, tearing through the quiet night. Li Yi watched in horror as his apartment building went up in flames. Chaos broke out. People were screaming and running for their lives. "Run, honey, where are you? Mom, Dad." Just then, his phone rang. On the other end was Tan Tuum's urgent voice. "Li Yi, I just got intel that the Black Panther gang is targeting you." He looked up at the burning building. He answered, "I think they already made their move. Hide somewhere. I'm sending people over right now." Li Yi hung up calmly. "Don't worry, I can handle this." From the shadows, Uncle Din and his thugs stepped out, sneering. Finally showed up. "Huh? Get on your knees and beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and spare your dog life." Li Yi looked at the group in front of him, dark energy swirling around his body. "The Black Panther gang really looks down on me, huh? Just sending a few trash mobs like you to die?" One of them roared, "You're the one dying today. How's an E rank like you supposed to take on 3 real C ranks?" Li Yi smirked and dropped a killer question. Then why do you guys think the Black Panthers couldn't kill me? The whole group froze. One whispered, he's too confident. Is he hiding his real strength? Uncle Din quickly dismissed it. Don't let him fool you. He's just a damn miner. Just then, a thug lunged forward with a blade. The accomplices behind still believed. He's got absolutely zero combat skills. Li Yi just stood there, back turned to them. But the second the blade came down, Li Yi tilted his head to dodge it as easily as candy, cracking a smile. Then, a tendril of shadow shot into the air, pinning the sword straight into the ground. The thug stared in confusion. Before he could recover, Li Yi spun around and slashed a shadow blade across the guy's throat, smiling. He was right, you know. I am just a miner. Seeing this, the other two panicked and backed off. How was that possible? When did he get over there? Meanwhile, the cowardly captain turned and ran for his life, yelling orders, "Get him! Both of you! Attack at the same time!" While running, the captain was snatched up by shadows and lifted into the air. Li Yi smirked. You guys are supposed to be mobsters, so why are you scared of a miner like me? Dark flames flared up, obscuring one of his eyes. He asked coldly, You really like playing with fire? The captain broke into a cold sweat, screaming in desperation. Ah, Li Yi, let me go. Sure, I'll grant your wish. Li Yi threw him straight into the burning building. Then I'll let you play with it all you want. In midair, the guy still tried to act tough. Boss Quay and Brother Panther won't let you get away with this. And with that, he was swallowed by the roaring flames, screaming in agony. Ignoring him, Li Yi put his hands in his pockets and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, I'll send the rest of them to join you soon. Tan Tuom rushed over, shouting, Li Yi! Reaching him, she pulled his arm in concern. Li Yi, are you okay? He shrugged. I'm fine. Just some small fry. Tan Tuom looked up, asking seriously, What are you going to do next? Li Yi's gaze sharpened. They've already made their move. Obviously, I have to strike back. She suddenly turned firm and decisive. All right, I'll help you. Li Yi glanced back, confused. Why do you even want to help me? Qin Tian followed behind, quickly justifying herself. I've had it with the Black Leopard gang for a while now. Plus, they actually dared to mess with my friend. Her cheeks flushed pink, acting shy. You're one of the few friends I've got. Li Yi stood there, stunned, thinking to himself. A friend? Then a slight smirk curled on his lips. Fair enough. The two of them left the building, which was now engulfed in a sea of flames. Li Yi settled it. Then let's start by taking down the Black Leopard gang. Arriving at a luxury apartment, Qin Tian said, Stay here for now until you find a new place. Nobody usually lives here. Just pick whatever room you want. Li Yi was about to walk into one, saying, I'll take this one then. Qin Tian panicked. Anything but that room. He was confused. This room? She blushed, raising a hand to block him. Absolutely not that one. The door swung wide open, revealing a room filled with nothing but pink decor and stuffed animals. Li Yi concluded. Talk about super girly, huh? He teased with a grin. But honestly, it really suits you. Cian was flustered. I thought you'd think it's childish for the heiress of the Qin Corporation to like this stuff. Qin Cian blushed as she pushed him back out. Isn't it totally normal for a girl to like things like this? He called out, It's way cuter than when you're acting all cold and distant outside. Cian froze, feeling embarrassed. Cuter? No one had ever used that word for her before. Just as she was busy blushing, her stomach let out a loud, awkward growl. Cian hugged her stomach, grimacing, while Li Yi looked back. Li Yi burst out laughing. Pfft! She puffed out her cheeks, annoyed. You're still laughing? If it weren't for me worrying about your safety, I wouldn't be starving like this. Seeing that, Li Yi gently pulled out a bunch of snacks that seemed to float out of nowhere. He coaxed her, handing them over. Here, just grab a bite with this for now, even if it's just emergency rations. She was bewildered, taking them. While still confused, Qin Cian stared, eyes wide, at the food floating in Li Yi's hands, curiously asking, Where on earth did you pull all this stuff from? Ever since the auction, I've been wondering where you were hiding all those weapons. Li Yi smiled mysteriously, shrugged, and answered simply, I know how to do magic tricks. Hearing that, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands, begging, Teach me, will you, please? Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Li Yi's eyes, as if he'd just discovered something shady outside. Without hesitation, he immediately turned to the window, his voice turning serious. Qin Cian, don't you have to head home first? She followed behind, asking cluelessly, Why? It turned out that outside in the garden, her precious father, Qin Shaosheng, was hiding in the bushes, frantically pulling at his hair in frustration. What kind of love potion did this brat give my precious daughter? She hasn't talked this happily with me in ages. They just met, and he's already brought her here. This is the place she usually doesn't even let me step foot in. A man and a woman, alone in the middle of the night. This vibe is not okay at all, you little punk. Don't you dare get too close to my daughter. If you move 1 inch closer, I'm gonna mince you up. Watching that cringeworthy scene, Lee broke into a cold sweat and whispered to her, "If you don't go home soon, I'm afraid your dad is going to eat me alive." Unable to deal with her overthinking father anymore, Qin Xian's face turned beet red, and she shouted loud enough to shake the whole villa, "Qin Shaoshang!" After sending the noisy father-daughter duo away, Li sighed in relief and pulled the curtains shut, thinking to himself, "This apartment is in the Longman 3rd Street area. Surely no one will bother me anymore now." Immediately, a shadow slowly emerged from beneath his feet, with 3 glowing shards floating around it, sparkling with a mysterious light. Lava Minotaur, one from the Blood Leopard, one from the auction house, and one. Let's get started. The shards swirled together, forming a glowing spatial portal. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, curiously asking, "I've always wondered, what's the connection between these shards and the rifts appearing out of thin air?" The shadow stood with hands behind its back, musing as it explained, "To be precise, the 3 shards you have are just a part of it, and every rift in your world is linked to the shards of that gate." The shadow gestured with its chin. "Get in." Li Yi walked forward while asking, "Since you know so much, can you explain exactly what the other world actually is?" As he stepped through the portal, a gray, desolate wasteland hit his eyes. Li Yi looked around, wondering, why are there so many different races in here, from humans to beastmen? Amidst the swirling sand, the shadow replied nonchalantly, "They are all prisoners. What you call another dimension or other world is essentially a giant spatial prison." Hearing that, Li Yi stopped in his tracks, shielding his face from the dust, his eyes wide with surprise. "A prison? Prisoners?" The shadow waved its hand toward the back, looking mysterious. "If you want more answers, just clear all the trials here, and the truth will reveal itself." He looked up at the sky, stammering, "This is..." Rising tall amidst the dark, desolate land was a massive, pitch-black tower bound by giant chains. The shadow introduced it with pride, "The Sky Tower, my proudest creation and your testing ground." Instead of being impressed, Li Yi started his endless roasting. "What kind of weird-ass aesthetic is this? So, this is what you really look like? No wonder your taste is so twisted. Did you add those chains just so the tower wouldn't blow away in the wind? And what are those giant pipes for?" The tower materials seem like those weapons from before. Wonder if Qin Shaoshang is buying. If he is, he'd probably pay a fortune for this. Hearing the stream of insults, the shadow's blood boiled, nearly exploding, but it muttered to itself, "Hold it. This soul belongs to me. If I get too mad and lose my mind, nobody's gonna care." Skipping the comedy routine, both stepped into the tower's main hall. Li Yi asked seriously, "What's the trial?" The shadow glided ahead, answering, "The Sky Tower has 6 levels. With your current strength, beating the shadow-flying dragon on the first floor is already a big deal." Catching sight of something, Li Yi asked with a straight face, "Shadow-flying dragon? Huh? You mean that thing?" He shrugged, looking bored at the clearing ahead. "Why don't I feel any pressure or danger at all?" From a dark corner, a pair of curved horns, sharp claws, and a single blood-red eye slowly emerged. But when it stepped into the light, it was just a tiny, harmless-looking flying lizard flicking its tail. Li Yi was speechless, pointing right at it. "This thing, the shadow-flying dragon, isn't this just a regular gecko?" He reached out to grab it, smirking. "Isn't fighting this just bullying the weak?" The shadow crossed its arms, smugly warning him, "Keep laughing while you still can. You won't be laughing in a second." Ignoring the warning, Li Yi waved his hand like calling a puppy. Come here, little baby." Suddenly, Li Yi's expression changed rapidly. His pupils contracted as he felt a killing intent rushing toward him. The gecko suddenly widened its eyes, its pupils burning with an evil light. In a split second, a massive blast of dark energy erupted, sending Li Yi flying back. Insane reflexes. You skid your heels against the stone floor to break, barely dodging the projectile attack. At the same time, the system pings with a new batch of targets in the database. The other world is basically an interdimensional prison. The Sky Tower, one of the prisons built by Sky itself, has 6 levels and holds all the enemies. The enemy stat sheet flashes brightly. Shadow Wyvern, C rank. After being buffed, its size, speed, and power all shot up by 600%. Its weak points are already highlighted. That tiny lizard from before has morphed into a massive, snarling winged beast. Wiping beads of sweat off his face, Li Yi complains. A 6 to 100% boost? That's triple my shadow enhancement skill. Am I using a knockoff version or something? The shadow folds its arms and chirps. Your physique is even worse than my pet's. Feeling insulted, Li Yi does an emergency roll to dodge a claw swipe that pulverized the floor, shouting indignantly, "Worse than it? Are you kidding me?" Li Yi immediately shifts into a combat stance, flipping midair, jumping high to narrowly bypass the wyvern's massive sweeping wing. While hovering above, Li Yi swings his razor-sharp shadow claws, grinning confidently. Don't you get it? The bigger you are, the easier it is to hit. He dives down, unleashing a flurry of shadow slashes that tear through the air, aiming straight for the beast's exposed back. But to his surprise, sparks fly everywhere with a harsh screech. The wyvern's buffed scales are hard as steel, completely deflecting his attack. Feeling his hand go numb, Li Yi frowns, gritting his teeth in shock. Taking advantage of his hesitation, the monster flaps its wings, unleashing a gale that blasts him backward. Li Yi grumbles, biting his lip. Man, its shadow-buff defense is insane. The shadow stands by, clicking its tongue. Still holding back? With your current power, you're just scratching it. His fighting spirit ignites, Li Yi's eyes gleaming with killing intent. He whips out his shadow blade and roars, "Shadow enhancement!" Watching from afar as the death aura swirls around Li Yi, the shadow says sternly, "If you can't tame it, you'll never make it past the first trial." Not one to back down, he lunges forward, frantically hacking away hundreds of times. But after the onslaught, the monster doesn't have a single scratch. Li Yi mutters, "Still not even a scratch?" Watching from the side, the shadow nods in assessment. His shadow enhancement and shadow step are getting pretty smooth. Time to ramp up the difficulty. Without hesitation, the shadow immediately turns to bait the giant pet. "You must be starving, right? The thing in front of you is edible." Hearing that evil suggestion, Li Yi, who's still in his double blade stance, breaks into a cold sweat. Before he can even process what's happening, the wyvern slams into him like a runaway truck, opening its massive, fang-filled maw to swallow him whole, making Li Yi jump out of his skin. His survival instincts kick in. Li Yi instantly leaps backward, barely dodging the beast's brutal claw swipes by a hair's breadth. They're so close now that he can clearly see its bloodshot, flaming eyes and the slobber dripping from its jagged teeth. While constantly dodging and parrying with his blades, Li Yi yells in protest, "Hey, did your pet get its rabies shot or what? Why is it acting so psycho?" The shadow sneers, "You've drained its energy, so now it definitely sees you as a snack to recharge." Blocking a lethal bite with his blades, Li Yi grinds his teeth and complains, "This is so unfair. We're supposed to be fighting properly, since when do the rules allow biting?" Realizing he can't win by force, the corner of Li Yi's mouth curls into a sly smile. Shadow energy gathers in his palm. "Since you're hungry, try eating this instead." He spins around to land his trump card, shouting, "Feast your eyes on my ultimate technique." A barrage of huge, golden-fried chicken drumsticks rockets out of his inventory like a meteor shower. Charging in with bloodlust, the wyvern stops dead in its tracks, eyes widening in shock as a greasy drumstick smacks right into its face. Dropping all dignity as a C-rank monster, it wiggles in midair, aggressively snapping up the rain of drumsticks Li Yi is tossing. Seeing this, Li Yi runs a hand through his hair and smirks cockily. In this life, that junk food is top tier. And just like that, the cold-blooded monster wyvern is as obedient as a puppy, floating in midair and chomping down on the chicken in pure bliss. The system board flashes. Shadow Wyvern successfully tamed. Level 1 access granted. Li Yi stands tall and stretches, smugly, easy. As he lets go, the wyvern shrinks down into a tiny flying lizard, hugging its chicken piece while lying on the floor, surrounded by floating hearts. Li Yi is speechless. "You glutton." The system continues. Linked access and prison portal activation achieved. Frowning, he turns to the shadow standing nearby. Linked and activated? What are these things actually for? Switching to expert mode, the shadow illustrates with a projection. Each fragment becomes a teleportation gate connected to the prison once it absorbs enough extra energy. Li Yi's eyes light up. "So, if I link these fragments, I can open portals whenever I want?" The shadow nods. Unable to hide his excitement, Li Yi picks up the little lizard and pets it. "I already got a top-tier skill just on level 1. The rewards for the next 5 floors must be insane." Hearing the kid get cocky, the shadow flashes a sinister, ear-to-ear grin, thinking to himself, already getting cocky after cheating through level 1 with food? Let's see how he handles level 2. Walking toward the door to the next level, the shadow sets a trap. Go ahead and try it. The guards are just the tower's butlers and servants, anyway. Meanwhile, Li Yi puts his pet on his shoulder, analyzing sharply. I have a feeling he's plotting something. Probably another bunch of shape-shifting monsters. Both of them quickly step into the glowing teleportation elevator. Li Yi folds his arms, staying cautious. If the pet on level 1 was already C rank, level 2 definitely won't be that simple. The shadow lifts his chin as the elevator carries them up. If you don't believe me, go look for yourself before you decide. They arrive, and before them stands a massive door carved with ancient patterns. The kid mutters to reassure himself. Doesn't look like anything truly dangerous, right? Acting confident, Li Yi strides forward and pushes the door hard with one hand. Whatever. As the door cracks open, the smile on Li Yi's face vanishes instantly, his pupils shrinking in terror. What's revealed before him isn't just one, but 4 massive, bloodthirsty beasts. The S-rank Lightning King Snake, S-rank Water Missile Turtle, the mighty S-rank Minnow, and a strange, unknown shadow monster. Beads of sweat stream down his face as Li Yi slowly turns his head to look at the shadow, his mouth twitching as he forces a twisted grin. You call this giant freak show of monsters servants? Facing the massive Lightning King snake lunging with its jaw wide open, backed by a swarm of ferocious minotaurs, Li Yi just stood his ground, bracing himself for the onslaught. But those things were way stronger than he thought. He had to dodge a wild tail whip that literally smashed the stone floor to pieces. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he frowned, channeling shadow energy around him to find an exit. He scanned the room, only to see the giant snake curled up, sealing the way out. Are you kidding me? The entrance is blocked too? He grumbled. Just then, the Lightning King snake opened its massive maw, roaring out a bloodthirsty command. Kill the intruder. Li had to scramble to get out of there. Without wasting a split second, he slid across the ground, barely slipping through the closing circle. He hauled ass to escape, the shadow still clinging to him while the Minotaur swung its hammer in pursuit. Gritting his teeth, he cranked his shadow enhancement to the max. Moving at full tilt, Li Yi zipped through the chaos like a bolt of black lightning, dodging axes and lethal blows from the savage horde. With a slick, expert drift, he skidded to a halt right at the base of the massive stone door. Putting his back into it, he shoved the door open just enough to squeeze through, slipping out right before the Minotaur and the snake could catch him. Once outside, he spun around and threw his entire weight against the stone door, slamming it shut and trapping the monsters inside. He leaned against the door, panting, his forehead drenched in sweat. Li Yi snapped at the shadow. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You lied and told me it was full of servants. Li Yi collapsed from exhaustion while the shadow floated above him, laughing in the most annoying way possible. I didn't lie. They are servants. You're just too weak, that's all. To prove it, the shadow waved a hand, projecting the system's task list. Li Yi was left speechless seeing the tasks: wash glassware, mop floors, run errands, and haul cargo. Just as he was stuck in that laugh or cry moment, the system flashed red. A Class A creature was approaching. Both of them froze, staring at each other. Flashback transition. A mysterious old man and a beautiful white-haired girl stepped forward. Li Yi frowned, wondering, why are they showing up now? Settled on the fancy sofa in the living room, the old man, Chairman Tan, broke the silence. I heard from Si Yin you're planning to take on the Black Leopard Gang. Li Yi nodded, his eyes burning with resolve. That's right. The Black Leopard Gang is already targeting me. I'd rather take the initiative than sit around playing defense. Chairman Tan paced with his hands behind his back. The Black Leopard Gang has provoked my Longmen District 3 plenty of times, but I haven't made a move. Do you know why? Li Yi replied calmly. Because you're afraid of breaking the balance. The old man closed his eyes and nodded, looking impressed. Exactly. The 3 major powers of High City keep each other in check. Ngothian Sao holds the political reins of High City, while Nindong Vu's corporation controls the economy. And I hold enough power in both to be right behind them. His face showed the calculated look of a business shark. So, even though I despise the bullying and extortion by the Black Leopards all these years, as long as they don't cross the line, I can't move. With the aura of a ruler, he explained the situation further. Because if I move against the Black Leopards, there's a chance it'll force Nin Dongvu and Ngothian Sao to team up. Otherwise, Nin Dongvu and I would just end up destroying each other, giving No Tien Sao the perfect opening to take over High City. Li Yi caught on immediately, raising an eyebrow. So you're saying the Tan family doesn't want to get dragged into this? Chairman Tan smirked smugly and let out a satisfied humph. He walked over and patted Li Yi's shoulder. No, I want you and Si Yin to build a new force to deal with the Black Leopards. Li Yi looked up, cutting to the chase. So, a proxy war then? Chairman Tan stood tall, sweeping his cloak back with flair, and spoke loudly. Smart. I'll provide the money and the people, and you and Si Yin will do the heavy lifting. This way, those other families won't dare act rashly. And even if you fail, I can still step in to mediate and protect you. Li Yi gave a lopsided smile, thinking to himself that it was impressive how the chairman had calculated everything in just one night. But before the cool vibe could last, the old man suddenly started crying his eyes out, blabbering his true feelings. If my precious daughter wasn't constantly insisting on fighting the Black Leopards with you, I would have just left it alone. What kind of love potion did you feed my daughter? I'm wasting so much money and energy here, and if she runs off with you, I'm taking a massive loss. Maybe I should send Si Yin somewhere else, tie this kid up, and toss him miles away? Li Yi sweated bullets, his eye twitching as he reminded his potential future boss, Chairman Tan. Could you maybe not say your inner thoughts out loud so clearly? Embarrassed by her father's antics, Si Yin turned bright red, jumped up, and shoved the old man toward the door. Tan Shisheng, get out of here right now. After he was gone, the two young ones were left alone. Si Yin asked, Li Yi, what's your next move? Crossing his arms with a confident grin, he replied, I'm taking the missions, all of them. Every single portal opening up. I'm going to clear out every portal in High City. Seeing how crazy yet interesting the plan was, Si Yin's eyes lit up with excitement. Fine. I'll handle the logistics. With a wicked smirk, half of Li Yi's face fell into shadow, his eye glowing with a sharp violet light. He growled, Once I link these fragments together, it's going to be the darkest hour the Black Leopard gang has ever seen. Scene shift to a large courtyard. Si Yin proudly introduced the troops in gray uniforms standing in perfect lines. This team was handpicked by me personally. From now on, the Shadow Gang follows your orders. Li Yi was stunned. The Shadow Gang? The subordinates bowed perfectly in unison, their voices booming across the area. Greetings, young miss. Greetings, leader. Seeing Li Yi's skeptical look, she shrugged. Since you took forever to pick a name, I just used your skill name because it sounded cool. What's wrong? You don't like it? He sighed, accepting his fate. Nah, it's all right. Even though he said it was fine, Li Yi's eyes flared with purple flames as he quietly sized up this brand new force. Glancing at the formation, he nodded in approval. They're all top tier. This is a formidable force, no matter where you go. But then, pointing at some muscular guys covering half their faces, Li Yi asked, Why is everyone wearing masks? Si Yin rolled her eyes, shrugging as if it were obvious. To hide their identities and stop the enemies from threatening them, dummy. Tossing her chin up with a smug look, she grinned ear to ear and added, Besides, don't you think I look absolutely badass like this? Li Yi's face shriveled up, sweat dropping down as he muttered sarcastically. You're not just saying that because the author is too lazy to draw different faces, right? Brushing the character design talk aside, Li Yi shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at Xu Yin. So, what's the move? Li Yi replied with a sly, wicked grin. Obviously, we go steal someone else's lunch. Striding forward with an arrogant swagger, he started laying out the plan. I'm gonna swipe every single commission from the Black Leopard gang. Hearing this, Xu Yin looked a bit uneasy. That's a massive workload. Can we even handle it? A crooked, sinister smirk forming on his lips, Li Yi confidently reassured her. Don't sweat it. We're only taking the high-value ones. As for the rest of the gates, I've got other plans. Meanwhile, at the Black Leopard gang's hideout, a lackey got slapped so hard he went flying, sending files scattering everywhere, accompanied by a furious roar from the boss. You useless gate runners. How the hell did you let that tiny up-and-coming shadow gang snatch up all our business? The one-eyed boss slammed both hands onto the table repeatedly, glaring as he shouted, Do I need to come over there and personally teach you how to handle this? If those guys want to stir up trouble, go pay them a visit. The subordinate stood there awkwardly, and despite gathering his courage to reply, he stammered, We can't deal with them. Exploding with rage, the boss lunged, grabbing the guy by his collar and yanking him up. Glaring with bloodshot eyes, he hissed through his teeth. What did you say? The lackey stuttered, trying to explain. For every single commission, no matter how big or small, they send out an entire squad of high-level evolvers to snap them up. Hearing this, the boss's pupil constricted, his one red eye flashing with shock and bitterness. How the hell do we have enough people to match a whole squad like that? Damn it. What hole did this gang even crawl out of? Losing his patience, he threw the subordinate, who tumbled across the wooden floor, and furiously ordered, "Then cough up the cash to buy out the expedition slots. Send men inside and find their target." The lackey scrambled to his feet, sweat pouring down his face as he looked at the fully booked bulletin board. But every recent expedition slot has already been bought out by some mysterious people. Fury erupted as a fiery aura engulfed the boss, who smashed the wooden table to pieces with a single hit. "I don't care if you have to steal, rob, or pay an extortionate price, you are getting men in there for me. If we miss out on the profit for the next few days, I'm taking your head as payment." The underling just cowered and nodded. Clear. At the same time, in a luxurious, peaceful villa under a clear blue sky, Shu Yin calmly put her phone away after hearing the report and said gently, "All right, I understand." Leaning back, crossing her legs, and resting against the sofa, Li Yi juggled his phone and smirked. "The Black Leopard gang took the bait. They just bought our expedition slots at an insane price. Not gonna lie, how were you so sure they'd dump that much money into it?" Shu Yin interlaced her fingers, her eyes glinting with the sharpness of a true businesswoman. "Because there's no way they'd ever pass up the most profitable opportunity of the quarter." He raised an eyebrow, honestly admitting his curiosity. "Break it down for me, I still don't quite get it." Li Yi's face turned serious as he listened. Shu Yin's voice dropped as she explained, "This involves some of the unspoken rules of the mining zones." An illustration appeared, showing workers struggling to haul gemstones. She continued, "To line their own pockets, the foremen and contractors at these mines secretly divert high-quality ores and rare items. Then, they hide them away and smuggle them out to the black market during the end-of-quarter equipment inspections." The scene shifted to a guy in a baseball cap secretly making a call. Shu Yin exposed their dirty tactics. In the past, the Black Leopard gang planted spies undercover as commission hunters, making it easy to lock onto targets and raid them. Showing an image of the one-eyed boss ruthlessly kicking a driver to steal goods, she concluded, "Because this dirty inventory can't be brought into the light, even if they get intercepted, once that path is cut off, they'll obviously choose to pay a premium for expedition slots to get to the other world and keep raiding." Pondering this, a look of dissatisfaction remained in Shu Yin's eyes. "Still, even if we sell the slots at a premium, we're only swindling a bit of pocket change from them." Hearing his partner whine, Li Yi stood up abruptly from the sofa, hands in his pockets, oozing confidence. "Obviously, our plan doesn't stop there." Stepping into the middle of the room, he reached out, and instantly, a spatial portal crackling with blue lightning appeared. Li Yi casually showed off his hard work. "I've been running all over the anomalous worlds lately. I wasn't doing it for nothing." Shu Yin's eyes went wide with shock as she reached out to touch the glow. "Is this a gateway to another world?" He triumphantly revealed his trump card. "I've marked every single anomalous spatial entrance here in Haiqing, and I can open small portals to get there whenever I want." Clenching her fists in excitement at the perfect scheme, Shu Yin grinned like she'd struck gold. "So that means if we just track the people who bought the high-priced expedition slots, we can easily sniff out the Black Leopard gang's targets? Then we hit them with a surprise attack." "This is brilliant." However, Li Yi frowned slightly and warned, "I don't want too many people knowing about these secret entrances. Pick a few people you truly trust and have them standing by here." Shu Yin suddenly reached out, grabbing his hand and winking playfully. "I'm going too. I'm super into doing this kind of heroic justice stuff." Infected by the young lady's enthusiasm, a grin spread across Li Yi's lips. Both of them boldly stepped straight into the center of the glowing portal. He declared loudly, "All right then, let's go crush them together." At that very moment, in an icy, snow-covered mountain range in an anomalous world, a massive armored truck was trudging through the silent night, completely unaware that a bloody storm was about to hit. Inside the speeding cab, the driver smirked, turning to his colleague in protective gear. "Old Wang," he said, laughing smugly and reassuring his underling, "Don't worry, you'll get your cut too, man." But their celebration didn't last long. The snow-covered ground in front of the truck suddenly cracked open, and a massive, jagged rock spike shot straight into the air, blocking their path. Still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the driver jerked the wheel hard to dodge the deadly obstacle, his mouth still finishing the sentence. "So, on behalf of the crew, I thank you." Sensing the danger, Old Wang jumped in his skin and screamed, "Look out!" The driver broke into a cold sweat, panicking as the truck swerved. "What the hell is going on?" It didn't stop there. A series of sharp stone pillars aggressively erupted from the ground, shooting high into the air and forming a cage that locked the massive truck inside. The sudden slam on the brake sent the armored guards in the back flying. They tumbled over each other, screaming in pain. Damn it! Despite struggling to keep a grip on the wheel, the armored truck skidded and slammed into the cliffside, leaving the front end completely mangled. Li Yi pulled himself up after the fiery crash. His underlings scrambled out of the truck, looking around in a daze. What happened? Is there something wrong with the cargo? From in front of the truck, a guy half a head taller, dressed in a sharp outfit, stepped forward slowly with a smug smirk. The cargo? That's fine. The Black Panther goons flinched, backing away in a cold sweat. He raised a hand with an arrogant air, and dozens of sharp stone spears immediately floated up, circling him. He laughed menacingly. But soon enough, you guys are the ones who are going to have a problem. Realizing the overwhelming power of the guy blocking their path, the remnants of the group turned pale and scrambled to run for their lives. It's an awakened! Run! With crazy bloodshot eyes, the awakened reached out his hand as if he were just playing with his prey. He burst into a crazed laugh. Don't run, you trash. I'm not done playing yet. Ha ha ha. The moment he was at his peak of arrogance, a cold voice rang out from behind him, followed by a menacing smirk. Let me play with you instead. In the blink of an eye, Li Yi activated his shadow step, turning into a black blur that streaked through the air and landed neatly behind him, making the guy jump and snap his head around. Pissed off at being interrupted, the guy gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he muttered curses. What kind of backstabbing dog crawled out to ruin my fun? But before he could react, Li Yi lunged forward, his hand glowing with shadow magic, reaching straight for the guy's face and coldly judging. Being muscular is one thing. Instinctively backing away, the guy swung his fist, trying to counterattack. Panicking and calculating, he thought, too fast, I've got to use my stone shield to counter. Before he could even finish the thought, Li Yi's hand grabbed his face, forcing the massive guy to fall backward while he finished his sentence. But using people's lives as a toy? That ain't cool at all. Fueled by sheer rage, he slammed the guy's head into the ground, creating a massive impact that shattered a chunk of the cliffside and filled the air with dust. Beaten to a pulp, the guy crawled up, clutching his chest and coughing, staring up at the boots of the guy who'd just wrecked him. You! Who the hell are you? Even in his miserable state, he tried to salvage some pride, threatening, I'd advise you to stay still, kid. Otherwise, my brothers around here won't let you off easy. Responding to that cheap threat, Li stood with his arms crossed. Behind him, Ziyin and the Shadow Ice were stomping his goons like it was nothing. He smirked mockingly. You mean that bunch of losers? Seeing his only backup had been wiped out in the blink of an eye, the guy's jaw dropped as he screamed in desperation. What? Ziyin tilted her chin toward the remnants gasping on the ground and asked her partner, what about these guys? Should we finish them off? Li Yi's eyes glowed with a cold light, his hands swirling with dark shadow magic. He replied, nah, killing them would be too good for the Black Panther gang. He gave a dangerously wicked smile. I've got a much better idea. Right after he finished, his shadow-covered hand clamped down on the leader's face, who struggled in panic. What the hell are you doing to me? Immediately after, a scream of pain tore through the night. After serving him a beatdown, Li Yi grabbed him by the hair and yanked him up, coldly dropping a challenge. Get lost and tell Black Panther. His eyes flashed with intensity as he stared down the loser. This was all my doing, Li Yi of the Shadow Gang. A few days later, the scene shifted to a modern private hospital with a huge red cross hanging on the roof. Inside the patient room, the one-eyed boss of the Black Panther gang clenched his fists, growling at the enemy's name in front of the mummy-wrapped body of the underling who'd just reported back, Shadow Gang, Li Yi. His face twisted with rage and bitterness, muttering hopelessly, how the hell did that pathetic miner get this strong? Standing beside him, the secretary flipped through a medical record, sweating as he explained how ruthless the attacker was. The problem is, our guys look fine on the outside, but their bones have been completely pulverized. He gulped and continued reporting. Even with the best medical resources, the recovery process will cost at least. Staring at the tablet screen, the secretary calculated the damages for his boss, no less than 5 million. There are 6 of them, so that's 30 million. Suddenly, a new notification pinged on the screen. After reading it, the secretary broke into a cold sweat, hesitating as he reported, 2 of our other teams. They failed too. Hearing the bombshell, the one-eyed leader roared in frustration. What? Losing his mind, the boss grabbed the secretary by the collar and shook him, veins popping all over his face. Who did it? The secretary stammered, trembling. It's Li Yi. Glaring with bloodshot eyes, the Black Panther boss growled, waving it off. Impossible. Those three locations are hundreds of kilometers apart. Even if that brat Li Yi could fly, he couldn't be everywhere at once. Hurriedly shoving the tablet forward as proof, the secretary trembled. But it really is Li Yi. Our guys even managed to sneak a video. On the screen, the video played. Li Yi was strolling leisurely through the Black Panther goons scattered all over the ground, ignoring the pathetic screams of a guy being mercilessly stomped on. No! Stop! Ah! Seeming to notice he was being filmed, his cold blue eyes glanced sideways, staring straight into the camera lens with a dangerous look. As he stepped closer and closer to the camera with a sinister grin, Li Yi spoke in an even tone. Are you sneaking a video of me? The guy holding the camera scrambled back in panic, his voice shaking as he begged, Don't come any closer, don't. Li Yi's face zoomed in, filling the whole screen. His provocative gaze felt like he was facing the Black Panther boss directly. Black Panther, your men are really weak, they can't take a hit at all. Why don't you come here yourself? The boss's face twisted with such rage that he was shaking the tablet in his hands, while Li Yi's mocking voice continued. With that many underlings needing a whole year of treatment, it's probably going to cost you quite a bit, right? Using his bare hands to crush the expensive tablet, the Black Panther leader exploded with killing intent, roaring, Damn you! Li Yi, I'm definitely going to kill you. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a massive warehouse complex sitting silently in the middle of a dense forest. Tu-Am wandered through the warehouse, stacked high with goods all the way to the ceiling. Curiosity getting the best of her, she turned to him and asked, Li Yi, why are we at this warehouse? Hands tucked deep in his pockets, he strolled along casually and explained, I was tailing that bow earlier and happened to stumble upon the Black Leopard Gang's warehouse. It's right next door to ours. We've been messing with their business for days now. I'd bet anything that next time, he'll lead the long-distance raid himself. The realization hit her, and Tu-Am's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushing slightly with excitement over the bold plan. You want to raid his warehouse while he's gone? Li Yi smirked, confirming it with a firm, Exactly. Just then, the phone in Li Yi's pocket buzzed, cutting the conversation short. He pulled it out and held it to his ear, listening to a report from the other end. Boss Li, Black Leopard, and his crew have already headed out to space number 3. Li Yi's eyes turned razor-sharp as he commanded, Good, keep tailing them. Hanging up, Li Yi turned to Tu-Am with a smug look, just like I thought. Black Leopard took the bait and led the team out himself. To play it safe, I'm gonna go cause some trouble and stall him while you make your move. Hearing that, Tu-Am looked a bit worried, but Black Leopard is a B ranker. Maybe I should have Don Gao go with you? He didn't even give it a second thought, flatly refusing, no need. As he spoke, Li Yi raised his hand, conjuring a portal that crackled with blue lightning right in front of him. I'm not planning a head-on fight. Bringing Don Gao along would just slow me down. Still, Tu-Am couldn't help but feel uneasy. But as he walked straight toward the glowing portal, Li Yi waved a dismissive goodbye without even looking back. Don't sweat it. Even if things get hairy, I can just use this gate to zip right back here. Tu-Am sighed, giving in. Fine, just be careful. The scene shifts to a desolate space filled with cliffs. The Black Leopard gang was frantically loading cargo crates, and one henchman eagerly buttered up his boss. We really hit the jackpot this time. This haul is top tier, boss, the blonde lackey added, while the boss stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant as ever. Just like you predicted, boss, as soon as you showed up, Li Yi and his bunch got cold feet and didn't even dare to show their faces. Feeding off the flattery, the one-eyed boss grinned with extreme smugness. They're nothing but a bunch of low-life miners. Even if they called in some C-rank market scum, what kind of trouble could they possibly cause? But no sooner had he finished that sentence than the boss's pupils constricted, his expression shifting as he realized a wave of killing intent was washing over them. He whipped around, letting out a panicked roar as a dark shadow loomed right behind the henchman holding the crate. Who's there? The lackey didn't even know what hit him. His eyes bulged in terror as a pitch-black shadow whip choked him, leaving him gasping for air, unable to let out a sound. Li Yi stepped out from the shadow wrapped around the henchman, wearing a deeply arrogant, provocative smirk. And B-ranker's senses are actually pretty sharp, huh? Recognizing his mortal enemy, the boss gritted his teeth and snarled, Li Yi. Even with a pack of vicious thugs surrounding him, Li Yi remained calm, placing a hand on the shoulder of the trembling hostage hovering in the air. He chuckled mockingly. Why so tense? I'm just a lowly miner, remember? The henchman cried out pathetically. Boss, save me! Save me! Li Yi held up a hand, his cold gaze threatening the boss. You'd better stay still and shut up. Otherwise, I can't guarantee this kid won't lose a body part or two. Black Leopard swung his arm wildly, firing a massive, roaring fireball straight at Li Yi and his own men. He roared ruthlessly. Then you can all die together. His minions looked back in panic. Boss, facing the scorching fireball coming his way, Li Yi's lips curled into a confident smirk as the screams of the lackeys echoed throughout the space. Just before the flames could incinerate everything, he activated his shadow step skill and vanished without a trace. The henchman hurriedly reported, "Boss, he's gone." Li Yi's voice rang out mockingly from behind. "Not even sparing your own men, you really are a hell of a boss." Seething with rage, the one-eyed boss spun around and launched another torrent of fiery fury toward the voice, roaring, "You little rat, all you do is run." But the attack only succeeded in killing his own teammate, leaving the boss stunned and bewildered. Behind the flames, a henchman fully engulfed in fire reached out in desperation. "Boss, help." "You missed." Suddenly appearing right behind the leader with a faint smile, Li Yi crossed his arms and kept taunting him. "Being your lackey must really shorten your lifespan, huh? Don't you think?" One of the henchmen broke into a cold sweat, trying to talk his boss down. "Boss, don't do anything rash." Ignoring the advice, the boss's eyes were bloodshot with madness, and he growled viciously. "As long as I can take you out, what's a few dead lackeys worth?" Continued. "What's a few dead lackeys worth?" Channeling all his energy into a cataclysmic strike, he shouted, "Let's see where you dodged to this time, fire tornado." A fiery tornado exploded outward, sweeping away everything in its path, even boulders. The minions scrambled in absolute panic. "No, run for your lives." Calmly, with both hands in his pockets in the middle of a firestorm, he watched coldly as a henchman was swallowed by the flames, screaming. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Yi used Shadow Step once more, melting into the void and making an easy escape, leaving only a scorched ruin behind. With nothing left but debris, the leader, Black Leopard, tilted his head to the sky and roared in frustration and rage. "Li Yi, you flee. Hiding like a coward, get out here." Just then, he emerged from a safe corner by the cliff, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. You really can't underestimate the power of a B-ranker. A dark blue light flickered in his pupils, and Li Yi smirked with hidden meaning. "I wonder what kind of look you'll have on your face when you get back to your hideout." The scene shifts back to the massive warehouse under the silent night sky. The leader's shouting could be heard from outside. "What the hell happened here?" Inside, the warehouse was stripped bare, with not a single crate left. A trembling henchman stood before the boss, reporting the disaster. It was the Shadow Gang and the eldest miss of the Tan family. "Boss, there were 2 B rankers and over a dozen C ranks. We really couldn't do anything." Hearing the bombshell, killing intent exploded around Black Leopard. He hissed through gritted teeth at his useless subordinate. "Couldn't do anything, huh? Good." The henchman dropped to his knees in sheer terror. "Spare me, boss, please." Without a hint of pity, the boss unleashed fire, burning the bearer of bad news alive. His agonized screams echoed throughout the warehouse. Stepping over the burning corpse on the floor, Black Leopard sneered, arrogantly analyzing the situation. No wonder that Brat Li Yi suddenly had so much help, so it was Tun Tuam all along. Half his face is buried in the shadows, radiating pure malice as he growls, "Don't blame me for being ruthless, then." He looks up at the operations room window on the upper floor of the warehouse, his voice thick with frustration as he argues with someone. "This can't just end like this, otherwise." End? Everything in that warehouse is my entire fortune worth billions. Standing opposite him is a fancy middle-aged man in a tuxedo who coldly challenges him. "So what do you want? Want me to lend you men to wage war on the Qin family?" Kui Shihao says with a brutal reality check, "Even if Qin Tian isn't in Hai Qing right now, she's still someone we can't mess with." Reaching out to pat Bat Bao on the shoulder, the middle-aged man warns him in a threatening tone. "We're at the most critical moment of the experiment. No matter how pissed off you are, you'd better suck it up." Losing his cool, Bat Bao slaps his hand away and yells, "I can't take it anymore. At worst, I'll just kill Qin Xian and Li Yi, then get the hell out of Hai Qing." But the very next second, his pupils constrict in pure terror. Instantly, a horrific pressure radiates from behind Kui Shihao as dozens of giant shadow monsters manifest, dominating the entire space. He drops a spine-chilling threat. "If you keep begging for death, I wouldn't mind shutting you up right now." Under the crushing weight of that power, Bat Bao is forced to his knees, looking up in fury. "You." Looking down at the man kneeling on the floor, the middle-aged man stands with his hands behind his back and orders, Don't ruin the big picture for a little petty cash. As soon as the experiment is a success, I'll be the first to help you wipe out the Qin family. Bat Bao grits his teeth and swallows his rage. Understood. After Kui Shihao leaves, Bat Bao punches the tile floor, cracking it. He glares with humiliation. Damn it. It's easy for him to say I've never had to swallow such a humiliating pill in my entire life. Looking up with bloodshot eyes burning with killing intent, he secretly plots, "Do you really think I can't deal with Qin Tian without you, Cui Shihao?" The scene cuts to a busy highway during the day, where a luxurious, vibrant red car rolls into the flow of traffic. Lounging in the back seat, Xian smiles and says to the masked bodyguard beside her, "Li Yi is so smart, don't you think?" Before the bodyguard can answer, the person in the front passenger seat teases, "Drive faster, the young miss is missing her Li Yi already." The bodyguard nods and laughs. "Yes." Caught red-handed, she yells, "Duan Ao." Her face blushing with embarrassment, Xian stammers in denial, "I never said I missed him." The bodyguard, Duan Ao, calmly calls her out. "From the moment you woke up until now, exactly 1 hour you've mentioned the name Li Yi 24 times. Still trying desperately to save some face, she claims in vain, "I didn't. Li Yi is just one of my few friends. That's why I mentioned him." Suddenly, a giant shadow looms over the side of the car, startling her. Before she can finish, the car window shatters, glass flying everywhere. Duan Ao reacts instantly, lunging to shield Xian. "Watch out!" With professional combat skills, he uses all his strength to pin Xian to the seat, protecting her from the incoming horror. Outside, a massive fuel tanker comes barreling in at breakneck speed, slamming directly into the side of the red car, creating a violent crash that sends smoke and dust billowing everywhere. A column of liquid, revealed to be gasoline, erupts violently, drenching the road as the bodyguards scramble to form a shield. "Young miss, are you okay?" Duanao steadies his boss, asking loudly, "Miss, are you all right?" Xian quickly stands up straight, gritting her teeth and answering calmly, "I'm fine." The crash site is a complete mess. The truck lies mangled and overturned while the liquid keeps spraying everywhere, soaking everyone standing there. Xian's eyes flash with caution. She frowns, sensing something incredibly wrong lurking around them. From the thick mist, Bat Bao and a minion carrying an umbrella stroll out. He grins sinisterly and greets, "Miss Qin, long time no see." Recognizing their mortal enemy, the bodyguards immediately draw their daggers, forming a tight defensive formation in front of their boss to protect the young miss. Regaining her arrogant composure, Xian crosses her arms and sneers, "Bat Bao, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? You think you can mess with me with just this many people?" But as soon as she speaks, her vision blurs, her head spins, and she loses her balance. Xian reaches up to hold her forehead, sweat pouring down. "What's going on? What's wrong?" Duan Ao reaches out his soaked hand to check, realizing the fatal problem in a panic. "This liquid, it's poisoned." Bat Bao's bloodshot eyes glow as he laughs savagely and triumphantly. "If I wasn't absolutely sure of winning, why would I dare move against you?" Watching the elite bodyguards collapse one by one onto the road, he leisurely explains his devious plan. "That stuff on you guys isn't just regular liquid, it's spider venom. Even if you're an A-rank evolved, one hit of this and you'll be out cold for 10 hours. Seizing the opportunity, Bat Bao lunges like a savage beast. Duan Ao desperately spreads his arms in front of Xiyin and yells, "Miss, run!" But with the overwhelming strength of a B-ranker, he doesn't flinch, delivering a brutal punch straight into the loyal bodyguard's stomach, sending him collapsing while coughing blood. He grabs Duan Ao by the throat and lifts him into the air, sneering at his dedication. "You're pretty loyal, aren't ya?" Intense flames erupt from his hand, incinerating the armored bodyguard as he ruthlessly finishes him off. But since the dawn of time, those loyal to their masters never get a good ending. Xian reaches out helplessly, calling her trusted subordinate's name in despair, Duan Ao. While the bloody tragedy unfolds, the scene shifts to the peaceful, sun-drenched training villa where Li Yi holds a pair of razor-sharp dual blades. He strolls out to the training ground where countless wooden dummies are lined up for practice. His eyes flash with a cold, killing intent, and he growls softly to activate his ultimate skill, Shadow Step. Pushing his speed to the max, Li Yi's figure turns into a black lightning bolt, darting in a zigzag pattern, delivering lethal slashes that tear through the air across the rows of wooden stakes. With a sharp drift across the grass, he stops in a stylish pose, leaving behind a trail of shimmering, intersecting blade light hanging in the air. The very next second, All the wooden dummies are sliced into hundreds of pieces, scattering everywhere. Wiping his sweat and exhaling, Li Yi closes his eyes and listens as the shadow nods approvingly. Kid, you're getting pretty smooth with that skill. He scowls and complains to the demonic mentor. At least I'm in C rank now. Their argument is cut short when the phone on the stone table starts vibrating violently. Li Yi walks over, glances at the screen, and asks with surprise, Qin Tian is calling? Picking up the phone, he frowned as he heard the shadow muttering insults, acting like a mere car was such a big deal, as if he were anything more than a puny ant with a little bit of borrowed strength. Suddenly, Li Yi's expression twisted violently, his pupils contracting. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, he slammed his razor-sharp blade into the ground, tearing up the earth to suppress the shock hitting him. Staring fixedly at the phone screen, Hackbow's cruel voice boomed in his ear. Listen up, brat. Take a good look at who I'm with right now. On the screen, Tan Tuum lay pale and limp with her eyes squeezed shut, her white hair yanked back humiliatingly by the mob boss. Li Yi let out a low, guttural growl, calling out his partner's name, Tuam. His eyes ignited with a violent dark purple killing intent. Gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked, he ignored the threat from his enemy and barked, Hack Bao. What the hell do you think you're doing? The screen went dark and silent. Hack Bao smirked triumphantly, gripping Tuam's hair and forcing her to wince in pain. Whatever I decide to do depends entirely on how much Tan Tuam really matters to you. The thug laid out his extortion demands. I'll give you two choices. Either hand over 10 billion in cash for her life, or watch me torture her to death. Tuam tried to muster her final bit of strength, screaming through her muffled cries. Li Yi, don't listen to him. It's a trap. Watching his partner being brutally abused, Li Yi's deep blue eyes flared with rage. He gritted his teeth and ordered over the phone. I'll bring the 10 billion. Where's the drop? Seeing his prey take the bait so easily, the boss laughed smugly, while behind him, Tuam lay collapsed, completely exhausted. You've got 1 hour to bring 10 billion in cash to my warehouse, he threatened viciously. Come alone. If you dare call the Tan family, say goodbye to Tan Tuam. The moment the boss finished speaking, the line went dead with a flat, repetitive tone. The shadow standing behind Li Yi advised him anxiously. With your current strength, I suggest you don't go there and throw your life away. He glanced over with a burst of dark purple killing intent and replied coldly, full of conviction. Abandoning my teammate is something I never do. Besides, who's gonna die in that warehouse today? That's not decided yet. The scene shifted to the desolate, quiet, abandoned warehouse, where dust swirled under a gray, overcast sky. Walking indecisively, Li Yi stood alone before Hak Bao, who sat casually on a sofa surrounded by his henchmen. The boss sneered with contempt. You've got guts, kid, he shouted. Where's the money I wanted? Keeping his cool, he walked forward and demanded coldly. I want to see Tan Tuam first. Hak Bao smirked confidently, signaling his bespectacled secretary, bring the girl out. At that exact moment, a giant iron pulley from the high warehouse ceiling began to descend, emitting a terrifying, screeching sound. Hearing the strange noise from above, Li Yi looked up in shock. Before his eyes, Tuam was hanging precariously from a rope attached to a crane hook at a dizzying height, her body swaying weakly in midair. Though her mouth was taped shut, she struggled desperately, shaking her head to warn him. Seeing that she was still safe, Li Yi exhaled sharply, his hand brushing against his space ring. He commanded his system coldly, open storage. With a flick of his finger, a mountain of cash appeared out of thin air, crashing onto the ground to the absolute shock of the entire gang. The henchmen's eyes lit up. They rushed to grab the stacks, checking them before screaming in excitement, Boss, this money is real. Looking the enemy straight in the eyes, he stated his terms calmly. You've got your money. Can you let Tan Tuam go now? Hak Bao jumped up, interlocking his fingers and laughing with malicious cunning. The only reason I didn't kill you sooner was because I hadn't seen the money. Now that it's in my hands, you didn't really think you were going to walk out of here alive, did you? Not surprised in the slightest by the betrayal, Li Yi curled his lip and pulled a small detonator from his pocket. I knew a dog like you wouldn't keep his word. No sooner had he finished speaking than he pressed the trigger. The pile of billions suddenly emitted a blinding light, ready for a massive explosion. He moved with lightning speed, shadow step. A terrifying blockbuster explosion erupted right where the money was, blowing the henchmen away. They scrambled to cover their faces from the blinding dust and debris. As the black smoke cleared, Hak Bao stood amidst the ruins, frantically looking around, screaming, Where did he go? Suddenly, emerging from the smoke, Li Yi appeared in midair, swinging his great blade down at his opponent's head. But with the reflexes of a B-rank evolver, the boss hurriedly waved his hand to conjure a shield of fire to block the strike. He smirked smugly. "You think you can take me down with a petty sneak attack like that?" Still floating in midair, his face remained calm, even breaking into a mocking smile. "Didn't your teacher tell you not to mess with fire when the air is filled with dust from an explosion?" Hearing the question loaded with subtle physics implications, Hackbow's face turned pale. Sweat poured down him like a waterfall as he realized the deadly threat of a chain dust explosion. The heat from his own fire instantly ignited the dust-filled air, creating a second explosion 10 times more violent, shaking the entire warehouse and sending the hanging 2am into a panic. Amidst the towering flames, she stared down, eyes wide with worry, trying to call his name through the tape. "Li Yi." In that split second, on the edge of disaster, a sharp shadow cut through from behind, severing the rope that held her upside down and freeing her from danger. As the rope snapped, 2am lost her support and fell freely from above, her body limp as she squeezed her eyes shut in terror. The next second, feeling the wind whistling past her ears, she cracked her eyes open, then gasped in total shock. In a flash, he reached out, caught her in his arms, and landed firmly on the back of his shadow wyvern, which was soaring through the air. 2am was still reeling. Stuttering, she asked, "This is?" Staring in horror at the massive beast and the glowing, abnormal portal high above, Hackbow's men screamed in terror. A wyvern, opening a spatial gate. "It's like this brat Li Yi has more tricks up his sleeve than we thought." The boss scrambled to his feet, eyes filled with greed as he roared, "Once I catch you, all of that will belong to me." Just then, the bespectacled secretary ran over in a panic to report the disastrous situation. "Boss, more than half our men are severely injured." Shoving the report aside, the boss went mad and ordered his remaining troops to charge straight into the transport elevator circle. "Anyone who can still move, get after them. Don't let them escape." As he stepped into the ancient, abnormal tower space, he sprinted in pursuit, shouting at his underlings, "Hurry up, don't let them get away." Sitting on the dragon's back, they watched the enemy forces flooding toward the entrance of the Grand Hall. She asked anxiously, "What should we do?" "Hackbow's men are already inside." He guided the wyvern to glide around the second-floor lobby, smirking meaningfully. "It's fine. It's the perfect time for Hackbow's bunch to take care of some trash for me." Looking at her with eyes full of trust, Li Yi gave her a caring heads up. "You go ahead with Tantuum, leave the rest to me." Tantuum still hesitated for a second, looking worried, but before she could stop him, he decisively jumped off the dragon's back. He gave her a confident, reassuring grin. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." As soon as he touched the ground, the shadow floating beside him pouted and called out his scheme. "You little brat, you purposely left the entrance open just to use them to clear the second floor for you, didn't you?" Li Yi shrugged, flashing a cunning smirk. "Exactly. You never said I had to clear the second floor all by myself." The shadow hovered behind him, arms crossed, grumbling helplessly. "You really know how to play the system, don't you?" He shoved his hands into his pockets, looked toward the fiery wasteland ahead, and declared boldly, "Mostly because the reward for the second floor is just too good to pass up. A set of armor that can tank an A-rank attack? That's some seriously rare gear." Suddenly, a massive pillar of red flame erupted from behind and swept straight toward him. He instantly activated his energy shield, brushed the dust off his shoulder, and smirked. This Black Panther is definitely as the rocky ground beneath him began to rise. Black Panther glared at him with an arrogant laugh. "Too big-headed, Li Yi. You're cornered now, right?" Li Yi let his hand drop, letting dark, abyssal energy wrap around his fingers, and asked the boss calmly, "Why would I need to run?" As the dark energy started surging from under his feet, he turned slowly. "I've already saved Tantuum." His smile turned cold and defiant as he stared straight at his opponent. "Now is the perfect time to settle our score." Immediately, Black Panther let out a vile, gut-wrenching laugh. "Ha ha ha, looks like you've actually lost your mind." He signaled his goons nearby, egging them on. "Don't be afraid, it's just him alone. Get in there and take him out, then we'll go find Tantuum." With a sleazy grin, Black Panther made a loud declaration to his ruthless lackeys. "Once we do, I'll let you all have a taste of that Tan family princess." Li Yi's eyes flashed with a savage violet light. He chuckled coldly and mysteriously. "If we're talking numbers, I definitely can't beat you guys, but when it comes to other things, that's a different story." Suddenly, he tore a massive rift in the dark space right in front of him and roared, "Come on out and greet our guests, everyone!" From the pitch-black rift, rows of cruel, glowing red eyes appeared, sending violent shockwaves through the air. As the massive second-floor monsters poured out and stood towering behind him, Li Yi threw his arms wide and laughed. "Welcome to the team, guys. Let's clear this level together." Seeing the terrifying S-rank monster army suddenly appear, Black Panther and his goons were scared out of their wits, breaking out in a cold sweat. Watching 7 crazed beasts charge in, one lackey screamed in panic as a giant lava monster swung its axe toward his head. The boss gritted his teeth, channeling his fire energy to hold them off, cursing in anxiety. "Li Yi!" Black Panther unleashed a torrent of fire dragons, howling madly. "Stop right there!" The fire dragon and the enraged minotaur roared, shaking the heavens with sparks of provocation. Watching the epic fiery clash between Black Panther and the beasts from afar, he shook his head with a sigh. The corner of his mouth curled into an intrigued grin. "Oh, looks like you're giving it your all, huh?" Li Yi immediately clenched his fist, channeling his energy to activate his weapon-shifting skill, Shadow Manifestation. A giant hammer made of thick, solidified shadow appeared in his hands. He swung it high with a wicked grin. "Giant hammer mode. Let's dump all the aggro from these monsters onto your head." He put his full force into slamming the dark hammer down onto the fireball. It created a shockwave, but the massive recoil hit him hard, causing his body to buckle. He gritted his teeth, enduring it. "Ugh, that hits like a truck," he muttered, assessing his opponent. The attack of a B ranker really isn't something to sneeze at. At this moment, the second-floor hall turned into a chaotic, blood-soaked arena. Black Panther was crazily launching fireballs, making the monster army howl in pain. Shortly after, Li Yi was exhausted from blocking that last fireball and dropped to one knee. Black Panther held up his flaming hand, smirking triumphantly. "You've got guts for blocking one of my hits, I'll give you that. But with how beat up you look, how many more can you take?" Yet, through the swirling smoke and dust, Li Yi knelt on the cracked ground, gripping his dark hammer like a crutch, and replied firmly, "One was all I needed." He snapped his head up, his eyes suddenly flashing with eerie blue electricity, and gave a confident, cunning smile. "Don't believe me? Look around." Black Panther suddenly froze, darting his eyes around, cold sweat pouring down as he realized he'd been surrounded by the fierce monster horde and a giant, hissing snake. He whipped his head around, his face deathly pale, stammering, "This." Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Li Yi turned tail and ran for his life, waving and shouting, "Take your time playing with them, I'm out of here." While he was distracted, looking at his opponents retreating back, Black Panther took a massive tail whip to the back, cursing viciously, "Damn it, that little brat tricked me again." Not willing to swallow the humiliation, he furiously channeled all his energy into a blinding fireball, roaring with bloodshot eyes. "You damn animals, get out of my sight." With that, the boss launched a massive explosion of flames, burning through the darkness to carve out an escape path. Amidst the swarm of giant monsters rushing at him, Black Panther fought and clawed his way out, screaming in pure frustration, "Li Yi!" His face twisted in rage, and he cursed through gritted teeth. "I'm going to tear you into 100 pieces." Meanwhile, leaving the boss to struggle in the mess, Li Yi casually stepped through a spatial portal into a beautiful, frozen region. The system notified him that he was in the second-floor core. He asked his spirit companion casually, "You're not lying to me again, are you?" Continuing his stroll through the desolate land covered in jagged, giant rocks, he kept walking and asking, "Is there really armor up ahead that can withstand an A-rank attack?" The shadow spirit floating beside him replied calmly, "Why would I lie? That armor is your reward for clearing the second floor." In the middle of their chat, Li Yi suddenly stopped, staring in surprise at something by the side of the road. Lying right before them was the shriveled, gray corpse of a bizarre creature. Shadow spirit. Looks like he finally passed away from overworking. The shadow spirit slowly approached the remains, took a look, and said, "After you're done dealing with Black Panther, could you give him a proper burial for me?" Li Yi shoved his hands into his pockets and nodded gently, "For sure, leave it to me." Standing silently before the remains of his 2 old friends, the shadow spirit bowed his head, his voice echoing through the space. "Thank you." Suddenly, the violet eyes of the dark entity flashed with an extremely cold and mysterious glint. Pulling himself together, the shadow soul turned away and glided ahead, urging, "Come on, the armor is right up ahead." Suddenly, Li Yi stopped in his tracks. He glanced at the shadow beside him, sensing a vicious, aggressive aura radiating from it. Looking from a distance, atop a high cliff in the windy sky, a magnificent battle armor stood proudly. It had sharp, feminine lines and an imposing presence. Li Yi curiously asked. Is this the shadow armor you were talking about? The soul murmured vaguely. Inspecting the loot, Li Yi nodded, seemingly satisfied. Not bad, not as ugly as I imagined. At the same time, the shadow soul stood behind him, secretly plotting. So this kid has only reached transformation stage B? The soul's purple eyes narrowed cunningly, thinking, but even if he reaches stage 3, facing armor that can withstand A-rank attacks, he won't give it up, will he? Noticing his companion's strange, shifty behavior, Li Yi frowned and turned to probe. What's wrong with you? The shadow soul spread his arms, his tone suspiciously impatient. Nothing. Just go ahead and claim your reward. He flinched, stepping back with a click of his tongue. What the hell? Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden? Before he could finish, from behind the armor, a shadow arm with razor-sharp claws suddenly shot out and lunged at him. Like a flash of lightning, the ghostly hand clamped onto Li Yi's throat, lifting him into the air and making him choke in terror. In the next second, the armor standing before Li Yi gripped his neck and hoisted him up as the system notifications popped up repeatedly. Stranger, Descended Soul, B-rank skill, Shadow Transformation, Stage 2, Soul Refinement, accompanied by a manic voice. How many years has it been? I thought you would never return, ignoring Li Yi's utter confusion. Straining to pry the dark hand off his throat, he gasped out, What the hell is going on? The Shadow Soul now erupted with power, laughing mockingly as he replied, Calm down. The armored ghoul smirked, his dark eyes flashing with a biting, purple sarcasm. Who would have guessed? A master who was once so high and mighty is now forced to parasite off a pathetic C-rank creature like this. Hearing that, the soul shouted out a command, Qi Min, I order you to stop right now. Yet, the spectral armor just tilted his head, a half-smile revealing utter mockery. Order me? Suddenly, he glared with burning eyes, roaring with bitterness. Who the hell do you think you are to order me? My soul had to sleep in this armor just waiting for him to return so I could prolong my own life. Instantly, the figure in the dark armor squeezed Li Yi tighter, lifting him high and coldly declaring, But you disappointed me, only a ragged remnant of a soul returned. Then I have no choice but to refine you as well. That way I can break through to Shadow Enhancement Stage 3 and combine it with the Domain skill. I will turn this armor into the perfect vessel for my soul. The shadows began to brutally erode his body. Li Yi screamed in pain, Qing Tian. Even though he was backed into a corner, he tried to hold on to his last bit of clarity, whispering a deal to the entity within him. Qing Tian, if I give you control of this body, can you beat him? With that, Qing Tian manifested beside him, surprised, and retorted at his host who was being strangled to the point of grimacing. Aren't you afraid I'll take this chance to take over your body for good? Ignoring their life-or-death situation, Li Yi still winked and teased playfully. We're in this deep and you're still in the mood to joke? If you were actually capable of taking full control, you would have never given this body back to me in the first place. Called out on his bluff, Qing Tian just grimaced and huffed coldly, not wasting another second on the brink of death. Li Yi roared with force, letting the dark black flames explode and consume him. Let's go! Instantly, his eyes ignited with a brilliant, sharp purple, marking the perfect fusion with the Qing Tian soul. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a massive wave of energy, sending the traitor Qi Min and his armor flying back violently. Pushed back, Qi Min quickly somersaulted, sliding across the cold stone. He regained his balance and arrogantly mocked him. With only that remnant of a soul, you only have A-rank power. Why bother struggling in vain? Li Yi had now completely transformed into a shadow warrior shrouded in thick smoke. He smirked confidently. Even if it's only A-rank, that's more than enough to handle you. At the same time, the system confirmed, Qing Tian parasite status active, A-rank skill cannot be used in parasite mode. Seeing the invisible pressure radiating from his opponent, Qi Min showed clear surprise mixed with confusion. Shadow Domain? Instantly, Li Yi turned into a black bolt of lightning, tearing through space as he lunged forward with brutal force. Shadow Stage 2. Shadow Domain. But after a moment of shock, Qi Min laughed craftily as he realized the trick. So it's just a bluff for Stage 2. I never expected you to hold back and not teach me how to use the full shadow skills. Not bothering with the taunts, Li Yi stood with his arms crossed, proud, as rows of sharp dark blades slowly rose from the ground. Shadow transformation, infinite sword formation, he replied triumphantly. I'm hiding more than you think. A downpour of pitch-black swords rained down like a storm, but Qi Min was incredibly skilled, using his cape and the sturdiness of his armor to deflect them all. He pushed his power to the limit. So what? Burning with killing intent, Min swung his massive greatsword, intending to split his opponent in two. How could that pathetic body of yours handle using Stage 3 skills? As light as a feather, Li Yi calmly executed his ultimate technique, dodging and shadow-stepping through the void. With a mighty slash that shook the ground, Min's greatsword shattered the rock where Li Yi had just been standing, but he had already gracefully leaped into the air. Missing his prey, the traitor Min looked up, muttering. Before his opponent could think twice, Li Yi descended from the sky with a lightning-fast blow that tore through the air, forcing Min to scramble and struggle to block with his greatsword. Using the raw power of the heavy armor, Min batted Li Yi away, continuing to spew venom. You can't even maintain this Stage 2 state for very long anyway. Feeling his insides tearing apart, the Qing Tian soul asked his host anxiously, Li Yi, can you still take it? Li Yi's body trembled. I'm fine. I can still hold on. Meanwhile, Min easily took a barrage of purple slashes with his own body, laughing savagely. Attacks at this low level can't even scratch my armor's defense. Knowing that hit-and-run tactics weren't enough, Li Yi stomped hard onto the icy ground, using the force to launch himself high into the air, preparing to put everything into one strike. In the gray sky, he spun and plummeted like a black shooting star, roaring a cool finisher. Then I'll knock you out of that shell, wind-shattering power. Li Yi's fist, wrapped in dark energy, slammed straight down onto Min's greatsword. The impact was earth-shattering, cracking the ground beneath their feet like a spiderweb. Ignoring the crushing force from above, Min just smirked with arrogance, easily blocking the kid's attack with his massive blade. But a second later, his sword snapped in two. Li Yi used the momentum to charge forward and land a direct punch on him. The hit was so brutal it sent his entire body flying backward. After that intense strike, Li Yi's body suddenly froze up. Seeing his host pushing his limits, the Qing Tian spirit panicked and appeared to stop him. But the boy immediately snapped back, stubborn as ever. I'm fine. The spirit inside was beyond anxious, thinking, no, if he keeps fighting like this, Li Yi's soul and body will get fried and completely destroyed by the energy overload. Down below, Min seemed to be remembering the glorious days of fighting alongside his master, muttering bitterly, I'm losing this golden opportunity just because of some worthless creature. He threw his arms wide, unleashing a purple-black aura that covered the area, and roared in frustration. Since when did you become so pathetic? Busy holding back the energy surge and constantly being nagged, Li Yi frowned, annoyed, and just hissed, Ch. Min's armored hand gathered power to form a dark energy blast. He sneered wickedly, well, don't blame me then. Immediately, he launched himself forward like a colliding meteor, creating shockwaves that tore through the air. Suddenly, countless energy tendrils shot out from his armor, writhing like snakes, and coiled tightly around the Qing Tian spirit, who was caught completely off guard. With expert control, Min spread his arms, looking smugly at his former master trapped in midair. I've got you now. The Qing Tian spirit struggled in vain as the traitor's purple bindings tightened, completely locking him down. He squinted his glowing eyes at his enemy with fury and let out a bitter, raspy laugh. I never thought the day would come where I'd be bitten by the dog I raised myself. Ignoring the insults, Min looked up at the sky and laughed triumphantly beneath his old master. Finally, I can truly be reborn. Cut off from the dark soul connection, Li Yi's transformation shattered instantly. He crashed hard onto the ice in his panicked human form. He snapped his head up, eyes wide with anxiety, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Qing Tian, Min slowly turned back, dragging his hostage floating above with the suffocating pressure of a victor, and called out mockingly, Li. From high above, the Qing Tian spirit used his last bit of strength to shout a warning to the young man. Run! But Li Yi didn't know the meaning of fear. He gritted his teeth and charged straight at the armored monster like a moth to a flame. He bellowed, let him go now. But Li Yi's punch was like a pinprick against his armor. Min gave a cold, sarcastic laugh. How touching. One is so worried the other's soul will burn out that he doesn't dare use his full power. The eyes inside the armor narrowed cruelly as he looked down on the stubborn kid. And the other is clearly just a bottom-feeding ant. Yet he still dares to attack me. With a terrifying flick of power from the stronger fighter, Li Yi's small body was sent flying, smashing into the cliff behind him and creating a deep crater. The difference in their levels made his internal organs feel like they were being shredded. Li Yi spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the ground red. Seeing his companion being tortured to the brink of death, Qing Tian felt agonizing pity and tried to drive him away. You're just a low-life. so stop hanging around here. Get lost, now. Ignoring the dismissal, Li Yi struggled to his feet, fixing a cold, defiant stare on the dark spirit. He muttered with resentment, "From the very beginning, you've treated me like nothing but a slave." Memories of them going through hell and high water played back like a slow-motion film. He continued to vent his frustration. "You forced me to fight monsters from other worlds. You forced me to constantly level up. Every step of the way, you always made me do exactly what you wanted." Feeling the familiar dark energy silently wrapping around to heal his wounds, Li Yi gritted his teeth, deciding to throw all survival logic out the window. "From now on, whether I leave or not," he kicked off the rock, transforming into a dark arrow that shot straight at Qi Min with every ounce of his remaining strength, his roar echoing across the sky. "Is for me to decide." The boy's fists hammered madly against the reinforced armor, sending sparks flying everywhere. He screamed while punching, "You had your turn back then, but today, I'm going to make sure you rot so I can get rid of a piece of trash traitor like you." Despite the onslaught, Qi Min just grinned maniacally in defiance. "Destroy me? Let's see how long your broken body can hold out. You idiot, are you actually trying to blow yourself up?" Lee's eyes now glowed with a deadly light, veins popping all over his face. He roared regardless of the consequences. "None of your business." Unleashing every limit he had, Li Yi screamed like a beast unleashed, charging straight at his enemy wrapped in fierce dark flames. Triple A! But just as his shockwave started to crack like porcelain about to shatter, a thought flashed through the impulsive boy's mind. Is my body falling apart piece by piece now? Even so, his fist, fueled by absolute rage, landed a powerful blow drenched in dark energy right in the center of the traitor's chest. Taking the desperate hit head-on, Qi Min didn't even flinch. He looked down at the tiny host and then turned to mock Qing Tian. "The idiotic creature you chose is actually pretty cute, huh? What's this? Committing suicide?" Powerless to watch the boy destroy himself for his sake, the Qing Tian spirit just whispered in sorrow, "Li Yi, don't keep struggling for nothing." Right then, Qi Min smugly spread his arms wide, preparing to turn them both into catalysts for his ambition, declaring loudly, "Just obediently serve as a nice source of nutrients for me." Thinking he had the win in the bag, Qi Min clenched his fist and tilted his head back, laughing like a maniac. Hehe. He looked at the giant dark sludge under his feet, assuming Li Yi was dead, and started laughing so crazily it echoed everywhere. Ha ha ha. But the joy was short-lived. A massive dome of dark energy suddenly erupted from the ground, blowing everything away and making him jump in shock. The traitor went pale, looking around in utter panic. What? What the hell is happening? From the center of the explosion, a purple pillar of light pierced the sky. Qi Min trembled, stammering, "The long night. An eternal night created by a domain of darkness?" He turned his head toward the Qing Tian spirit, sweating bullets. "No way. I haven't even finished refining Qing Tian yet. Could this darkness domain be?" Suddenly, from deep within the thick darkness, a cold, mocking voice cut through his fear. "I told you already." Li Yi stepped out from the mist, his body radiating an overwhelming aura, his purple eyes glowing like a grim reaper as he delivered the final word, "I'm going to destroy you." As soon as he finished talking, Qi Min swung his massive greatsword, unleashing a giant purple killing intent meant to slice the kid in half. But the moment the blade touched him, he realized with horror that his attack was completely useless against the entity in front of him. At that same moment, the system interface flared up, confirming the guy's insane transformation. Human race, rank C, enhancement, ultimate shadow eyes, shadow morph, shadow step. The shadow domain lets the user change their own form and the shadow energy within the field at will, giving a massive power boost to all shadow skills while cutting down on energy costs. The entire soul of any target killed in the domain gets converted into shadow energy. The crushing pressure radiating from Stage 3 sent Qi Min stumbling back. He stuttered, unable to speak. Stage 3? Now, Li Yi was floating in the space he created, arms spread wide as he soaked up his new power. He smirked, so this was the source of the shadow domain's power. The souls. He glanced at the traitor shaking below, mocking him ruthlessly. "No wonder you're so terrified of its power." Lee's eyes curled into a wicked grin. "I'm just wondering, what are you going to do without that armor?" Before the threat even landed, a blast of destructive light rained down from above. Qi Min scrambled like a maniac to dodge the death blow. But the second he moved, Li Yi used Shadow Step to close the gap, looming right in front of him. "Get out of that armor," he commanded coldly. With raw fury, Li slammed a punch infused with all the shadow power he could muster straight into the chest plate, roaring, "Right now, The insane impact flattened the enemy into the ground, causing an explosion of light that smashed the ice surface into a deep crater. Not giving up, Min struggled to stand amidst the smoke and dust, clapping his chest and laughing arrogantly. So what if you hit stage 3? You're still just a rank C brat. This armor can even take a hit from a rank A. Unbothered, the corner of Li Yi's mouth curled into a dangerous smirk. If I can't break it from the outside, then I'll try something else. He launched himself into the air, diving down like a dark meteor, making Min's eyes pop out as he shouted, "You're insane!" With that, he swung his sword wildly, hacking away at Li Yi's body. But this time, instead of shattering the shell, the liquid shadow energy from Li Yi's hands began to spread, snaking into every tiny crack in the armor. Suddenly, countless violent shadow spikes burst out from inside the suit, leaving Min in total shock. What the? No way. As the shadow energy invaded and tore through his insides, the traitor threw his head back and screamed in agony. His gray face twisted in extreme pain as his soul was forcibly ripped out. With a thunderous shockwave, Min's withered husk was blasted clean out of its protective shell. The imposter hung limply in the air like a broken marionette, leaving the shadow armor completely empty, lying shattered on the ground among the rubble. Li Yi smirked and explained smugly, "So that's how it is. This armor absorbs shadow energy to compensate for the damage to your soul. No wonder you had to hide inside it like a rat." Stripped of his turtle shell, Min's soul showed pure panic. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. Without the armor, if this fight drags on, I'm gonna get weaker and weaker." But in a twisted move, he flashed a sinister grin and bolted. "But I've got a hostage." Just as he thought he could run away with the hostage, he turned around only to find Li Yi standing right behind him. Surrounded by floating, menacing dark chains, he gave a cold laugh. "Trying to bail? You really think I'm going to give you a chance to do that?" In a flash, the shadow chains whipped through the air, wrapping around Min like a spider pinning its prey, leaving him hanging in midair. Even all tied up, Min kept talking trash. He sneered, "Qing Tian is wrapped up inside my soul right now. If you dare attack me, he's going to get hurt too." Li Yi stepped forward slowly, his purple eyes flashing with contempt. He replied coldly, "Did you forget? The soul is shadow energy." To the enemy's utter shock, the remnant soul of Qing Tian suddenly emerged from inside Min's body. He smiled coldly and passed judgment. "And right now, you've lost the protection of that armor." Qing Tian's eyes blazed with killing intent, signaling that the time for judgment had arrived. Li Yi stood with his arms crossed, calmly ordering, "Then, become fuel for my level up." As he spoke, Qing Tian's soul reached out and began devouring the traitor's life force, making Min scream in terror. "Qing Tian, you underestimated this brat's greed for power. Don't get too full of yourself." In his desperation, Min still tried to drive a wedge between them. "Once he levels up fast by absorbing me," Li Yi's body began to merge, and he laughed maniacally, delivering one last psychological blow to Qing Tian. "Do you really think he's going to spare you? No living thing can ever pass the test of greed." Unfazed by the trash talk, Li Yi roared with authority, releasing his full suppressive energy. A massive shockwave of shadow energy exploded from his body, wiping out everything nearby and shredding Min's soul to pieces. The system screen flickered, and finally, a blinding flash of light signaled that the evolution was complete. Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling a brand new source of power flowing through every vein. He smirked. "So this is what it feels like to be rank B?" The notification window popped up. Race, human. Rank B, shadow enhancement, stage 3. Ultimate shadow eyes, shadow morph, shadow step, shadow domain. Before his smile could even fade, Li Yi's eyes turned cold and heartless. Suddenly, he grabbed Qing Tian's soul by the neck and hoisted him into the air, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Now, it's your turn." Seeing that, Qing Tian frowned and asked, "Li Yi?" But the threat meant nothing when Li Yi just flashed an arrogant smirk, the smile of someone who had already won the whole game. Without another word, he reached out, wrapping Qing Tian in a flow of shadow energy. Amidst the floating pieces of scrap metal, Li Yi stood with his hands behind his back. So this is what that guy did, using his power to force that black energy into the armor and stick it onto Qing Tian. You used your shadow domain ability to seal your soul into this armor, didn't you? Now, this pile of scrap has become your new body. Right after that, a majestic armored knight with a rank A status panel appeared, raising its sharp claws and growling in resentment. "Li Yi, you." Still wearing that mocking grin, Li Yi patted his new apprentice on the shoulder. "Look at you, all rusty and pathetic like that. Absorbing your soul probably won't even give me much of a boost. With that, he casually threw his blue cloak back on and strutted away, leaving the giant knight to trail behind him. Besides, this armor is both bulky and ugly. I'm really not down to wear it. Let's just call it even, all right? While Li Yi was busy collecting his new disciples, in another area, one of the goons was being squeezed to the point of suffocation by a giant purple snake. He screamed in desperation at the guy in the cloak who just walked up. "Big brother, help! Please help me!" The boss, Black Panther, his hands blazing with fire, announced confidently with a tone of fake compassion, "Just suck it up, I'll end your suffering right now." But instead of saving him, a massive pillar of fire swept straight through, incinerating both the snake and the unlucky goon amidst his frantic screams. "No, wait." As the flames died down, Black Panther smirked ruthlessly. "A useless rank, something like you, is it even worth my time to save you?" Still busy striking a pose, he suddenly jolted and whipped around. "What the hell is this?" From the shadows, Li Yi and that A-rank knight strolled out into the middle of the hall, which was thick with killing intent. Li Yi said calmly, "Not bad for a B rank. Even these giant monsters couldn't wear you down." The moment he recognized his enemy, the bearded guy's face twisted, his eyes ignited with orange rage. Li Yi. Pissed off, he lunged forward, launching a blazing fireball toward Li Yi, who just casually kept his hands in his pockets, but he forgot about the guard behind him. With one clean, shadow-infused kick, the knight sent the bearded guy flying backwards into the distance. Digging his fingers into the tiled floor to stop his slide, the bearded guy dripped with sweat, muttering, "That's an A-ranker." Seeing his goons lying scattered, he thought to himself, "Damn, dealing with Li Yi is already a headache, and now where the hell didn't an A-ranker come from?" Seeing his new disciple looking a bit too eager, Li Yi turned and teased, "You taking him on? Isn't that just bullying the guy too much?" As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles and leisurely stepped forward, leaving the knight to stand obediently by. Someone at his level is perfect for my warm-up. Offended by the blatant disrespect, the bearded guy snarled, his hands flaring up with fire again. "Using me for a warm-up, huh?" Without hesitation, he poured his power into a dash, plunging straight into the black mist, thinking, "As long as I can just grab you, I've still got a chance to win." Lunging in, Li Yi stood still like a statue, his eyes glowing with mystical purple light as he muttered, activating his skill, Shadow Domain. Tearing through the purple mist, the bearded guy roared mockingly, "This mysterious trash? All these flashy nets don't change the fact that you're just a brainless D-ranker." No sooner had he finished speaking than he got a slap in the face from reality. Li Yi appeared right above his head, spinning down. "Who told you I was still a D-ranker?" He followed it up with a heavy blow packed with terrifying shadow energy, slamming straight into the guy's chest and launching him into the air. With an artistic backflip, Li Yi landed, a ball of dark energy already forming in his hand, while his opponent stumbled back with a grimace. Furious at getting his face smashed in, the bearded guy erupted, flames engulfing his entire body, and roared in anger. "You really looking down on me, huh?" Li Yi's eyes glowed with a bewitching purple, his cold gaze piercing through the suffocating air. Without a second thought, he dove from above, throwing a shadow-infused punch that collided fiercely with the bearded guy's own flaming fist. The massive collision triggered a brilliant, explosive burst, and the shockwave tore through the floor, blowing everything around them away. Staggered and forced back, the bearded guy fell to his knees, eyes wide with terror as he looked up. "B rank. How the hell did you hit B rank so fast?" Instead of gloating right away, Li Yi landed slowly, his hand holding a hovering ball of dark fire, and smirked sarcastically. "I've got to thank you guys for that, for pushing me to the edge every single step of the way." Skip this ad. Bitter at being ignored and underestimated, Black Panther gritted his teeth, shook the dust off his clothes, and roared as he lunged. "So what if you're B rank?" Ignoring the power gap, he charged at Li Yi with pure bloodlust. "It doesn't mean a damn thing." He threw a straight punch, yelling confidently, "My power is the real deal." But things didn't go as planned. Li Yi just blocked the attack with one hand, his face as bored as ever. The flaming fist hit the dark hand, sparks flying, but Li Yi didn't budge an inch. Immediately, the two of them locked into a high-speed skirmish, with afterimages scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, a whispering voice echoed in Li Yi's head, coaching him, "Inside the shadow domain, you don't need to use your own energy." Even as the bearded guy was frantically throwing flaming punches all around him, the voice continued, "Instead, you manipulate the energy around you." The bearded guy jumped up, channeling his strength into a giant fireball, and the mysterious voice delivered the final tip, turn their own power against them. That is the true essence of shadow. Feeling the breakthrough, Li Yi smirked wickedly, his eyes flashing with extreme danger. Got it. Li Yi dodged a deadly blow, then casually struck a pose next to the ironclad knight. Not forgetting his invisible mentor, he added, "But for real, I'm still not used to you being such a serious teacher." Catching Li Yi off guard, the bearded guy rained down a barrage of blazing spears from above. He screamed frantically, "Learning mid-fight? What kind of freak genius do you think you are? Die." But Li Yi just looked up calmly, muttering, "I will manipulate the shadow energy all around." His eyes turned chillingly sharp, all traces of playfulness gone. "And make it all mine." Instead of dodging, Li Yi stood like a statue, arms spread, letting countless flames slam into his shield, triggering a chain of explosions that shook the entire building. Seeing that, the bearded guy's eyes went bloodshot, his jaw basically hitting the floor. What? From out of the smoke, Li Yi walked out unscathed, the dark aura surrounding him like he was enjoying a feast. He reached out, feeling the power, and muttered with satisfaction, "This feeling, it's actually addictive." Not giving the guy a chance to recover, he waved his hand, compressed a giant ball of dark energy, and fired it straight at his face like a destructive laser, leaving the bearded guy sputtering in panic. With a lightning-fast survival instinct, he hurriedly leaned to the side to let the giant shadow blast graze him. The energy surge whizzed past and slammed into the ground behind, creating an ear-splitting explosion. Having barely escaped death, the bearded guy turned back, smirking smugly. "Nice power, but too bad. You missed, kid." But right at that moment, Li Yi was already standing right next to him, gripping a dark fist, laughing at him with blood-curdling intent. "Missed? I think you've been taking too many hits to the head. Your brain must be mush." As he finished, he landed a massive uppercut straight to the face. "That last move was just to get your face perfectly lined up for my fist." The impact shook the whole room, sending the bearded guy flying across the floor. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Get lost." As for Black Panther, he could only tumble helplessly through the air. Sent flying, the guy had to dig all 10 fingers into the checkered tiles just to stop himself. He dragged himself along the ground, shivering, muttering in total disbelief. How could this even happen? Rage and terror swirled in his bloodshot eyes. He gritted his teeth, gasping for air, screaming internally. This little punk keeps spamming his skills, but his power isn't drying up, it's actually getting stronger. As soon as the thought hit, Li Yi shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled forward like an angel of death out for a walk, dropping a line sharper than a scalpel. "Is that really all you've got? Honestly, I'm disappointed." Li Yi's eyes glowed with a bewitching purple hue. He looked down at his enemy and coldly passed judgment. Game over. Pushed to the edge, the bearded guy charged like a blood-drunk beast, screaming desperately, "I'm taking you down with me!" But that pathetic effort only got him a look of pure contempt. Li Yi calmly raised a hand, dark energy swirling and gathering at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, countless dark phantoms lunged from the void, aiming to pierce the bearded guy's pathetic defense from every direction. Shadowy sword beams flashed, crisscrossing and tearing through space, creating streaks of light that homed in for the killing blow. The bearded guy stumbled backward, black blood splattering across the cold hall. Before he even hit the ground, his arms were already severed. He stared with wide, panicked eyes, coughing violently as blood leaked endlessly from the corner of his mouth. With his strength completely gone, the bearded guy collapsed onto the checkered tiles, kneeling helplessly at his enemy's feet. As he struggled to turn his head, a chill ran down his spine. A shadow blade was pressing right against his neck. Pissed off by the humiliation, he roared his frustration at the phantom standing tall behind him. "Li Yi, if you've got the balls, just kill me." Replying to that pathetic challenge, Li Yi leaned in, his purple eyes flashing like razor blades. "Wanna die? Dying is way too easy for you." He leaned close to the guy's ear, swung his blade, and flashed a grin that screamed menace. Right then, "Your life is worth more to me than a dried-up corpse." Watching their boss spare the enemy, the Ranka knight standing nearby wondered why he was keeping this guy alive. Li Yi answered casually, obviously, to squeeze more info about Qin Shaoshang out of him. Black Leopard turned away, trying to act like a tragic hero, and scoffed, "Ha! Even if I die, I'm not saying a word." That whole dying for the causes act wasn't going to faze Li Yi. He just shoved his hands in his pockets and shrugged. "I know, but Qin Shaoshang has ways to make you talk." As soon as he dropped the name Qin Shaoshang, the bearded guy's face went pale. Sweating bullets from sheer terror, he started screaming again. Li Yi, you'd better let me go. He tried to puff out his chest and threaten him. If you don't, Qin Shaoshang and the NG Corporation won't let you off. Tch, so noisy. Li Yi closed his eyes and snapped his fingers. A strip of shadows instantly sealed the guy's mouth shut. Mm. He turned his back and walked away, dropping one last badass line. Don't worry. Even if they don't come looking for me, I'll drag my own ass over to find them. Seeing that, the Rank A Knight Disciple immediately offered to help. I can take care of the NG Corporation's rank. A guy for you, consider it a favor, returned. Li Yi thought about it for a second, then slowly refused. Until we find out if Qin Shaoshang is actually involved, don't make a move on him yet. And on top of that, that familiar half-smile appeared again as he stepped into the mist. Besides, when it comes to revenge, it feels best when you do it yourself. While Li Yi was leisurely cleaning up the mess, the scene shifted to a massive military base drowning in pouring rain. Thousands of soldiers were lining up, and a voice came over the radio. Please wait here. Inside a room with giant glass windows, the guy with the scar asked the bald man in glasses, who stood with his hands behind his back, We've seen military convoys moving this whole way. City Lord, do you have any inside info? The City Lord frowned, looking dead serious. How would I know? But judging by this situation, something massive definitely went down. The scarred guy turned to ask the older man with a silver ponytail, Brother Qin. Your intelligence network is huge. Did you hear anything? Qin Shaoshang glanced at his phone and replied coldly. This morning, Black Leopard kidnapped Qin Si Yin as a hostage. The kid's unhurt, and I've already rounded up his crew. Hearing that, a hand slammed down against the wooden wall, making it shake with anger. Qin Shaoshang stood with his arms crossed, stroking his beard with authority and feigned ignorance. But how would I know what the hell is happening inside the army? He spun around, shooting a sharp warning glare at the scarred guy. Listen, Ning Donghao, if you can't keep your dog on a leash, he stepped closer, staring him down with a murderous smile. I'm more than happy to teach it a lesson. Ning Donghao furrowed his brows, his face darkening as he shot back. Chairman Qin, what exactly is that supposed to mean? Qin Shaoshang scoffed, dropping a blunt threat. You'd better hope you really don't know anything, or I'll deal with you too. Blatantly insulted, Ning Donghao exploded, a fiery aura surging around his body as he roared, Qin Shaoshang, don't you think you're overestimating your own strength a little too much? Qin Shaoshang didn't back down, unleashing a blinding gold energy as he retorted sharply, We'll see if I'm just all talk. Just as the two big shots were about to throw down, a calm voice from the doorway shattered the tension. Seeing you all so fired up, I'm actually feeling somewhat relieved. A stately military officer in a long cloak stepped in, followed by a group of armed bodyguards. The info box clearly identified the threat. General, Supreme Commander of Defense Zone 3, Red Sea Coalition Government. He spoke up, but make sure that power is used for the right reasons, especially with a devastating disaster looming over High City. Everyone immediately called a truce and sat quietly on the sofa. The general sat down in the main hall and said in a stern voice, The reason I've summoned you all here is for a matter of extreme importance. The general signaled to the assistant in the white lab coat behind him. Explain it. The assistant adjusted his glasses and replied respectfully, Yes, sir. The assistant began his presentation with a sharp gaze. Everyone sitting here became Class A elites thanks to the battles 10 years ago, fighting the creatures that escaped from the dimensional rift. The horrific memories came flooding back. The scene of thousands of hideous monsters tearing through the dimensional rift played clearly in their minds. The assistant continued, I don't need to describe the destructive power of the Class A and Class S entities from inside that rift again. The bloody, brutal battles flashed through everyone's thoughts. The assistant's voice remained steady. To this day, we still don't know why that dimensional rift appeared so suddenly and then vanished just as quickly. Even so, over the years, we have been closely monitoring radiation fluctuations related to it. With that warning, the screen immediately displayed a map with red warning circles radiating from the epicenter. The assistant said sternly, 5 years ago, those readings started appearing again. In the last few years, the frequency and intensity have been increasing steadily. In just the past 3 months, we've detected levels spiking nearly as high as they were 10 years ago. Hearing this, the three big shots, Qin Shaoshang, the bald guy, and Ning Donghao all darkened their expressions, looking as tense as if the end of the world were coming. The bald guy adjusted his glasses, sweating bullets as he pressed. General Hong, do you mean before he could even guess? General Hong leaned back in his chair, folded his hands with authority, and dropped a bombshell. In other words, High City is very likely going to face. He emphasized every word. Another dimensional rift. A single sentence was enough to summon the horrific nightmare. The image of those dark monster hordes pouring out from the blinding light once again haunted the minds of everyone present. As the meeting ended, the group walked out of the building's steps, General Hong's warning still echoing in their ears. Go back and get ready. If a dimensional path actually opens, it will be a catastrophe for High City. Even though the military has begun preparations, when that moment comes, I hope you three families can put aside your conflicts and unite to face the crisis. Just as he stepped outside, Qin Xiaosheng glared at Ning Donghao and spat out a stinging, sarcastic remark. I couldn't care less, as long as some people stop pulling shady tricks behind my back. Ning Donghao could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Before the two sides could start snarling at each other, General Hong turned back and gave a firm warning. These are extraordinary times. If anyone insists on causing trouble for their own gain, I won't hesitate to use extraordinary measures. The general pointed straight at him. Qin Xiaosheng, you're coming back to High City with us to brief us on the current situation. Old Qin nodded smugly. Understood. With that, the military convoy roared off, leaving Ning Donghao and the bald guy standing alone in the courtyard. Watching the vehicles disappear, the bald guy clicked his tongue and commented, "This General Hong isn't even pretending anymore. He's basically throwing it in our faces that Qin Xiaosheng is their guy." He smirked slyly, reminding his ally, "The way Qin Xiaosheng glared at you earlier is definitely about the Black Panther gang incident. You'd better lay low and keep your head down for a while." But Ning Donghao played the innocent victim perfectly, his face blank as he shot back. "The Black Panther gang? What the hell does that have to do with me?" The bald guy put his hands behind his back and walked away, throwing back a cryptic remark. "It'd be better if it didn't, but you should probably check the news." Outside the group's building, one of Black Sea's henchmen called to report, "Chairman Ning, do you have any orders?" Ning Donghao snapped, "Turn on the news and watch." Meanwhile, Kuei Shihao was sweating buckets as he desperately explained to his big boss, "I already turned a blind eye to your dealings with the Black Panther gang before. Chairman Ning. I." At the same time, the news on the TV played, "Today, a serious criminal case occurred in the city. The local criminal gang, Black Panther, attempted to kidnap the heir of the Qin group." Kui Shihao looked at the TV screen, stunned, as he continued listening. "The hostage has been successfully rescued. The leader of Black Panther and the core members are currently in hiding." From the other end of the line, Ning Donghao's voice rang out, cold as ice. "You'd better not have anything to do with this mess." Knowing he was screwed, Kui Shihao frantically tried to clear his name. "I'm just a small-time errand boy for you. I would never dream of acting without your orders." Ning Donghao delivered a heartless verdict. "I don't care if you have to kneel or kill yourself. By any means necessary, get forgiveness from Qin Tian and scrub your name clean of the Black Panther gang. If not, even I can't protect you." Kui Shihao answered nervously, "Yes." As soon as he hung up, Qi Shihao crushed the phone in his hand in a fit of rage, roaring to let out his anger. Damn it! That idiot Black Panther. Back at the hospital, Qin Xian stood in front of the patient's room, looking through the glass with teary eyes. "Duan Hao, hang in there." Li Yi stood right behind her, acting like a solid pillar of support. "The doctors said they'd do everything they could. He'll be fine." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed. Kuei Shihao rushed down the hospital corridor toward the two of them. He put on an incredibly fake look of concern, spreading his hands out and sighing in relief. "Miss Qin, thank heaven you're still safe. I can't believe those Black Panther bastards dared to do something like this. They've clearly got a death wish." Without hiding his disdain, Li Yi eyed Kuei Shihao with half-lidded eyes, thinking, "What the hell is Kuei Shihao doing here?" He said with a mocking sneer, "Chairman Kuei, did you come here to tell us that you have no clue what the hell the Black Panther gang has been up to?" Caught in the act, the guy kept denying it. "Of course, I only had business dealings with him. Nothing more, nothing less. But don't worry. From now on, the NG group will cut all ties with them and help you hunt down the remaining members of the Black Panther gang." Seeing him flip his face faster than a pancake, Li Yi let out a dull, sarcastic chuckle with a mocking grin. What's this? A sudden change of heart? Or just sacrificing a pawn to save the king? Reaching his limit, Kui Shihao's expression darkened, stepping closer with a threatening tone. "Li Yi, you should know when to quit. What you stole from Black Panther is enough to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Do you really want to go head-to-head with me?" Responding to that pathetic threat, Li Yi put his hands in his pockets, leaned forward slightly, and looked straight into his eyes with a chilling aura. "That was just the interest. Your life is the principle I'm coming for. Cowering under Li Yi's crushing presence, Kuei Shihao broke out in a cold sweat and had to turn to Qin Tian to find a way out. Miss Qin, is that your family's stance as well? Responding to that ridiculous question, Tan Shishang crossed his arms, wore a cocky, mocking smirk, tilted his head slightly, and shot back. Why don't you take a guess? Realizing he couldn't stir up any more trouble, Kui Shihao turned away in a huff, throwing a cold line over his shoulder. Then I guess we're done talking. But after a few steps, he suddenly glanced back, radiating a menacing killing intent. Don't forget, I'm with the Nerger Corporation. You won't lay a finger on me without proof. Ignoring the cheap threat, Li Yi replied coolly. Then you'd better pray that those Black Panther goons never show their faces again. Because if they do, they'll become your worst nightmare. Hearing this, Kuei Shihao hunched his back, scowling with irritation. Fine. We'll see about that. Cut to a secret, creepy medical room where a man stood with his arms crossed, coldly ordering, inject the god's blood into the remaining Black Panther scum. The subordinate bowed his head to work, replying respectfully, Yes, sir. On the hospital bed, a Black Panther member struggled desperately as the needle approached, screaming in a panic, Hey, what the hell are you doing? We're the Black Panther gang. Ignoring the praised screams, the cold-blooded doctor didn't say a word, driving the sharp needle deep into the guy's bandaged arm. As soon as the drug hit, the criminal's face contorted in pure agony, his eyes suddenly rolling back as they flashed a hellish red, the sign of a horrifying transformation. Mutant strength surged, his body ballooning until the leather straps restraining him on the bed snapped instantly. Not just him, all three Black Panther survivors lost their humanity, heads thrown back, howling like demons as black mist and fire erupted around them. The next morning, in a posh room, a guy held a phone to his ear, listening to the news with a smug grin. I wonder what the headlines will say tomorrow. He started spinning sensational scenarios in his head with a twisted, scheming look. Arrogant punk faces brutal revenge from the Black Panther gang? Or did the Black Panthers go psycho after doing some shady drugs? While the villain was busy daydreaming, an army convoy was speeding down a deserted road at night. Inside, an old man with a white beard asked, General Hong, why are you so hyped up? General Hong replied, In just over a month, he went from a regular miner to someone who can scrap with a level B awakened. Plus, he sold me a massive haul of special metal weapons. Aren't you even a little curious? Sitting in the back, Tan Shishang looked ice cold, his sharp eyes fixed out the window as if he were calculating something. Catching the old man's gaze, Tan Shishang smirked, dropping a line that was half joke, half truth. Looks like I'm not the only one in a rush to meet Li Yi. Brushing off the jab, Tan Shishang rested his chin on his hand to analyze. I checked the materials of those weapons he provided earlier, and there's nothing special about them. General Hong responded calmly. You'll see their combat performance with your own eyes soon enough. Hearing the technical term, the old man with the white beard frowned, showing clear skepticism. Combat performance? General Hong smirked, throwing shade at his old friend. You've been living too comfortably. Your perception isn't as sharp as the youngsters anymore. The convoy screeched to a halt, headlights illuminating a guy standing calmly in the middle of the road with his hands in his pockets, none other than Li Yi. Seeing his guests exit, Li Yi stepped up to meet General Hong and the guards, his voice dripping with sarcasm. General Hong, President Tan, how do you two have time to visit a nobody like me? With troops decked out in full gear behind him, General Hong strode forward, replying with surprise, I'm surprised you even recognized me. Li Yi acted humble, but his mouth didn't hold back. A big shot like you? If I didn't recognize you, I wouldn't have enough lives to keep my head attached. General Hong seized the chance to get straight to the point. So, aren't you going to invite us in for a drink? Knowing these guys were up to no good, Li Yi scratched the back of his neck, giving a bright smile that was clearly a polite, get lost. It's an honor, but you picked a bad time. Ignoring the refusal, General Hong stepped up, put a hand on Li Yi's shoulder, and leaned in. Don't worry, someone else will deal with those people for you. Feeling cornered, Li Yi cursed internally. What people? Who are these people? Why are these two old geezers talking in riddles? Since he was backed into a corner, he just rolled with it. Cut to Li Yi's luxury villa, followed by a reluctant invitation. Please, come in. The guests didn't even want water. They wanted to see the show. As the three sat down on the sofa, a guard stepped up to activate a 3D projector and reported, General, the live feed is connected. Glancing at the screen, Li Yi crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. General Hong, with all due respect, I don't feel any powerful presence nearby. You're not planning to let these regular soldiers, cutting him off. General Hong smiled, his expression cold and ruthless. That's right. I'm letting those regular soldiers fight and awakened. Looking at Li Yi, General Hong thought to himself, not bad. He's staying calm. He isn't losing his cool trying to question me. Meanwhile, Li Yi had a massive question mark over his head. Is this old man insane? Or does he just not care about his soldiers' lives? But he doesn't sound like he's BSing. The intro ended, and General Hong sat back like a boss, waving his hand decisively. Begin, the guard behind him shouted. Yes, sir. On the holographic screen in the middle of the living room, the assault team, decked out in heavy artillery, was hiding in the bushes of the jungle. One yelled, assault team in position, followed by the support team, drone defense team in position. Looking closely at the weirdos stumbling on the screen, Li Yi squinted, recognizing them, and spoke up in disbelief. Aren't these the Black Panther goons whose bones I broke completely? How the hell did they recover this fast? He muttered to himself. They? The Dark Knight spirit appeared right behind Li Yi, whispering with a deadly serious look. Their condition. Could it be that? Li Yi looked back, confused. That what? The ghost's purple eyes narrowed, its voice dropping to a tone of pure disbelief. No way. That thing shouldn't exist here. Before the Master and the Ghost could explain, the command to attack rang out on the screen. Attack! The soldiers opened fire, a hail of bullets raining down on the shadowy figures rushing toward them. Amidst the smoke and gunfire, a mutant in the darkness leapt from a high tree branch, landing light as a feather, and charged straight into the team, firing wildly. The mutant with the freakish red eyes raised one hand, golden lightning crackling around its fist, ready to deliver a thunderous blow. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, striking down. The soldiers looked up in terror, screaming at the top of their lungs. Activate the drone defense system. Instantly, those spherical, black-winged drones zoomed into the sky, darting straight forward to intercept and protect their master. The camera zoomed in as the drone's optical sensors flashed with a brilliant purple light, quickly deploying a hexagonal energy shield. Not just one, but dozens of drones linked together, forming a solid, massive honeycomb defensive wall that lit up a corner of the courtyard. The moment they collided, a massive explosion erupted. Lightning and rage crashed loudly against the defensive wall. The golden energy scattered everywhere, but it couldn't pierce through this high-tech armor even a little bit. The soldiers immediately seized the chance to turn the tables, shouting commands, locking onto targets, and counterattacking. As soon as the command was given, countless blinding laser beams from the drone system and rifle fire simultaneously shredded the mutant's body. It sent him collapsing right on the spot amidst the dazzling streams of light. As the criminal's corpse hit the ground, the soldiers kept their expressions cold as stone, rifles held tight, and advanced with cautious, steady steps, maintaining their formation. Watching the entire battle through a screen, Li Yi rested his chin on his hand, raised an eyebrow, and evaluated. The drone defensive shield and those bullets have Tier C advanced piercing capabilities. He turned to look at the old men, his tone full of surprise. Don't tell me all this gear was made from the weapons I provided earlier. Still curious, Li Yi asked point blank. General Hong, are they really made from those materials? General Hong sat with his arms crossed, looking proud and ambitious as he replied, exactly. With enough of those materials, the current order will be completely overturned. Hearing that firm confirmation, Li Yi put his hands in his pockets, slowly stood up, and smiled slightly, admitting, these soldiers are way too strong. However, the word however is always the soul of every plot twist. He strolled toward the floor-to-ceiling glass window, looking out at the night, drawing out his voice. But before he could even finish his sentence, a blast of killing intent wrapped in bright golden light, accompanied by immense impact force, suddenly smashed through the tempered glass right in front of him. The glass shattered with a clatter, flying everywhere, but it didn't even scratch a hair on the protagonist. Li Yi's eyes glowed with a greenish-blue light, and he flashed an endlessly arrogant smile. Looks like there's still a fish that slipped through the net. Behind him, General Hong closed his eyes and sighed. He took a few steps forward with a very calm expression to clarify, this isn't a fish that slipped through the net. Right as General Hong finished the second half of the sentence, it's a fish that was deliberately sent back to you. Li Yi had already activated his skill. A black sword glowing with purple light appeared closely bound to his arm, looking incredibly cool as he transformed and lunged outside to meet the incoming rain of sharp stone spikes, never forgetting to joke around and tease the two old men sitting inside. Are you two trying to make me put on a show? Outside the villa courtyard, the mutant, covered in flames, slowly advanced to face Li Yi's blade, muttering a deathly sound, "Die." A close-up of his distorted, wild face, his eyes were glowing red like a demon, his sharp fangs bleeding as he roared madly, "Die!" As soon as the roar ended, the mutant launched himself into the sky, throwing a massive, meteorite-sharp boulder straight down at the spot where Li Yi was standing tall and waiting. The boulder tore through the air, carrying terrifying pressure as it plummeted down. The villain glided on top of the boulder like a true reaper, putting all his strength into squashing Li Yi into paste. Facing the fatal blow, Li Yi easily glided away like a gust of wind, dodging the attack as if it were a piece of cake. As he jumped around, he sighed in pity for the beauty. Sigh, just a pity for Tan Tuum's villa. After dodging to his heart's content, he turned and swung a fatal slash. The blood-killing blade collided with the massive boulder, creating an explosion of blinding golden light, slicing the solid object in two. The shattered stone fragments scattered loudly in midair. Li Yi used the momentum to dive downward. Inside the house, the two commentators started speaking. General Hong nodded in praise. The current power of this kid is at least Tier B, maybe even close to reaching Tier A. Tan Shishang rolled his eyes in disbelief and pouted, replying, "Aren't you exaggerating a bit?" Outside, the fierce battle continued, and General Hong confidently exposed the truth. If you don't believe it, just watch. Perhaps he hasn't even bothered to use his full strength yet. Pushed to the edge, the mutant braced himself, turning his arm into a stone mass as hard as cold steel to block the fossil shield. But those little tricks were no match for the protagonist. Li Yi poured his force into the sword, sending the mutant flying and slamming his back straight into the ground, causing the rocks to crack and shatter, while electric sparks sprayed everywhere in a cloud of dust. Pinning his prey beneath him, Li Yi wore a mocking, deadpan smile and asked kindly, "I'm very curious. How did you suddenly rank up to Tier B? Are you on drugs?" Being high and then accused of taking drugs, the mutant went insane, swinging his leg to deliver a kick wrapped in a red, furious aura, sending Li Yi flying into the sky, wanting to continue his chant. "Die, die." Li Yi flipped and landed with a swish, sliding backward with a super cool look. He planted one hand on the ground, muttering as he assessed the patient. "Looks like he's completely lost his mind." As if to prove Li Yi's words right, the mutant threw his head back and let out a savage roar. Ah! His whole body burning fiercely like a miniature volcano ready to erupt. His body began to swell. Rough stone plates pierced through his skin to form a protective layer, his eyes glaring with ultimate madness. He roared madly, "I'm not being human anymore." Size doesn't mean a big brain. The mutant had now turned into a giant stone beast radiating a glowing red aura. Standing tall and blocking out the sky in front of Li Yi, he roared a threat in a growling, monster-like voice. "If that's the case, I don't need to let you live anymore." Facing the 1,000-pound punch tearing through the air, Li Yi remained unfazed, silently calculating in his head. "It's best to hide a bit of my real strength in front of those two old foxes." No sooner said than done. He immediately activated his skill, the sword glowing with a sharp purple light accompanied by the notification, "Shadow Enhancement Tier 1. He confidently muttered, "Tier 1 power should be enough to get the job done." With just a gentle wave of his hand, countless purple lightning bolts crisscrossed and tore through the night, shattering the mutant's giant stone block into tiny fragments. After cleaning up the trash, Li Yi leisurely turned back to see General Hong and the silver-bearded old man approaching. General Hong nodded in praise. "At first, I thought the reports about you were a bit exaggerated, but now, it seems those reports were still far too humble when evaluating your strength." Hearing the flattery, Li Yi turned his head to look, getting straight to the point. "General Hong, you coming to see me at this hour definitely isn't just to help me clean up those punks, right?" Not beating around the bush anymore, General Hong put on a very serious expression and admitted, "You guessed right. The equipment those soldiers are using all originates from the heavy sword you provided." He hesitated for a moment before getting to the main point. "The reason I'm looking for you is to ask if you can provide more weapons or materials." Hearing the stench of demand, Li Yi frowned and snapped back. Since the military has already used those materials for the equipment on their heads, then synthesizing similar materials yourself should. General Hong interrupted immediately, his voice full of reluctance. "Let's put aside the question of whether we can synthesize them or not for now. The most urgent issue right now is that we're completely out of time." To crank up the tension, General Hong narrowed his eyes, biting off every word. "I can't tell you too much. I'll just say that a Tier 2 space gate could pop up around Hai Thon at any second." That bombshell made Li Yi's eyes twitch. His pupils flickered with a violet glow as the old general dropped the hammer. "Even with the current strength of the Hai Thon military and our awakened ones, I'm afraid we aren't nearly prepared to deal with it. From behind Li Yi, the dark soul surfaced like a ghost, whispering a report. I can feel that Qing Tian is absolutely furious after hearing about this Tier 2 gate. Trying to connect with the brooding protagonist, General Hong slapped a gloved hand onto Li Yi's shoulder, as if handing over the weight of the world. He stared deep into the kid's eyes, his voice low and tragic. If we want to avoid mass casualties, we're hoping you have enough supplies to gear up our army. Cornered, but still trying to act cool, Li Yi wiped his chin, deep in thought, then clicked his tongue. I'll figure out how to get the weapons you need and give you an answer within 3 days. But I can't promise exactly how much I can get. Hearing that, General Hong's face softened, flashing a very opportunistic smile. And of course, I won't make you work for free. Expecting some cash, Li Yi was blindsided when the old man leaned in close, whispering a proposal. I can't pay you, though. But I can get you a spot in the military. And if you're interested, I could play matchmaker. You could be the son-in-law of the Tan clan and take over the Tan Corporation while you're at it. Li Yi broke into a cold sweat, forcing a dry laugh. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Speak of the devil, Qin Shang. Hearing this, absolutely lost his mind, fuming and screaming his head off. What the hell is this? That bastard Hong, calling himself a general while not even offering money. He's trying to sell off my daughter? Don't think just because you're a general, I won't beat you to a pulp. Then he turned his threats toward Li Yi. You little punk, if you dare say yes, I'll do this and that to you. No one is allowed to steal her from me. Seeing his future father-in-law losing his cool, Li Yi hurriedly waved his hands to calm him down. Dad, this is just a small contribution I can make for Hython, so let's forget about money. The dust settled, the deal was struck, but the sly look remained on General Hong's face. Are you sure you don't want to be the Tan clan's son-in-law? Li Yi wiped sweat off his forehead and refused. If I have a choice, I'd rather handle this myself. Leaving the noisy old men behind, the scene shifted to the mental realm. The Dark Knight stood amidst a gloomy, gothic void, muttering with a sense of caution. A Tier 2 space gate. Recalling the hideous face of that monster from earlier, the Dark Knight concluded. Then those people must have been injected with God's blood. I didn't expect them to find a way to open a Tier 2 gate this fast. Stepping out of a spatial rift, Li Yi frowned. Qing Tian, why did you? Earlier, the Dark Knight replied with a long, mysterious silence. Suddenly, he turned around, warning in a deadly serious tone. A Tier 2 space gate isn't something a small fry bee, rank like you can mess with. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay as far away from it as possible. The more he was forbidden, the more curious Li Yi became. He narrowed his eyes, demanding, what the hell is inside that Tier 2 gate that has you so spooked? To answer, the Dark Knight projected a horror movie straight into Li Yi's brain, filled with grotesque creatures. Giant demons with sharp horns and jagged teeth signaled total annihilation hordes of A-rank monsters and even S-rank entities. Meanwhile, in the real world, the scene moved to the military command's temporary base under the gloomy, silent night. General Hong strode out of his vehicle, coldly ordering his subordinates, leave the Black Leopard and those assassins to me. Do not interfere, under any circumstances. Seeing the general's unusual, ruthless attitude, the white-bearded man looked back and asked, Are you planning to? General Hong scowled, his killing intent flaring. Based on the info regarding the mine disaster and Li Yi's parents, the Noj Corporation would usually just pay a settlement fee. So why go as far as committing murder to cover their tracks? Watching the soldiers carry away the body bags and the assassin, General Hong finished his thought firmly. Besides, that assassin tonight was clearly under the influence of some unknown drug. This Noj Corporation definitely has some serious problems. Continuing the story outside the base, General Hong stood with his hands behind his back, sternly watching the hearse. He told the bearded man, If this really leads back to Ning Dong Hao, you're going to have a hell of a time dealing with him. However, this old general always had his own agenda, a calculating smirk appearing on his lips. Plus, I need to use this to make sure the military owes Li Yi a favor. While the old men were busy plotting, deep in the mental realm, Li Yi and the Dark Knight were walking along a grim, gothic hallway. Li Yi asked curiously, So, if I clear the third-floor trial, will my power level go up? Throwing a bucket of cold water on the protagonist's fantasies, the Dark Knight crossed his arms. Ranking up past B rank gets harder and harder. The third floor won't push you to A rank. It'll only get you access to the space tower's medical supplies and weaponry. Hearing goodies, Li Yi turned around, eyes sparkling. Are there a lot of weapons? Violet eyes glowed from the darkness as the Dark Knight stated majestically, If you intend to use the arsenal to help humanity, you could say they are endless. Without hesitating for a second, Li Yi turned around and started walking urgently. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Start the third floor trial now. But the Dark Knight suddenly stopped and ordered him to halt. Having his excitement cut short, Li Yi turned his head slightly, frowning. The air suddenly turned suffocating. The Dark Knight spoke in a low voice. There is one thing I must tell you. After you hear it, you can decide for yourself if you still want to proceed with the third floor trial. The Dark Knight began to recount the mystery, his face hidden behind the metal mask, radiating solemnity. I told you before that this entire alternate dimension is a prison, one far larger than your world, and this prison has 3 levels from the outside in. As a map of the massive prison structure appeared, the Dark Knight explained in detail. The outermost level holds C rank, B rank, and lower level criminals. That's the area your current space gates are connecting to. The middle level holds S rank and A rank criminals, that's the zone connected to the Tier 2 gates, and the innermost level contains the most dangerous criminals, ones whose power levels have already surpassed your human classification. They're the General, the Gatekeeper, and the Emperor, in that order. Memories flooded back, the Black Knight and his shadow army guarding a swirling vortex of lightning. His kinsmen from the Oblivion clan had been the wardens of that interdimensional prison, keeping those criminals locked away. After getting the full history lesson, Li Yi pieced it all together with razor-sharp logic. If you're telling the truth, then why the hell did that space gate show up in the first place? Sharing the pain of 1,000 years, the Black Knight replied sternly, because a traitor emerged from within our own clan. The chaotic scene from the past flashed before them, the traitor, oozing with vile energy, standing amidst a pack of grotesque monsters. The Black Knight recounted how the traitor teamed up with the worst criminals from the inner layers to spark a riot. A bloody war broke out right at the space gate, with massive monsters armed with barbaric weapons slamming against the light defenses. They were trying to take control of the prison gate to escape this hellhole of an existence. Seeing there was no stopping the riot, I had no choice but to forcefully seal the gate and wait for reinforcements. But who would have guessed that after tens of thousands of years, not a single soul would show up to help, and my energy wouldn't be enough to hold the seal anymore. Finally, 10 years ago, the outermost gate shattered, and the space gate appeared. Scrambling to connect the dots, Li Yi muttered in realization. So that's it. But what the hell does this have to do with me doing the third floor trial of the space tower? The Black Knight stared straight at him and dropped the final, cold truth. Because once you finish the third floor trial, you'll be branded with the mark of the Oblivion clan. That means you'll be the enemy, the primary target for every single thing living inside that prison. Despite being threatened, Li Yi didn't flinch. He lowered his head, a mocking smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. You're worried about that? So, you mean... Li Yi looked up, his eyes flashing with mischief as he shot back. You think that just because a Tier 2 gate opens, and since I don't carry your clan's soul mark, I could just stand there and watch you get chased down by the monsters crawling out? Caught red-handed, the Black Knight fell silent, leaving only a string of ellipses. Meanwhile, Li Yi stood there, pretending to be all righteous while secretly planning to tuck tail and hide in a corner to watch the show of misery and tragedy. Jokes aside, Li Yi shoved his hands in his pockets and walked forward without hesitation. To the third floor it is, not like I'm some saint anyway. He turned back with a defiant, death-defying grin, but I sure as hell won't run away and wait to die like a coward. Even if the opponent is stronger than me, I'd rather die charging forward. Hearing that sheer bravado, the Black Knight's purple eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a satisfied chuckle. The scene shifted to a massive stone pillar wrapped in eerie chains, rising up into the gray sky as the Black Knight chimed in. You're one cocky little brat, but hey, I can be cocky right along with you. Yeah, that's the way to talk. Trying to act all serious never suited you anyway. Catching the insult, Li Yi knit his brows instantly. Tell me, what the hell did you just call me? Little brat? I didn't quite catch that. Needless to say, the old master was terrible at lying. You must have misheard, he deflected. Ignoring the bickering, Li Yi stepped onto a surreal surface, his heels sending ripples of lightning skittering across the ethereal water. Before him lay a grand, cosmic dimension. Where jagged rocks hung like demon claws amidst a sea of stars, the Black Knight announced solemnly, "This is the third floor, the core area of the entire space tower, the Sea of Souls. It's where the soul fragments of countless warriors from the Oblivion clan who fell over millions of years have gathered. Only by earning their recognition can you fully master the space tower. Even though this process will be excruciating, this soul-cleansing ritual is the only way for you to gain your second shadow skill." Hearing the word skill, Li Yi's gaze sharpened, a mix of curiosity and pure hype shining through. He asked, "A second skill? What kind of power is that? To satisfy his curious student, the Black Knight mused, "It's an ability that awakens once your soul is tempered. It's different for everyone." As he spoke, the Black Knight conjured a swarm of shadow clones, their purple flames flickering. The skill I got was shadow clones. Even if my main body is destroyed, as long as one clone remains, my consciousness will never fade. Hearing this, Li Yi's genius brain zoomed in on the key point, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Then, what about your main body?" The Black Knight looked down at his armored hands, his tone heavy with the weight of ages. Maybe it's still out there, or maybe it turned to dust long ago. The mood dipped, but the Black Knight quickly urged him on while Li Yi stood there, hands in his pockets, grinning confidently. "I'm real curious to see what you'll awaken." Li Yi smirked back with arrogance. "I definitely won't let you down, will I?" Watching the indomitable back walking toward the brilliant light, the Black Knight muttered with pride, "That damn little brat has never let me down yet. Maybe you'll awaken a power totally different from ours." Leaving those expectations behind, Li Yi's footsteps rippled the still surface of the Sea of Souls. He strolled calmly through a rain of shimmering crystal shards, drifting down from the void like shattered shooting stars. As he walked, he reached out to touch one of the crystals, whispering to himself, "Are these soul fragments?" But the moment his fingers brushed the glowing surface, the shards shattered into tiny specks of light and vanished into nothingness. Immediately, Li Yi's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in utter shock as a massive flood of memories surged straight into his mind. A tragic scene unfolded. Warriors in oblivion armor heroically clashing with savage monsters, their roars echoing through the void. Even if no one remembers our Oblivion clan, we must fight to the death to protect the prison gate until the very end. A tiny warrior charged at a giant beast, using his last bit of strength to scream, "I may be the weakest, but I sure as hell ain't a coward." The shadow barrier held firm against waves of enemies, the sounds of their last stand gut-wrenching. Anyone standing here isn't afraid of dying. We absolutely cannot let them advance even one step. Hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. A flood of sorrow, hatred, and agony from tens of thousands of souls slammed directly into his brain. Li Yi clutched his head tightly and let out a harrowing scream toward the sky. He fell freely into a chaotic spatial vortex, drowning in images of a bloody, desperate war. You're shivering. As your mind is getting torn to shreds, a massive shadow with icy purple eyes creeps up right behind Li Yi. Jagged tendrils of dark energy start wrapping around his body. Li Yi watches as his own hands are swallowed by the darkness, frowning, confused as hell. What the hell is this? The massive shadow starts taking shape, revealing itself as a dark, corrupted version of Li Yi. It hovers above, looking down at him with pure disdain, sneering. "Take a good look, kid. Everyone who falls here is 1,000 times stronger than a loser like you." The inner demon flashes a twisted grin, hitting him with the cold, hard truth. "You're nothing but a pathetic little nobody. You're not even worth mentioning. Why bother dragging yourself through this filth?" Facing the crushing pressure of his own twisted shadow, Lee regains his cool, shoving his hands into his pockets to face it head-on. "Yeah, I'm a B rank. So what?" Burning killing intent erupts, forming ribbons of purple energy around him. Lee glares right at his inner demon, voice sharp and steady. "I've got people I need to protect, and beliefs I'm not about to let go of." The inner demon lets out a mocking laugh, raising a giant hand that blots out the sky. "Do you even hear how ridiculous you sound?" As the massive, world-crushing palm comes crashing down, Li Yi doesn't even flinch, firing back. "If you want to laugh, then go ahead and laugh." Instantly, Li Yi leaps up and shouts, "Even if the enemy is 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, I'm not running. I'm fighting until my last breath." The inner demon winces in annoyance, pointing a finger and unleashing a barrage of purple energy bolts. "Die, then. Even if your pathetic little strength is nothing but a single ripple in this endless tide." Far off at the edge of the training space, the Black Knight stands with his arms crossed, watching the lightning tear through the silent sea, muttering in genuine shock, such an explosive surge of emotion. Staring deep into the center of the emotional blast, he seems to realize something and whispers, "Could it be? Li Yi, that kid." Back in the mental battlefield, Li Yi lets out a roar of fury, gathering a blinding sphere of energy in front of his chest and aiming it at the demon. "Don't you think you're being a little too cocky?" Close up on his face, burning with murderous intent, Li Yi grits his teeth, dumping all his firepower into one final gamble. A giant crimson laser beam tears through the dark sea of the soul, slamming right into the demon's chest and blowing it to pieces with a deafening boom. Using the recoil from the blast, Li Yi slides backward across the water, keeping his distance and staying in his stance. But mental monsters aren't that easy to kill. The demon charges forward, not even a scratch on it, grinning arrogantly. My power comes from fear. What makes you think you can stand up to me? The demon lunges, throwing a giant fist right at Li Yi's face, screaming. Is it really just because of that small, pathetic belief of yours? Not dodging anymore, Li Yi's entire body erupts in a brilliant purple flame. He growls out every word with determination. It's not just me. I can feel it. Every soul here is exactly like me. With just one arm, completely encased in majestic purple energy, Li Yi blocks the demon's giant fist, the impact sending shockwaves through the water. They were all willing to sacrifice their lives to protect what they believed in. He clenches his fist, the force of his grip shattering the demon's rock-like armor to dust. He states firmly, they were all real. Li Yi's eyes flash with electrical intensity as he glares at the demon, coldly judging its existence. But you? You're just a manifestation of my own doubts. With those words, Li Yi releases a massive burst of purple energy, punching the giant shadow into a million pieces that scatter into the air. With the obstacle in his heart wiped out, Li Yi stands tall and proud amidst the fading debris. Hands back in his pockets, he flashes a smirk, completely crushing any self-doubt. No, actually, you were just a passing thought that crossed my mind. Lost in the dreamlike scenery with countless spirits of the fallen floating around, Li Yi frowns, surprised. The souls of the Annihilation Clan? Right then, a system notification pops up. Second skill unlocked, soul protection. Thousands of shadows simultaneously kneel before him in reverence. Li Yi mumbles in total shock, soul protection. Is this some kind of blessing meant for me? A brilliant golden aura erupts around his body, and the skill details become clear. Soul protection, a commander, type skill that boosts the combat and defensive capabilities of all followers. Getting access to the Annihilation Tower's medical and weapon resources, Li Yi smirks, excited. Whoa. Standing on the sidelines and watching the protagonist level up, the Black Knight nods in approval. You really never cease to amaze me, you B-rank brat. Before he can even get too cocky, a giant spatial portal glowing with a blinding blue light suddenly opens up in front of them. Li Yi asks curiously, what is this door? Playing the part of a dedicated tour guide, the Black Knight folds his arms and explains, this is the entrance to the design space, leading to the Annihilation Clan's armory and medical storage. Hearing about the loot, Li Yi's eyes light up, and he says decisively, let's go check it out. Stepping through the gate, they are greeted by a breathtakingly massive space. Li Yi glances back at his teacher. Old man, how much stuff is actually kept in here? The Black Knight waves his hand toward the giant blue pillars of light reaching the sky, saying proudly, the weapons and recovery vials in those glowing areas are enough to supply a war against hundreds of thousands. And as for the ore you need for crafting, consider everything you see here to be ore. Having hit the mother lode, Li Yi grins like a blooming flower. I suddenly feel like I just hit the jackpot. So, do the other 3 floors have cool stuff like this too? The Black Knight immediately crushes his students' dreams with a splash of cold water. No, that's it. The 4th and 5th floors are simulations of the 2nd and 3rd layers of the alien prison, designed to help you adapt and improve your combat skills. Curiosity piqued, Li Yi frowns and presses. Then what about the 6th floor? What's in there? Immediately, the atmosphere shifts 180 degrees. The Black Knight glares with purple, bloodthirsty eyes, giving an intense threat. You're not qualified to know, and I hope you never get the chance to open it. Getting scolded but still having a mouth on him, Li Yi mutters to himself. He's being all mysterious again. Not qualified to know? Don't tell me you guys ran out of budget by the time you built the 6th floor. Could be. The 4th and 5th floors didn't have any rewards anyway. The 6th floor is probably just an empty void. Accidentally overhearing his student's smart-aleck inner thoughts, the Black Knight grinds his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. I'll let this slide. For now. Cut to a cold underground lab, where a group of staff in hazmat suits stands around a glowing pinkish-purple energy core. The chief doctor walks over to report to the boss, who is standing with his hands behind his back. Chairman Toy, everyone injected with God's blood has been wiped out by the military. Walking casually down the hallway while plotting, Kui Shihao's well-groomed face twisted in confusion. The military? Since when is Li Yi mixed up with those guys? The doctor added some devastating news. And furthermore, according to a reliable source, Black Panther is being held in a secret military prison. Hearing this, Kui Shihao's calm expression completely vanished. He spun around, shouting with spit flying, What? Black Panther isn't dead? The camera zoomed in on his extreme panic, his left eye bloodshot from the fear of being exposed. He knows too much. He could rat us out at any second. Cornered, the villain chose the most extreme path. Qi Shihao ordered coldly, "Start dumping the waste into the secondary channel, right now." The doctor broke into a cold sweat and tried to stop him, but the surrounding area hasn't been evacuated yet. If we trigger it now, shedding the last shred of his humanity, Qi Shihao turned his back and delivered the verdict. "Since when did those peasants' lives matter to you? Just go do it. Now." Facing his boss's ruthless authority, the doctor could only bow and obey. "Understood, sir." A top-down shot showed the terrain map with 3 desolate mining zones nestled between cold, snowy cliffs, labeled 1, 2, and 3, all prepped for tragedy. The death sentence was handed down. Activate. A massive, brilliant purple hemispherical energy field erupted from the bottom of the ravine, accompanied by destructive bolts of lightning that tore through the surroundings. On the ground, the workers in hazmat suits stared blankly at the purple glow spreading toward them, confused. "What is that? Look!" Their suit sensors began blaring ear-piercing alarms. Red lights flashed incessantly. The worker's face turned ghost white as he realized death was knocking. Before he could run, one guy was swallowed by the purple light. His skin began to melt and rot right under his suit. He reached out to his teammate, screaming in agony. The other guy scrambled back, hands up in defense. "Stay back!" The tragedy unfolded en masse. Countless people caught in the purple mist writhed in pain, bleeding and screaming desperately. "Help me!" Those outside the perimeter just turned and ran for their lives. "Run!" The scene was chaotic, like the apocalypse. One guy screamed at his crew, "Run! Hurry! Everyone inside that light shield is already dead. Why are you just standing there? That wall of light is still expanding. Let's go." Contrary to the deadly panic outside, it was incredibly safe inside the base. The doctor carried his clipboard, reporting to Qi Shihao. "Radiation from the secondary passage has spread 10 kilometers, but the levels are still within a controllable range." Though kept his hands in his pockets and coldly ordered a cover-up. "Cut all communication, seal the space entrance, and don't let a single word leak out." Looking at the radar map showing the expanding orange radiation zone, the doctor sweatily added, "The subdimension we're in is only 60 square kilometers. At this rate, in 36 hours, the radiation will leak out of the space entrance. Once the radiation spreads outside, it's definitely going to attract attention." Maintaining his sinister, expressionless face, Qi Shihao calculated, "How long until the secondary passage opens completely?" The doctor replied curtly, 48 hours. A cunning, wicked smile spread across the villain's lips as he locked in his plan to trap Li Yi. "Then we just need to make sure they're too busy to deal with us. For those 48 hours, that should do it. Release the Zerug insect monsters we left in the 3 NRG group mines." Outside the NRG mines, workers who were grinding away a second ago were now just soulless corpses. With a devious smile and blood-red eyes glowing, Qi Shihao muttered his plot to frame the big boss. "Ningdong Hao, aren't you investigating me? Fine. I'll make sure all the attention shifts to you instead." While the villain was busy scheming, a convoy of heavy military trucks silently rolled through the gates and quiet streets under the foggy night. Cut to Li Yi's living room. General Hong sat regally on the sofa, asking his business partner, "How much ore did you bring this time?" Li Yi casually dropped a massive number, about 600 tons. Highly satisfied with the young man's boldness, General Hong sipped his tea and smiled. "Not bad. You really are a generous guy." Just then, the silver-bearded old man stepped forward, handed Li Yi a brown file, and spoke mysteriously. "Take a look at this." Li Yi frowned, taking it curiously. "What's this?" As he pulled out the documents, Li Yi's face dropped. General Hong added the brutal explanation. "That's Black Panther's testimony. It basically proves your parents didn't die in a mine accident. They were killed by Black Panther's men on Qi Shihao's orders to cover up certain truths." Learning the earth-shattering truth, Li Yi gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with the fire of hatred as he ground out every word. What the hell are they trying to cover up anyway? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. General Hong sighed. "That still needs more investigation. It's not very clear right now." Driven over the edge, Li Yi stood up abruptly, dark energy surging, his eyes flashing with a cold blue light as he challenged him. "Not very clear? You mean you guys haven't even grabbed Qi Shihao to interrogate him yet?" General Hong calmly explained the situation. "Qi Shihao has disappeared, along with the others Black Panther named. You aren't in the military, so there's a lot I can't disclose to you. Just catching a lackey doesn't mean anything." Li Yi glanced behind him, pressing for the truth. "What about Nindong Vu? Did he have a hand in this?" Hearing that big shot's name, General Hong rested his chin on his hands, pondering and probing his attitude. The investigation hasn't confirmed that yet. But if Nin Dongvu really is involved, what are you going to do? Before Li Yi could open his mouth, the old general smirked, half his face sinking into the shadows with eyes as sharp as blades, exposing the young man's thoughts. Kill him? Starting his lecture, General Hong lowered his voice, warning, even if you had the power to do that, with your current status, it would bring you endless trouble. Knowing the old man was just beating around the bush, Li Yi withdrew his bloodlust and gave a confident smirk. So what, General Hong? Do you have any suggestions? The fish had taken the bait. General Hong lifted his gloved hand, smiling as he pointed out a shortcut. Sometimes a person's position determines what they can do. For example, joining the military. With the military backing you, even if Kuei Shihao or Nin Dongvu are the problem, killing them won't bring you any trouble at all. Listening to the bait that was sweeter than candy, Li Yi's lips curled into a meaningful smile. There's no such thing as a free lunch, is there? Li Yi leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees, exposing his guest's hidden agenda. I'm guessing what you want isn't just for me to join the military, right? Caught off guard, the general broke into a cold sweat. He let out a nervous cough and tried to cover his tracks. What are you thinking, kid? Once you join the military, you're one of us. It's only natural for me to have your back. The fox finally showed his tail. General Hong forced a laugh and dropped the clincher. After all, we're family now. If you, Li Yi, have anything good say, like mineral resources and the military needs them, you wouldn't charge us for them, would you? Cornered, Li Yi wiped away cold sweat and stammered, I guess not. Just as the negotiation hit a dead end, the guy subtly touched his Bluetooth earpiece as an emergency signal came through. General, we just got a report from the Detection Bureau. General Hong immediately barked an order. No outsiders here. Patch the feed through directly. A massive 3D hologram flared to life above the tea table. A soldier on screen saluted sharply and reported frantically. Report! Multiple Zerg insectoid breaches have occurred in High City. The map zoomed in, covered in glowing red warning circles. The soldier pointed out the severity. These are the affected areas. Scanning the red dots on the display, Li Yi's pupils constricted instantly. His face drained of all color, pure shock taking over. Li Yi bolted upright, dark energy surging around him. His eyes were glued to a red dot labeled Longmen Hospital. He panicked and blurted out, Longmen Hospital? Isn't that where Duan Ao is hospitalized? Without wasting a single second, Li Yi screamed in his head, I have to warn her. At the same time, in a sterile white hospital room, Qin Tian and the guy with her were chatting away carelessly by Duan Ao's bedside. The phone in Qin Tian's hand suddenly flashed. The screen showed an emergency incoming call from Li Yi. Qin Tian smiled and picked up, her voice light and airy. What's up, Li Yi? Unaware that a giant mantis monster with blood-red eyes was baring its fangs outside the window. Qin Tian, get Duan Ao out of the hospital right now. The warning came too late. The reinforced glass shattered into pieces. Chaos erupted inside. The guy with her stumbled back in a panic, screaming, Miss, watch out! Faster than thought, a giant mantis lunged, swinging its scythe-like claw down. The brave bodyguard held it off with a metal pole, screaming, Miss! I'll hold it off. You get out of here. But how could she just leave? Qin Tian scrambled to support Duan Ao, who was wincing in pain. The guy wheezed out, Miss. Qin Tian quickly helped Duan Ao leave the scene, shouting back, Be careful. The hallway was a total mess. Doctors, nurses, and patients were running for their lives, dodging the insect swarm. Screams echoed everywhere. Help! Run! Backed into a corner, the bodyguard was drenched in sweat, confused and wondering, why the hell are there insectoids inside the hospital? Then, with unwavering loyalty, he urged, Miss, you go first. Don't worry about me. But our heroine wasn't giving up that easily. Qin Tian snapped back firmly. What are you talking about? I'm not leaving you behind. But 2 seconds later, the giant mantis claw came slashing down. The razor-sharp claw tore through the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and Qin Tian was sent flying with a piercing scream. The impact was brutal. She skidded across the broken floor, sliding a long way. Crawling on the ground, struggling to get up, Qin Tian looked back in agony at the bodyguard, who lay slumped and gasping, urging, Miss, go! The hideous monster loomed right behind him, drooling. The bodyguard used his last bit of strength to roar in desperation. Go! Just when it looked like he was about to meet his maker, the mantis's head suddenly sparked as a solid object smashed into it, knocking it back. It was our reluctant savior. Qin Tian stepped up heroically, grabbed a metal pipe from the floor, and declared, I might not have combat skills, striking a killer pose with the iron pipe, her eyes burning with battle lust. But I'm still human. Saying that, Qin Tian charged straight at the monster. Leaving you behind to save my own skin? Not happening. Primitive weapon versus nature, she swung the iron pipe with all her might, gritting her teeth as she blocked the mantis's massive, god-awful strike. But reality is harsher than the movies. With one swipe, the monster sent Qin Tian crashing into the concrete wall, cracking it. The bodyguard shrieked in horror. Miss! Meanwhile, in the skies over High City, Li Yi dove down like a shooting star cloaked in dark energy, his face tight, muttering, Qin Tian might be under attack. I don't know the situation. Guess I'll have to try out my new skill. A massive, glowing blue magic circle exploded, covering a huge area. The system chimed in, skill activated, Soul Aegis, boosting all combat and defensive capabilities for followers. Back in the hospital room, the mantis's disgusting legs stomped down, but it was blocked by a blue energy shield. Qin Tian curled up, coughing in the sphere of light. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a familiar, deep, and warm voice echoed in her head, full of encouragement. Her eyes widened as she realized, Li Yi, like a guardian angel. A projection of Li Yi loomed large behind Qin Tian, asking gently, Do you trust me? The system notified her. Soul Aegis received. Attack and defense boosted. She answered with conviction, I trust you. Empowered, Qin Tian slowly stood up, a brilliant blue aura breaking out around her. Li Yi's voice cheered her on. All you have to do is show that bug what you're made of. Confidence exploding, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. She held up her energy-charged hands and shouted, That's right. With the help of Soul Aegis. She didn't even bother with a weapon. She lunged forward, catching the giant mantis leg mid-swing with her bare hands. Let me show you what I can do. With a punch exploding in blue energy, Qin Tian sent the massive monster flying into the ceiling with terrifying force. The monster crashed to the ground, twitching amidst the rubble. Qin Tian looked at her own handiwork in shock. Is this a side effect of pushing my internal energy too hard? Her body went limp, and she fell backward, still muttering in disbelief. Did I really just do that? Right on cue, like a proper male lead, Li Yi appeared out of a cloud of dark energy, swooping in to catch her in a princess carry. He smirked and teased, Our young lady is truly incredible. Qin Tian's eyes went wide in surprise. With the burden lifted, Qin Tian burst into tears, burying her face in the guy's solid chest. Li Yi. Looking at the teary-eyed girl, Li Yi leaned down and doted on her gently. Why are you crying? Didn't you just drive those bugs away? Qin Tian sniffled, her eyes wet as she pouted. I thought I was going to die. I thought I'd never see you again. The air was suddenly filled with pink bubbles. Li Yi hugged her tight, his gaze deep and promising. No way. I will always protect you. But then, a hesitant voice ruined the moment. It was the forgotten bodyguard, standing awkwardly in the rubble, pouting as he complained, could you two save me first before you start flirting? The scene cuts to the front courtyard of Longman Hospital, filled with thick, black smoke. The medical team is scrambling, hauling stretchers, and tending to victims lying all over the ground. After checking on things, the bodyguard and Tan Tuom are knocking back vials of green recovery serum like it's nothing. The healing magic kicks in, wrapping them in a soft green glow. The bodyguard nods, impressed. Man, that's insane. These wounds are closing up already. Tan Tuom nods along. The effect is seriously crazy. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Excuse me, everyone. A guy with glasses, looking all intellectual but clearly panicked, runs up and begs, You guys are awakened, right? Can I please ask you to help save the medical team? I just got a message they're trapped in space mine number 7, and the place is crawling with insectoids. The group furrows their brows, and the bodyguard winces, questioning, Those mines were supposed to be cleared out already. How could insectoids be there? Meanwhile, Li Yi's expression turns dark as he hears Tan Tuom confirm, Mine number 7, that belongs to the Nogurma Corporation. Mentioning the word insectoid, Tan Tuom gazes into the distance and speculates, If that mine is this close, do you think those bugs crawled out from there? Li Yi narrows his eyes in agreement. It's definitely possible. Without another word, the group starts marching forward with intense energy. Li Yi coldly orders, Let's go see what kind of mess the Nogurma Corporation is cooking up. At the site, in front of the blue space gate, with energy swirling everywhere. A crowd is shouting in anger while a lackey holds a megaphone to shoo them away. There was a tunnel collapse in the mine. Everyone who isn't authorized needs to clear out right now. No gathering allowed at the entrance. A guy screams in desperation. Let us in. My brother is still inside. Hearing that pathetic excuse, the crowd gets even more fired up and frustrated. The bald manager stands on a high platform with his hands behind his back. Tunnel collapse my ass. It's clearly insectoids. Let us in to save them. Seeing the crowd isn't falling for his BS, the bald guy snaps, raising the megaphone to shout right in their faces. Who the hell do you think you are? I said it was a tunnel collapse. So it's a tunnel collapse. Where the hell would insectoids come from in a mine? If you keep spreading rumors, don't blame us for getting rough. Just as things are heating up, a young guy holds his phone high, playing a video, and screams, "My brother just sent this video. There are clearly insectoids inside. Why won't you let us in?" The crowd chants along. Even if it was a collapse, why won't you let us in to rescue them? Another person points right at the manager, furious. Exactly. The longer you drag this out, the more danger those people are in. The bald guy stands up high, face stone cold, not saying a word. Seemingly out of patience, he points down at the crowd, ordering his henchmen, "Grab everyone spreading rumors and causing trouble." The guards in blue uniforms immediately shout in unison, "Yes, sir." Right as the tension hits its peak, a cold, deep voice rings out from behind the crowd, dripping with sarcasm. Nogurma Corporation really loves throwing their weight around, don't they? The bald guy jumps in shock. Pushed to his limit, he glares and roars into the megaphone. Who? Who dares to question our Nogurma Corporation? The crowd immediately parts, and Tan Tuum, along with Li Yi and the bodyguard, walk up with the swagger of nobles out for a stroll. She speaks in a sharp tone. Are you moving on your own, or do you want me to force you to move? Recognizing them, the bald guy smirks and sneers. Miss Tan, this isn't one of your properties on Dragon Gate Street number 3, is it? Aren't you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? Unfazed, a look of determination flashes in Tan Tuum's eyes as she fires back. There are people from Dragon Gate Street number 3 trapped in there. I'm going in to save them. That's not sticking my nose in, is it? Realizing he can't win with logic, the bald guy and his guards, their eyes glowing red with malice, start rolling up their sleeves to intimidate them. If you're planning to use force to clear a path, don't blame us for not showing respect to your Dragon Gate Street number 3. Just as they're about to charge, a blast of dark violet energy erupts fiercely from Li Yi, creating such a terrifying pressure that the guards freeze in their tracks. In the blink of an eye, Li Yi is right on top of them, pressing a blade of burning purple energy against the bald guy's throat. I'm feeling pretty dangerous right now. Why don't you tell your guys to let us through? The blade at his throat scares the bald guy so bad his face goes pale, sweat pouring down as he stammers out his identity to save his skin. Who are you? Don't do anything reckless. I'm the deputy director of the Nogurma Corporation. In contrast to that panic, Lee's eyes glow with a mystical violet light. He smirks like a total villain. I'm just a rank E miner with no backing. But the Nogurma Corporation can't give me an answer either. Suddenly, Li Yi frowns and looks back. A blue energy orb, burning bright like a cannonball, rockets toward him, forcing Li Yi to quickly cross his arms into a shield to block the sneak attack. The impact is so massive it sends him sliding backward, carving a path through the concrete floor as bricks and stones fly everywhere. After fully neutralizing the force of the hit, Li Yi slowly lowers his arms, dark energy still boiling off him. He says with a completely straight face, "No big deal." The attacker finally shows himself its Ning Donghao in a sharp suit, his hands still glowing with energy. He speaks with an arrogant tone. What's going on? The bald guy runs up like he's found a savior. Director Nin, you're here. Tan Tuum is spreading rumors, insisting there are insectoids inside, and she tried to force her way into our mine. Hearing the accusation, Ning Donghao darkens his face and throws a menacing look at her. Tan Tuum, you'd better give me a good explanation. Before Tan Tuam can even speak, Li Yi pulls her into his arms to protect her, coldly snapping back. We have a medical team trapped inside. According to them, there's a huge number of insectoids in there. Ning Donghao spreads his arms, offering a condescending, weak smile as he brags about his achievements. This mine is a place where Nogurma Corporation spent 3 solid years clearing out every single anomaly before we even got the mining license from the city lord. That blatant lie leaves both Li Yi and Tan Tuum speechless. They can only cross their arms and look at him with pure, utter contempt. Putting on a fake show of generosity, Ning Donghao turns to walk away, leaving a parting shot. I'll let you off this time out of respect for the Tan family. Seeing him trying to dodge responsibility, Li Yi waves his hand and calls out, his eyes sharp as daggers as he exposes the crime. Ning Donghao, you're being lied to by your own people. His anger explodes. The dark violet energy around Li Yi swirls intensely, his eyes burning with outrage as he yells, accusing the ringleader. Or do you really not care about the lives of those civilians at all? Hearing this, Ning Donghao unleashes a green energy flare to show his dominance, coldly looking down on them. Li Yi, you don't have the right to lecture me. Not bothering to show any respect, Li Yi immediately erupts with dark energy, activating his shadow enhancement skill. Stage 2. If you don't believe me, go look for yourself. Thinking the other guy is just posturing, Ning Donghao activates his rank A skill, gravity manipulation and steel body. Distorting the space around him, he retorted with a sneer. I don't have the time to waste on verifying your pathetic lies. Suddenly, a massive shadow knight clad in armor loomed behind Li Yi, his voice rumbling as he asked, Shall I take care of them? The young man just chuckled and shook his head. No need, he's going to make a fool of himself soon enough. The prophecy hit home instantly. The space behind them twisted violently, and a massive green energy portal roared, expanding and discharging electricity that lit up the entire sky. Sensing the abnormal tremors, the triumphant expression on director Ning Donghao's face vanished, and he spun around, muttering in pure confusion. What the hell was that? The answer arrived in the most shocking way possible. A colossal insectoid mantis tore through the portal and lunged out, swatting the guards away like flies as the crowd watched in sheer disbelief. Seeing things falling apart, Ning Donghao adjusted his suit jacket, darkened his expression, and stepped forward, ready to clean up the mess himself to save face. He waved his hand, using gravity manipulation to crush the mantis into the ground instantly, causing green slime and guts to explode everywhere. Watching the show from the sidelines, Li Yi stood with his hands behind his back, throwing a mocking, sarcastic smirk his way. Well, you don't have to work so hard to verify anything anymore, do you? They literally showed up on your doorstep. The director could only stand there, speechless. Outside the barrier, the crowd had witnessed the entire self-destruction. They screamed in outrage. Look, it's the insectoids. They're actually inside. It's real. Let us in. A young man held his phone up, shouting, Record this. This is proof. Everyone needs to know. Terrified of losing his paycheck, the bald manager broke into a cold sweat and panicked, ordering the guards to cover up the truth. Everyone stand down. Confiscate the phones from anyone filming. But the desperate crowd pushed forward. Don't stop me. I have to save my brother. Li Yi turned to face the high-ranking director directly, his voice cutting like a blade. Ning Donghao, are you really planning to stop us from saving these people? Instead of answering, the director's face twisted with murderous intent as he strode toward the manager. The bald guy scurried over to welcome him. Director Ning. Thinking the boss was on his side, he started sucking up and making excuses non-stop. Director Ning, we absolutely cannot let those people outside get in. Unexpectedly, Ning Donghao swept past him like a toxic breeze, growling a threat that sent a chill down his spine. Once this is settled, I'll deal with you later. The bald guy froze, stunned. Shifting his rage onto his subordinates, the director roared at the guards. Why are you just standing there? Get in there and wipe out those insectoids. The guards jumped, clicking their heels in obedience. Yes, sir. On the other side of the line, Qing Tian stepped forward gently and grabbed Li Yi's sleeve. Her eyes showed clear anxiety as she whispered, Li Yi. The young man turned to reassure her calmly. I'm fine. Pulling himself together, Li Yi gave his little girlfriend a confident smirk. Qin Xian, you and Duan Ao stay here. Knowing her man's capabilities well, Qin Xian nodded firmly and replied with genuine concern. All right, be careful. At the same time, at the edge of the pit, the guard team charged through the space portal, only to freeze in horror as they saw a sea of insects swarming like an anthill below. What? How are there so many? There were only a dozen a second ago. Seeing his troops were like a drop in the ocean, the bald guy panicked and reported to his superior. Director Ning, there are way too many insectoids. We don't have enough men. Ning Donghao grimaced and gave a frantic order. Contact the other senior members of the corporation immediately for reinforcements. Hearing that long-winded plan, Li Yi casually strolled toward the energy portal, dripping with sarcasm. Sending for reinforcements? Why don't you get your hands dirty yourself? The longer you wait, the slimmer the chances of survival for those people inside. Like a nerve being struck, the bald guy poked his head up again like a megaphone, pointing a finger at Li Yi and shamelessly rationalizing. Director Ning's status is far too noble. If he gets hurt, it could affect the interests of the entire corporation. Responding to that money-obsessed mindset, Li Yi turned back with a look of pure contempt and delivered a lethal blow. Humph, interests. Huh? Living in the lap of luxury for so long, you've lost both your guts and your hot blood. Getting called out to his face, Ning Donghao choked on his own rage. You. The young man's face sank into the shadows, his left eye glowing with an eerie blue light. With killing intent surging, he asked, I take it, you have no objections if I go in and save them myself? Still clinging to his arrogance, Ning Donghao glared, insulting him without a shred of respect. Li Yi, you're just a C-rank nobody. Trying to go in there and commit suicide? Without another word, Li Yi unleashed the second stage of his shadow enhancement, and countless dark tentacles erupted around him, surrounding him like a demon awakening. He looked back coldly and left a final remark. Suicide? Then just stay on my heels and watch. Activating his shadow step, the boy turned into a dark blur and dove into the abyss of bugs, waving his twin death scythes in both hands. He roared, fueled for battle. Open your eyes and look clearly who's the one that's going to die today. With a single dash that cut through the wind, dark energy and golden light exploded across the sky as Li Yi effortlessly sliced dozens of giant mantis monsters into scattered scraps. Clearing a section of the battlefield as spectacularly as a bloody firework display, Li Yi swung his twin shadow scythes, shredding the bug formation. Dark energy surged, enveloping the space and turning him into a literal meat grinder. A ghostly voice echoed in his head. Little Bay, these bugs are really strange. Li's left eye flared with a bright purple flame, his shadow eye skill activated. He replied coldly, that they are. Launching himself high before diving down like a hawk on its prey, Li Yi thought, I have a feeling these monsters are completely different from anything we've ever faced before. As that thought crossed his mind, he immediately activated his shadow variant. A barrage of pitch-black tentacles erupted from the void, wrapping tightly around the giant, ravenous bugs clawing up from below. He slammed a powerful shadow blade strike into the ground, creating an explosion of golden light mixed with dark energy. Li Yi frowned, puzzled. This place was supposed to be a mine. How could such a massive amount of insectoids get past everyone's notice? The mysterious voice in his head answered, because all of these bugs were born just today. Li Yi looked up at the swarm of flying insects, shocked to the core. How is that even possible? Swinging his massive blade to tear through the air, he fought while gritting his teeth in analysis. No matter how fast insectoids reproduce, I've never heard of them being born at A-rank status right off the bat, the young man added. There's still one way. Someone used God's blood. Li Yi furrowed his brows, his eyes full of confusion. God's blood? What the hell kind of thing is that? His system skill immediately scanned his current status, Li Yi, human, B, rank. Wielding a range of high-level shadow skills, from body enhancement to the shadow domain, he tore through the complex energy traps trying to bind him. Li Yi demanded, what exactly is this God's blood? Instantly, information flooded his brain. God's blood is essentially a toxin capable of amplifying the combat power of any living creature. Anyone who uses this goes into an uncontrollable, mindless rage until they burn out their last bit of strength and die. The Shadow Knight appears in his mind, his voice low and analytical. It seems many of the broodmother spiders have been infected with this toxin. I've seen bugkin spawn offspring already infected. Some are born as A rank right out of the gate. Li Yi grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead from sheer rage as he's surrounded by a swarm of mantises and giant spiders. Why would a toxin this dangerous even be here? He effortlessly contorts his body to dodge a lethal strike from a mantis claw the size of a building, muttering to himself, forget that for now. Saving people is the only thing that matters right now. Down at the bottom of the pit, massive boulders are crashing down in front of a tightly sealed steel door, while medical staff and miners scramble to huddle together. The deafening roar outside sends someone into a frantic, hysterical scream. Ah! With all that noise, did the bugs find us? Someone help us. The steel door rattles violently under the monstrous battering from the outside. A doctor clutches the person next to her, tears streaming down her face, crying, I don't want to die. Stay calm, miss. Someone will definitely come to save us. Suddenly, a massive shockwave slams down. The giant bug trying to break the door is instantly crushed into the floor by an invisible force, green blood splattering everywhere. Jet black combat boots crush down on the slimy shell of the monster's carcass. Li Yi stands tall atop the giant bug, his cape fluttering in the wind, holding his massive dark greatsword as he arrogantly declares, finally found you all. The people inside act like they've struck gold, erupting in cheers as they rush out. It's an awakened! Someone's here to save us! But in the chaotic crowd, there's a desperate cry for a loved one. Old Du, where are you? Just then, Ning Donghao and the bald manager land at the bottom of the pit. The bald guy stares at the battlefield littered with bug corpses, unable to believe his eyes, and blurts out, "Isn't that brat just a C rank? How the hell is he clearing out these bugs like it's nothing?" The bald guy keeps rambling. He's been fighting that many monsters alone, and his stamina doesn't even look like it's dropped. Ning Donghao narrows his eyes, a cold, probing glint in his blue eyes. Could he be a B rank? Or is he just like me an A rank? Ignoring the chatter, Li Yi's gaze is locked onto the massive steel door on the left. The Shadow Knight warns him again. Li Yi, there's something really strange behind that left door. Seeing Li Yi marching toward it, the bald guy points and shrieks in a panic. Where is that little punk going? Li Yi places his hand on the freezing cold surface of the door, completely ignoring the manager running over and screaming at him to stop. Hey kid, get away from that door. That's the warehouse where our corporation keeps our high-priority assets. Ignoring the noise in his ears, Li Yi closes his eyes and pulses a faint purple radar wave through the thick steel. He shivers when he confirms it. I can feel a broodmother spider inside. The bald guy runs up, aggressively shaking a fist. Are you deaf? Get your filthy hands off that door. If anything inside gets damaged, you couldn't pay for it even if you sold your life. Li Yi's eyes snap open, his pupils glowing with a deadly blue light. High-priority assets, huh? He whips around, glaring at the manager. Since when did your Wynn Corporation start researching bugkin? The bald guy jumps, waving his hands in a fluster, stammering, You, what the hell are you talking about? Don't just go running your mouth. Li Yi's face is cold as death itself. He bites out every word. Whether I'm running my mouth or not, open this door and we'll find out. Having stood there watching with his arms crossed, Ning Donghao suddenly speaks up with an emotionless expression. Open it. The bald guy jumps out of his skin, eyes wide as he turns back. The manager breaks into a cold sweat, grimacing at his boss as if about to cry, Director Nin. But the boss maintains his cold demeanor, repeating the order in an unquestionable tone. I said, open it. Faced with pressure from both sides, the bald guy desperately tries to justify himself. Only the sector chief has the password, and I can't reach him. Dragging his massive dark greatsword, which scrapes loudly against the ground, Li Yi smirks dangerously. Isn't that just a little too simple? He swings the massive sword, gathering dark energy and brilliant purple lightning high into the air, and says, delivering a world-shattering strike. Shreds of blade energy tear the reinforced steel door into hundreds of pieces that clatter to the ground. The thick dust slowly settles, revealing the scene inside. Li Yi's pupils shrink to pinpricks, his face frozen in shock and disgust. High-priority assets? In the dim light of the storage room, strewn across a pool of blood, are dozens of miners' corpses in tattered yellow hazmat suits. Behind cracked visor glass, white skulls grin as if cursing their cruel fate. Li Yi's jaw clenches with a cracking sound, painful memories rushing back and piercing his heart. Trembling with rage, he thinks to himself, is this how my parents died too? And Uncle Ha? These miners' lives. Unable to control the fury burning inside, Li Yi spins around. The black tip of his sword points directly at Ning Donghao, his voice roaring with bone-chilling coldness. To your Wynn Corporation, are their lives really not worth a damn? A blazing red light erupts around Li Yi like a fire of pure rage. He points the massive razor-sharp greatsword straight ahead, bellowing at the mastermind. Ning Donghao, answer me. Ignoring the tense standoff, everyone's attention turns to the pile of corpses on the ground. A miner picks up a blood-stained name tag, trembling as he speaks. Old Vuong. This name tag belongs to Old Vuong. The crowd starts clamoring. Didn't they say he died in a mine collapse 2 years ago? Why is his body here? Sobbing cries for comrades ring out, Old Rang, Old and Go. The scene suddenly descends into chaos. Ning Donghao grimaces, turning to glare at the bald manager. What the hell is going on here? The bald guy breaks out into a cold sweat, unable to get his words out. This. The atmosphere thickens with the purple killing intent radiating from Li Yi. He shoves the sword into the director's face, coldly exposing the cruel truth. Isn't it obvious enough? Someone is using these miners as feed for the broodmother spider? As if a sore spot had been poked, Ning Donghao loses his composure, yelling at his subordinate who is clutching his head in panic. Tell me, what the hell is this all about? Cornered, the bald guy blubbers his defense, Director Nin. I only did this for the benefit of the Wynn Corporation. trembling uncontrollably. He recalls the root of the crime. 3 years ago, we finally managed to buy this mining site. The horrific memory surfaces, an image of a giant, fiery red broodmother spider opening a jaw full of serrated teeth to swallow the screaming, fleeing miners. The bald guy kept trying to make excuses, but who would have guessed a giant spider queen was hiding underground? All to keep from messing up the mining operations, so… That twisted confession made Li Yi's anger hit the roof. He swung his shadow blade, tearing through the air, and roared. So you just used people as feed for that nasty bug, huh? Facing the Reaper, the bald guy screamed, terrified, "Ah!" In the nick of time, Ning Donghao stepped in, blocking the way while the bald guy cowered behind him, begging, "Director Nin, save me." The director barked, his voice laced with rage. "Li Yi, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Reasserting his superiority, Ning Donghao gave Li Yi a cold, icy glare, stating flatly, "This is internal company business. It's none of your damn concern." Amidst the sea of dead bodies in yellow jumpsuits littering the cold ground, a voice suddenly cut right through the director's shamelessness. "If it's not 1,000, at least hundreds of miners have died here. You're really still going to cover for your vice director?" The truth hit like a breaking dam, fueling the miners' fury. They raised their fists in unison, shouting wildly, "That's right. He's a murderer. Are us miners not human? The ones responsible need to be dragged into the light?" The wave of rage hit its peak. "Yeah, these guys deserve the death penalty." Seeing the mob about to revolt, the bald manager turned ghost white and frantically shoved the bodyguards aside. "You guys getting paid to just watch? Get these miners out of here, now." Helpless as the situation spiraled out of control, the bald guy turned to his boss with a pathetic, desperate look. "Director Nin, I've got no other options." A murderous aura exploded as the Shadow Knight loomed behind Li Yi, setting the scene. He coldly loaded his weapon. "Should I just kill this piece of trash myself?" Suddenly, Li Yi spoke up coldly, "No need for you to get your hands dirty." The corner of Li Yi's mouth curled into a mocking smirk. He sheathed his weapon and strolled backward. "This is a perfect opportunity. Let him get a taste of what it's like to be monster chow." Standing frozen, Ning Donghao silently watched the youth's back fade into the dark tunnel, his mind clearly calculating something. Seeing his boss looking like he wanted to use the situation to get rid of someone, the bald manager panicked and blurted out the danger. Even though that Spider Queen is only B rank, if her life is threatened, she goes into a frenzy and starts breeding like crazy. Ning Donghao's hands clenched so hard the veins popped out while the bald guy kept screaming his lungs out. If that happens, this mine will be completely locked down, and it'll cause irreparable losses to the corporation. Unable to listen to any more garbage excuses, Ning Donghao tightened his fist, which was glowing with a bright blue energy. Roaring as he exposed his subordinate's true colors, "I think you're just worried it'll affect your seat in the company, aren't you?" A thunderous punch slammed down, creating a light explosion that shook the whole space. As the dust settled, the two men stood stunned before a massive black shadow cast on the rock wall, emitting a terrifying pressure. Emerging from the hazy smoke, the dark red Spider Queen, with its eerie eyes and writhing tentacles, roared savagely. The bald guy was terrified out of his mind. Spider Queen! Overwhelmed by sheer panic, the manager turned and ran for his life, screaming his head off. "No, I don't want to die." But every effort was hopeless. Red energy webs shot from the monster, wrapping tightly around him and hoisting him into the air amidst his desperate screams. Tears and snot streaming down his face, the bald guy stretched his neck, his voice hoarse as he begged the boss standing indifferently below, "Director Nin, save me." Facing his subordinate's plea, Ning Donghao kept a face as cold as an iceberg. He spat out a sentence of utter cruelty, "You being alive is just a disgrace to the company anyway." The director's hand slowly reached out, his index finger pointing straight at the target with the heartlessness of an executioner. And so, his gravity manipulation skill was fully triggered. A massive blue wave of pressure slammed down from the sky. It engulfed both the monster and the pathetic manager, carrying the final verdict, "Yeah, just go to hell with that monster." The horrific pressure crushed the Spider Queen into the cracked stone floor, green blood splattering everywhere. Along with that, the life of the bald manager was buried forever in the darkness of this miserable mine. Standing dazed before the puddle of green monster blood, Ning Donghao broke into a cold sweat, looking toward Li Yi, forcing a performance. Oh my, why did that Spider Queen suddenly come rushing out like that? With his hands in his pockets and a mocking smile, Li Yi sauntered over to taunt the one who just got hit by karma. "Good thing you didn't get hurt, Director Nin. Otherwise, it'd be a huge headache." Realizing he'd been played by a brat, Ning Donghao growled, "Did you throw that spider queen out here?" The youth shrugged nonchalantly. "I was just helping you deal with it. It's just, I didn't expect." Leaning forward slightly, Li Yi's eyes, sharp as razors, drilled straight into the man in front of him. "Your NG Corporation doesn't just have undisciplined subordinates. Even the bugs you keep are exactly the same." Blatantly insulted, the director roared in a rage. "Li Yi!" Veins popping on his forehead, Ning Donghao clenched his fist, screaming right in his face with total defiance. "What? You want to take a swing at me?" Instead of fighting, Li Yi casually brushed past his opponent, dropping a sharp, sarcastic piece of advice. "I'd save your energy if I were you. The media already knows what happened here. You should start thinking about how you're going to explain this." Left behind in bitter frustration, Ning Donghao ground his teeth, muttering a dark vow. "Li Yi, sooner or later, I'll make you pay." Half his face hidden in the shadows, Li Yi turned back with eyes glowing bright blue, full of arrogant defiance. "Then I'll be waiting." Back in his comfortable apartment, Li Yi slumped on the bed, scrolling through the sensational news on his phone. 3 space mines owned by the NG Corporation have encountered anomalous incidents, causing human and material damage in multiple areas. All space entrances belonging to the corporation are currently under lockdown orders, and all parties involved will be strictly investigated. The youth sighed, bored. "Ha, probably gonna get covered up again anyway." Dropping his phone, he turned to the Shadow Knight standing majestically by the window. "Qing Tian, about that god blood you mentioned earlier, you still haven't explained what it actually is." Qing Tian turned his head slightly, his deep, husky voice echoing to clear up the mystery. "God blood only exists in the forbidden land of the Blood Clan, and that forbidden land is on the 3rd level. It shouldn't have been here." He frowned, curious. "The Blood Clan? How come I've never heard of them?" The knight's purple eyes flashed with gravity as he mentioned the forbidden force. "Even the weakest of them is S rank, which is why they're all imprisoned on the 3rd level, the deepest floor of the Otherworld prison. Of course you've never heard of them." Hearing about that insane level of power, Li Yi couldn't help but freak out. He wondered, wait, S rank is the lowest? There's no way their newborn started S rank, right? That's impossible. A monstrous figure with bulging muscles and glowing red veins appeared in Qing Tian's explanation. To be exact, the Blood Clan isn't just some bug race. It's a general term for creatures that have adapted to God, blood. Not every creature that comes into contact with God blood dies. The rare few who are perfectly compatible survive and join the ranks of the Blood Clan. Since God blood can unlock insane potential, those who survive must at least reach S rank. Connecting the dots from recent events, Li Yi threw out a wild theory. Could a member of the Blood Clan have escaped from the 3rd floor? The Shadow Knight shut that down immediately. Not a chance. If anything from the 3rd floor had escaped, your world would have been wiped out ages ago. Before he could finish, Qing Tian suddenly turned and walked into a blue space portal. Li Yi, annoyed, asked, "We're in the middle of a convo. Where are you going?" The knight dropped a bombshell that left the hero reeling. "Your breeding partner is here. Why would I stick around?" Li Yi looked like he'd just had his soul crushed, muttering that weird phrase to himself, breeding? Partner? He walked to the window and looked down at the apartment complex courtyard, where Tan Tuum was waving at him, all smiles. Following her was Don Hao, the bodyguard, looking exhausted as he dragged a bright red suitcase. As soon as the door opened, the young miss of the Tan family threw her arms open and lunged at him like a baby bird back in the nest, chirping, "Li Yi!" Completely ignoring the energy levels, she hugged him tight. Tan Tuam grinned from ear to ear and dropped a massive bomb. "I'm moving in with you." The hero was speechless, only managing a confused, "Huh?" He scratched his cheek, awkward but unable to hide a smirk. Li Yi tried to play it cool. I don't think that's a good idea. If your dad finds out, he'll straight up kill me." At the mention of her father, her face fell instantly. She sulked, brushing past him into the house. "Don't even mention him to me." Flopping onto the comfy sofa, Tan Tuum crossed her arms, complaining about being stifled. He clearly knows how to awaken new skills, but he's hiding it. He's dead set against me getting any stronger. Li Yi sat down next to her, gently soothing his annoyed girlfriend. "Come on, you're already super strong. You're a high-level B-rank awakener. Sit down. Remember that day you took down a D-rank bug monster all by yourself?" Her eyes dimmed, looking pitiful. Tan Tuam replied gloomily, "You don't have to sugarcoat it for me. I know you secretly used some kind of stat-boosting skill on me that day. Even with that, without real combat skills, I'm barely any stronger than a normal person. Gripping her shirt with fierce determination, she looked him straight in the eyes. I want to get stronger. I don't want to be a burden to you. Feeling the fragility hidden beneath that stubborn shell, Li Yi softly called her name with deep affection, Tan Tuum. He reached out and gently stroked her snowy white hair, smiling like a total simp. The atmosphere suddenly filled with love bubbles. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Just as the mood was getting sweet, a massive, vengeful projection of the father-in-law suddenly popped up, growling like thunder. You little brat, you tired of living or something? You think I won't snap your arms off right now? Then chop you up and feed you to the fish? And you, Don Hao? Is this how you protect my daughter? I'm docking your pay. Ignoring the ear-piercing yelling, Li Yi kept patting his girl's head, adding a lethal jab. But honestly, your dad really is a handful. Tan Tuum turned bright red from embarrassment, biting her lip and barking at the interfering father, Tan Shishang. Cornered by his beloved daughter, Tan Shishang had to swallow his pride, his floating head trying to smooth things over. Sweetheart, trust me, there's really no way to awaken new skills. Tan Tuum pouted, calling out her father's blatant lie without blinking. You're lying again, Dad. I clearly heard you talking about it with General Hong. The poor dad panicked, frantically trying to defend himself. Listen to me. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's classified intel. The young miss crossed her arms and threatened him. If you don't tell me, I'm not coming back. Think about it. The scene cut back to reality in the luxury apartment. Tan Shishang slumped onto the sofa. He surrendered unconditionally to his darling daughter. All right, I'll tell you, okay? Li Yi thought to himself, feeling smug. Chairman Tan, how are you spilling classified info so easily? Besides, when you and General Hong were talking, you didn't even try to hide it from your daughter. Tan Shishang's gaze turned distant, his voice dropping as he recalled a brutal past. Actually, there is a method to help humans level up quickly and awaken new skills. 10 years ago, during the battle against the second-tier gate, there were records of second awakenings and skill unlocks. As images of piles of body bags on the desolate wasteland flashed through his mind, he sighed and continued. Research from that time concluded that this phenomenon stemmed from long-term exposure to high-concentration radiation from the second-tier gate, but those were just isolated cases. The survival rate for those forced to stay in that radiation was less than 1%. Shaking off the grim look, Tan Shishang squeezed his eyes shut, bowed his head, and sighed again. That's why I didn't want to tell you. The girl sitting next to him raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Really? Quickly connecting the clues, Li Yi made a bold inference. Wait a sec, according to what you said, the second-tier gate that just appeared recently, could it be man-made? Tan Shishang nodded, his face lined with anxiety. General Hong and I also suspected that the experiments Qishihao is conducting are meant to open a gate. However, the probability is very low. Tan Shishang continued the analysis through his story. Even if Qishihao went insane and wanted to level up this way, the experiment requires a large number of test subjects. Those people wouldn't all be crazy and unafraid of death, right? The perspective shifted to an underground lab. The blonde guy stood with his arms crossed and asked, Matt, do you think the people down there are afraid of death? The guy next to him replied, to be able to work normally in that radiation environment, I guess they aren't afraid at all. Qishihao stared at the screen in front of him, laughing maniacally. No, they are absolutely terrified of death. The reason they can work normally is that they know the radiation from the second-tier gate will only make them evolve, not kill them. The image on the screen showed a subordinate kneeling on the ground, crying his eyes out. Chairman Choi, I won't do it again. Behind the iron bars, a mutant with skin cracking like lava reached out desperately, begging, please, give me the medicine. If I don't have it, I'll die in this radiation. Chairman Choi, I'm A rank. I'm still useful. Qixihao's eyes glowed with the red of a demon. He flashed a menacing grin, but let's be real, without the meds we're feeding them, even if those freaks hit S rank, they're still dead meat. Standing there with his arms crossed in front of a giant incubator filled with green sludge, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, the recovery rate for our collected materials is way too low. If we had more staff, we wouldn't have enough food to keep these things alive. Inside the glass tank was the body of a mysterious white-haired guy with godlike blood running through his veins. Whatever. Keep chasing those delusional grand ambitions. If it weren't for that, we could have built an S-rank mutant army strong enough to wipe this whole world off the map. The siren suddenly blared. The red-hot power core system started overloading. The scientists freaked out, shouting reports. Radiation levels are spiking. 90%, 99%. 107%. Kuishihao's face twisted into pure insanity. He counted along with the machine's pulse, totally hyped. 98%, 99%. Red electricity tore through the air, and a Tier 2 gate officially ripped open. The researchers cheered like crazy. 100%. The side channel is wide open, everything's running smooth. Soaking in the evil energy pouring out of the gate, Kuishihao spread his arms, enjoying the twisted rush. Yes, that's exactly it. After all these years, I can finally feel the energy inside me going absolutely wild. His minions in the back were celebrating like it was a festival, shouting, "We did it! We actually pulled it off!" But the hype died fast. The defense system suddenly flashed bright red. Warning! Warning! A red lightning bolt cracked overhead, and an emergency report shattered the winning vibe. Massive numbers of extraterrestrial lifeforms are attacking. Choi was stunned, speechless. A giant claw stomped through the lab floor, signaling that a total disaster was about to go down. Hordes of half-human, half-beast monsters with massive, ripped muscles and shaggy fur poured out of the glowing red gate. The researchers scrambled back in terror, screaming their heads off. Ah, it's the beast tribe, S-rank. That's an S-rank monster. In the middle of the chaos, Kui Shihao just stood there with his hands behind his back, looking totally unbothered. He barked at his underlings, "What are you idiots panicking for?" He looked up at the giant lion beast, which was snarling, ready to tear them apart. "Don't forget, we've got that god blood flowing in our veins too," but the beast just brushed past him like he wasn't even there. Choi turned around, confused, and shouted after it, "Why the hell are those things attacking us?" The beast just kept roaring, one after another, storming out without giving a damn about anyone in the lab. The assistant nervously stepped up to remind his boss, Director Choi, "If we let these monsters run loose, they're gonna invade High City." Unlike his stressed-out lackey, Kui Shihao smirked, his true villainous nature showing through. "Isn't that just perfect? Let those animals and the people of High City fight until they all drop dead. I can feel it in this radiation. It won't take long for me to hit S-rank." Visions of a burning, ruined High City filled his mind. Choi laughed, a twisted, rasping sound, and then the whole order of High City will be rebuilt by me. Out in a quiet forest on the outskirts, a patrol team was creeping through the foggy mist with their guns ready. The captain shouted, "Stay sharp, everyone. Check the perimeter. Is there anything weird going on?" "Copy that," the team yelled back. A rookie soldier laughed, trying to cut the tension. "Captain, chill out. We've patrolled this place a dozen times today already." He hadn't even finished the sentence when a bolt of lightning flashed. The rookie's upper body was sliced clean off, blood spraying everywhere as his squad watched in pure horror. Yeah, basically no danger at all. Massive black shadows loomed out of the fog, surrounding the helpless patrol team. A towering A-rank Thunder Tiger Wolf roared, its sharp claws dripping with blood, blue lightning crackling along its massive frame. The captain gritted his teeth and screamed, "It's the Beast Tribe!" Pure terror was written all over the soldiers' twisted faces. "It's A-rank," gunfire echoed over the radio. Desperate cries for help, mixed with the sickening sound of crunching, came over the comms. "Get a distress signal to the commander. Main HQ, Patrol Team 6 is under attack." Meanwhile, back at the luxury apartment, Tan Shishang was still losing all his dignity trying to sweet-talk his daughter. "Honey, can you just come home with Dad for a bit?" The cold-hearted young lady crossed her arms and looked away. No. The silence was suddenly shattered when a shadow knight appeared behind Li Yi. The killing intent was suffocating. "Something's wrong." Li Yi's eyes glowed with a ghostly blue light, and he gave a quick nod. "I feel it too." Ignoring the father-daughter drama, Li Yi turned and walked straight out the door. Tan Tuum looked back, stunned by the guy's solid frame. Suddenly, the twin shadow sickles flared with insane power. Li Yi marched coldly toward the battlefield. Tan Tuum scrambled to follow him, shouting, "Li Yi, what's going on?" Without looking back, the young man barked a sharp order at her bodyguard. Standing tall in the middle of the shattered courtyard, Li Yi gripped his sickles, facing a massive, ripped werewolf monster. He muttered, sizing up his opponent, "B-rank beast." Without a word, Li Yi darted forward like a ghost, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp slashes that tore through the air, clashing hard against the monster's steel-like claws. Kicking off the ground to dodge a counterattack, the kid swung his sickle, sending a black blade of energy that sliced off a chunk of the beast's fur, sending it leaping into the air with a howl of pain. From up above, the B-rank beast started roaring like a maniac, its whole body crackling with blinding golden lightning. Signaling a destructive attack was about to drop. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, staying sharp. At the last split second, a massive bolt of golden lightning tore the sky apart. Tan Shishang landed slowly, sparks still jumping off his hands. He frowned, confused. B-rank beast? Why the hell are these things showing up here? Looking off into the distance, Li Yi sheathed his weapons, his face deathly serious. It's not just here. Seeing the weird lights, Tan Shishang stood behind him and asked, "Military signal flares?" Across the quiet night sky of High City, a barrage of glowing red flares, emergency signals from the military kept shooting up into the air. It looked bleak as hell. Li Yi's voice dropped low, analyzing the situation. "I can feel the auras of these beasts all over the city center too." Switching to the makeshift High City Command HQ, the vibe inside was tense as hell as dozens of holographic screens flashed red with alarms. An officer reported frantically, "Patrol Team 6 has been hit." The captain is requesting General Hong stood there with his arms crossed, silent, while reports came flooding in. Patrol Teams 2, 3, 4, and 8 are all under attack. Beast invasion in Defense Sector 3. General Hong stared hard at the big screen, showing the defense post struggling to hold back the destructive power of the monster horde. The officer kept updating the situation. Most of the beasts are pinned down outside the defensive fortifications, but they've breached 2 points. The general immediately ordered troops to reclaim the positions. Suddenly, the screen switched to a pack of thunder tiger wolves, roaring and tearing the front line to shreds. A siren blared and A-rank beast was detected. Hython's tactical map lit up, covered in glowing red circles everywhere. The officer's voice grew frantic. Reports of beasts appearing in the city center kept pouring in. With his hands in his pockets, Tan Shisheng frowned, gauging the severity of the disaster. "Too many," he muttered. "This is a full-blown beast wave." Standing beside him, Li Yi asked skeptically, "Where the hell did all these things even come from?" In the heat of the chaos, General Hong and his entourage entered the command room, saying in a low voice, "You're just in time." The general turned to his old friend, his tone urgent. "Tan Shisheng, come with me to the frontline command right now." Without a second's hesitation, the head of the Tan family nodded firmly. General Hong turned to Tan Tuan with a stern look. "2am, you need to head back to Longmont Street number 3. Even though there aren't any beasts there right now, if there's no one strong guarding it, I'm afraid someone might take the chance to stir up trouble." Turning to her boyfriend, Tan Tuam asked gently, "Li Yi, are you coming with me?" The young man shrugged. "Whatever, I'm down for anything." But General Hong stepped in with a cryptic smile. "This kid has to stay here. I've already got other plans for him." Shoving his hands into his pockets, Li Yi tenderly brushed Tan Tuam's hair, telling her with genuine concern, "Tan Tuam, take this. If anything goes sideways, it might come in handy." He opened his palm to reveal a tiny, dark gray hybrid creature with tattered wings, wagging its tail and looking up at its new mistress with big, crimson eyes. Seeing the adorable little thing, Tan Tuam happily cuddled it and nodded obediently. "Okay, then you be careful too." Li Yi smiled softly. "Don't worry about me." Waving goodbye, she skipped away. "I'll be waiting for you." General Hong stood by, witnessing the sweet lovebirds, and remarked, "Youth is a beautiful thing." In stark contrast to the general, her father, Tan Shisheng, stood behind them watching his precious daughter getting cozy with that guy, his face red with rage as he growled under his breath. "Is my daughter's head something you can just go around touching whenever you feel like it? I haven't even had the chance to pat my own daughter's head, and here you are. I'm gonna mince you up and dump you in the ocean." Once Tan Tuam was out of sight, General Hong and Li Yi stood before the tactical map. He said in a deep voice, "You saw it yourself. This beast wave is no joke. Even with heavy weapons support, we still need S-rank and A-rank evolvers stationed at the front." Seeing right through the crafty old man's scheme, Li Yi smirked and asked point blank, "So tell me, General Hong, you went out of your way to show me all this. And what exactly do you want me to do? I don't think this intel is meant for an E-rank like me to see." That left the general sweating bullets and at a loss for words. General Hong gave an awkward cough to cover his embarrassment, speaking with a sheepish look. "Beasts have already infiltrated the military academy. I need you to support the soldiers there and rescue the cadets." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yi nodded instantly. "Fine, I'm in." The general shot a cold, sharp glare at Li Yi, sneering, "You didn't even ask what level those beasts are." Li Yi replied flatly, "There's probably only 1 or 2 A ranks that broke in anyway." Hands back in his pockets, Li Yi confidently turned his back to them, tossing out an arrogant line. "As long as I don't run into all of them at once, I can handle it." General Hong watched the boy's back. nodding in satisfaction. Then I'll be waiting for some good news from you. Seeing his future son-in-law being sent into the line of fire, Tan Shishang tried to rush forward to stop it but was held back by General Hong and the doctor. Why are you stopping me? I have to teach that punk a proper lesson. The silver-haired man frowned, trying to hold him back. Calm down. This is a military command center. Then, General Hong poked at his friend's fatal weakness, his role as a future father-in-law. You might not even be able to take Li Yi in a fight, you know. Tan Shishang was furious, veins popping as he argued. Tisk, I'm an A rank, and I can't beat that punk. Li Yi's silhouette drifted down the hall, radiating murderous intent with a giant, ghostly knight looming behind him. General Hong squinted, following him with his eyes, thinking to himself, I can feel it. This kid might even have the power to go head-to-head with an S rank. Switching scenes to inside the military academy. A squad of soldiers was struggling to hold the command tent while complaining loudly. Damn it! These monsters are way too cunning. Inside the field tent, one soldier complained angrily. Every time we turn our backs, they ambush the rescue teams. Another soldier sat on the ground, clutching his rifle. Yeah, I've never fought such a humiliating battle. If it weren't for the cadets inside, I would have blown this whole place to kingdom come. Just then, the soldier with the headset sitting at the monitor reported frantically, Report! Reinforcements from HQ have arrived. The blonde soldier turned his head, hoping, is it an A-rank expert? The calm soldier hesitated, staring at the screen. Swallowing hard, the soldier with the headset broke out in a cold sweat. He's an E-rank minor. Hearing that, the blonde soldier roared in anger. What? Have the guys at the top completely lost their minds? While they were busy whining, completely unaware, a massive beast's shadow loomed right behind them, tearing through the tent. The blonde soldier shouldered his gun, sneering, the two of us are at least B ranks, and even our squads are taking heavy casualties. What is an E-rank trash pile gonna do? The brown-haired soldier chimed in, mocking, probably just some rich kid sent here to fluff up his resume. The blonde soldier barked a command. Get rid of him. We don't need him. Before the words were even out of his mouth, the calm soldier pointed behind them, panicked. Hey, behind your tent, there's. A surge of purple energy erupted, shredding the canvas. The blonde soldier spun around, yelling, Who's there? From the rubble, Li Yi emerged like a ghost, his eyes burning with murderous intent, surrounded by a dark aura. Lightning fast, Li Yi leaped into the air, swinging his twin sickles to unleash countless purple slashes, surrounding and slicing the giant, snarling beast to pieces. The two B-rank soldiers were terrified, stumbling back with jaws dropped. A beast? When did it get in? Before they could finish, the monster's carcass fell to the ground with a thud right behind them. Amidst the blood and gore, Li Yi stood tall, radiating overwhelming pressure. He spoke coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With your level of situational awareness, you're gonna question me? The blonde soldier who was just talking big broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he asked, Didn't you say he was an E-rank? The soldier, clutching his tablet, looked totally lost, stammering that the records were legit. The other guy was straight up bugging, couldn't believe his eyes a B-rank beast taken out in one hit. Ignoring their shocked faces, Li Yi grabbed his weapon and marched out of the tent, a dark, swirling aura trailing behind him. He barked back, You guys just worry about keeping watch. Leave the rescue mission to me. Li Yi bolted into the academy grounds, moving smooth and fast like a breeze. In the shadows and dark windows, dozens of glowing red eyes were tracking his every move. Staying sharp, Li Yi did the math. These beasts were actually smart, hiding in the dark to ambush people. No wonder the last rescue squads got wrecked. Just then, that massive ghostly night shadow rose up behind him. It spoke up in a deep, booming voice. These beasts are smarter than insects. The intelligence of these HX-ranked monsters is on par with your lot. Li Yi smirked, firing back. Is that a compliment, or are you just stating facts? While busy roasting his own shadow, Li Yi suddenly dead stopped, landing on a balcony edge as his eyes flashed with a cold, icy blue light. He sensed some movement, someone was here. Looking down at the courtyard, Li Yi saw a young soldier going one-on-one with a huge, savage beast. The giant monster was snarling and puffing, totally overpowering the kid, who was breaking a serious sweat. In the nick of time, the guy had a brainwave. His eyes hardened as he spotted a metal trash can right next to him. Pouring all his energy into his hand, he slammed it onto the metal bin. Instantly, the steel warped and twisted to his will under a brilliant flash of magical light. In a heartbeat, the trash can morphed into a sword. A digital interface popped up, hovering in the air to scan his stats. human, rank, C rank, skill, metal forging. Watching the show from up high, Li Yi couldn't help but grin, nodding in approval. Not bad, kid. That skill is pretty rare. But before the guy could even flex his new weapon, the beast let out a roar and lunged straight at him. The youth gritted his teeth, bracing for impact. Come at me! Shaking off the fear, he swung the sword with everything he had, screaming, I'm gonna win. Too bad life isn't like an anime. With one massive slap, the beast shattered the metal sword in two and swatted the kid away like he was nothing. The force sent the young soldier flying back, slamming his spine into the wall until it cracked like a spider web, with bits of his broken weapon scattering everywhere. Doubled over in pain, clutching his busted shoulder, the kid looked up in total despair at the looming shadow of the DNA G10 beast, muttering, Why? Facing those gnarly sharp fangs of the mutant lion beast, the C-rank kid bit his lip, cursing his luck. I'm supposedly C-rank, so why did I end up with such a trash skill? He hung his head, sweat dripping, and let out a bitter, defeated laugh. They were right. I really am just garbage. But right at the edge of life and death, his eyes snapped open. A flicker of grit and a desperate will to live sparked inside. He told himself, garbage or not, that's up to me. Right then, a solid back draped in a blue and white coat darted forward, throwing an arm out to shield the young soldier. He blocked the crushing pressure of the beast's shadow and said, clear and loud, don't listen to what anyone else says. Turning back with a cocky, confident grin, Li Yi reached out toward Luo, he dropping the ultimate offer. The rescue squad's base isn't far from here. You gonna hide out there, or are you coming with me to save more people? Without even a second thought, Luo, he grabbed Li Yi's hand and jumped up, his eyes turning firm again. He flashed a bright smile and said, I'm with you. I know how to find the other students hiding out. The two guys stood in the middle of the ruins, shaking hands like real partners. Luo, he excitedly introduced himself. Name's Luo, he, infantry class. Li Yi laughed. Welcome to the team. I'm Li Yi. Scene shift to a dark, cramped sports storage room where 4 students were huddled together, hiding from the beasts. A shaved-head guy was pacing back and forth, breaking the silence. Do you think, Luo, he actually found any help? Leaning against a locker with a stuck-up look, the blonde guy, Wu Hao, sneered in disgust. He spat out, whatever. You don't actually think that loser is still alive, do you? He probably got eaten before he even made it 5 feet. Hearing that cold-hearted trash talk, the shaved head guy snapped, turning around and yelling, Wu Hao, what did you just say? Ignoring his teammates' rage, Wu Hao just kept smiling like a jerk. Am I wrong? A C rank with a useless skill volunteering to find help, isn't that just asking for a death sentence? The guy with the shaved head gritted his teeth, regretting everything. I should have gone with Luo, he, instead of listening to your crap and staying here. Hearing that, Wu Hao gestured smugly, trying to justify his own cowardice. Run into a meat grinder against odds like that? Staying here to protect everyone was the only smart move. But then, the door cracked open, and there stood Li Yi and Luo He, looming right in front of them. Calling out the blonde dude's hypocrisy, Li Yi gave a mocking smile. Being able to brag about your own cowardice that hard, you really are a rare specimen. Being called out in front of everyone, Wu Hao turned red with rage. He immediately charged green energy into his fist and lunged forward, roaring, What the hell did you just say? Before he could even touch the guy's sleeve, the blonde kid took a vicious slap straight to the face from the back of Li Yi's hand. The force was so nasty it crunched his face, sending spit and snot flying everywhere. That brutal slap sent Wu Hao spinning, blood spraying from his nose, and he face-planted into the floor while the other students stared in total shock. Thrown down next to the rack, Wu Hao scrambled back, clutching his swollen face and shaking as he tried to pull the "Do you know who my dad is?" card. You don't come any closer. My dad. Not about to let the brat keep yapping, Li Yi shoved his hands into his pockets, looking down at him with a cold, razor-sharp gaze. I don't give a damn who your dad is. You say one more word, and I won't mind thinning out the herd by one weirdo. Ignoring the coward on the floor, the other students rushed over to the shaved-head guy, cheering and hugging him. Luo He. Thank God you're safe. Luo, he humbly pointed to his savior. If it wasn't for Li here, saving my life and patching me up, I wouldn't have made it back. A girl clapped, letting out a sigh of relief. Awesome. Someone's here to save us. We're saved. Cutting through their happy vibes, Li Yi immediately shut it down with a dead serious ice-cold look. Don't get it twisted. I'm not here to save you guys. The group just stared at him, completely dazed, until Li Yi stepped up and made his point loud and clear. I'm here to teach you how to be real soldiers. How to find your squad, form a battle unit, and stick together to break out of here. Hearing they actually had to go out and fight, the students started feeling shaky again. The gray-haired girl whimpered nervously, I heard those beasts out there are B rank, and there's a ton of them. The bald guy looked pretty much ready to give up, too. Exactly. Even real soldiers can't handle them. Li Yi was losing his patience with their weak, entitled attitude. His eyes flared with a lethal, icy blue magical light. He barked, his voice echoing, You're students at the military academy! You're soldiers, not civilians! The reluctant commander's sharp gaze swept over every face hanging low with shame as he continued his brutal wake-up call. You're heading to the front lines sooner or later. Are you gonna just abandon your teammates then too? Hiding in a trench, waiting for someone else to come and rescue you? The move right now is to follow me, find the others, and fight off that pack of monsters together. As soon as he finished his rant, Li Yi whipped around and pulled a massive steel greatsword out of thin air, slamming it into the ground. He softened his tone just a bit to reassure them. Obviously, I'll do my best to keep you alive. Handing the heavy sword to Luo, Li Yi, started calling the shots. Use your ability to turn this into some arrows and a riot shield. Luo. He took the order without missing a beat. Got it. Without a second's hesitation, Luo, he triggered his blacksmith skill. His hands glowed a brilliant gold, streams of forging energy wrapping around the thick steel and breaking down the old weapon's structure. In a flash, thanks to his talent, the greatsword was broken down and reforged into a rock-solid riot shield and 4 razor-sharp steel arrows. Perfect. The system pinged. Riot shield +1. Steel arrows +4. Taking the loot, Li Yi turned to the 2 girls. You 2 aren't evolvers, so use these compound bows for long-range attacks. Switch out all your regular arrows. These steel ones are the only things that'll pierce their hide and actually do some damage. Handing the massive shield to the bald guy, Li Yi defined their roles. You're D rank and a strength type, so you're the team's human shield. Finally, Li Yi tossed another greatsword to Luo, he who scrambled to catch it. Take this, you're my main attacker. Luo, his eyes went wide and he stammered, Me? The main attacker? Even with a swollen handprint still visible on his face, the smug jerk kept sneering. What a joke. Him? The main attacker? His trash skills are only good for being a blacksmith. Luo. He gritted his teeth, annoyed, but before he could say anything, Li Yi started walking toward the door, shutting down all the whining with one final statement. Don't waste your breath arguing with him. All you need to do now is pick up your weapons and fight by my side. As they stepped into the glass-domed gymnasium, Li Yi suddenly stopped and looked up at the dark, vast ceiling. He caught a weird shadow and frowned. Huh? The reinforced glass ceiling suddenly shattered, tearing through the air. A massive B-rank tiger wolf beast lunged down from the shadows, straight for them. The group jumped back, terrified. The guy with the shield was sweating bullets, yelling in a panic. A monster! Li Yi didn't flinch. A twisted, hyped-up smile curled his lips, and his eyes glinted with a dark, magical fire. He shouted to boost their morale, Remember, you are soldiers. If you believe in yourselves, we can definitely take down any monster in front of us. At the same time, he chanted, releasing his skill, Darkness Enhancement, Soul Shield. Instantly, a blue magic circle pulsed out. Feeling that surge of power rushing through their bodies, the group shouted in unison, Yes! The system notification popped up. Soul Shield received. Their combat power and defense had been buffed. Li Yi stepped forward, waving his hand to release countless chains of shadow from the magic space, surrounding the enemy. I'll trap it. Luo. He moved in for the attack. As soon as the order was given, he swung his sword straight forward. Massive dark chains erupted, binding the beast's limbs and neck so tight it could only growl and struggle in vain. Seeing the golden opportunity, Luo, he leaped into the air, raising the greatsword high and yelling, You got it! With all his newly buffed strength, the young soldier brought a lightning-fast, fiery strike down on the tiger wolf's face. Sparks flew, but Luo, he winced, gritting his teeth. The enemy's defense was way too hard. An all-out attack and I barely scratched it? Immediately, the 2 girls pulled their bowstrings taut, aiming perfectly and screaming, Fire! The steel arrows whistled, tearing through the air. The volley of arrows slammed into the monster's massive body. Stuck in place and unable to dodge, the tiger wolf threw its head back and let out a blood-curdling roar of pain. The sound echoed through the entire arena. A metallic crash rang out as the bald guy gritted his teeth, holding his ground with the massive shield. At the same time, Li Yi's black chains whipped through the air, perfectly coordinated with the arrows flying in from the girls behind. Hovering in midair like a god of death, Li Yi flicked his wrist, controlling a swarm of shadow tentacles to wrap the beast up. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he praised their forced teamwork. Good coordination. Seeing Luo, he's still struggling to hack at the tiger wolf's thick hide with standard physical hits. Li Yi spoke up immediately. Remember, what you're holding isn't just a sword. He tapped into his ability, and the great sword instantly warped, morphing into a massive warhammer dripping with dark killing intent. The system flashed. Darkness morph, great hammer. Li Yi smiled smugly, adding, "It can be a chain, a giant hammer, whatever you need." Not missing his chance, Li Yi put everything he had into a swing, smashing the warhammer straight down onto the monster's skull. A massive explosion rocked the room. His tactical orders kept coming. It can take the shape of any weapon that gives you the upper hand. Hearing Li Yi's instructions, Luo, he dropped his guard for a second, gasping for air. His eyes sparked with a mix of shock and total excitement as he whispered to himself, "Any shape?" Grasping the true essence of his power, the young soldier broke into a confident grin and charged straight at the stunned tiger wolf. "I get it now." Screaming with newfound fire, Luo, he extended his weapon mid-charge, morphing it into a long dark spear and delivering a devastating, lightning-fast thrust straight into the beast's face before it could even react. Provoked to the breaking point by these pathetic little pests, the wolf beast's eyes flared with pure, savage rage. It snapped its jaws, lined with gnarly fangs, aggressively biting down on the weapon aimed at it, trying to crush it to bits. But Luo, he didn't even flinch. He poured every ounce of his strength forward, instantly triggering his metal, forging ability. From his hands, brilliant golden forging energy surged forth, coiling hypnotically along the length of the weapon. Luo, he let out a powerful roar, channeling all his mental and physical strength to force the metal to warp and restructure right inside the enemy's mouth. Right before their eyes, the weapon the beast was clamping down on suddenly deformed, sprouting razor-sharp, dark blades that tore through the monster's mouth and pierced its thick hide from the inside out. Capitalizing on the momentum, Luo, he shoved the weapon deep, ripping through the wolf beast's massive frame, making it howl in absolute agony, its initial arrogance and ferocity completely gone. And then, the very moment the beast showed its most critical opening, Li Yi dove down from the air like a bolt of lightning. He drove his sharp steel blade straight into the top of the monster's head, unleashing a golden shockwave that shook the entire complex. The group of students erupted in pure joy. The bald kid threw his fist in the air, cheering, "That was sick." After surviving a death match, he grinned confidently and added, "Honestly, these monsters aren't even that scary." Standing there, catching his breath with his sword in hand, Luo, he was still stunned, unable to believe what he'd just seen. Did we actually pull that off? Standing tall and proud on top of the monster's carcass, Li Yi raised his fist high toward the night sky through the shattered window, loudly declaring the start of a bloody hunt. Time for us to fight back. Down below, the students raised their weapons high, feeling their fire reignited, and shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the space. Starting with the awkward vibe amidst the rubble, Luo, he frowned as he stared at the blonde guy standing frozen in his tracks, confused. "You're really not coming with us?" Ignoring the sweat pouring down his face, the blonde guy tried to argue, his face twisted in pure panic. "If you want to die, go ahead. I'm staying right here. My dad is definitely sending people to save me, for sure." Realizing there was no point in arguing, Li Yi turned away and urged, "Let's go. The more time we waste here, the more danger the remaining students are in." Hearing that, Luo, he hesitated. "But are we really just going to leave him behind?" In response to the hesitation, Li Yi just coolly stuffed his hands in his pockets and started walking, looking absolutely badass. He dropped a cold truth. We aren't abandoning him, he's the coward who abandoned everyone else. While Li Yi's group was cleaning up the mess, in another area, a police squad was facing death. The commander's voice rang out, tense as could be. "Squad, defense team, move up." Instantly, a giant, fur-covered beast charged in like a truck with no brakes, slamming its razor-sharp claws into the riot shield, sending sparks flying everywhere. Facing the monster's overwhelming power, Instructor Yang didn't blink, waving his hand to command his team to form an attack line. Without missing a beat, he pointed straight ahead and barked the order. "Vanguard, engage!" On his signal, massive magical fireballs tore through the air, slamming into the beast's thick fur and exploding in a blinding red flash. Doubling down, a soldier cast a wood-based spell, sending out green energy that turned into vines, and growled, "Go to hell, you monster!" In a heartbeat, the magic vines had the beast completely bound. Drenched in sweat, the soldiers asked each other in the brief silence, Did we get him?" But life isn't a fairy tale. The beast suddenly threw its head back and let out a bone-chilling roar, its muscles bulging as it ripped the restraints to shreds. The terrifying sight left the soldiers slack-jawed, eyes bulging, cold sweat pouring off them as they just gasped. Free from the vines, the monster went berserk and charged straight at Instructor Yang. In that life-or-death moment, he only had time to turn and yell, "Everyone, run!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he threw his hands up in an X block, but the enemy's strength sent him flying backward with a massive shockwave. Pushed to the edge, Instructor Yang fell to the ground, staring up at the building-sized monster looming right over him. Seeing their commander in trouble, the soldiers behind him fired wildly, shooting desperately while trying to retreat. Damn it! The bullets hit the beast's hide like they were just scratching an itch, bouncing right off. Instructor Yang yelled until his voice cracked. "Bullets don't do anything? Run, don't worry about me." Ignoring the useless hail of bullets, the beast raised its massive limb and brought a lethal blow down on the man on the ground. Its jaws, filled with teeth sharp as a chainsaw, opened wide, ready to bite the head off its unlucky prey. But just as the Grim Reaper was about to call his name, a dark shadow suddenly dropped from the sky and stomped right on the monster's head. He dropped a casual comment. "You did a good job as an instructor." With just one lightning-fast slash from his sword, Li Yi expertly sent the monster's head flying through the air, grinning confidently, "It'd be a real shame if you died like this." With blood splattered on his face, Instructor Yang stared up in a daze, his brain trying to process the absurdity of it all. He killed a B rank with one hit. Is he an A rank? Helped up by his team, the instructor was still in shock, stuttering as he looked at the savior who'd just dropped from the sky. Who? Who are you?" Just then, Luo, his group came running over. Luo, he quickly patted his chest and introduced, "Instructor Yang, this is Li. He was sent by the military to back us up." Hearing those two powerful words, the instructor's eyes widened. The military? Skipping the friendly greetings, Li Yi stepped in close, his smile vanishing, replaced by eyes sharp as blades. He cut straight to the chase. "Instructor Yang, do you know how many students are left in the military academy right now?" "There were 63 other students besides the 9 of us here, but I'm not sure anymore." Before the guy could even explain, Li Yi grabbed him by the collar and growled right in his face. "Not sure? In a situation like this, you're supposed to be with the other students." Crushed by the guy's intensity, the man broke into a cold sweat, unable to get a word out, his face etched with torment. Instructor Yang lowered his eyes and gritted his teeth, admitting, "That's what I intended to do. It's just..." And that just led them to a heavily reinforced bunker. Inside, an old man with silver hair was rubbing his fingers together, and the one-eyed director sat smugly on a crate of ammo. "You're brilliant, Director," he remarked. "Letting those people out to distract the monsters bought us all this time." Contrasting that attitude, a young man sitting on the floor trembled as he spoke. "Isn't what we're doing a bit too much?" As if someone had stepped on his tail, the silver-haired old man turned and snapped at him. "Too much? If you're so damn righteous, why didn't you go out there with them?" Director Ney cleared his throat, trying to pull rank. "All right, enough arguing." Faking a heavy sigh like he was carrying the weight of the world, Director No started his spin session. Forcing them into 10-man squads as bait was a last resort. It was all to protect you, budding leaders of the command center. "You're our future. Our hope, everything rests on your shoulders." The old guy with white hair immediately sucked up to him. "Obviously, sir. With your guidance, we'll make it big and definitely pay you back with a massive reward." The bottom feeders kept stroking each other's egos. One guy quickly bowed. "We'll remember this kindness forever." Another chimed in. "Your heart is in the right place, sir." Just as the pathetic drama reached its peak, the steel door was kicked wide open. Through the swirling dust, Li Yi stepped in and shredded their fake act. "So you sent 60 students to their deaths, split into 6 squads just to protect a bunch of cowards hiding in here?" Li Yi kept his hands in his pockets, oozing natural-born swag as he walked forward, his sarcasm cutting like a blade, "So that when they make it, they can come back and pay off your pathetic, pint-sized debt?" Pissed off at being called out in broad daylight, the white-haired old guy pointed at the kid, barking like a dog. "Who the hell are you, kid? This ain't your place to speak." When things got heated, Coach Duong glanced at the director with a twisted smirk. "Director and Go, you really play the long game, huh?" Seeing the vibe turn sour, the old guy tried to shift the heat onto someone else. "Coach Duong, weren't you ordered to guard the perimeter? Why are you showing your face here? Don't you know that's insubordination? Wait, is that Laha and Tonghui?" Director Ngo's one good eye widened as he finally spotted the two students. He stepped forward, frowning. "What the hell are you two doing here?" Didn't I order you to escort my precious boy, Ngo Hao, for training at the Class C rift outside the campus? Hearing the name of that useless brat, Laha broke into a cold sweat, his face twisting like he'd just bitten into ginger. No Hao said he was tired, so he just stayed in the dorms. He wouldn't budge. Karma caught up in a heartbeat. Director Ngo threw his pride out the window, shoving people aside to roar in Laha's face. Then where is Ngo Hao? Why isn't he with you? Laha awkwardly explained the situation while the director's face twisted in panic. He absolutely refused to go. We had no choice but to leave him behind at the West Gymnasium. Hearing that, the one-eyed freak exploded. You dared to leave Ngo Hao behind? Do you have any idea what kind of disaster you've caused? Boiling with rage, Director Ngo bellowed, firing up his energy and pulling back a fist to clobber the student. This is a breach of military discipline. It's a capital crime. I could execute you. But Karma is a bitch before his fist could land. A shadow lunged out to block him. Li Yi threw a punch coated in dark energy, meeting the director's baseless rage head-on. The two powers collided, triggering a shockwave that blasted the air and sent everything flying. Thinking he was hot stuff, the director found out he was dealing with a monster, forced back by the impact, his boots shredding the floor and sparking as they skidded. Shaking his numb hand, the director gritted his teeth, sweating bullets as he sized up the monster in front of him, this little brat. Meanwhile, Li Yi coolly put his hands back in his pockets, looking at the trash with pure judgment. As a Class B, you not only failed to protect your students, you sent them to their graves yourself. Director Ngo screamed, veins popping. It was a strategic necessity, a tactical trade-off. Who do you think you are to question me? Hearing that fancy word strategy, Li Yi leaned forward, dark energy crushing the space around them as he delivered a lethal jab. Then my order to abandon your trash, son, was a strategic necessity, too. The words were light, but they sent a chill down the director's spine. His mind raced, his one eye bulging red with fear. A Class A? A kid this young is already Class A? He must be the heir of some conglomerate. Best not to be an idiot and fight him. Realizing this, he did a 180, pretending to order his men to save his son. Coach Duong, take your men and follow me. We're going to rescue Ngo Hao right now. But his little circus act was over. Li Yi ignored the one-eyed creep, taking command. Coach Duong, use the radio to contact all students. Order them to gather here immediately. Seeing no one move, he gave a sharp glare. Didn't you hear me? Laha, collect every working gun you can find and bring them to me. The troops saluted. Clear, sir. Feeling invisible, Director Ngo blew a fuse, pointing wildly. You, by what authority are you giving orders here? If you bring them all here, the beasts outside will find us. Not wasting a second, Li glanced back, his eyes glowing with a deadly blue light, like a demon. My patience is wearing thin. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want to die. The scene cut smoothly to a massive warehouse filled with crates. Standing atop a high stack of pallets, Li Yi held his rifle like a true god of war, while Coach Duong stood at attention below, backing his play. Looking down at the trembling soldiers and students, with a pile of weapons at their feet, Li Yi spoke coldly. I trust you all know how fewbar the situation is outside. You have two choices. Everyone held their breath, swallowing hard. Li Yi calmly let each word sink in. 1. Hide here and pray the monsters don't find you. And then, with a decisive racking of the bolt, Li Yi raised his rifle, his usual arrogant grin exploding onto his face as he roared his call to arms. 2. Pick up your guns and follow me to fight our way out. Carve your own path to survival, for yourselves and your brothers. Director Ngo stepped forward. Sounds interesting. Without a word of explanation, Li Yi stepped back, pointing his rifle, its steel barrel glowing with a golden light directly at the director. A mocking grin played on his lips. Oh yeah? Then why don't you, a Class B, test for yourself if they actually work? With that, a magic bullet tore through the air. Director Ngo smirked, instantly weaving his hands together to form an energy shield, blocking the attack he thought was just a nuisance. But the smirk froze on his face as blood sprayed. The bullet had punched through his right shoulder, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this possible? The armor-piercing capability of this round? It actually tore through my defense. Standing on the platform looking down at the bewildered sheep, Li Yi declared, I had Laha coat all the weapons in front of you with a special alloy. As long as we all pull together, taking out those animals outside won't be a problem at all. That was like throwing a match into a powder keg. The students immediately went wild, pumping their fists and cheering. Hell yeah, we can finally wreck those bastards. For real, I'm so sick of feeling like a sitting duck. Let's break through, counterattack, let's go. Humiliated in front of his own subordinates, Director Injo clutched his bleeding shoulder and growled, "Li Yi, I work for the city lord. How dare you treat me like this?" Shutting down that cowardice, Li Yi glared at him with glowing, deathly blue eyes and sneered, "You should be thankful your B-rank power is still slightly useful to these students. Otherwise, I would have tossed you out as bait for those beasts a long time ago." Stifled by that murderous aura, Director Ngo stepped back, cold sweat dripping down his face. His lackeys behind him scrambled in a panic. "Director, what do we do now?" one asked. His eyes bloodshot, Director Ngo flashed a sinister look, his mind already churning with schemes. "That brat is an A rank. We've got no choice but to play along for now. Once this is over, I'll settle the score with him later." Once order was restored, Li Yi stomped his foot, and a magical blue aura rippled from the ground. "I'll lead a small squad as the vanguard to clear the path and keep everyone safe." System activated. Soul Guard. A radiant light spread out, enveloping the entire squad. Li Yi barked orders. The remaining students had to maintain combat formation while advancing, just like during their training drills. With the Soul Guard active, their attack power and defense were significantly boosted. Standing before a squad fired up for a death match, Li Yi's jacket whipped in the wind as he spoke sharply. "Listen up. This is a real battlefield, not a drill. There's no redo for mistakes." The whole team roared in unison. "Understood." Li Yi nodded. "Coach Duong, please lead the students and follow right behind us." The coach answered firmly. "Got it." Ignoring the guy glaring at him from the shadows, Li Yi walked coldly past Director No. The director narrowed his eyes, seething. "Just as I thought, the Soul Guard skill doesn't work on anyone harboring ill will toward him." Li Yi cut straight to the point. "Since you're a B rank, you're the shock troop for these students. You're taking the hits," he added. Thrown to the front line as cannon fodder, the director stammered in a panic. But Li Yi didn't even look back, cutting him off. "I'm not asking you. This is your chance to make up for your screw-ups." To completely crush any thoughts of betrayal, he shot him a chilling, glowing blue look. "If you try to run or stab me in the back, I'll kill you myself without a second thought." Meanwhile, outside the academy walls, the thunderous sound of artillery made a patrol squad jump as they stared at the drones hovering above. "What's with all that noise? Sounds like a full-scale military operation. Hurry, send the nearest UAV to check it out." Stunned behind the surveillance screens, the two soldiers stared with jaws dropped, sweat pouring off them. How is this possible? Those students are holding formation and fighting back against the swarm in such a disciplined way. Seeing the intense firepower on the monitors, a commander exclaimed in shock. "How are their attack and defense stats so high? Those beasts are clearly losing." The camera zoomed in on the tip of the spear. The soldier shouted when he recognized the guy from earlier. It was that same young man leading the students into battle. Amidst the ferocious enemy, Li Yi moved like a ghost, his dual dark blades shredding the beasts to pieces. The soldiers outside felt a chill down their spines. That's insane. Who the hell is this guy? Back in the burning heat of the battlefield, Li Yi's eyes glowed with purple energy as he pinged his targets. "There's one beast at 4 o'clock, another at 10. Coach Duong, they're yours." They moved in perfect sync. Coach Duong waved his hand, signaling the attack. "Spread out, attack in dispersed groups." Huge claws descending from the air were instantly blasted away by a barrage of metal-plated shells. The whole area was a masterclass in coordination. The shield wall and the gunners danced perfectly, slowly draining the life out of the two massive direwolves as they caught fire. Suddenly, sensing a dangerous aura closing in, Li Yi drew his dark sword and stepped in front of 3 massive beasts, shouting, "Everyone, prep for impact! Hold the line!" The students behind him tensed up and roared, "Understood." Channeling all his energy into his legs, Li Yi slammed his foot into the ground. Shadows surged and cracked the pavement, flickering like black lightning tearing through space. A black streak shot up, and he leaped high, hovering right over the pack leader. He coldly passed judgment. "All of you, done for." His pupils flared with a blinding purple light. Killing intent poured out, gathering into one final strike. Li Dai roared, "Get lost." A massive pillar of purple energy smashed down from the sky, wiping out the beasts in a brutal, destructive explosion. It pulverized everything in range. Horrified by the earth-shattering scene, he and her team hid behind a shield, sweating bullets and muttering, "That's insane." He wiped out a whole horde in one hit. Lee's gotta be an A rank, right? Man, I wish I had that kind of power. Amidst the lingering dark energy, Li Dai tightened his grip and retracted his weapon, whispering to his own shadow, "Qing Tian, did I really just reach A rank?" Going from B rank to A rank is a massive leap. With that fragile body of yours, how did you progress so fast? A ghostly, black-armored knight emerged behind him, replying with a haughty tone. It's only thanks to the shadow enhancement that you could handle those B-rank trash mobs so easily. If you actually ran into a real A-ranker, you'd still be begging me to step in and save your skin. Smirking at the ghost's arrogance, Li Dai turned his back and walked away, his eyes glinting with excitement. Fine. Once I get these students out of here safely, I'm coming back to challenge an A-rank beast. Instructor Yang stepped up from behind to announce, "All right, we're clear of the open ground. Let's take a break and regroup here." Suddenly, a guard reported in a panic, "This is bad. Director Ngo and the students from the command group have vanished." Assessing the situation with a thoughtful expression, Instructor Yang turned to Li Dai. "We're not far from the West Stadium. Do you think they went off to find Ninggo Hao? Should we go find them and regroup?" Li Dai's glowing eyes dimmed. He coldly brushed off the ridiculous idea, leave them to rot. To get to the West Zone from here, we'd have to cross the sports field in plain sight. We're sticking to the safest, shortest route. And as expected, in a narrow alley not far away, Director Ngo was sneakily leading a group of stragglers in an escape. A soldier nervously gripped his rifle and asked, "Director Ngo, if we split from the main force like this, isn't it a bit too dangerous?" Muttering about the guy's empty head, Director Ngo smirked, analyzing the situation for his minions. Following the main group is a death trap. They've already drawn all the monsters' attention. Look, we haven't run into a single beast along the way. Plus, Li Dai's group just went through here. Anything in their path has already been cleared out. The sycophant beside him quickly sucked up. Exactly. Director Ngo is as brilliant as always. While basking in the praise, the bastard froze when he saw the lead soldier stop dead, too terrified to take another step. He snapped, "What is it? Why the hell are you just standing there like an idiot?" The soldier, sweating bullets with a face twisted in extreme shock, stammered, "It's the Beast Tribe." Right in front of the people who just called themselves brilliant, a pack of electric blue lightning wolves was blocking the path. Director Ngo broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "So many beasts, and they're all high level? Didn't Li Dai's group just head this way?" Looking toward the gory scene, where a massive monster was clutching a human body amidst a pile of skulls, one soldier swallowed hard. "I heard that after the Beast Tribe hunts, they find an open spot to split the food. This place couldn't possibly be." The terrifying prediction wasn't even finished before the face of an unlucky guy zoomed into view, eyes wide with desperate begging, "Stop! Stop! Save me!" Realizing they had walked straight into a death trap, the soldiers backed away in a panic. "Damn it! We can't go around this area to get to the stadium. Director, no. Should we turn back?" But could the evil nature of a fox-like snake ever be suppressed? Director Ngo's bloodshot eyes flared with cruelty, and he gritted his teeth, sneering. "No need. We just have to lure these bastards' attention toward Li Dai's group, and we're golden." The camera shifts to a quiet classroom. Here, Li Dai is leaning against a desk, studying the tactics. We're 3 kilometers from the military rescue team. There are fewer beasts here, and the terrain works in our favor. Just as the plan was set, Li Dai was about to speak, but a massive fireball exploded right outside the window, casting a flare of light across his expressionless face. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Instructor Yang immediately grabbed his headset and shouted into the radio, "Sentry, what's the situation? It sounds like grenades." Standing on a high floor, observing through the blazing sea of fire, a soldier reported in a panic, "Someone is constantly throwing grenades in our direction." The soldier squinted through the binoculars, scanning through the thick smoke, trying to spot the saboteur. "Can you see who it is?" "Found him," and the face of the petty mastermind immediately came into focus. The soldier gritted his teeth, spitting out the harsh truth. With emotion as practiced as a baseball pitcher, Director Ngo was sneakily dropping another grenade down. The soldier angrily shouted his report. This cruel backstabbing stunt immediately brought disastrous consequences. A wall of fire erupted, drawing a pack of lightning wolves charging in like a torrential rain. The guard panicked. A massive number of beasts have been drawn here by the explosions. Among them, there's huge beasts with jet-black fur and saber-like fangs crackling with electric currents charged forward. The soldier choked on his words. "I suspect it's an A rank." While Li Dai's group was in peril, on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise, Director Ngo's group was comfortably crossing their arms, admiring the fruits of their torment. The sycophantic guard sucked up again. Director is brilliant indeed, so easy to lure those animals away. Smirking in satisfaction at the flattery, he rubbed his hands greedily. "Hope they can hold out for a while, just to buy us some more time." Below, the concrete walls were being smashed to pieces. The A-rank monster, wrapped in blue lightning, smashed through the obstacles and charged straight into the building, followed by a bloodthirsty pack of wolves ready for the massacre. Seeing this, Li Dai narrowed his eyes. His silence was now more terrifying than any rage. The soldier group scrambled into a defensive stance, reporting the situation tensely. Outside, there are over a dozen B ranks and 2 A ranks. If we keep hiding here, we'll be found sooner or later. Completely lost, Instructor Yang turned to the young man like he was his last life raft. Li, what do we do now? Li Dai squatted down on the shattered glass floor, mentally calculating the options. In this situation, trying to force our way out together definitely isn't going to work. The only way is for me to go draw their attention. Instructor Yang, you get the students to evacuate immediately. Hearing that suicide mission, a soldier immediately volunteered. That's way too dangerous. I'm going with you. Li Dai stood up straight, adjusted his jacket, and flashed his signature, arrogant grin. Relax. If it's just me, even if I can't take him down, I've got enough speed to get out in one piece. At the Central Military Command, officers were staring at their drone feeds, shivering from the cold. One guy panicked and pointed at the lightning-coated beast. A rank. That thing is definitely A rank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the commander barked out an order. Get the military to send an A-rank awakener for backup now. A subordinate saluted sharply. Yes, sir. But then his eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he stared at the screen. Wait, what? What is that brat trying to do? Behind the massive A-rank monster, a purple aura of dark energy, the shadow of Li Yi was slowly rising. The officer's jaws hit the floor. He isn't actually trying to take on an A-rank beast alone, is he? Even if he's A-rank, there's no way he can handle that many by himself. Ignoring the terror of the whole world watching, Li Yi dove from the sky like a spear of pure darkness, his eyes blazing with violent purple energy. The officer's voice crackled over the comms again. That kid is insane. He's completely lost it. But amidst the beast's crackling blue lightning, Li Yi swung his heavy sword, delivering a thunderous strike that seemed to tear through space itself, head-on against the most savage A-rank creature. The dark, heavy sword clashed with the monster's lightning-infused claws, triggering a deafening shockwave that sent debris flying everywhere. Completely overwhelmed by its sheer size and power, the A-rank beast roared, delivering a massive blow that forced Li Yi back. His heels dug deep trenches into the stone. Li Yi slid backward amidst the sound of shattering tiles. Even while on the defensive, his face remained icy and stoic, his eyes locked onto the monster that was swinging its claws at him again. Just as the giant lightning-coated fist swung toward him, Li Yi calmly raised his glowing sword. At that tense moment, a sinister voice echoed in his head. B, rank, and 2 A-rank wolf beasts? Think you can actually handle them? Facing the mockery from his own shadow, Li Yi smirked. Why do I feel like you're more hyped up than I am? I guess you're getting itchy for a fight too, right? Not letting its master get cocky for long. The shadow illusion continued in a mocking, whining tone. Who's itchy? I'm just worried you're gonna get hurt. Beg me to step in. Go on, beg me. Ignoring his loudmouth teammates' nagging, Li Yi stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the horde of beasts swarming the path. He said nothing, his eyes cold and focused. His pupils flared with a purple, murderous light as he gripped his weapon tight. His killing intent soared through the sky time to clear the board and get rid of these annoying pests first. While the military drone buzzed overhead, capturing everything, he swung his greatsword high, and darkness began to churn around him. A giant, heroic knight in black armor manifested behind Li Yi. He issued his death sentence, then unleashed the moment of slaughter. The system activated, the shadow domain opened, leaving the fiery battlefield behind as the soldiers and students ran for their lives. Go! Keep moving! Stick together! Came the frantic shouts. Suddenly, Laha felt a terrifying surge of energy heading their way. He looked back and yelled in terror. Coach, look behind us! Frozen for 5 seconds by the surreal sight, Laha gulped and whispered, That looks like a skill Li unleashed. Coach Duong, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Is this the true power of Mr. Li? Casting a shadow over the entire horizon, giant purple-black energy spikes erupted from the ground, reaching all the way to the clouds. Coach Duong was left speechless, terrified. Just what kind of being is he? Back at the center of the death zone, Li Yi and the Shadow Knight were clashing. The Shadow confidently demanded his share. Leave those 2 A ranks to me. You take care of the B ranks. Li Yi chuckled, arching a brow. Your math is pretty convenient, isn't it? However, the hungry beast horde wasn't about to stand around and wait for them to divvy up the work. They roared and launched a crazed attack. The Shadow Knight clicked his tongue. Too bad these animals don't seem to be following your script. Changing tactics in a heartbeat, the dark voice echoed, eager and excited. How about we see who can take down the most B ranks? Rising to the challenge, Li Yi's eyes lit up. He laughed and charged in. Fine, you're on. In the blink of an eye, the school grounds turned into a slaughterhouse. Wolf beast carcasses were scattered everywhere, their blood staining the stone tiles red. Moving like a purple whirlwind, Li Yi swung his sword, decapitating one beast after another with cold, ruthless precision. Meanwhile, the Shadow Knight transformed into a meat grinder, his great sword carving out deadly arcs no B-rank beast could stay in one piece. After finishing the massacre, Li Yi and the Shadow Knight stood back to back, having coordinated perfectly. Glancing at the bloody mess at their feet, Li Yi didn't seem satisfied with the result. The Shadow Knight immediately bickered back. What do you mean, what? Obviously, I cut down more. The childish argument had to be put on hold when the two A-rank wolf beasts launched a lightning-infused sneak attack from behind, roaring as they tried to settle the blood debt for their pack. Immediately spreading out to face the real enemies, Li Yi looked at the Shadow Knight. One each. No stealing kills. Still acting arrogant, the Shadow Knight took a step forward, eyeing the brawny monster. Li Yi frowned, confused. These animals aren't edible. Does size really matter that much? Taking off like a cannonball, the Shadow Knight swung his blade, throwing one last bit of massive shade at his master. At least this one looks bigger than you. Dodging the sky-splitting slash by a hair, the A-rank beast roared in retaliation. Facing that terrifying speed, the Shadow Knight marveled, thinking, didn't expect such a big guy to be this nimble. The Shadow Knight frantically swung his twin swords, creating a whirlwind of darkness that blocked the beast's series of lightning-infused claw strikes. Seeing that, Li Yi smiled confidently, his eyes flashing with a mysterious purple hue. He provoked his opponent. The other side is already having a blast. Why aren't you making a move yet? As if understanding the mockery, the remaining A-rank beast roared in fury, charging straight at him with waves of lightning crackling over its blue fur. The monster slammed its claws into the stone, sending shockwaves of lightning that tore up the ground, swiping at Li Yi with terrifying speed. Without a hint of panic, Li Yi raised his hand, unleashing countless shadow tentacles that wove into a net to block the blow. He smirked. Let's see what you've actually got. His purple eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with a cold, calculating light as he analyzed his enemy's power. Instantly, the beast opened its gruesome maw, gathering energy and spitting out a massive beam of lightning. Li Yi was slightly startled, clearly surprised. He hurriedly grabbed his sword and leapt backward into the air to dodge the destructive blast. The giant lightning beam swept right beneath his boots, tearing through the very space he'd been standing in a tenth of a second before. While hovering in midair, Li Yi's expression turned serious, and a purple glow stretched from the corners of his eyes, revealing an overwhelming killing intent. You spin in midair, wrapping your blade in dark energy, bracing for a brutal downward strike. The sword, crackling with shadowy vibes and electrified claws, creates a massive blast that shakes the whole schoolyard. In that split second, Li Yi grits his teeth, muttering to himself, wait, this lightning? It's got a paralysis effect too? Cutting over to the other side, the Dark Knight stands tall, looking like a total boss amidst the chaotic mess of the battlefield. The Shadow Phantom starts acting up again, trash-talking in that creepy voice of his. Hey kid, if you can't handle it, just quit and leave it to me, ha ha ha. Hearing that annoying noise, Li Yi stands up straight, flicks his coat with a cocky vibe, and smirks back. I was just warming up, don't worry about me. His whole body erupts with dark mana, swirling like black flames. He steps forward, looking menacing. The real fun starts now. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight stands face to face with the beast swinging its massive fist at him, calmly throwing down a challenge. All right, let's see what you've got. Even though he's smaller in that black armor, he uses pure raw strength to tank the giant beast's punch without backing an inch. Right then, a cloud of dust bursts up, surrounding Li Yi. He glances to the side, his purple eyes glowing fiercely. He grins wide, not forgetting to roast his struggling teammate. You too, huh? If you can't win, don't act so tough. The Dark Knight carries his two swords behind his back, looking annoyed as he steps out of the smoke, huffing coldly. Shut it, you, he shoots back like a ghost, declaring, open your eyes and watch what a real fight looks like. He unleashes a series of lightning-fast crescent slashes, shredding the beast's electric defense. From under his faceless mask, his voice turns gravelly and furious. You seriously think you can stop my blades from cutting you? The poor beast is trapped in a storm of razor-sharp crisscrossing slashes, its massive body forced to back up, taking hit after hit. Backed into a corner, the monster opens its giant jaw, gathering a crackling ball of lightning. A massive shockwave blasts forward, completely swallowing the small figure of the knight. Ah! But suddenly, the beast's glowing red eyes widen in total horror and confusion. The attack did nothing. From the electrified smoke, the Dark Knight walks out with dark energy surging, shouting coldly, "Still got the guts to roar at me?" In a blink, he vanishes and reappears midair, raising his steel-clad heel. His foot, heavy with the pressure of the night, slams down like a meteor onto the beast's ugly head. The violent stomp creates a massive cone of force, pinning the monster down while it struggles, trying to manifest a shield in agony. The Dark Knight gloats, mocking it to the extreme. "Let me see how long that pathetic lightning shield of yours lasts." Then, he unleashes a flurry of rapid-fire stomps like a hidden sledgehammer, hitting the beast mercilessly while it's down. The Dark Knight roars, "Break for me! Break!" While Li Yi stands to the side, secretly judging. He's back to his weird obsession with stomping people again. But man, his control over dark energy is way better than mine. However, because he was too busy watching his teammates show off, Li Yi didn't notice his own beast had charged up and was sneak attacking. The monster roars, missing into thin air, looking totally confused as Li Yi's image vanishes. System activated, Shadow Step. Appearing in a flash from the blind spot, Li Yi swings his heavy sword with all his might to deflect the monster's lightning. His pupils glow with power as he flashes an arrogant, chilling grin. "Don't look away. I'm your real opponent." Switching to the safe zone, a bunch of soldiers suddenly look toward the ruined gate. Someone shouts, "Look, people!" Some people just made it out. Leading the survivors, the blonde guy walks up to the soldiers, looking super arrogant, and demands in a condescending tone, "Who's in charge here?" Hearing that, a young silver-haired officer with sunglasses hurriedly steps up, saluting, "Lieutenant, reporting to the supervisor." Recognizing him, Supervisor Ngu smirks, patting the young officer. "Oh, it's you. You've only been out of school for a few years and you're already a lieutenant? Not bad, not bad at all." After the greeting, the lieutenant asks worriedly, "Supervisor, what exactly is happening inside? Do you know?" Supervisor Ngu puts on a serious face, making stuff up. "It's crawling with beasts, even grade A monsters. I had to risk my life to lead the students and fight our way out." Playing the martyr, he grits his teeth and makes a fake pained face. "It's just a shame my power was limited. I could only save those 3. All the other unlucky students are gone." Immediately, his sycophants behind him jump in. "Supervisor, you did your best, don't blame yourself." "Yeah, if it wasn't for you, we'd have died a long time ago." But the show didn't last long before a soldier ran up frantically. "Report, dozens more students just escaped." "Sir." Hearing that, Supervisor Ngu's face darkens. On the other side of the line, the students who barely made it out are lying around, pleading for help. "Hurry and call for reinforcements." Mr. Lai stayed behind to hold off 2 grade A monsters so we could escape safely. Ignoring their desperate cries to report it, Supervisor Nu turns away, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. Why didn't these brats just all die already?" Standing next to him, his son whispers with a panicked look, "Dad, what do we do? What if they start blabbing?" Supervisor Nu huffs coldly. Getting them to shut up is easy. The real pain in the neck right now is that brat Li Yi. Remembering Li Yi's chilling threat earlier, "If you run away or pull any tricks, I won't hesitate to kill you." The supervisor's face twists with rage. He glares, muttering, "That arrogant jerk. He has to die." Putting on a fake virtuous mask, Supervisor Ngu starts walking toward the group of instructors. He opens his arms, acting all happy to see them. "Thank God, I'm so glad you guys are okay." Seeing the traitor, the gray-haired guy speaks up. "Supervisor Ngu." "Ngu how?" Instructor Duong shouts angrily from the side. "You scumbag. Turns out, you threw a grenade at us just to save your own son?" Losing control of his rage, Instructor Duong charges over to confront the pathetic superior. "You run away and abandon the students. That's one thing." But before he can finish, a strong hand shoots out and grabs him by the throat. With terrifying grip strength, Supervisor Ngu lifts Instructor Duong off the ground while everyone watches in shock, saying coldly, "Say that again?" The eyes behind the supervisor's sunglasses glow with a deadly red light. He growls, "F King, you got a problem with my tactical plan?" He brushed Mr. Duong aside, turned away, and barked out an order with pure arrogance. Contact HQ. Tell them to authorize a heavy artillery strike immediately. Mr. Duong and the others panicked, scrambling to stop him. No, you can't! Mr. Lai is still in there. You can't possibly do this. Seeing how ruthless the order was, the instructor hesitated and stammered, Director, using heavy artillery inside the city? Is that really… Besides, don't you need official clearance to deploy the artillery? Sensing a weak spot, Director Ngo went straight for the psychological manipulation. Don't forget, there are 2 A-rank monsters in there. If we hesitate and they get out, what do you think the consequences will be? You tell me, am I wrong to do this? Mr. Duong shouted in fury, refusing to stand by and watch his benefactor die. The student stepped up, outraged and protesting loudly. No, you can't do this. You're gonna kill Mr. Lai. We absolutely do not agree. Yeah, no way. Seeing the resistance, that scum Go waved his hand and violently shoved Instructor Duong away, barking out some twisted logic. If Li Yi was noble enough to sacrifice himself to save you lot, that means he'd already made his peace with death. That shove sent Mr. Duong stumbling backward as his students cried out to catch him. Ignoring the instructor, he turned to the commanding officer, eyes cold. What are you waiting for? Order them to arrest these students. This is a military order. Mixing threats with sweet talk, he looked at the young lieutenant and promised, Don't worry about a thing. Leave the paperwork and the clearance for the artillery strike to me. If any trouble comes of this, I'll take the fall alone. Lowering his voice to a treacherous whisper, he added, And all the credit for taking down those 2 A-rank beasts? It's all yours. Blinded by the thought of glory, the young officer nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Thank you, Director. After setting his sinister trap, he put his hands in his pockets and walked away leisurely, tossing out one last chilling remark, Oh, and contact the media while you're at it. I want a massive campaign about Li Yi's heroic self-sacrificing spirit. The officer behind him hurried to comply. Yes, I'll get right on that. While this cowardly plot was being cooked up outside, deep in the heart of the battlefield, the A-rank monster was still going berserk, clashing in a storm of fire with the dark energy blade. Ignoring the petty schemes of small-minded people, Li Yi, wrapped in a layer of dark energy, dove straight down like a deadly drill, packing enough destructive power to land a finishing blow on the giant beast. Back on the fire-scorched battlefield, his dark blade crackled with black lightning as he slammed it into the ground. He unleashed a brutal shockwave that hit the A-rank monster head-on. Amidst the tremors, Li Yi's face was ice-cold, his eyes glowing with a dangerous violet light as he locked onto his prey. Not giving the monster a second to breathe, he unleashed a kick charged with dark energy, striking the lion-like beast right in the face as it roared and unleashed green electricity. Cornered, the monster let out a wild roar, condensing all its green lightning into a massive ball of energy to counterattack. The 2 forces collided, creating a blinding explosion that engulfed the entire space and swallowed Li Yi's figure. From within the blinding light, the monster's ghastly face emerged, its fangs sharp and eyes glowing red with pure hatred. As the dust settled, Li Yi stood tall in the middle of the rubble, the dark energy around him erupting more violently than ever. He muttered to himself, Damn, almost bit the dust that time. Then, with a confident, half-smirk, he spoke softly. Fighting you like this, I'm starting to get the hang of a few things. As the giant monster roared and charged again, he stood his ground, calm and collected. Listen here, freak. Inside this dark domain, darkness isn't just some energy I can manipulate. Gripping his sword tight, purple light flared from his eyes as he spat out every word. It's a part of who I am. As soon as he said it, his shadow exploded with overwhelming power, slamming into the monster's lightning barrier with destructive force. Breaking through the defense, Li Yi turned into a black streak of light. He zipped past the enemy's raging lightning strikes. With one decisive slash from above, his dark energy turned into a long arc that tore through space, hacking the giant monster down to the ground. He didn't stop there. A barrage of dark slashes rained down mercilessly, completely shattering the A-rank beast's resistance. Finally done, Li Yi stood there panting beside the giant, lifeless corpse as the shadows around him began to recede. Suddenly, the armored ghost knight standing behind him let out a mocking laugh. Still not fast enough, he teased. Li Yi turned back with a helpless smile. You still have the energy to troll me? Don't you realize we've got a new problem? Pointing to the sky, a massive military missile was screaming down toward their position at breakneck speed. Standing tall and watching death fall from the sky, the Ghost Knight analyzed. That's a nasty bit of firepower, but luckily we can hide in the mirror tower. Li Yi replied coldly. I'm just really curious who was pathetic enough to order this. Gripping his heavy sword, a murderous aura exploded from him. He growled, "Whoever it is, I'm gonna make them pay a heavy price." Meanwhile, at the military assembly point, the students were screaming at the guards, "You bastards! What kind of tactical plan is this? They're doing this to cover their tracks. It's a cover-up. Yeah, we can't just watch our benefactor die for nothing." The gray-haired student, burning with rage, shouted, "We have to stop them." His friend nodded in agreement. "Right. We absolutely can't let them hurt Mr. Lai." Seeing the students causing a scene, the guards immediately started shouting and threatening, "You want a mutiny? Everybody, shut up and stay put." Standing at the front, the officer acted all high and mighty, threatening Mr. Duong and the students, "One more word out of you, and I'll revoke your student status and drag you all to a military tribunal." Hearing the words military tribunal, Instructor Duong gritted his teeth in fury and muttered, "The only ones who should be facing a tribunal are you lot." Suddenly, Mr. Duong thrust his hands out, unleashing earth elemental energy that sprouted sharp vines to bind the guards before they could even react. He roared, "It's you." Having cleared the path, Mr. Duong looked at the students with a determined gaze. "Let's go. I'm with you." The students cheered. "Instructor Duong." They marched forward heroically, ignoring the guards writhing on the ground, who were still shouting, "How dare you defy orders?" Mr. Duong coolly shot back, "To hell with your damn orders." But their revolutionary spirit didn't last long. Mr. Duong suddenly froze, looking up at the sky with a horrified expression. As they sprinted toward the city, the group turned pale, watching the missile's smoke trail cut through the air. Mr. Duong panicked. "How is it already here? Doesn't a missile strike need approval from every level?" A massive explosion rocked the earth as a red mushroom cloud erupted, swallowing everything. The group standing in the distance gasped in horror. "Mr. Lai!" Cut to the combat zone. Reporters' flashes are popping off non-stop. A lackey is busy brown-nosing, hyping up Director Wu like he's some big shot with crazy connections, saying that when he calls for a missile strike, it happens. With his nose in the air, Director Wu smirks, patting his own hypocritical face. He acts like when there's a crisis, using some special connections is just common sense. A reporter smells a story and immediately shoves a mic in his face. "Director Wu, we heard that when the military academy was hit by monsters, you and your son stepped up to save over a dozen students. Can you give us the details?" He fake coughs to play the humble hero, closing his eyes to spin his lies. "It's just what any soldier would do, you know? When we heard students were trapped, we turned right back around to save them." Then he beams, pointing at the officer. "Luckily, thanks to Officer Cao's heroic fighting, we were able to corner those two grade A monsters and take them out with a missile." But before the scene could wrap, the students who actually survived the nightmare burst in, shattering his fake atmosphere. They're furious, calling him out to his face. "They're lying." A student named Duong grabs the mic, veins popping as he exposes the scumbag. "You abandoned the students because you were too chicken to die. And to cover your tracks, you didn't give a damn about Mr. Lai fighting those monsters, you just ordered that missile strike." Stung by the truth, that old snake Wu switches up faster than a flip-flop, throwing his hand out to unleash a brutal gust of wind. He roars, "Shut up, you mutinous cowards. I haven't even punished you yet, and you have the nerve to come here and slander us?" The magical wind sends the crowd flying. They're covering their faces, screaming in pain. "Ah!" Playing the big boss. Director Wu stands there looking heroic, acting all high and mighty. "Don't you guys have any respect for the military uniform?" Suddenly, a cold voice, dripping with familiar killing intent, cuts through. "Director Wu, your face is thick enough to stop a bullet, isn't it?" The color drains right out of the director's face. Out of the smoke and dust, Li Yi walks out coolly like a grim reaper rising from the dead. He adds a sharp jab. "Actually, it's not thick-skinned, it's just plain rotten." Seeing their savior is safe, the students are overjoyed. "Mr. Lai, thank God you're okay." Li Yi just flashes a confident smirk, turning to calm them down. "Relax, leave the rest to me." Seeing the dead man walking, Director Wu stumbles back in a panic, sweat pouring down his face. He stammers, Li Yi, you're still alive?" Hands in his pockets, strolling along. Li Yi smirks, staring the traitor down. "What's wrong? Not going according to plan? Pretty disappointed, huh?" Truly, the older the ginger, the more shameless he gets. The director pulls a quick pivot, grabbing Li Yi's hand and holding it up to perform a friendly smile for the cameras. "Everyone, look, this is the hero I was about to introduce, Officer Li Yi, who held off two grade A monsters all by himself. But Li Yi isn't here for his little play. He violently yanks his filthy hand away and slaps him down coldly. "Since when did I become a hero just because you said so?" Humiliated in front of everyone, Director Wu lowers his voice to a whisper. Li Yi, what else do you want? Money? Fame? I can give you whatever. Just play along for now. Li Yi answers with a sneer. I don't care about empty fame, and I'm definitely not hurting for cash. With no more tricks left, the three ringleaders are sweating bullets, staring down Li Yi. Old man Wu grits his teeth. Fine. What do you want? Name your price. I'll give you anything. The eyes beneath his bangs flare with a deadly purple light. Li Yi enunciates every word with suffocating pressure. I want you people to tell the truth. True to his word, he taps his foot, and dark energy laced with purple sparks surges from the ground like a swarm of venomous snakes, locking onto Director Wu's crew. With the dark energy strangling his ankles, the young officer turns pale, panic setting in. Hey, what if I don't talk? There are tons of reporters here. What are you gonna do to me? Li Yi instantly tilts, his head with a smirk, looking at them like they're bugs. Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you in public, or else people will say I'm forcing a confession. But in the next 2 seconds, the dark energy coils tighter around the three scumbags. Li Yi drops a bone-chilling threat. But I have a little trick. It can crush your bones and tear up your internal organs from the inside out. Sporting a truly devilish grin, the energy erupts around Li Yi. He adds a terrifying detail. And the best part? There won't be a single scratch on your skin. Torturing them right in broad daylight, Li Yi keeps his hands in his pockets, watching the three of them shake. He casually asks, So, does your heart feel like it's being pierced by something? Pain tears through their very marrow. The pampered son starts coughing up blood. Dad, save me. Meanwhile, Director Wu bites his lip, sweating buckets, frantically asking, When did you do this to us? The journalists sense blood in the water and immediately swarm the main event. Mr. Lai, it seems like there's a lot more to this rescue than we thought. Can you give us the full story? Like a pro director, Li Yi turns toward the mic and drops the bomb. Well, that depends on whether these guys want to tell the truth. Pushing them into a corner, he stares straight into the director's eyes, smirking maliciously. Besides, it's more convincing when you say it yourself, right? Director Wu? Wu grinds out through his teeth. Li Yi, you! The pressure crushes the space around them. The shadows from Li Yi's body swirl and rise. He warns them with a steely voice. My patience has a limit. Unable to handle the heart-wrenching pain, the arrogant officer totally breaks, screaming in agony. I'll talk. The director reaches out to stop him. Officer! Keep your mouth shut. Ignoring his superior's threats, the officer pushes him away, tossing him under the bus to save his own skin. Director, this has nothing to do with me. I don't want to die. Right in front of dozens of flashing cameras, the officer kneels on the ground and spills everything. It was Director Wu. He used the students as bait to distract the monsters so he could run away with his son and the command unit students. With his mask ripped off, Director Wu's face contorts in terror, sweat pouring down while the officer keeps exposing him. He even used his connections to call in a missile strike, claiming it was to kill the Grade A monster, just to kill Mr. Lai and silence the witnesses. The director gnashes his teeth in rage. Damn it, the breaking news explodes. The reporters, like sharks smelling blood, frantically scribble everything down. No one expected a twist like this. This is a massive scoop. Compared to the earlier story, the spotlight immediately shifts, with a dozen flashes hitting the main culprit in the face. Reporters bombard him. Director Wu, is what this officer said true? You're just a combat training director. What kind of connections did you use to order a military missile strike? Explain yourself. Flailing in desperation, Director Wu tries to cover the lenses, still trying to bluff his way out. That's all lies. Don't listen to them. But karma doesn't miss. Just as the lie leaves his mouth, a sharp, searing pain stabs straight into his chest. A vivid red heart being crushed mercilessly flashes on screen, a harbinger of a tragic, gut-wrenching end. Under Li Yi's oppressive, glowing purple gaze, Director Nago and his precious son both go pale, clutching their chests as a sharp, sudden pain hits them. Unable to handle the invisible torture, the son drops to his knees, begging, It's fine, just get Dad fired, but if you expose him, I'm gonna die. Pushed into a corner, Director No is shaking, cold sweat pouring down his face. He stammers in pure terror, I don't want to die. Facing countless cameras, he ditches his pride and blares out a confession. Fine, every single thing is true. With the win in his pocket, Li Yi turns to Coach Duong and asks coolly, Coach Duong, under wartime regulations, what's the penalty for abandoning your post and sabotaging the war effort? Showing no mercy to a traitor, Duong snaps back. Under wartime regulations, the maximum penalty is execution. Hearing the answer he wanted, Li Yi stuffs his hands in his pockets and struts toward the two trembling men, saying, "Great, then let me handle it for you." Instantly, ominous chains pulsing with killing intent erupt from the ground, wrapping around their targets. Director Enjo sweats profusely, trying to stall. "Li Yi, you aren't military, you have no right to touch me." But before he can even finish, a pitch-black chain lashes out, tightening around his throat, leaving his eyes bulging in panic. Under the heavy pressure of the darkness, his legs give out, and his knees hit the ground in a humiliating thud. Looking down at the pathetic worm, Li Yi arrogantly asserts his authority. "Before coming here, the military department gave me full command over this rescue operation. You didn't follow my orders, so obviously, I have the right to take you out." Still desperately trying to save his neck, the Engo guy keeps squirming. "But the rescue mission is over. It's not wartime anymore. Executing me yourself is just abuse of power." Li Yi holds up his hand, his voice laced with malice. That makes it even easier to handle. "I was never under the military's jurisdiction anyway." With a swift motion, Li Yi jerks the chain. Lifting the director high into the air, he flails and screams, "You can't do this to me!" At the end of his rope, he glares desperately at the armored troops. "You guys, stop him! If you save me, I'll give you all the wealth and status you want." Despite the bribe-filled promises, the soldiers stand like statues. Sweat is pouring down their faces, but they have absolutely no intention of helping that piece of trash. Seeing the soldiers' cold reaction, Li Yi sneers mockingly. "Heh, looks like the military's troops aren't the same kind of filth as you." And then, the death sentence is carried out. A dark spear brutally pierces the target. Blood splatters everywhere, blocking the view, accompanied by the wretched screams of the trash. No, cut to the military's high command center. The screen reports that the monsters have finally stopped attacking. An officer rushes in to report. "Report! The rescue operation at the military academy has ended. A total of 67 students were saved, and 2 A-rank monsters were eliminated." The old general narrows his eyes. "And the rescue team? And Li Yi?" Hearing this, General Hong immediately replies, "Now do you believe me?" The soldier behind him continues to sweat, stuttering through the report. After the operation ended, some conflicts broke out. Li Yi killed the academy's combat training director, Ngo Tianfong, right on the spot. As soon as that shocking news drops, a bald man with glasses nearby snaps his head around, eyes bulging as he screams, "What?" Rushing forward, the bald guy grabs the officer by the collar, grilling him. "What the hell happened?" The soldier panics. The whole thing was live-streamed and shared everywhere. This is the replay. On screen, the scene plays back. The footage of the no guy kneeling and confessing, "Fine, it's all true." Then the scene of Li Yi tightening the chains, with the audio echoing, "Li Yi, this is an abuse of power." After watching the video, the bald guy is so pissed that veins pop on his forehead. He releases the officer and yells, "What a mess! This is murder!" His eyes glow red behind his glasses, and he bellows, "Get someone to arrest him immediately. I'm going to deal with him myself." Before he can send anyone, General Hong, hands still in his pockets, coolly cuts him off, his voice firm. "Hold on, this isn't your jurisdiction." Thrown off like a bucket of ice water, the bald guy turns to the general, fuming, "General Hong, what do you mean by that?" Maintaining his composed demeanor, General Hong snaps back sharp. "The man Li Yi dealt with was part of our military. We'll handle it. You don't get to stick your nose in this." Turning the tables, General Hong stares the bald guy down with a sharp gaze. "And speaking of which, you should explain to me what your relationship with this No Tianfong guy actually is." Pushing him into a corner, the general steps forward, laying out the charges. "And why was he able to deploy military firepower without me even knowing about it?" The bald guy stammers, sweating. "This is..." Not bothering to listen to his garbage excuses, General Hong turns away and gestures to the silver-haired officer behind him. "Tan Shisheng, go bring that kid Li Yi back here for me." The silver-haired officer bows respectfully. "Understood." Back at a safe military camp. After the bloody purge, Li Yi is sitting calmly, drinking water. The guard apologizes politely. "Mr. Lai, until we get orders from the military, we have to keep you here for a bit. I hope you understand." Li Yi says nothing. The soldier continues, trying to be chill. "Even though we all support you taking out Ngo Tianfong," he is still. Before he can finish, Li Yi interrupts casually, "I get it." Right then, the tent flap is pulled open, and the silver-haired officer, Tan Shisheng, walks in. He drops a comment half joking, half serious. "You sure know how to cause trouble, kid." Asserting his authority as a superior, Tan gestures to the guards to take him out. Take him away. I'm acting under General Hong's orders. The guards quickly obey. Yes, Chief Tan, on the way to headquarters. Li Yi holds his water bottle and glances back, his lips curling into a confident smile. Looks like General Hong isn't planning on punishing me. Hearing this, Tan Shishang smirks. Hey, how do you know? What if we're taking you back to lock you up? Knowing exactly how politics works, Li Yi replies calmly. If he wanted to punish me, he wouldn't have sent someone like you personally. He would have just issued an order or let the city lord's people come grab me instead. Taken aback by the young man's sharpness, the silver-haired guy laughs but still adds a jab. You've got a sharp mind, kid, but why couldn't you just hold back a little and hand Ingo Tianfeng over to the military? Li's eyes flash with the cold, dark light of the abyss. He declares coldly, I killed Ngo Tianfeng specifically to see how the military would react. Seeing the kid's intense aura, Tan Shishang couldn't help but think, Kid, I really underestimated you. Leading him to a wasteland area, Tan Shishang respectfully reported to the back of General Hong standing in front. General Hong, I've brought that little brat, Li Yi. Without turning around, the dignified general, wearing a military cap and coat, waved his hand to order. Leave Li Yi here. You go back first. The subordinate saluted sharply and left. Standing on the wall looking down at the chaotic battlefield filled with monster remains, General Hong spoke in a low voice. 675 people. That's our death toll from fighting the monsters in just one day. If the military hadn't had the help of Tan Shishang, the Ingansa city lord, and the awakened ones from the NG Corporation, that number would have easily multiplied. With his hands in his pockets, walking alongside the general, Li Yi hit the nail on the head. You're blaming me for offending the city lord at a time like this, aren't you? Unexpectedly, General Hong turned to him with a faint smile, completely washing his hands of the responsibility. If you offend him, what's that got to do with me? If he's pissed, he'll be looking for you to settle the score. Li frowned, confused. As the tone turned serious, General Hong got straight to the point about why No Tianfeng was able to launch the missiles. I can't give you a satisfactory explanation right now, because it's not the right time to investigate this thoroughly. To resist this monster wave, I still need the city lord's forces. So it was just a wartime cost-benefit analysis. Li Yi shrugged, acting indifferent. I'm not a politician, and I'm not an idealist. As long as people don't come looking for trouble with me, I won't lift a finger. Hearing that, General Hong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded satisfied. That's good. I was worried you'd hold a grudge and it would mess up the mission ahead. Li Yi was stunned and repeated, Mission? Feeling like something was off, Li Yi furrowed his brows and demanded straight up, Wait, I'm not part of the military. Why are you assigning me a mission? Knowing his prey's weakness, General Hong smiled mysteriously and continued, You'll actually benefit from this mission. Even though the monsters have stopped attacking, their numbers are still rising. Looking toward the mountain range, where a monster leader was emitting a blue light and growling amidst a pack of crazy wolves, the general analyzed, It's very likely they're preparing to concentrate their forces for a full-scale assault. That's why we have to find the level 2 gate and figure out how to seal it. A tactical map was brought up with a blinking red dot. He continued, According to our intel, the level 2 gate that opened this time is located at the abandoned number 16-dimensional gateway in Ingansa City. Like a bolt from the blue, Li Yi muttered in a low voice, Number 16-dimensional gateway. That's where my parents had their accident. General Hong dealt the fatal blow. Furthermore, the last time Qu Shihao appeared was also there. Li Yi's eyes darkened, filled with suspicion and murderous intent. Could the Qu Shihao experiment back then be related to this level 2 gate? The general immediately confirmed. Very likely. That's why I need you to go and scout the situation. Unable to refuse this reason, Li Yi stood right in front of the base's defensive cannons and agreed, I'll take this mission. General Hong was satisfied. Then go. Tan Shishang will give you the specific details. Changing scenes to the military vehicle depot, Tan Shishang walked while briefing the plan. The area around the number 16-dimensional gateway is 60 kilometers wide. There's level 2 radiation there, so even awakened ones can't be exposed to that environment for long. To quickly find the level 2 gate, there are a total of 3 teams participating in this mission. The City Lord and Ning Donghao are each leading a team, and you'll lead one. He opened the warehouse door. He pointed at 5 tough-looking men standing inside smoking. Because the war is so intense right now, the military can only spare these 5 B-rank awakened ones. They'll assist you in completing this mission. Seeing their new captain was just a kid, the old-timers immediately started their usual arrogant bullying, laughing mockingly. I thought some big shot was leading us. Turns out it's just a little brat, one guy chimed in. Ha ha ha, I wonder if he's still wet behind the ears. Being teased, Li Yi wasn't angry, just annoyed. He turned around to leave and flatly refused. You guys can just keep them. I'd rather act alone. Delivering a soul-crushing insult, Li Yi smirked. You assign me this bunch of dead weight. If they're in danger, I'll have to protect them. Their pride wounded, the 5 B-rank awakened ones flew into a rage, eyes bloodshot, screaming for a fight. What did you say? You little brat, who are you looking down on? The prideful bunch yelled. If it wasn't for the higher-ups' orders making us follow your command, we would have crushed you already. If you want it, you've got it. Li Yi stopped and turned back, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue magical energy. He held his hand out toward them, his voice full of provocation and arrogance. Oh yeah? Then I'm ordering you. All of you, come at me. Standing on the side to mediate, Tan Shisheng frowned and warned, I don't recommend you do that. They're battle-hardened soldiers. Glancing at the 5 arrogant B-rankers, Li Yi sighed, exposing the truth. No matter how good they are, if they don't follow orders, they're just dead weight. Can you guarantee that these guys won't pull a Nothian Fong and stab me in the back? Immediately, a violent surge of dark energy exploded from Li Yi's Shadow Enhancement Stage 1 was activated. He smirked coldly. Besides, I can use this opportunity to show off my strength a bit so that nobody else gets any crazy ideas about stepping on me. Without wasting words, Li Yi stomped on the ground, shooting off like a black lightning bolt, loudly provoking them. You guys aren't making a move? Then I'm coming for you. Seeing that, the bearded captain immediately activated his B-rank defensive enhancement ability, shouting in fury, don't let this little brat look down on us. Let's do this. Li Yi landed a gas-packed kick that slammed straight into the soldier's defensive shield, cracking it. Gathering strength into his flaming fist, the soldier swung back at Li Yi, smiling smugly. Looks like you've got some capital to be arrogant, brat, but unfortunately, that's not enough. Catching the fire punch with just one hand, Li Yi's dark energy spread out like tentacles. He raised his eyebrow and smiled sarcastically. Oh, really? With just a slight flick of his hand, the surge of dark energy exploded, sending the burly captain flying backward and crashing to the ground. Seeing their comrade lose the upper hand, 2 fire and wind-type awakened ones coordinated their attacks, firing a barrage of flaming spheres at Li Yi, shouting, "Suppress him from a distance!" However, Li Yi didn't even bother to dodge. He directly used his dark energy-wrapped fist to shatter each fireball in midair, creating thunderous explosions. Right in the middle of the thick smoke, a guy with a sword rushed in to sneak attack from behind, but Li Yi nimbly dodged the razor-sharp blade by a hair's breadth. Using the momentum, Li Yi spun around and landed a sidekick on the sneak attacker's ribs, coldly judging, "You guys are way too slow." The powerful kick, fueled by exploding dark energy, sent the unlucky guy flying and tumbling through the air. In less than a heartbeat, the whole team of 5 B-rank awakened ones who were so full of themselves just moments ago were completely beaten and left sprawled out in every corner of the depot. Desperate, the captain goes berserk and lunges with his sword, but Li Yi just stands there, calm as ice, watching the guy charge him like a total amateur. Then, he lazily reaches out, his hand wrapped in dark energy, and snatches the sword hilt right out of the captain's grip. He squeezes the guy's hand, his eyes flashing with the cold, lethal intent of a true assassin. Ending the warm-up, a massive shockwave of dark energy rips through the air, sending everyone in his way flying like rag dolls. Not giving them a chance to recover, Li Yi follows up with another blast, sending the remaining goons crashing into the dirt, looking pathetic. As the one-sided fight wraps up, Li Yi slowly walks over and looks down at the battlefield where the 5 CGB guys are lying in a heap, groaning in pain. Feeling humiliated, the captain's face twists into a snarl, veins popping out on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he screams out an order. Losing his mind over being punked by a kid, he lunges forward, ready to stake everything on one final desperate move. But before he can do a thing, shadowy chains shoot up from the ground like 7 pythons, binding his body tight and making him freak out. Watching from the sidelines the whole time, Tan Shisheng silently evaluates him, shocked. What the hell has this kid been through? His combat instinct and control over his skills are already this insane. Having completely crushed the situation, Li Yi stands with his arms crossed, looking at the losers struggling helplessly in his shadow cage, and coldly passes judgment. You guys are done, but it doesn't end there. A voice, heavy with killing intent and deep-seated grudges, echoes from behind. Li Yi, you're acting pretty cocky, huh? Following the roar is a glowing jade-green windblade that tears through the air, heading straight for Li Yi with destructive power. With razor-sharp reflexes, Li Yi tilts his body and dodges by a hair, letting the giant windblade slice right through the warehouse wall. The real enemy steps out, the bald guy with glasses, City Lord Nago. He strides up, teeth gritted, threatening. Don't think that just because you killed a few pieces of trash and saved some students, you can just do whatever you want. The rage of a superior erupts. He glares, roaring. I haven't even settled the score with you for dealing with No Thian Fong on your own. Completely unfazed, Li Yi smirks sarcastically and fires back instantly. City Lord, that's rich coming from you. I was just taking out a low-life scum who was abusing your name to cause trouble. What? Did I do something wrong? Hit where it hurts, the system immediately displays the enemy's info. An A-rank powerhouse with wind and ice skills. The bald guy explodes, his pressure crushing every word. A brat being this arrogant is a bad look. Let me teach you what humility really means. Seeing things spinning out of control, Tan Shishang steps up to block him, shouting, No Tian Ku, what do you think you're doing? Li Yi calmly jumps in. I'm ready for whatever he's got. Blocked by the general's subordinate, City Lord Ngo puts on a fake, polite face. Tan Hien, why so tense? I just want to teach this kid a little lesson. I won't go overboard. Immediately, Tan Shishang steps in front of him, taunting, If your hands are itching, you can spar with me instead. Using psychological warfare to stir up trouble, the bald guy glances at Tan Shishang and jabs, You want to protect him? But it's a shame he might not even appreciate your concern. At that exact moment, the dark energy around Li Yi starts swirling violently. Stepping forward to face the A-rank enemy, Li Yi smirks with confidence, his eyes sparking with a battle-hungry flame. If the city lord is so eager, then I guess I'll have to accept your invitation. Knowing the power gap, Tan Shishang nervously warns, Li Yi, he's A-rank. This isn't the time to let your emotions drive you. But Li Yi just brushes it off. He came looking for trouble himself. Do you think playing nice will get me anywhere right now? The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Li Yi laughs, relaxed, his killing intent surging as he puts his hands in his pockets and walks forward, ready for war. Since it's come to this, I might as well see what he's actually made of. Seeing the prey take the bait, City Lord Ngo adjusts his glasses, sporting a cunning, sinister smile. This place is too cramped to really move around. Let's go somewhere else. Attracting the attention of the whole camp, the guards gather around, whispering to each other. What's going on? Who's the city lord sparring with? A well-informed soldier answers, I heard it's some B-rank kid who just took down those 5 B-rankers. The others widen their eyes. Who? B-rank? Isn't he basically walking into a beating? Acting all high and mighty, City Lord No puts his hands behind his back. The system flashes his A-rank wind attribute stats. Looking magnanimous, he sneers. I'll try to limit myself to B-rank power, lest people say I'm bullying the weak. Not wasting a breath on a hypocrite, Li Yi explodes with purple dark energy. His eyes sharp as blades, he draws his swords and strikes a confident pose. So, going on the offensive, Li Yi turns into a blur of black, gripping both swords and rushing forward. The city lord is caught off guard by the freakish closing speed. City Lord Ngo grits his teeth, sweating, and frantically waves his hands to create a thick wind barrier. A deafening clash echoes as the dark blade slams into the barrier, making the bald guy flinch. How can he be this fast? Before he can even process it, Li Yi turns into countless afterimages, swinging his blades in a flurry from every angle, creating streaks of light that push the A-rank powerhouse to his limit. Watching from the sidelines, Tan Shishang and the soldiers break into a cold sweat, shocked. Is this kid really just B-rank? Both his speed and power seem to be subtly overwhelming, even Ngo Tianku. Forced onto the back foot, the city lord's face turns ugly, veins bulging as he struggles to block the storm of attacks. He panics and calculates. This isn't good. If this keeps up, I might actually lose to this brat. Unable to keep his promise of staying at B rank, the bald guy plays dirty and bursts out with his full A rank power, sending Li Yi flying. Li Yi immediately jams both swords into the ground, carving deep trenches to break. Stabilizing himself, his eyes flash with an excited purple glow. Looking up at his enemy, he thinks to himself, the true power of an A-ranker. It really isn't simple. Determined to use his ultimate move to crush the thorn in his side, the city lord stands there, throwing his arms out to summon a blizzard, roaring, Blizzard of the heavens. Instantly, thousands of razor-sharp ice arrows mixed with wind tear through the air, raining down on Li Yi's position in a terrifying sweep. Hiding under a thick shield of dark energy, Li Yi grunts as he braces against the incoming ice barrage, muttering to himself, "If I hadn't prepared for this, that move would have already ended me." Thinking he's already won, City Lord No stands with his hands behind his back, floating in the eye of the storm, laughing smugly. "Kid, how about it? If you can't stand, then get on your knees." Suddenly, the reverse scale of the evil dragon is triggered. From the heart of the storm, a surge of dark energy shatters the ice blocks nearby. Li Yi's voice, cold as death, rings out, "Get on your knees and beg." Activating his ultimate combat state, the system announces, "Shadow Enhancement, Stage 3, and Shadow Domain active." Li Yi's face turns wild and murderous as he roars, "You self-proclaimed powerhouses, is this the only way you know how to validate your existence?" The moment he finishes speaking, countless massive dark tentacles erupt from the shadows, completely shattering the blizzard formation and leaving City Lord No stunned and gasping. "What?" Trapped within the shadow domain, the bald guy breaks into a cold sweat, eyes wide. While he's frantically trying to dodge the web of closing tentacles, Li Yi looked like a phantom rising against the dark wall, appearing right at the enemy's throat with an aura so overwhelming the bald guy couldn't even cough up a word. Seeing the situation spiraling into a fight to the death with no turning back, Tan Shishang, standing on the sidelines, couldn't keep his cool anymore. He rushed over, shouting, "This isn't good. These two are going to kill each other." At that high-tension moment, Tan Shishang suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a brilliant bolt of golden lightning. Seeing that, Li Yu's eyes flared with a fierce purple light and he suddenly froze. On the other side, City Lord Ngo gritted his teeth so hard they almost cracked, sweat pouring down his bald, shiny forehead. He turned deathly pale in pure panic, putting every ounce of his strength into it but still unable to crush the brat. Not to be outdone, Uncle Tan Shishang's eyes also flared with golden lightning. His silver brows knit together as he channeled all his power into the suppression with a deadly serious expression. He created a glowing golden energy shield to block both opponents, sparks flying everywhere as it knocked them both flying backward. Skidding to a halt to regain his balance with his phantom protector, Li Yi squinted, assessing the situation as he thought to himself, "To resist my strength and the Luo heavenly sex, this Tan Shishang. He's a late-stage S rank. No, wait, it's just a faint hint of dust." As the smoke cleared, City Lord No hurriedly clutched his wrist, glancing at his friend beside him with a mocking, sour smile. "Tan Hyan, you sure hide things well." Still looking cool as ever, Tan Shishang smoothed his silver hair, lips curling into a smug, sharp grin. "Hide? Where'd you get that idea? I never said my strength was any less than yours." Tan Shishang radiated a valiant aura and barked the final word, "City Lord, you've already taught Li Yi enough. Is now the time to go carry out our mission or what?" Glancing sideways at the bald guy to piss him off, he added a critical hit. "General Hong specifically entrusted this to us. If you have any complaints about Ngo Tianfang's business, go find him yourself." That made the bald guy so furious he could only grit his teeth and mutter, "You." Tan Shishang shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away with total swagger, looking back to call out, "Li Yi, you waiting for an invite to dinner? Move your ass and let's go on the mission." Behind him, Li Yi hurriedly withdrew his dark aura and obediently replied, "Yes, Chief Tan." Leaving the training grounds, the two strolled leisurely through the military logistics area, passing rows of armored vehicles and transport trucks. Suddenly stopping, Tan Shishang held out a rugged-looking smartwatch and ordered, "Take this with you. It doesn't just track your vitals, it shows you the positions of everyone else involved in this operation." Taking the piece of tech, Li Yi strapped it on his wrist immediately, grinning cheekily. "You guys sure are thoughtful." Amidst the sound of a helicopter landing nearby, Tan Shishang sighed heavily and grumbled, "Who told you to always cause so much trouble? We're only doing this for your safety. With this, you can try to avoid running into those Luo heavenly sect jerks and Nin Dong." Smoothing back his hair, messed up by the wind, the silver-haired uncle pointed and ordered, "Go on, they'll take you to the destination." Li Yi nodded sharply. The very next second, the father-in-law internal struggle broke out. Should he tell this brat to call his precious daughter? No, that would make it look like he approves of them hanging out and the brat would get even more cocky. But what if he doesn't mention it? What if his baby girl blames him? Or what if she's so worried about this punk she stops eating and sleeping? Hearing the uncle muttering to himself, Li Yi broke into a cold sweat and looked back. "All right, I get it, I know." Cutting to a different room, a masked secretary respectfully reported to the long-haired lady, "Miss, the situation is basically stable now. You should rest a bit. The beasts have been cleared out, and we're arranging housing for the residents. Tan Tuum muttered subconsciously, I wonder how Li Yi is doing right now. Just then, the phone face down on the desk chimed with a notification. Seeing the name on the screen, her red eyes suddenly lit up, her cheeks flushed pink, and she chirped happily, Li Yi. Pressing the phone to her ear immediately, the young lady asked with a sweet smile, Li Yi, where are you? How are you doing? Inside the vibrating helicopter, Li Yi sat with his legs crossed, looking completely relaxed. He replied, I'm fine. General Hong told me to go on another mission. Might take some time. She quickly asked, what mission? Is it dangerous? He chuckled, relax. Nothing dangerous. Hearing that, Tan Tuum's cheeks turned even redder, her eyes sparkling with affection as she whispered, be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. A rare, warm smile touched the corner of Li Yi's lips, and he replied with one low syllable, yeah. As tender as he was, the male lead ruthlessly smashed the red button to disconnect. The phone screen displayed the call with Tan Tuum had ended. Putting the phone away, Li Yi leaned forward and looked out the window as the pilot's voice came through the radio, crisp and clear. Through the glass, a massive area was bathed in blood-red light, swirling like a storm. Li Yi furrowed his brow in shock. How did this place turn into this? In the middle of the desolate, barren land, a massive, fortified base stood tall. From the roof of the building, a giant beam of red energy shot straight up, tearing the sky apart. Deep inside the secret research facility, a muscular guy with IV tubes stuck in his feet floated inside a tank of blood-red life fluid. He strained and roared like a madman until the automatic door swung open, and a scientist in a blue coat rushed in to report, Chief Toy, we've detected traces of outsiders at the entrance to the dimension. The guy in the tank glared, his red eyes filled with murderous intent, turning to look. Back at the central lab, the masked scientist held his report, looking at his boss nervously. The military's people finally found us. So, what do we do now? Soaking in the red water, Chief Toy let out a sinister, twisted smile. He ordered, send all our people out, create some chaos to buy us some time. The scientist bowed, yes, sir, while Chief Toy's voice boomed from inside the tank. Tell them, no need for a direct confrontation. Just stall them. Once the subordinate left, Chief Tho tensed up, his eyes filled with greed and madness. Just a little more absorption and I can reach C rank. S rank. He glanced at the figure with closed eyes in the tank next to him, sneering arrogantly. By then, you people will just be ants I can crush whenever I want. But he never expected that. Inside the bubbles of the tank, the mysterious long-haired figure would suddenly snap their eyes open, glowing bright. Sensing the anomaly, Chief Toy started in panic. This? The very next second, a massive explosion of energy shattered the tank, causing the man to throw his head back and roar in agonizing pain. Ah, 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 ah. After the shockwave, Chief Toy stood steady in the puddle, red energy swirling around his body like a storm. He looked down at his body in shock, this endless surging energy. S rank. Seeing the red veins glowing like lava flowing beneath his skin, he savored the absolute power, letting out a guttural, savage laugh. I finally broke through. Ha 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 ha. Crawling out from the shattered nutrient pod, the guy with the stubble side-eyed the withered corpse of the long-haired guy inside the glass container next to him, smirking smugly. Looks like I've sucked up the last bit of your energy, Thum Yin Dung. His eyes filled with cold-blooded cruelty as he stared down the lifeless body, mocking him. You didn't think that even in death, I'd squeeze every last drop of use out of you, did you? Turning away with the attitude of someone who held everyone's fate in his hands, he boasted, rest easy as you fade away. With this power, I'm gonna reshape this whole world. Leaving the silent lab behind, he didn't notice the puddle of red sludge on the ground silently coalescing into a grotesque face with terrifying glowing eyes. From that evil pool of blood, a figure in deep red, with long hair, slowly began to rise. Standing right behind the guy who just bragged about ruling the world, the blood-soaked entity lifted its head to reveal a bone-chilling, wicked smile, its eyes glowing like a demon reborn. Scene shift to the perimeter of the abandoned mine number 16 in Ngansa City. A guide soldier turned to him and spoke politely, Mr. Lee, our records show you've never been exposed to a level 2 gateway before, so please wait here. I'll have them bring over some modified hazmat gear. Lee Dirt frowned, confused. Hazmat gear? The soldier walked away while carefully explaining. That's right. The radiation from a level 2 gateway is lethal, even to evolved humans. The only ones participating in this mission who don't need it are President Nin and City Lord Ingo, since they've both handled level 2 gateways before. Hearing that, Lee Dirt had a bold thought. Could it be that they both have dual skill sets because of the radiation from a level 2 gateway? Could I possibly awaken a new skill too? Just then, the Shadow System's voice echoed in his subconscious. Shadow enhancement has made you immune to all dungeon radiation. You don't need hazmat gear at all. As he stepped into the prep area, a blunt voice from a logistics staffer cut off his train of thought. Who's Lee Dirt? Come get your gear. Taking the suit, Lee Dirt's eyes instantly caught the big red expired warning label on the equipment, and a giant question mark popped up in his head. He looked up at the pink-haired logistics guy with the earring, his expression full of irritation as he questioned him. Wait a sec, why is this used gear? This thing only lasts for 3 hours. It's basically useless. The pink-haired guy retorted with a bratty attitude. We're out of new stock. The guide soldier nearby frowned and quickly protested. How can that be? Military command just sent a whole shipment over this morning for this mission. Getting called out, the pink-haired guy aggressively shoved the soldier aside and snapped. I said we're out, we're out. Besides, it's not like this stuff is totally unusable. Turning to Lee Dirt, the logistics guy smirked and unleashed a blatant threat. Gears handed out. Either put it on or refuse orders and stay here. Lee Dirt's eyes instantly flashed with a chilling blue light. He curled his lips into an extremely dangerous smile, thinking to himself, so that's your game. Refuse and I'm dead. Follow orders and I'm still dead. Not wasting any more words, Lee Dirt stepped forward, pinning the logistics guy against the wall, his overwhelming aura as a powerhouse making him hiss, Are you with Nindong or Ingothin? Terrified by the killing intent, the pink-haired guy started sweating, avoiding his gaze and stuttering nervously. What are you talking about? Supplies are tight, there's nothing we can do about it. Bored with these petty games, Lee Dirt tossed the coat aside and strode off, tossing back a contemptuous remark. You thought this could stop me? He left the soldier behind, who was panicking and chasing after him. Mr. Lee, you can't go in there without hazmat gear. Strolling straight into the radiation-drenched gateway zone, Lee Dirt nonchalantly threw back a cocky line. Don't sweat it. I don't even consider this pathetic radiation worth my time. Watching the arrogant silhouette disappear into the forbidden zone, the pink-haired logistics guy and the guard stared at each other in horror. Him. Could he have been exposed to level 2 gateway radiation before? The guard broke out in a cold sweat and quickly shook his head in denial. No way. How old is he? How could he have been in that campaign 10 years ago? Ignoring the hypocrites whispering behind his back, Lee Dirt tilted his head, a half-smile curling his lips with murderous intent. Right. He glanced over his shoulder, dropping a razor-sharp warning aimed straight at the pink-haired lackey. Tell your master, stop playing these childish games from now on. Scene shift to City Lord Ingo's squad marching across the dry, ancient land. A soldier held his headset to report. Lee Dirt went in? All right, got it. Just as he hung up, the bald guy adjusted his glasses, looked down at his phone screen, and smiled viciously, his teeth bared to his ears. Lee Dirt, you little brat, you really never stop giving me pleasant surprises. His eyes glinted with malice, narrowing into slits as he calculated to himself. This is even better. If that brat has any accidents in there, it's got nothing to do with me. On a remote cliffside, Lee Dirt jumped into the abyss below. The enemy's taunt echoed in his mind. Someone as talented as you, but who doesn't know how to listen? You're gonna die young. Landing as light as a feather with his eerie shadow guard trailing behind him, Lee Dirt smirked. His sharp eyes scanned the valley, 3 Class C auras, and B, probably the lapdogs Ngothian sent. Not bothering to hide, he immediately sprinted forward, a perfect plan to pit his enemies against each other already forming in his mind. He'd use them as bait to lure out the other creeps hiding in the shadows, Lee Dirt decided, fully aware that even more demons were waiting behind the rocks. Standing on a high ridge, 2 thugs were watching the scene below intently. The tattooed guy turned to ask, they seem to be turning on each other. Should we try to make a move? The bearded guy smirked viciously, holding him back. Wait until they wear each other out, then we move in. While dashing through the bottom of the ravine, Lee Dirt glanced around at the unnatural silence, muttering to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Pretty cautious, aren't they? Tired of waiting, his eyes erupted with purple light, and he decided to force the issue. If you're not gonna make a move, then I'll force your hand. His aura exploded as the system immediately activated the shadow domain. In the blink of an eye, a thick, eerie black mist poured out like a waterfall, swallowing a massive section of the canyon. Standing on the cliff looking down at the misty chaos, the 2 thugs were confused. The tattooed guy frowned. Fog's coming in. Where'd that kid go? The bearded guy crossed his arms, confidently guessing, must be an illusion technique. Just keep our eyes on those three guys behind him. At the bottom of the abyss, the three-man assassin squad in camo gear was caught right in the middle of the black mist. The guard asked in a panic, "Boss, why did the fog suddenly roll in?" The team leader, wearing a full mask, became extremely alert and ordered firmly, "Everyone, be careful. Back to back. Don't get ambushed." The warning had barely left his lips when Lee Dirt appeared right in front of them like a phantom from the underworld. With a cold, condescending tone, "I'll tell you this. If you guys clear out right now, I might just let you live." Disrespected like that, the assassin captain fumed. He glared and roared, "Humph, cut the act, you poser. If you've got guts, show yourself and let's fight for real." Li Yi's face was half hidden in the shadows as he flashed a deathly grin, waving his dark blade. "Fine, if that's what you want." Instantly, a flash of energy blade tore through the air. The captain panicked, turning his head and screaming, 6 o'clock! Weapons clashed with a deafening screech of sparks. The underling assassin scrambled, shouting in a panic, 9 o'clock! No, wait, 12 o'clock too. The captain's eyes bulged in terror as he felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain crushing down on him. He snapped his head up toward the foggy sky. A massive orb of dark energy, pulsing with destructive power, was plummeting straight for them. He choked out a desperate scream. "It's right above us!" The blast slammed into the red earth, sending the three assassins flying in different directions. Watching the overwhelming display from afar, the two thugs broke into a cold sweat. The bearded one jumped, startled. "Watch it. This Lee guy might still have backup." The tattooed one asked nervously, "His skills are twisted. Can you feel where Lee is?" The bearded guy strained his senses. Nothing. Before he could finish, Li Yi was already hovering right behind them. A mischievous grin lit up his face. "Things are getting pretty lively down here. Aren't you two going to join in?" The next second, he sent the guy flying with a single kick. The bearded guy whipped around, veins popping red across his eyes and cheeks like he was on some kind of juice. He bellowed like a maniac. "You little brat, you're asking for it." He put everything into a punch glowing with crimson energy. Suddenly, a frantic warning flashed in Li Yi's mind. "Li Yi, watch out. That's the blood of the gods." Lightning fast, Li Yi caught a gust of wind and flipped backward to dodge. The bearded guy's punch missed, smashing into the cliffside and turning the rocks into a cloud of debris. Hovering in the air, Li Yi nimbly wove through a barrage of incoming fists. He thought to himself, "More drug boosters? Looks like this has something to do with the Hao family." After dodging every attack, Li Yi stood there casually, his voice cold. "I'd suggest you stop trying to hit me and go save your buddies instead." Hearing that, the panicked bearded guy shouted down to the other assassins, "Boss, someone's here. It's definitely Li Yi's partner. Everyone attack. Old New, give us a hand." But seeing the boss unmoved and ready to use others to do his dirty work, the bearded guy gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, this brat is playing us." A second later, the boss dove into the ravine. The bearded guy pointed at Li Yi hovering above, snarling, "You little punk, you just wait." Li Yi hung in the air, relaxed. He threw out a jab. "No rush, I'll be waiting." At the bottom of the ravine, the assassin captain suddenly looked up, terrified to see a strange figure shrouded in killing intent diving straight for them. Before the assassins could process it, the bearded guy charged in, throwing punches like a madman. The captain scrambled up and yelled to his men, "Watch your backs!" They collided mid-air. The captain bit his lip, enduring the pressure, and barked orders at his two underlings. "I'll handle this guy. You two go full force on that brat." High above, Li Yi pondered, questioning the dark, purple-swirling Qing Tian. Can someone infected with the blood of the gods adapt to the radiation of a Tier 2 portal? Qing Tian immediately replied in his head, yes. After all, the blood of the gods is a product of the third floor. Those infected can indeed handle the radiation of the second floor. Realizing the severity, Li Yi's expression hardened, his purple eyes flashing with concern. If that's the case, then we've got big trouble. Li Yi's mind raced with theories about the Hao family's plot with these monsters. If we assume the Hao family has the blood of the gods, then their goal in opening a Tier 2 portal definitely isn't just about releasing tigers into the woods. It's highly likely they want to use the Tier 2 radiation to complete their own Tier 2 advancement. The shadow behind Li Yi glanced at the chaotic battlefield below and smirked. Their stamina is just about gone. Get ready to swoop in and take those two down. Down in the ravine, the tattooed guy stood panting next to a pile of corpses. He wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and hissed, "Damn it, I didn't expect these three to be such a pain in the ass. Before the two thugs could recover, Li Yi's taunting, mocking voice drifted from the black mist behind them. Thanks for the help, guys. The tattooed guy whipped around, his face draining of color as he shouted, "Watch out!" Like a demonic bat diving from the cliff, Li Yi surged forward with both blades and killing intent, sneering, "You guys look pretty tired. Don't bother wasting any more energy." With a vicious strike, Li Yi morphed his aura into a sword and slammed it into the bearded guy's chest, sending him flying back several meters. Taking a lethal hit to the chest, the bearded guy just laughed triumphantly, his eyes bloodshot and cold. "If I were just a regular ascender, your little stab would have sent me straight to the afterlife." Crimson energy surged as the bearded guy unleashed a dark, explosive power to deflect Li Yi's attack. He screamed wildly, "But unfortunately for you, the blood of a god is flowing through my veins." The next second, his fist smashed into Li Yi, who hurriedly crossed his arms to block. As the wound on the bearded guy's chest began to close under the influence of the Blood Clan, he flexed his terrifying recovery power and roared, "I am the immortal." Watching the smug display, Li Yi wasn't scared. He looked pumped. He accelerated like a cyclone. "Immortal, huh? Then I'll beat you faster than you can recover." The tattooed guy next to him drew his weapon, yelling indignantly, "Humph, just a punk who barely made it to Tier 3, and you've got the nerve to run your mouth?" He turned to his partner. "Let's team up and finish this brat off." As a massive dark blade swung down, Li Yi tilted his head and smirked, radiating fear. "Who told you I came alone?" Suddenly, intense killing intent erupted from behind them. The bearded guy spun around in a panic and let out a blood-curdling scream. "Arg!" Emerging from the shadows, a giant shadow figure delivered a heavy kick that slammed the tattooed guy deep into the rocky earth. Pressing his advantage, Li Yi slashed his blade in a fatal arc at the bearded guy, his tone dripping with disdain. "Besides, a real Tier 3 ascender like me, why would I lose to a piece of trash like you who has to rely on drugs to level up?" His dark blade carved a purple crescent through the air, striking exactly where the guy had just been. As the dust settled, Li Yi flicked his wrist. His sword released countless black chains. He smirked arrogantly. "Wanna run?" In a flash, the chains bound the bearded guy up like a mummy, leaving him only able to stare with wide, powerless, furious eyes. Acting like a total boss, Li Yi walks up and leans in, his voice cold as ice as he interrogates the guy. "Where's the level 2 portal that Qishihao opened?" Even though he's trapped, the bearded guy tries to act tough, neck veins bulging as he yells, "Ha! If you're so damn good, find it yourself. You ain't getting a single word out of me." Lee just flashes that crooked scammer-like grin and mocks him. "Oh, so it is linked to Qishihao? You spilled the beans way too easily," leaving the bearded guy stunned and sweating. "You!" Keeping the pressure on, Li Yi jams the tip of his dark blade against the guy's throat, digging for more info. "How many of you used the level 2 portal radiation to force your rank up to level 2? Realizing he screwed up big time, the bearded guy snaps his face away, lips pressed tight, forcing Li Yi to tilt his head and probe. "Not talking, huh?" Seeing that, Li Yi casually turns his head to look at the tattooed guy held down by the guards behind him. "Hey you, maybe you'll talk?" Face pressed into the dirt, the tattooed guy is drenched in sweat but still tries to keep up his honor. "Don't even think about getting a word out of me." Watching them both act stubborn, Li Yi's eyes flare with an eerie purple light. He smiles with that classic villain vibe, good spirit. "I actually love guys with spirit." Wrapping up the intro, Li Yi raises a hand, his dark energy exploding wildly as he prepares to finish them off. He whispers a cold threat. "Let me show you what this so-called immortal body really is." No more wasting time. Li Yi waves his hand, and his energy bursts out, turning into countless dark, needle-shaped projectiles that skewer the bearded guy like a kebab. Even with his body full of holes, the guy is still riding that power high, baring his teeth with bloodshot eyes, daring him. Looking at his enemy like he's a total moron, Li Yi coldly exposes the bitter truth. This god's blood crap? It's just burning up your internal organs to fake a power boost and fast healing. Right as he drops the verdict, the dark needles stuck in the bearded guy start ripping him apart, making him scream as he throws his head back. "What the?" Looking genuinely pitying toward his opponent's IQ, Li Yi stands with his arms crossed and delivers the final judgment. "Once your body runs out of things to burn, you'll just be a mindless, hollow shell." The side effects hit instantly. The bearded guy writhes in agonizing pain, his flesh bubbling as he shrieks. Ah! Seeing the guy is about to reach the afterlife, Li Yi raises his dark blade, crackling with energy, and smiles kindly. "Here, let me give you a head start." a violent slash comes down. The black chains shatter, and the dark energy explodes, obliterating the bearded guy into nothingness. Finished with one loser, Li Yi turns around and shoves his massive blade right against the throat of the tattooed guy huddled on the ground, growling, "You talking now, or what?" Pale as a ghost and drenched in sweat, the tattooed guy gasps and starts spilling everything immediately. "I'll talk. I'll talk." In his panicked flashback, the figure of Qi Shi Hao and his minions appear with glowing red eyes. "We've got 67 people total, all rank B. 9 of us managed to hit rank A. Boss Thoi, Qi Shi Hao, he's about to break through to rank S." Taking in the massive info, Li Yi's face darkens, his purple eyes deep in thought. Rank S and rank A. These guys are definitely trouble. Meanwhile, in a high-tech control room at the base, 3 big bosses stand with their arms crossed, staring at the glowing screen. One asks, "What do you think about the news Li Yi sent back?" Reading the report, the intellectual guy with glasses adjusts them, his face serious. The guys who attacked Li Yi definitely had battle-enhancing substances in their blood. "I think whatever Li Yi said is basically the truth." With the vibe of an old veteran, Tan Shishang steps up. "Hand the reserve team to me. I'll lead them to help Li Yi." However, the bearded guy next to him immediately frowns and shuts it down, brutally realistic. "Do you even realize if Qi Shi Hao is rank S or not? If it's just one rank A, you might win. But what are we supposed to do? Just let them keep getting stronger." Weighing his options, the bearded guy makes a strategic call. Tell Li Yi and the others to pull back, evacuate civilians from the coastal area, and raise the danger level to city-level threat. Finishing his sentence, the guy in the black cloak strides away decisively, leaving a final word. "If 2 rank S show up at once, this is the only way to keep the casualties to a minimum." Cutting to the villain's hideout, a guy in a white lab coat rushes after a man in a vest. "Boss Thoi, you've broken through." With his nose in the air, Qi Shi Hao, a white scarf loosely wrapped around his neck, asks, "Who did the military send this time?" Knowing the situation, the minion reports, 3 teams total. 2 teams are led by Nu Thon Chu and Ning Dong Hao. The third team, "Our guys haven't sent word yet." Hearing this, Qi Shi Hao sneers with contempt. "Ha, I bet it's that brat Tan Shishang. Send the order, seal the entrances." Qi Shi Hao's face zooms in, looking wicked. His eyes are burning red like a demon's, paired with a sinister smile. "I want those people who think they're such big shots to see what it's like to be treated like ants." Meanwhile, in a desert area, the military team is marching when the bald guy wonders, "Chief Ingu, why did the military suddenly tell us to pull back?" The guy with the tie next to him shrugs. "How should I know?" Still curious, the bald guy mutters, "I wonder if those other guys finished their business yet." Suddenly, the guy with the tie frowns, a cold feeling hitting him. Something's off. Right in front of them, a crowd of thugs radiating intense killing intent is blocking the road, sneering, "Chief Nu, Boss Nin. Where are you 2 big shots headed?" Sensing extreme danger, the armored soldiers rush to the front to block them, sweating bullets. "There are 5 rank A's. Protect the chief. Protect Boss Nin." Seizing the high ground, the leader with the bandana on his head smirks, chin tilted up in provocation. "What's with that look? Didn't expect the people you used to look down on to be rank A just like you now, huh?" The minions behind him join in to dig up old dirt. The red-haired guy points out, "Old fan, I remember your hand was cut off by Boss Nin, right?" The guy with the scar laughs cruelly. "Ha, and that scar on your face isn't from Chief Nu?" The red-haired guy flares up with killing intent. "Enough. What are you waiting for? Just kill them all before Boss Thui gets here." To clear the way for a beatdown, the thugs all unleash red energy at once, overpowering the soldiers and whispering coldly, "Anyone else who doesn't want to die early, don't move." Kicking off the fight, the tattooed thug with the bandana charges like a moth to a flame, aiming straight for the armored soldiers as he yells, "I'm going first." Facing these small-time enemies, Boss Nin, wearing a gray vest, looks extremely calm. He reaches out a hand, unleashing his power, and scoffs, "Ha, so what if you're rank A?" The very next second, the guy with the bandana's face changes, his bloodshot eyes bulge out, teeth clench tight as he realizes something has gone wrong. Before he could even make a move, the guy called Kanchan got slammed into the ground by an invisible force like a pathetic little frog, completely negating his gravity manipulation skills. Acting all high and mighty like a veteran, General Nin activated his steel body, turning his skin into cold metal, and smugly bragged, "Back in the day I could trash you, and it's the same story now. General Nin unleashed a monster punch right into the guy's steel-plated chest, creating a massive shockwave. But despite the hit, that Qing Tian guy didn't even flinch. He just cracked a twisted smile as red energy surged through his body. General Nin, you're just like you were years ago, blowing your load the second the fight starts. Sadly, the tables turned instantly. Qing Tian unleashed his power, hit back with a brutal counterattack that sent General Nin flying, and arrogantly declared, "We are the immortal body." Blindsided by the counter, General Nin skidded across the ground, his face twisted in pure horror as he stammered, "What?" Seeing his teammate about to get wrecked, the bespectacled City Lord No panicked and rushed in to save his hide. Just when things were looking dire, a figure shot out from the air, swinging a fist wrapped in dark energy straight at Qing Tian's face, accompanied by Li Yi's familiar, mocking voice, "Immortal body, my ass." He didn't stop there. Li Yi spun around and delivered a vicious, bone-crushing kick, dropping the final line, "You lose your head, you die like everyone else." Narrowly escaping death, General Nin broke into a cold sweat, looking up at his reluctant savior with pure shock, Li Yi. Ignoring the thanks, Li Yi turned to the two big shots from the military department with an icy stare. Even though these guys, No and Thien Ku, weren't exactly stand-up citizens, he turned to the remnants of the dark energy goons behind him with pure, unadulterated contempt. But compared to you lot, I hate these dogs of Kuei-Shihao's standing right in front of me way more. Settling into a combat stance, Li Yi fired up his shadow enhancement and shadow domain skills, smirking as he baited them. "So, let's put our beef on ice for a second and take these guys out together." Divvying up the squads in a flash, Li Yi took charge with the air of a true leader. "The three of us will take one of them each, and the rest of you figure out how to stall those A ranks." Hearing the collaboration proposal from an old enemy, City Lord No and General Nin exchanged a complicated look, both left speechless and frozen. Knowing exactly what they were scared of, Li Yi shot them a sarcastic grin and patted the two high and mighty guys. "Relax, I'm not as dirty as you think. If I wanted to stab you in the back, I wouldn't have stepped up in the first place." Wasting no time, Li Yi erupted with heaven-shaking dark energy and gestured toward the goons. "The exit is right behind them. You guys make the call." In the distance, the blonde guy saw Li Yi showing off and just laughed, grabbing his gut with a mocking tone. "Ha! You arrogant little brat. Don't think that just because you snuck up and killed old Fan, you've got this in the bag. He was just the weakest link here." Seizing the opening to strike back, Li Yi's eyes glowed with a brilliant purple light coldly snapping back. "You're the strongest? Talk is cheap." Li Yi launched himself into the air like a black arrow, diving straight toward the squinty-eyed guy. "Then I'm picking you. Let's go, whatever grudges we have, we'll settle them once we're out." The battle officially exploded. The squinty-eyed guy barely managed to block Li Yi's brutal attack, which was radiating wild purple energy. They clashed violently. The squinty-eyed guy swung a giant fist overflowing with crimson energy, while Li Yi gracefully used shadow daggers to parry. The pace of the fight hit a dizzying level. Li Yi flickered in and out of sight, landing lethal slashes that left purple streaks clashing against the blood-red energy. Unable to pin down his target, the squinty-eyed guy squinted into the surrounding black mist and shouted, trying to provoke him, "Weren't you acting all cocky earlier? Why are you hiding in the mist now?" But he didn't get to be smug for long. A burst of dangerous, murderous intent flared up right behind him, sending a cold sweat down his back. Like a god of death descending, Li Yi appeared right above the squinty-eyed guy, both hands raised with weapons ready to strike. He threw out a mocking word. "Hiding?" With a strike of crushing weight, Li Yi slammed down, sending the guy face first into the ground until the rocks shattered into dust. Landing in style, Li Yi stood calmly in the fog, wearing a confident smirk. "I just didn't want you guys seeing too many of my secrets." As he struggled to crawl up, the squinty-eyed guy grit his teeth, looking up in sheer panic. Right behind him, the giant shadow guardian had already raised a massive blade glowing with purple fire, cornering him to the grave. Rank A? No way out. A lethal swing tore through space, accompanied by a chilling verdict: "Be a good boy and become fertilizer." Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, City Lord Enjo was backing away, throwing sharp energy blades at his opponent while feeling deep shock. How could this Li Yi kid kill a rank guy so easily? It didn't stop there. Sweat beaded on the bald guy's forehead, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses in suspicion, and on top of that, I can faintly sense another presence. But a battlefield is no place to zone out. The red-haired guy exploded with power, smashing City Lord Ngo's energy shield and roaring, "City Lord Ngo, You dare get distracted while fighting me? With a massive surge of force, the red-haired guy delivered a bloody lightning strike, slamming City Lord No into the dirt and creating a deep crater. Looking down from above at the guy he'd just trashed, the red-haired guy crackled with endless crimson lightning, sporting a savage grin. You also. Finishing his insult, the red-haired guy pressed down, crushing City Lord New into the rubble and screaming, "You've been underestimating me way too much," leaving the bald old guy trapped in the hole, screaming in agony, "Ah, ah, ah." Just as he was riding high on his ego, the red-haired guy was blindsided by Li Yi, who lunged in coldly. "He's not underestimating you." Li Yi casually finished his sarcastic remark. "He's just overestimating himself." The red-haired guy stumbled back, clutching his wound and snarling, "You again!" Before he could finish his salty rant about getting snuck up on, Li Yi landed another beautiful, clean slash. He tossed out a practical piece of combat philosophy. If you can win by sneaking up on someone, why would anyone bother fighting you head-on? Standing in the middle of the encirclement like he owned the place, Li Yi slung his massive jet-black sword over his shoulder. Dominating the rest of the grunts, he challenged them. Now the tables have turned. "You guys still want to guard the exit?" Seeing Li Yi's overwhelming power, City Lord No crawled out of the ground, sweat pouring down his face, his mouth agape in sheer terror. Realizing things were getting hairy, the City Lord immediately turned tail and ran for his life, not forgetting to make up an excuse to save face. "If I can't win, I retreat. No need to throw my life away." Just then, a frantic emergency alert sounded in Li Yi's mind from his shadow guardian, causing his purple eyes to narrow. "Li Yi, an S-rank is closing in." Power? Li Yi swung. He'd only taken a few steps when a terrifying burst of crimson energy exploded, tearing the rocks apart right in front of the bespectacled guy, taking his head clean off. From the thick cloud of dust from the explosion, Kuei Shihao slowly descended like a demon king. Followed by his pack of vicious beasts, he coldly dismissed his subordinates. Even if you reach rank A, trash will always be trash. Standing there with arms crossed, smugly soaking in the crimson blood aura, Kuei Shihao sneered down at his former superiors, his voice dripping with condescension. "Long time no see, you high and mighty little ants." Seeing the massive swarm of monsters closing in, the armored soldier grabbed the city lord and panicked. "There's too many of them. Lord, what do we do?" Clutching his chest to suppress the pain, the city lord tried to keep it together and barked, "What are you freaking out for? Everyone, pull yourselves together!" With the overwhelming pressure of an S-class bloodline user supplementing his power by devouring his own kind, Kuei Shihao let his cloak flutter violently. He ordered his minions with a toxic, chilling tone, "Guard the gate tight. Not a single one of them gets out." Standing in the background, Li Yi calmly carried his sword on his shoulder, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield without a hint of fear, unfazed by the arrival of the final wave. Cloaked in the darkness of his shadow energy, he furrowed his brows, cursing his rotten luck. This Kuei Shihao guy picked the worst time to show up. Hearing this, his shadow guardian manifested to remind him, "You haven't fully absorbed the soul of that A-class guy from before." Li Yi coolly instructed his shadow, "Go ahead and absorb it first. That's definitely enough for you to break through to A-class. I'll step in and stall him when needed." At that moment, Kuei Shihao descended, casting a condescending look toward Li Yi, a look that also mocked the big shots nearby. "Killing 3 of my A-class subordinates in a row. You're way more dangerous than those 2 big shots sitting high up on their pedestals, kid. In my eyes, only people like you and me, those who've been crushed and trampled, have true infinite potential." Listening to this sappy, fake deep monologue, Li Yi felt his stomach churn, flashing a look of pure disgust. "Comparing me to you? You're literally making me want to puke," he muttered, frantically calculating his next move. "Someone, draw his attention away. If he gets any closer, he's gonna spot me." Ignoring the blatant disgust, Kuei Shihao landed and strode toward him with arrogant confidence, reaching out his hand as if to recruit him. "Don't always look at me with such hostility. We're the same kind of people. We're both scavengers who only survived because we were willing to risk it all, right?" Cornered into a defensive stance, the Shadow Guardian gestured impatiently. "Shall I take him out?" But Li Yi squinted, surveying the situation, and gestured for him to hold back. "Hold it, someone else is about to make a move." Just as predicted, General Nin charged in like a god of justice, looking all heroic. With a righteous glare, he pointed and shouted, "Kuei Shihao, I order you to shut down the Tier 2 portal and surrender for judgment." Facing the man who used to be his boss, Kuei Shihao puffed out his chest, tilted his chin up, and retorted arrogantly, "Surrender? General Nin, what exactly do I have to surrender for? He curled his lips into that signature twisted grin, spewing insults without an ounce of respect. What kind of washed-up loser do you think you are? Before the words even left his mouth, Kui Shihao unleashed a surge of red blood aura, his voice booming. You think you have the right to talk to me like that? General Nin, who had been charging in with bravado, was caught off guard and slammed to a halt in midair. Realizing the massive gap in power, Li Yi broke out in a cold sweat and turned to yell a warning to his teammate of the century. Careful, he's an S-class. But it was too late. Kui Shihao reached out, easily grabbing General Nin by the throat and hoisting him up like he was plucking a chicken. He laughed coldly, mocking him. Nin, you aren't even as sharp as Li Yi. Waves of blood-red energy coiled around his arm, and Kui Shihao's eyes burned with long-suppressed hatred. He hissed through his teeth. You still think I'm just some underling? Kui Shihao inhaled, then gave a manic, twisted laugh. Who would have thought? Even the noble blood of General Nin smells like rot. Choking and gasping for air, General Nin struggled in blind panic. Kui Shihao, what are you doing? Without wasting a breath, Kui Shihao let out a cold huff. What am I doing? He ruthlessly fired a beam of red energy that pierced straight through General Nin's chest. Kui Shihao held his hand out toward Nin, exuding overwhelming, unhinged power. Let me teach you something. Holding nothing back, Kui Shihao unleashed a tyrant's blow that tore through space. He crushed his opponent's body and laughed triumphantly. This is how you use gravity manipulation. Overwhelmed by the agony of his internal organs being pulverized, General Nin screamed so hard his eyes rolled back in his head. Satisfied with his masterpiece, Kui Shihao smirked, his glowing red eyes betraying his twisted pleasure. How about that? How does it feel to get hit by your own technique? Watching their boss lying mangled in the crater, the guards and the city lords screamed in horror. General Nin, immediately, a streak of blood energy shot down toward a soldier who dared to move. Kui Shihao turned around and threatened him coldly. I suggest you be like Li Yi, be obedient. He shifted his attention to the one still reeling, flashing a sinister grin and dangling the bait. City Lord, you've been stuck at A-class for years. Don't you want to possess S-class power? Cold sweat pouring down his face, the City Lord clutched his glasses, desperately trying to summon a shred of dignity to refuse. Kui Shihao, don't think just because you're S-class you can spout nonsense. The military has other S-class fighters too. Do you really think you can win? Kui Shihao brushed off his chest, laughing coldly and crushing the man's fragile hope. City Lord, stop lying to yourself. Within this time frame, the only S-class the military can deploy to High City is Hong Hai. Besides, he's being tied up by the S-class Tiger King. He can't move an inch. Switching to an arrogant cult leader tone, he slicked back his hair and made a tempting offer. But I'm different. I've become an S-class, so I can turn plenty of other people into S-class too. The soldiers and the bald city lord froze in shock as Kui Shihao dropped that sinister promise. Just think about it. Once this news gets out, how many people do you think will be lining up to sell their souls to follow me? Hearing this, the city lord's pupils dilated, and sweat poured down his terrified, pale face. Meanwhile, Kui Shihao stood with his arms crossed amidst the red energy, feigning mercy. Think carefully. As long as you obediently submit, I'll give you a chance. Seeing that no one dared to speak up, he snapped in frustration, grabbed a soldier by the collar, and hoisted him up. No one has anything to say? Then I'll just have to ask you one by one. Kui Shihao's demonic eyes bored into the poor soul, growling with a lethal aura. Do you want to die, or do you want to submit? Watching the situation from afar, the shadow energy around Li Yi began to churn. He glanced over, worried about his plan. Still need a little more time. Damn, these guys better not flip sides so fast. He kept his composure, the shadow energy exploding quietly. He gritted his teeth and urged his shadow. Buy me a little more time. At this point, the soldier was being burned by the blood flames, his face twisted in agony, stuttering incoherently. I. Kui Shihao, losing his patience, barked. Still don't want to answer, huh? No miracle happened. The unlucky soldier's eyes bulged, veins popped all over his face, and he struggled in despair as the hand of death squeezed his throat, snuffing out his final breath. Once he drained all the life force, he tossed the husk aside like a piece of garbage, clicking his tongue in mockery. Accidentally drained too much. Why are you so weak? Old Man Dung turns to eye his next juicy target, his smile twisting into something even more crooked. Who should I ask next, I wonder? City Lord No's brain is racing, sweating bullets as he weighs his options. If he sides with Kui Shihao now, the odds of winning are slim to none. At the end of the day, he's going up against an entire massive army. Glancing at his subordinate's corpse, he curses under his breath. It's all that old geezer Ning Donghao's fault for getting himself taken out so fast. Otherwise, they might have stood a fighting chance. With no way out, magical light begins to condense behind City Lord Ngo's back. He has no choice but to bet everything on one desperate survival skill. Just then, the blood demon Toy speaks up to finish him off. How about I start by asking you, City Lord? Fine by me. City Lord No roars, launching a storm of ice arrows at his opponent. That desperate sneak attack is blocked by Kui Shihao's energy shield. But the very next second, Tua's body starts freezing up, and before he knows it, he's completely encased in ice. He screams, "No!" Watching the drama unfold, Li Yi clicks his tongue and shakes his head. This spineless coward is so obsessed with saving his own skin, he's even abandoned his own men. Hearing this, Qing Tian urges him, "Now's your chance. Hurry up and absorb it." No sooner are the words out than Kui Shihao shatters the ice, constantly dodging the City Lord's punches. So what if I'm S rank? I've reigned as City Lord for years. You really think I don't have a trump card to keep myself alive? Throwing a savage punch fueled by crimson killing intent that shatters the guy's defense, the City Lord bellows with contempt. Just a dog raised by Ning Donghao. You dare act arrogant in front of me? He unleashes a strike, sending Kui Shihao flying into the air with a freezing effect. Caught by surprise, Kui Shihao is launched skyward by the sheer force, his face stiffening as the freezing effect instantly spreads across his entire body. Not letting this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip away, he uses the momentum from the massive ice pillar that just erupted to trap Kui Shihao tight. City Lord No turns to threaten the guards blocking his path. If you lot step aside, I might just let you live. Seeing their boss suddenly go limp, the minions are left stunned. How? How is this possible? Isn't he A rank? The City Lord glances back. What now? Terrified, the soldiers shrink back. Should we just run? But before his triumphant smirk can fade, a guard wearing a gold chain freezes in horror as crimson energy, like blood, suddenly erupts from the ground. In a split second, aggressive blood tentacles lash out, tightening around the soldiers and draining their vitality. They clutch their heads, screaming in despair. Ah, what the hell is this? Hearing the blood-curdling screams, City Lord Ngo stops and looks back, his face deathly pale as he sees the blood-red whirlpool of an S-rank power erupting. Kui Shihao transforms into a demonic god, commanding deadly strands of blood energy that lock down the entire space, leaving the City Lord to gasp in hopelessness. What the? Having absorbed the vitality of the minions, Kui Shihao grins, revealing a muscular, vein-popping physique glowing with power. He wipes away a streak of blood, wearing a dangerous smirk. Unexpectedly, that all-out strike of yours actually hurt a little. Once he finishes speaking, the blood demon wipes off the silver blood, his power exploding like a blood bomb. He unleashes a massive wave of killing intent that crushes all resistance. At this moment, City Lord No can only stand there trembling, cold sweat pouring down as a low, chilling voice echoes, "I guess your life-saving tricks have all run dry, huh?" Out of excuses, the once arrogant boss drops to his knees, clasping his hands and begging for his life from the young man radiating dark light. I'm willing to serve you. Please don't kill me." Watching the pathetic scene, Li Yi, with the dark, evil veins visible on his face, sneers mockingly. City Lord Ngo really knows how to bend with the wind, doesn't he? Ignoring the bald guy begging on the floor, the guy lurking in the bloodstorm looks at Li Yi and smirks. "Your strength has increased again. Li Yi, you never cease to amaze me." Not backing down one bit, Li Yi flashes a confident smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. "You don't cease to amaze me, either." As he speaks, he reaches out, dark energy churning. If there's no fresh blood to absorb, he shoots off like a ghost, Li Yi swinging his dark blade to tear through the air, adding a lethal follow-up. "Let's see if you can still maintain your S-rank strength now that you're heavily wounded." Ignoring the wind-bladed attack, Kui Shihao jumps aside to dodge, his expression grim. So what if you know that? As a storm of blood explodes violently all around him, Kui Shihao roars arrogantly, "You didn't think you could actually do serious damage to me, did you?" He finishes and throws a punch wrapped in a cruel bloodstorm, striking straight at Li Yi's face with enough power to rip space apart. The massive impact sends Li Yi sliding across the ground, carving a trench through the rock beneath him. Even though he's been knocked back, Li Yi is completely unfazed. Instead, he laughs even more manically, brimming with killing intent. "We'll see about that." Unleashing his full power, Li Yi clasps his hands, and a massive surge of dark energy forms a dark war god towering behind him. Qing Tian, lend me your strength. Drawing on Qing Tian's power, Li Yi turns into a dark projectile, lunging straight toward his enemy, followed by countless needles of killing intent. Kuei Shihao doesn't hold back either, launching a kick wrapped in a sharp, blood-red aura. Instantly, the two collide at blur-like speeds, creating explosive clashes as black and red energy tear the very sky apart. Taking a hit that grazes his cheek, drawing blood, Kui Shihao's eyes go wide with shock, sweating buckets. How is this possible? How did this kid's strength suddenly jump this high? Not giving his opponent a second to breathe, Li Yi's dark avatar channels all its strength into one arm, preparing to land a skull-crushing blow. The strike, heavy as a mountain, slams down, sending Kui Shihao flying away. Li Yi's dark phantom pulls back its fist, calmly looking down at the enemy ahead. But the blood monster isn't so easily taken down. Kui Shihao smashes through the debris, using the momentum to lunge back for a counterattack at terrifying speed. Li Yi's eyes narrow. He tenses up, gathering a dense vortex of black wind into his fist to prepare for the impact. The two forces collide, creating a massive tremor that warps everything in the surrounding area. The energy explosion blasts Kui Shihao backward, tumbling into the earth and carving out a massive crater. Wiping away blood, Kui Shihao grimaces and admits, Li Yi, this suicidal fighting style of yours is actually kind of effective. The blood tornado behind him flares up violently again, hungry to devour everything. It's a shame, though how long can you actually keep this up? Pulling out a strand of fresh blood that transforms into a razor-sharp weapon, Kui Shihao smirks triumphantly. As long as this blood isn't dry, I can keep healing forever. The boast barely leaves his lips before Li Yi looks up with a hair-raising smile. Don't think you're the only one who can do that. Finishing his sentence, Li Yi's entire body erupts with the killing intent of a reaper, his hands gripping dark energy condensed to a solid, viscous state. All of a sudden, he swings down a colossal dark blade that splits the very air, the terrifying pressure crushing everything beneath it. Kui Shihao looks up in a panic, gasping, "What the?" Smiling triumphantly under the shadow of the dark war god, Li Yi speaks with pride. "Trying to outslaughter me? I don't even know what fear is yet." Li Dart didn't give Thoi Thay Hao a second to breathe. Every time Thoi Thay Hao's blood tendrils lashed out, Li Dart swatted them away with his dark blade, sending sparks flying everywhere. Breaking a sweat and backed into a corner, Thoi Thay Hao frantically parried while roaring in frustration, "Li Dirt, is it really worth throwing your life away just to drag me down with you?" Li Dirt didn't even blink. He slammed his dark greatsword down with such insane force it cratered the ground and sent debris flying like shrapnel. Hovering there like a cold-blooded grim reaper, Li Dart looked down at him and stated flatly, "I told you already, your life is the only currency I'm interested in." He pressed the blade down with the weight of a mountain, forcing Thoi Thay Hao to grit his teeth and desperately brace his blood-soaked weapon to stop from being crushed. Moving with the frantic desperation of a cornered beast, Thoi Thay Hao vaulted high into the air, barely dodging the dark slash that tore up the entire landscape. Realizing he was losing, he cursed under his breath, his eyes darting around as he calculated his next move. Forget pride, he turned tail and bolted, convinced he just had to reach the level 2 portal. To cover his retreat, he unleashed a barrage of massive blood spears, turning the ground behind him into a chaotic mess of deafening explosions. Through the thick clouds of dust, Li Dirt's furious voice echoed across the battlefield. "Thoi Thay Hao, today, I'm using your life as a sacrifice for my mother." Blasts of dark red energy tore through the field, obliterating everything in their path as Li Dirt gave chase. Sprinting for his life toward the glowing red pillar in the distance, Thoi Thay Hao panted, telling himself, "Just gotta make it inside. Once I absorb a few more grade A scrubs, I'll finally stabilize at grade S just a little more." His face twisted into a grotesque, blood-red grin as the goal finally came into view. But before that smile could even fully form, a blinding flash of light and a massive fireball erupted right in front of him, dead-ending his escape and making him jump out of his skin. Thoi Thay Hao slammed on the brakes, sliding through the dirt and raising his blood spear in a defensive stance, staring intensely into the smoke. From the heart of the flames, a white-haired figure slowly stepped out, greeting him with a cold, mocking tone. "Thoi Thay Hao, back so soon?" The guy brushed his white hair back, his muscles rippling in the firelight. "Damn," the system pinged. "New enemy detected. Race, Zerg bloodline. Grade, S, ranking up. Skill, Blood Devour drains biological life force to steal abilities. Same as above." Both Li Dirt and Thoi Thay Hao froze, locked in a tense standoff as this sudden newcomer appeared right in the middle of the carnage. Ignoring Lee Dirt entirely, the white-haired guy locked eyes with Thoi Thay Hao, sneering, "The level 2 portal you made. It's still nowhere near as stable as the ones I built back in the day." Meanwhile, Thoi Thay Hao was trembling, veins popping on his face from pure terror. "Why do I feel so suppressed? No way. Why is the pressure coming from this grade S guy so damn suffocating?" Standing across from them, Lee Dirt smirked, his eyes sharply analyzing the situation. "It's not just because he's grade S. The pressure is coming from him releasing his bloodline aura. Seriously, how do I keep running into these S-grade monsters?" The white-haired guy walked over, looking down at Thoi Thay Hao, who was forced onto his knees on the ground. He spoke with a warm, creepy voice. "You managed to survive and come back. That's just great." He looked at Thoi Thay Hao like he was nothing but a pathetic clown. "Your acting is terrible." Thoi Thay Hao looked up, his face twisted in pain. I'm actually happy, I swear." Pushed to the edge, Thoi Thay Hao roared in anger, channeling all his strength into a fist aimed straight at the enemy's face. "Damn it, even if you did come back to life, there's no way your strength beats mine." He unleashed a punch that shook the very heavens, tearing through the air and obliterating the entire plane. But when the dust settled, the white-haired man had caught the death blow with just one hand. He offered a gentle smile that sent a chill down Thoi Thay Hao's spine. "You haven't changed a bit, have you? Still just as pathetic as ever." Pure, unadulterated rage flooded Thoi Thay Hao's eyes, turning them blood red. He gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in shame and fury. Without even bothering to insult him back, the white-haired guy lifted him into the air, savoring the power flowing from his enemy's wounds. He curled his lip. "So, this is the power you got from leeching off my blood and flesh?" Looking at his old enemy groveling at his feet, the white-haired man laughed softly. "Pathetic. You can't even use a fraction of my real power." Thoi Thay Hao panicked and started begging, "No, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say from now on, I swear." But then, the white-haired guy's eyes flared with malicious intent. He spat out an insult without a hint of mercy. Listen to me. You don't even have the qualifications to be my dog." With that, he violently ripped the blood energy right out of his enemy's chest and declared coldly, "Though, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to turn you into a useless cripple and let you rot for the rest of your life." Overcome with agonizing pain as his power was torn away, Thoi Thay Hao's eyes went blank as he let out a soul-shattering scream. Realizing things had completely spiraled out of control, the Dark War god, Thon Thien, roared a warning. "Lee Dirt, run, now." Lee Dirt didn't need to be told twice. His dark shadow form blurred like a black cyclone, abandoning the white-haired monster who was casually looming over his pathetic prey. But he didn't get far. A massive wave of bloodstorm crashed down right behind him, making Lee Dirt break into a cold sweat. Behind it, the mocking voice of the bloodline monster echoed, "What are you running for? Am I really that scary?" In the blink of an eye, the white-haired guy was right on his tail like a ghost, whispering into his ear with a dangerous smile, "I'm so curious. Why do you have that?" Without waiting for an answer, he reached out with a hand wreathed in blood fire to grab Lee Dirt's head, sneering, "You wouldn't mind if I dug around in your memories a little, would you?" Cornered, Lee Dirt encased himself in his thickest shadow armor and gritted out a response. "Like hell I would." He pushed himself to his limits, swung his greatsword backward with a furious roar, and shouted, "In your dreams!" A black slash tore through reality, the greatsword aiming straight for him, but the monster dodged it easily. The bloodline guy kept that calm, creepy smile and said nonchalantly, "So, you don't want to play nice." He stomped the ground, the impact sending a massive shockwave through the area. Gathering a blinding ball of blood lightning in his fist, he coldly finished, "Fine. Let's try a different way to communicate." A thunderous punch erupted, firing off like a red laser, slamming directly into Lee Dirt. Lee Dirt was sent flying. Unable to handle the overwhelming power, his dark figure smashed into the ground, creating a crater so massive it looked like a meteor had struck the mountainside. Debris showered everywhere as Lee Dirt tumbled through the shattered rock. Fighting to get back up, he knelt on the ground, his face bruised and bloody. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "How the hell is this guy this strong?" As the dark energy around him started to flicker and fade. In stark contrast to Lee Dirt's miserable state, the white-haired monster landed lightly, gentle as a feather, and walked toward him with a refined smile. "Now, can we finally have a civilized talk?" The crushing pressure of the strong bore down on his shoulders. Lee Dirt could only bite his lip, propping himself up on the ground, struggling against the intimidating presence of the pair of feet standing tall right in front of him. Exhaustion finally hit his limit, and he collapsed to the ground. In his ears, the faint, helpless sigh of King Tian echoed, "From now on, Li Yi, you're on your own." Suddenly, a flash of green light flickered behind him. The war god's projection stepped out, blocking the enemy, leaving Li Yi stunned. "King Tian, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, far from the bloody battlefield, Tuam stood with a lonely back against the edge of the rooftop, staring down at the city, now drowning in ruins and dust. Gently cradling the tiny black bat in her arms, her delicate face showed a trace of anxiety. The whole city is being evacuated. I wonder how Li Yi is doing right now. Suddenly, the little bat in her arms woke up, its round eyes glowing pink as if it had caught a strange signal. In a blink, the little creature wrapped itself in swirling dark energy, its muscles expanding as it evolved into a more ferocious combat form. The giant bat beat its wings and tore away from the rooftop, vanishing into the wind, leaving the girl stunned and shouting, "What's wrong with you?" Fearing the worst, she immediately leaped off the high-rise, chasing after her pet with graceful, agile movements. "Wait for me." Landing firmly on the back of the bat as it raced against the wind, the girl's gaze turned resolute. She commanded firmly, "I'm coming with you." From atop the speeding bat, Tuam's face showed deep concern. Flying in such a rush, could something have happened to Li Yi? Back on the brutal battlefield, the dark phantom of King Tian stood before the monster, turning to face Li Yi. "I've called for the flying dragon. It'll take you back to the King Tian Tower." Ignoring Li Yi's desperate attempt to hold him back. "Don't worry about me. Go." King Tian pushed him away firmly. "Relax. I'm just a fading soul." Seeing the dark energy around King Tian ignite, Li Yi reached out in pain and screamed, "King Tian," but was met only with a calm, reassuring reply. "Even if I vanish, my true form still exists." The war god's back slowly faded into an illusion, leaving behind a tragic, hopeful promise. "If you get the chance to reach the third level in the future, we'll meet again." Watching this emotional parting, the white-haired monster sneered, "So you're the one whose aura made my blood feel threatened? Your strength is nothing special." With that, the elegant vampire gathered a pulsing ball of blood-red fire in his palm and chuckled, "I don't like killing people, but..." Suddenly, he unleashed a kick charged with blood-red lightning that tore through the air. "I dislike things that threaten my existence even more." King Tian lunged forward, throwing a dark punch to block the destructive attack, roaring with cold steel. "I don't like you stuck-up vampires either." Instantly, the two forces, black and red, collided in midair, creating a terrifying pressure that twisted space itself. The explosion sent shockwaves tearing through the ground, leaving massive cracks everywhere. At the same time, at the defensive perimeter, heavy armored military units were suddenly shaken by the tremors coming from afar. The soldiers looked at each other, sweat dripping down their faces. "What the hell is going on?" the commander asked, tense, while reporting, "There's a massive energy collision in the mine area." Before they could steady themselves, a giant black shadow suddenly swept by, blocking out the sun, making the guards gasp in terror. The whole squad raised their guns to the sky, staring at the afterimage. What the hell just flew by? Watching the winged figure vanish into the wind, the soldiers looked up in utter disbelief. Was that a dragon? Back at the sky above the mine, the white-haired girl rode the demon bat through the red electric net, assessing the situation. Military personnel. Could this be the location of the Level 2 portal? The deeper she went, the more sweat beaded on her forehead, her chest tightening. Ugh, this radiation. It's like a plague. Shrugging off the gnawing pain, she pushed the demon bat straight into the swirling energy vortex, whispering to herself, "Li Yi, wait for me. Please, nothing can happen to you." At the heart of the storm, Li Yi could only kneel on the ground, biting his teeth until they bled, helplessly calling out to his teammate, "King Tian!" Before his eyes, bloody fireworks of explosions erupted repeatedly, scorching the entire battlefield where King Tian was fighting for his life. The white-haired monster hovered in the air, looking down at the struggling dark phantom, curling his lip. "A level A ability user, and you're still holding on against me this long?" He dove headfirst like a meteorite, his red eyes filled with manic excitement. "No more games!" A punch wrapped in a firestorm slammed down, crushing King Tian's resistance and drowning everything in a shaking battlefield. Through the dust, King Tian still stood firm, even though his dark energy was running dry. The vampire crossed his arms, evaluating him. Didn't expect this guy's compatibility with the god's blood to be this high. Bored with his opponent, the vampire swung his leg, delivering a lightning kick that sent King Tian flying. Still want to struggle to your death? Standing up, King Tian gathered all his remaining power into a dark orb spinning in his hand. He declared clearly, "Vampires don't belong in this world." His eyes flashed with a shattered white light. Cracks appeared on his armor, leaking the energy of death. "Even if I have to risk total annihilation of body and soul, I'm taking you with me." The sky suddenly tore open. A pitch-black portal, like a cosmic black hole, opened up, making the white-haired man slightly surprised. "You can actually open a beast portal?" But instead of fear, a maniacal grin bloomed on the monster's face. He laughed greedily. "You've really brought me a huge surprise." From the black hole, a series of dark chains tipped with sharp spears shot out like rain, flying straight toward the vampire. Thinking he'd trapped his prey, the white-haired man's muscles surged, erupting with such violent bloodfire that he snapped the chains as easily as blades of grass. Breaking the seal, he dove down with a flaming fist, his tone manic. "You think you can trap me with this?" King Tian looked up, unbothered, shielding himself with an energy barrier. He replied coldly, "I know these little tricks of you vampires better than you do." Before he could finish, the vampire's bloody fist pierced through the defense, puncturing the chest of the dark phantom with a violent gale. The monster's eyes glowed with lethal red light. But he realized something was wrong when he turned around. Countless dark clones of King Tian had surrounded him. He startled, "What? Shadow clones?" Dozens of magic chains launched from the clones, frantically binding and dragging the monster down toward the ceiling formation beneath the earth. Even pushed to this point, the vampire laughed arrogantly, his hands gathering a blinding ring of blood sunlight. "Do you think clones actually work?" Immediately, red energy columns, like volcanic lava, exploded straight into the sky, incinerating all the clones and wiping the battlefield clean in a wave of destructive light. As the destructive light faded, pieces of the dark chains in the rubble shattered as the vampire showed off his violent strength, escaping the bonds. Not letting his enemy gloat, King Tian's true form spread his dark bat wings, following up with a barrage of sharp spiked chains raining down from above to surround the white-haired man. Yet, facing death, the white-haired monster just cracked an arrogant smile that made your skin crawl, veins bulging on his insane face. Unleashing his power, he threw a blood-fire-infused punch to meet the massive strike of Qing Tian, roaring, "Die!" The terrifying physical force from his fist easily crushed the dark armor, knocking the war god's head back. Pushed to the edge, the eyes beneath Qing Tian's mask glowed with a desperate purple light, and he muttered coldly, "Come to the void prison with me." And he meant it. Qing Tian reached out, transforming into a cosmic black hole that emitted a terrifying gravitational pull, swallowing the white-haired guy, who startled and blurted out. Countless streaks of energy lashed out like chains, latching onto the guy's muscular body, making him flustered and confused. What the hell? His eyes widened as he realized the lethal danger. Dragged toward the black hole, the monster gritted his teeth, veins bulging all over his neck as he struggled to break free from the shackles of space-time. Seeing that, Li Yi, standing below, reached out desperately and screamed, "Qing Tian!" The young man could only watch in horror as the phantom of the war god fell into the malicious energy stream, letting out a gut-wrenching cry, "No!" Instantly, a massive dark matter explosion flattened the entire battlefield, blowing everything away in a brutal shockwave. The scene shifted to the military command base. The red alarm blared, leaving the officers staring at each other in total confusion. The bearded boss snapped irritably, "What the hell is going on?" The bespectacled technician broke into a cold sweat and reported, "A massive energy spike just appeared in the level 2 conduit area." It didn't stop there. He stared at the radar screen, trembling. Energy readings are spiking, covering over 100 square kilometers. Realizing the severity, the bearded commander immediately barked orders. "Order the troops there. At all costs, send people to investigate the situation." A soldier quickly saluted. "Yes, sir." The commander wiped his sweat, his eyes heavy with worry as he muttered to himself, what the hell actually happened over at Li Yi's location? Back at the smoldering ruins of the mine, the sky was torn apart by blood-red lightning bolts striking the ground where Li Yi was struggling. The young man looked up from the bloody lightning screen. The white-haired guy slowly emerged with an arrogant smile, his body completely unharmed after Qing Tian's sacrificial move. Looking down at Li Yi and the fading soul of Qing Tian, the guy mocked shamelessly. "If you could have held on just a little bit longer, who knows? I might have actually been trapped inside there." Without holding back, he gripped Qing Tian's neck and exclaimed, "The third level of the Void Prison? A powerhouse way beyond S-Class? So there really is such a magnificent place. His eyes glowed red like a demon's. The white-haired guy licked his lips, enjoying digging through the defeated opponent's memories. Thanks, man. Your memories showed me a world like nothing else. Witnessing his comrade being insulted, Li Yi exploded with killing intent, roaring like a wild beast pushed to the brink. Stop it! But it was too late. The monster let go, letting Qing Tian's soul vanish into black smoke drifting in the wind, then clicked his tongue. What a shame. I couldn't read all of your memories. All that effort was for nothing. Li Yi lunged forward with empty hands, screaming in agony. Qing Tian! The young man completely snapped, collapsing to the ground, his hands hanging limp as he let out a choked cry. No! In contrast to that misery, the white-haired guy's face twisted into a savage, ecstatic grin, mixed with the tragic screams echoing across the battlefield. Ah, ah, ah. After enjoying the torture, the white-haired guy slowly landed right next to the collapsed Li Yi, crossing his arms and observing with curiosity. How strange. From his memories, I couldn't get anything about you. Without hesitation, the white-haired guy reached his blood-fire-covered hand toward the battered young man, his eyes glowing with dangerous curiosity. Let me see. Pushed to the limit, Li Yi hung his head, teeth gritting until they bled, hissing each word with hatred. I have to kill you. Li Yi's eyes suddenly flared with savage purple light, dark killing intent erupting and engulfing his entire body. I'll kill you. Turning rage into power, Li Yi swung his dark blade, sending a slash ripping through the air toward the enemy, but the white-haired guy just casually dodged. The black shadows and blood fire continuously intertwined, creating flickering afterimages. Li Yi attacked like a maniac, but every sword strike was effortlessly parried by the guy. With just one hand covered in flames, the white-haired guy caught Li Yi's powerful punch, laughing slyly. Why not be a good boy and stop taking a beating, huh? Ignoring the taunts, Li Yi roared like a mad beast, continuing to put everything he had into the fight. Go to hell! Losing patience, the monster swung back, the massive wave of blood fire instantly crushing the young man's weak dark blade. The force of the blow made Li Yi lose his balance, knocking him backward, his feet carving long dusty trenches into the ground. The young man flew off like a broken kite, slamming his back against a jagged cliff, causing a tremor that shook the entire hillside. Collapsing to the uneven ground, Li Yi braced himself with one hand, his battered body shaking as he gasped for air. Ha, ha, just then, the white-haired guy standing in the distance looked at his own hand, frowning as he realized something was wrong. I didn't think that fight would burn through so much of my energy. I can't even maintain S-class strength anymore. Suddenly, a cold voice tore through the silent air, making the guy startle and look back. Li Yi. Looking up at the sky, the white-haired guy saw a girl riding a giant demonic bat, charging toward him. The guy's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, muttering, "CAS? A?" At the same time, he caught a glimpse of armed special forces units rushing into the area and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Still more bottom feeders coming this way. Knowing the situation wasn't in his favor, the white-haired guy summoned a blood-fire portal behind him, turned, and stepped inside, leaving a parting shot. I'll spare you for now. As Li Yi desperately reached out to stop him, don't go. The monster was already halfway into the portal, leaving behind only an arrogant look and a deadly promise. When I recover, I'll come find you. The moment the enemy disappeared, the giant demonic bat flapped its wings and landed heavily on the ground right behind the ruined young man. Tuam hurriedly jumped off, rushing to support Li's shoulders with a terrified expression. Are you okay? Ignoring the question, Li Yi struggled, unable to stand, one hand clutching his painfully throbbing chest, his eyes unfocused as he muttered the name of the comrade who had just sacrificed himself, Qing Tian. Before he could finish, his internal organs cramped, making him throw his head back and scream in pain. Qing Tian. His body passed its breaking point, and Li Yi coughed up a spray of fresh blood before fainting, collapsing into the girl's arms as she screamed in panic. Li Yi. Seeing her master in danger, the demonic bat opened its wide, sharp-fanged mouth, gathering energy to fire a screeching lightning bolt, creating a glowing blue spatial rift. The white-haired girl wrapped her arms under Li Yi's armpits, struggling to pull his unconscious body up, staring blankly at the anomaly before her. A teleportation gate? Remembering something important, she looked back at the demonic bat, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope as she hurried. That's right, there's medicine in Qing Tian's tower. Take us there, quick! Meanwhile, in a desolate corner, Kuei Shi Hao, having lost all his power, was crawling pathetically on the rocky, jagged ground. gritting his teeth, his face twisted in a frenzy of hate, his bloodshot eyes full of venom. Just you wait. Once I get my strength back, I'll tear you all into a million pieces. While he was drowning in his own spite, a pair of polished black boots suddenly blocked his path, making him jolt and look up. It was none other than City Lord Enjo, the bald leader, being supported by his subordinates. He looked down at the pathetic loser and sneered, Kui Shi Hao, where do you think you're going? Seeing the guy who used to cower before him now standing over him like an overlord, City Lord Ngo stood with his hands behind his back, mocking him viciously. Never thought you'd fall into my hands, did you? Facing death, Kushihao scrambled on the ground, begging pathetically to the big boss of the NG Corporation, President Nin. Don't kill me! I'll hand over all my tech to you! But President Nin just curled his lip, his blue eyes flashing with cold, arrogant disdain. You really know how to make yourself useful, but it's too late for that. Immediately, President Nin gathered energy, ready to finish off the traitor, coldly passing judgment. Keeping you alive only brings trouble to the NG group. Kui Shihao screamed in despair. No! Just as the finger of death was about to fall, City Lord Nu stepped in, grabbing President Nin's hand to stop him, leaving the big boss confused. President Nin looked at his partner, bewildered. City Lord No, what the hell are you playing at? Not rushing to answer, the bald former City Lord walked casually past Kui Shihao, smiling deviously. Nin Huyen, Kui Shihao deserves to die 1,000 times, but keeping him alive might be way more valuable. Hearing that, President Nin frowned in disbelief. You want to protect him? He's caused such a massive disaster. The Hong Hai group is never going to let him off the hook. City Lord Ngo chuckled, stroking his chin with arrogance. Who cares about Hong Hai? That level 2 portal can supercharge our power. If we control it, the whole world will go crazy for it. He coldly reminded him. You think the generals and the other higher-ups in the military aren't eyeing this thing too? Glancing back at the defeated man, City Lord No contemplated. Li Yi's fate is still unclear, but if he's still alive, given his personality and that insane growth rate of his. The bald man leaned into President Nin's ear, his eyes flashing with cunning schemes. How long do you think we'll be safe, knowing the bad blood between us and him? Keeping Kui Shihao's pathetic life will help us divert Li Yi's attention and hatred. He patted his partner on the shoulder and walked away, dropping the final, convincing blow. Plus, it can help us secure more support from the top brass in the military. This is our best move. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the black-crowned Tower of Heaven stood tall, piercing through the gloomy, eerie, stormy clouds. Inside the ancient tower, Li Yi lay unconscious on a stone pedestal, his body soaked in blood, making Tuam panic and cry out, Li Yi! Li Yi! You're bleeding so much! What am I supposed to do? While she was confused, a little bat creature flew over, holding a glowing green vial, making her gasp in surprise. Seeing the little pet's firm nod, the white-haired girl hurriedly grabbed the vial. Are you saying I should give this to Li Yi? Without a second thought, she gently pried his mouth open and poured the miraculous green liquid down the throat of the unconscious boy. A miracle happened. A warm green light erupted, covering Li Yi's face, making the girl gasp. The torn wounds and jagged blood streaks on his hands started to close up and heal magically. In a blink, the gentle green aura completely healed his skin, restoring his hand to its original state. Cradling the little bat in her arms, the girl beamed with joy. Thank God. The bleeding has finally stopped. But the joy didn't last long. Fiery red lightning suddenly surged, surrounding the girl and making her eyes widen in horror. The brutal, crushing pressure forced her to her knees. The vial slipped and shattered, causing the little bat to cry out in alarm. Struggling to get up through the pain, the girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered to reassure her pet. I'm fine. She looked tenderly at Li Yi lying peacefully on the pedestal, thinking to herself, compared to his life-threatening injuries, this little bit of radiation I'm taking is nothing. Gently stroking his hair, she whispered with determination, Li Yi, I'll always be by your side. You have to stay strong. At the same time, at the military landing pad, a massive gunship touched down, its spinning blades kicking up a cloud of dust. Stepping out of the hatch, City Lord No and President Nin sauntered over to greet the waiting commander, General Hong. As soon as they met, the bearded general asked impatiently with a dead serious face, Where is Li Yi? What the hell actually happened on your end? City Lord No pretended to look angry and helpless. I'm sorry. Li Yi has gone missing without a trace. Seeing Kui Shihao tied up by the guards behind them, General Hong demanded coldly, Give me Kui Shihao. He definitely knows where Li Yi is. City Lord Ngo adjusted his glasses and offered a fake smile, refusing flatly. I'm afraid that won't be possible. The Supreme Military Council has ordered that Kui Shihao be kept under my custody for now. Hearing the name of the higher-ups, General Hong grit his teeth in rage, sneering, the Supreme Military Council, huh? City Lord Ngo, your reach is getting a bit too long. Walking away triumphantly, the bald City Lord retorted with a sharp, mocking sting. We all serve the Allied government, don't we? General Hung shouldn't mind me reporting to the top brass, right? Suddenly, fiery red bolts of destructive energy rained down from the sky, causing earth-shattering explosions that terrified everyone. General Hong hurriedly turned to look at the blazing sky, shouting, "What the hell is going on?" Running over with a face pale as a sheet, the bespectacled assistant stuttered urgently, "Report! The Tiger Wolf Legion is being attacked by an unknown force." General Hong narrowed his eyes, guessing, did our people accidentally wander into the Tiger Wolf territory? But he was immediately cut off by his subordinate's terrifying warning. No, that's an S-class aura. Feeling the invisible pressure weighing down, the bearded general stared in horror. And this aura, it's still getting stronger. On the bloody battlefield, amidst the piles of tiger wolf monster corpses, a white-haired monster soaked in blood raised his arms, laughing with satisfaction. Not bad for a creature from the second level. Savoring the taste of victory amidst the mountain of carcasses, the white-haired monster licked the blood off his hand, laughing eerily. The blood of these monsters is surprisingly delicious. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning tore through the sky, signaling the arrival of an incredibly terrifying entity, making the white-haired monster narrow his eyes at the glowing light. From the glowing mist of lightning, a massive lion beast with a majestic aura stepped out, making the white-haired guy curl his lip in greeting. Finally, you decided to show up. Facing the tiny human, the Beast King roared, his voice thick with wariness. Human, what exactly do you think you're doing? The white-haired monster didn't even flinch, just stood there with his arms crossed, dropping a proposal that was pure audacity. I'm just here to negotiate a little deal with you. And, well, maybe borrow a few of your lackeys to drain some blood and recharge my energy. Feeling insulted, the Tiger Wolf King lost it, his claws digging into the ground as he roared. You trying to pick a fight, brat? Ignoring the beast's rage, the white-haired monster's eyes suddenly flared with a demonic, crimson light, radiating a freezing, killing intent that crushed the beast's spirit instantly. The sheer, top-tier pressure radiating from the human made the Tiger Wolf King's massive, lightning-infused fist freeze in midair, absolute terror washing over him. The human leaped forward in a blur. The guy floated closer to the giant beast, casually dropping a brutal truth bomb. By the way, that level 2 portal? It's been destroyed. Before the beast could even process the shock, the guy reached out and flicked the Tiger Wolf King's massive nose like he was petting a dog, whispering a threat. If you want to survive in this world, you'd better start listening to me. Meanwhile, back at the command center, Tan Shishang stretched out, his bones cracking, and let out an exhausted sigh. Finally, I can breathe. These past few days have been hell. At the head of the table, General Hong looked grave. Good work, everyone. What's the situation on the front lines right now? Adjusting his glasses, the assistant peered at his tablet and reported, according to the latest intel, the area those monsters have been occupying has been quiet for 2 days. Furthermore, there are clear signs they're retreating. The commander sitting next to him frowned in surprise, rubbing his chin. Retreating? What are those monsters even planning? Staring at the red-dotted tactical map, General Hong analyzed the beast's path. Based on their current route, they're heading toward. Seeing the opportunity of a lifetime, the commander looked fired up, smirking. Are those monsters trying to run away? Have the other S-class reinforcements from the military arrived yet? Let's strike while the iron is hot and wipe these bastards out. The bespectacled assistant shook his head, pushing his glasses up and sighing. The S-class teams in all the nearby sectors are busy with missions and can't provide backup. General Hong closed his eyes, looking dejected. Hearing that familiar excuse, the commander slammed his hand onto the table, shouting, "What mission? What kind of garbage excuse is that? They clearly just don't want to fight." Shaking off his frustration, he rubbed his forehead, eager to change the subject. "Forget it. Whatever. Where's Li Yi? I heard that kid was the one who closed the level 2 portal. Where is he?" The assistant's expression suddenly darkened. He bowed his head, reporting with genuine concern. "He's been missing for 3 days. Tan Shishang's eyes dimmed as the assistant added in a heavy voice, "We haven't heard a single thing since." At the desolate heaven-probing tower, Li Yi lay motionless on the altar, while Tan Tuum, who had been exhausted to her limit, had fallen asleep beside him. Suddenly, Li Yi's chest heaved. He started muttering in his sleep, startling the girl awake. She called out softly, "Li Yi?" But the boy just kept whispering, "Qing Tian, Qing Tian." The traumatic memories came rushing back. Li Yi squeezed his eyes shut, his face twisting in agony, choking out, "No, don't." In his subconscious, the image of Qing Tian using his own body to shield him returned, along with his final words. "Don't worry about me. Go. Relax. I'm just a fragment of a soul." That magnificent back stood before him, laughing heroically. "Even if I vanish, my true form still exists. If you ever manage to reach the third layer, we'll meet again." Li Yi jolted awake, gasping for air, screaming, "King Thien," making the white-haired girl jump in fright. Realizing her love had woken up, Tan Tuum was overjoyed. She lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders. "Li Yi, you're finally awake!" Her red eyes welled up with tears as she scolded him with worry. "You were in a coma for 3 whole days. Do you have any idea how scared I was?" Feeling completely out of it, Li Yi stared blankly at his hands. 3 days have passed? The girl quickly wiped her tears, smiling gently. "You must be thirsty. Let me get you some water." But as soon as she stood up, Tan Tuum's eyes widened. Bizarre purple veins suddenly spread across her face, looking like a system error. Li Yi saw the change and his face turned pale. He frantically reached out, shouting, "Tan Tuam!" Unable to handle the sudden pressure, Tan Tuum grabbed her head in pain and collapsed. Li Yi scrambled to catch her fragile body. "What's happening to you?" Her face was being corrupted by toxic veins, yet she still forced a weak smile to reassure him. She whispered, I'm fine. It's just some radiation, that's all." Her head lolled to the side, and her eyes shut tight as she sank into a deep coma. Li Yi panicked, staring at the purple veins consuming her beautiful skin. He was terrified, pulling her close and muttering, "This isn't just radiation.